Casino Royale brings us back to the beginning of Bond, who has just been promoted to a 00. His first assignment puts him on the trail of a bomb maker who takes us on an explosive, free-running set piece that serves to showcase how this new Bond operates. He is truly Her Majesty's blunt instrument, a hammer, not a scalpel, always looking to smash his way to victory, a nuke, not a smart bomb, a brawler, not a ballerina. Bond's actions lead to the bankrupting of Le Chiffre, or Le Chiffre, a terrorist financer who gambled with his clients' millions and lost big, necessitating his organizing of a $100 million Texas Hold'em tournament at the Casino Royale in French Montenegro. Because they need what's in Le Chiffre's head more than his head itself, Her Majesty's government sends Bond to beat the baddie at his own game, armed only with $15 million, a young accountant super babe Vesper Lind, and an old French MI6 operative named Mathis. Bond first loses the game, then he wins the game and the money and the babe, then he loses the babe, then he loses his balls, then he wins the babe without his balls, then he loses the babe and the money at the same time, but in the end gets back his balls when he snipes Mr. White, the bad guy behind the bad guys of this entire story, a man that's part of an unknown secret organization, but that's a story for another time. All that's left is a simple introduction, but you, me, and the Queen already know his name.
The name's Bond. James Bond.
McCurdy?
What do I have for you?
How you doing?
I'm alive. I'm here.
Okay.
You want to know something about this movie?
Do you know anything about this movie? It's kind of an obscure movie. Not many people know about this one. Yeah.
So obscure.
It's the obscurest since Secret Service.
It's so obscure, except it's not. Anyway, to
Most
understand
people
the
don't
film,
know Secret Service exists. Most people
Really?
don't know that. Yeah. But anyway, go
Are
on.
you
People
serious?
that do know about it don't care about it.
All right, so to understand this movie, we must go back, gentlemen. We must go back. To
Are
understand
we
the history
going
of this
back to the
film-
books?
Going back to
Just like they do every other movie?
So to understand the beginning, of course, we have to go to the first book, which is Ian Fleming's first novel. So this book was released in 1953, and then a year later, in 54, he sold the rights for only $1,000 to CBS to do the teleplay for Climax, was the name of the television show.
Climax presents Casino Royale from the bestseller by Ian Fleming.
Aren't you the fella who was shot?
No, I'm the fellow who was missed.
But that is the first appearance of James Bond on screen, which we covered that in our pilot episode, our very, very, very first episode. So you can check that out. A year after that, Fleming would sell the film rights. So that was the TV rights. He would sell the film rights to Casino in 1955 to somebody else. And that's partly why, Broccoli and Salzman, they didn't have the rights when they started Eon Productions for Casino Royale. So the first Casino Royale film that came out was a spoof film,
Casino Royale is too much for one James Bond.
and it starred actors such as Orson Welles played Le Chiffre or Le Chiffre,
Orson Welles is the heaviest heavy of Smirch.
David Niven,
David Niven is James Bond.
Woody Allen,
Woody Allen is James Bond.
and even Ursula Anders from Dr. No.
Ursula Andress is James Bond.
Ursula
And-
Andress.
I knew I was going to mess that
Out of
one up.
respect for her, I'm going to correct you.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Because I respect women.
But anyway, the important part was that film was under Columbia Pictures, so they couldn't use that first book. Another Eon nemesis was even planning on creating his competing Bond franchise. Our good old boy, Kevin McClory,
The real life Blofeld.
the real-life Blofeld. Remember, he had the rights to Thunderball, which also included Spectre, was in that as well. So he had the rights to that, tied up with Columbia Pictures, and of course, they made Never Say Never Again.
Sean Connery is Ian Fleming's James Bond in Never Say Never Again.
Basically, which is Thunderball remake. So his idea was like, oh, I'm going to keep doing these Bond films because I have Casino Royale and I have Thunderball. I could make more movies with this. And of course, Eon Productions is like, hold on, buddy. Like, you don't own James Bond, okay? Like, we have all the rights from Fleming himself.
He's such a bastard.
Yeah.
I want everything.
So how did Eon Productions get the rights back for Casino Royale? Well, it turns out that Columbia Pictures, aka Sony Pictures at this point, because Sony had acquired Columbia Pictures in the late 80s, they made a trade with MGM in 1999 for, guess what movie? You wouldn't guess.
Wait, give me a hint. Give me a hint.
It's a superhero movie with spiders.
Oh, I was going to say Spider-Man. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
so Spider-Man, MGM had the film rights to Spider-Man. And so they swapped the rights. They were like, we'll take the rights to Casino Royale if you give us Spider-Man. And that was also partly in due with a lawsuit that also included Kevin McClory. I don't know the logistics of it.
What a mess.
That's kind of what happened. It was a whole mess. This
It was,
happened in
it was also
1999.
Ian Fleming could make what, like $1,000? All this mess over $1,000.
Well, the CBS rights for the TV were $1,000, but when he sold it for the film rights, it was for like $6,000. And again, that's in 1955. So I don't
Yeah.
know how much that equates till today. But
And then he
still.
died less than 10 years later. It's just sad. The whole thing is
Sad.
just sad. The whole franchise is a mess. And even after they reboot it with this movie, it's still a mess. Everything's a mess. It's just
We'll
awful.
get to that. Let's get to
It's
that.
still great.
So then they got the rights to Casino. They didn't get the rights to Thunderball. And we had talked about before when we got to which one was it, For Your Eyes Only, they were just like, you know what, you, Kevin. We don't need Blofeld to make these Bond films. We can do it without Blofeld. And that was that whole point of, throwing Blofeld down the chute, essentially.
They should have stuck to that.
So because of that, because Kevin's like, well, I have Thunderball introduced Spectre, therefore I own Spectre. It just turns out that when 2006 rolls around, when this movie comes out, not that long after, Kevin McClory passes away. His wife, in turn, is like, here's Thunderball. You can buy the rights back to Thunderball. So Eon Productions got Thunderball back. So therefore, that's when they started doing Spectre. It's just weird how the timing of all that happened because you can see how the writers of this movie really, really wanted it to be Spectre.
Money isn't as valuable to our organization as knowing who to trust.
They couldn't say the name of the organization.
Which works.
It does work. Like, I don't think we needed to say it. If you're a fan, you'd be like, oh, I know who this is.
Yeah.
But then when you know where the films go after this, you're like, this is a mess.
Yeah, but talk about that later.
Talk about that later. So they swapped the rights for this film. That was in 1999, which is right when they were doing World Is Not Enough. And then in 2002, we did Die Another Day, which is a weird turn of events. Like right before this movie comes out in 2005, Sony acquires MGM, thereby making this movie a Sony picture, which means every device that Bond owns is a Sony product.
Or interacts with.
Yeah, that Vio.
Sony Ericsson phones.
No one has ever used those phones.
And Sony is just so product placement heavy with everything they make. So it's just no surprise at all.
It's kind of a joke.
But
it's
product placement makes the movie world go round these days, whatever.
Sure.
Like we would say, Bond has never been above product placement. It's just always been products that we can't afford.
Rolex.
Omega watches and Aston Martin DB5s and all that stuff, or the DBS, I guess.
But to be fair, this movie, when it comes to the product placement, because they knew they went too heavy in the last film, they toned it down, especially in their marketing, as how much product placement they were doing, because they realized that left a sore taste in people's mouths on how much there was.
Hello, it's Q. Hello, Q speaking. Hello, it's Q. Oh, what do you want, 007? Hold on. Good evening, Em.
See the latest Bond film, Die Another Day, at a theater near you.
So the question remains, so why didn't Brosnan return? Because obviously he was a great Bond. Like I think we all would say that
Bond.
He was a good James Bond. Brosnan said in 2004, 2 years after Die Another Day, that he was retiring from the role. But when it comes down to it, based off the poor reception of Die Another Day, how the world had changed due to 9/11, Eon Productions was looking for a different route to take the franchise. Fortunately, with recently acquiring the rights to the first Bond novel, this gave them an in for what they would do next. Brosnan, being too old to pass as a new Bond, was out, and they began looking for the next James Bond, which just kind of makes sense. He was looking rough in the last movie, so there's no way they were going to bring him back for Casino, which brings me to the next thing, is also in 2005, which I'm still baffled because I don't understand when they bring this up a lot. And I'm like, this is more coincidence than it is like they saw this movie and were like, oh, we're going to do the same thing. So in 2005, we had Batman Begins rebooting its respective franchise.
Chris Nolan, shout out for the millionth time.
With the millionth time, right? Which after this film would forever weirdly intertwine the Craig films and the Nolan Batman films in my own headcanon, which again, we'll get to that as the next couple movies come along.
A guy with an unlimited amount of money who goes and beats up baddies with a bunch of gadgets provided by a gadget man. Yeah. One guy wears a suit, the other guy wears a suit. It's almost like we should do the Batman movies next.
I feel compelled. So, okay, anyway, rebooting is simply stating that you are starting a given franchise anew.
Like the phoenix from the ashes, life begins anew. Yeah.
God. So you're saying the next entry's canon does not continue the previous entry's canon, and that it's a fresh start. I only make that distinction because some people get confused on what's a remake, what's a reboot. So like a remake would be like what Never Say Never Again was, which was we're taking the same script, the same story, and redoing it.
Yeah. And it just so happened to have Sean Connery, but that's beside the point. It is a straight up remake.
Much like this movie still has Judi Dench.
And then other people try to headcanon their way through the timeline where it's like, okay, Casino Royale, and then the events of this with Connery, and then more. They try to jump around, and it's like, no. It's very simple. And we don't need to talk about the movies after Casino, but it's very simple. They had 20 films.
Yeah.
And then they started fresh.
Yeah.
And this new series is going to be self-contained. This movie takes place in the year 2006. It doesn't take place in the 50s or the 60s. No. It is starting new. It's hitting reset. There's and then it turns into Sean Connery for 2 movies, and then Roger Moore for a couple of, no. 20 movies are behind us. This is all new.
I think when people refer to that, they're saying the events of those movies are taking place at a further point in time.
I say no.
But then again, that's how
the weird thing is, I've never thought of any of that.
Okay, so let me finish though.
I just
so at times though,
I just live my life.
As we all know, they ended up picking Daniel Craig as James Bond. And a lot of people hated this because Craig is blonde and not brunette, like every other incarnation of the character.
James Blonde.
Classic.
Or is it Bond? I'm confused.
I'm a little confused.
It's the perfect internet thing. The internet is always just nitpicking stupidity, Heath Ledger, the guy from 10 Things I Hate About You, is going to be a bad guy?
Yeah.
No. And then it ends up being the best thing ever, and everybody shuts the hell up after that.
And now you're just like,
at first, it's got to be like 10 alarm fire, oh my God, James Bond, his hair is, they should dye it, which would be.
Yeah, and of course, I've got to mention, other people that were up for the role was Henry Cavill was a contender. But at the time, at the time he was 22, so they were like, "You're a little too young." Like they wanted, because remember, like Dalton was young when he originally auditioned, and he was too young at the time.
They still should have given it to him, but he was.
Yeah, but he's a little too young, so they're like, "We need someone just like hitting that 30s mark." But like, if you're too young in your 20s, but you're about right in some time in their early 30s, mid 30s.
Like
so
Sean
basically our
said,
age right
should
now.
be 35.
Yeah, Carl Urban. I don't know how to say his name.
Dude.
He was up for the role.
Oh, somebody from Lord of the Rings would have been in this?
So you had him and Ewan McGregor were also up for the role. They didn't get
Ewan
it, of course.
McGregor.
At the time, Craig was known for such films as Road to Perdition and Tomb Raider. But my personal favorite was always the 1995 Disney classic, A Kid in King Arthur's Court.
You're a knight in training. Good fit. Can you see?
Perfectly.
A Kid in King Arthur's Court.
How embarrassing.
For Daniel Craig or Ryan McCurdy?
just in general.
It's just fun to see Daniel Craig in that era because you're like, oh yeah, this guy goes on to play James Bond, and then he's in this silly Disney movie where he plays a knight.
You really gotta give it to him for Layer Cake. I mean, Layer Cake was like right before this. Kind of a funny note is that the end of Layer Cake is
My name? If you knew that, you'd be as clever as me.
Nobody knows my name and I'll never tell you my name, blah, blah, blah. And then the end of this movie is him giving his character name.
The name's Bond.
You know my name. It's just kind of like a weird parallel between those two crime movies that he made back to back, basically.
Quentin Tarantino was up to direct or write some version of this movie prior to this movie coming out. He wanted to make this movie with Brosnan and set it at a different time period. But of course, they're never going to do that. So
the reason they wouldn't do that, they hire, quote, nobody directors, and they do it because James Bond is the star, not the director. And Quentin Tarantino, who makes great movies, but Tarantino's personality is tied up in his movies. You can't separate him from his movies. It's like he's always there waving in the background. So he would have made this about him, and that's why they're like, nah, dude, we need somebody who's going to, it's almost like the Marvel thing. We need somebody who's going to play by our rules.
With like Martin Scorsese or whoever it was. I think it was Spielberg or Scorsese recently had said something about how all of the Marvel films are really, it's work for hire, really. Like, I think I'm misquoting who it was who said it, but basically they were saying like Marvel films are work for hire. They don't really hire filmmakers. They hire in much the same way television is done, where you hire a TV director, but they don't really have as much control. They really work with the actors, but that's, as far as their vision goes, it's not that far. That's not necessarily to say that they don't have anything.
It's not a bad thing. They
but
still
it's more to
bring
keep
a
things
lot.
a little more consistent. But I mean, to be fair, when we were talking about that, and we were mentioning, your Lord and Savior Martin Campbell coming back.
Do you feel
to
the
this
spirit?
movie.
Do you feel the spirit, brother?
But the thing about Martin Campbell,
do you feel the spirit, my brother?
Oh my Lord. So Martin Campbell, though, like I think it's interesting you point that out, because he's not an auteur director. He doesn't have a style that's specific to Martin Campbell. Like, you're not going to put in a Martin Campbell movie and then still be like, yeah, Martin Campbell directed this. Much like if you were to put in like a Spielberg or a Scorsese or like a Tarantino, as what we were talking about. Like, instantly those are his movies. But that's part of the point.
It is arguable that makes him a better director.
Because his style is not seen.
The reason you don't go with Tarantino,
yeah,
who again makes great movies. Once again, maybe we should do those someday.
Yeah,
you don't go with that because it's like somebody I can't remember who it was, but some filmmaker at one point said something along the lines of, the moment that an editor wins an Oscar, which are meaningless these days, but whatever. The moment that an editor wins an Oscar or any kind of like major award, I don't work with them anymore. Why? Because that's the editor stepping out from behind the shadows, and it's like they edit in a way where it's noticeable. As opposed to a good editor, the editing becomes invisible. You don't even notice it. If you're noticing the editing, the editor is not doing their job correctly. So it is debatable that when a movie is so stylish that all you can see is the thumbprints of the filmmaker all over it, it breaks the immersion. And you don't want that. And so you could argue that Martin Campbell, let him be praised, is a better filmmaker than Tarantino.
But I mean, you can also, we were making the parallel with this and Marvel, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, most of the directors in the Marvel canon, with the exception of a handful, that being maybe James Gunn and Taika Waititi, most of them don't really have distinct voices, because most of them, even the Russo brothers, are kind of
look at Taika.
Because they're very TV style.
His movie stands out. It sticks out like a sore thumb. It's very fun, but it sticks out like a sore thumb. It's like, hey, look, I made this. I made this movie. It's like chiseling your name into the statue of Marvel, like vandalizing the statue of Marvel. So like Scorsese, of course, is going to say that's a negative thing. And that he can say that because he's like the king. But when you have a franchise, everybody has to bow before the characters. And you mentioned TV. It's no different from TV. If you're going to come into this TV show, you have to bow down to the characters, because the characters are the things that are going to live on. And if you're just here to stick your thumbprint on this get out. Get out, because you're being selfish. You're not catering to, as M would put it, the big picture, which kind of transitions into one of the themes of this movie is about Bond learning to abide by the big picture and not necessarily just his ego, but cater to the big picture versus yourself.
We're trying to find out how an entire network of terrorist groups is financed, and you give us one bomb maker. Hardly the big picture, wouldn't you say?
Your people would still welcome me with open arms, because they need what I know.
Do you have anything more, McCurdy?
I got two more things.
You got two more things?
I got two more things.
Well, off and do it.
Off. Just off. Actually, I think it's three. It's three cameos. So one of them, you're watching the movie, you're sitting there, and all of a sudden this guy turns around and you're like, wait, why do I know that face? And it's for like 2 seconds in the movie, and sure enough, it's Richard Branson.
No, it's Hugo Drax. I mean, Gustav Graves.
Gustav Graves.
Richard Branson.
Richard Branson of Virgin Mobile, because the airline that they were using for this film or whatever, he had a part in.
Yeah, you see Virgin planes here and there.
He probably put in his contract, was like, I need to be in the movie or put me in a cameo or something. They're like, sure, why not? We don't give a shit. You're giving us money, why not? I've heard stories where sometimes they'll do those kinds of things, but they just give them the footage. They don't actually put it in the final cut. But in this case, it was like, it doesn't matter. It's like for 2 seconds.
It's like a long shot of him, so he's kind of far enough away that you're not paying attention to the person. You're looking at the bad guy at the moment. Like Nance just said, he didn't even catch it. That's the perfect cameo when nobody catches it. That is the perfect cameo.
This one's not so much a cameo. It is just an actor who's been in other stuff later on, but then you see him in an earlier work. So we got Tobias Menzies. I can butcher his name, but I don't really care. He's from Game of Thrones. He was in Game of Thrones. Remember him?
He's the weak Tully. He was like the embarrassing Tully.
Anyway, he plays Villers, which when you watch the movie and you're a Bond fan, Villiers, but you think it's Bill Tanner. It's not.
Yeah.
And apparently they based the character to be Bill Tanner, but he's based off the guy who played Bill Tanner in For Your Eyes Only, whose name was James Villiers.
Because I was trying to figure out whether or not he was Bill Tanner, I looked into it myself. Because I was like, they never say the name Tanner. So is this guy Tanner or not? And only one time does M say the name Villiers.
According to Villiers, you're the best player in the service.
And I guess she just took his word for it? I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was a reference to James Villiers, who played Bill Tanner in For Your Eyes Only, but also a reference to Amherst Villiers, an automotive expert name dropped in the original Casino Royale novel. So there are 2 instances of Villiers. So it's like 2 references at once. And it comes from the Casino Royale novel. So it's kind of
supposed to be a reference of a character. It's a weird thing to put in a movie.
Why not
it's
just
like,
do
why don't
Tanner?
You just put Bill Tanner. Yeah.
Yeah, why not do Tanner? Yeah, I don't know why.
It's a weird thing. Then our boy Mikey G. Whiz plays the chief.
I never said G Whiz once in this whole movie. G Whiz, this movie's great.
Mikey G. Whiz sitting back with the Montego. He's just sitting back with this
with 2 chicks. I want to know, was his character bribed with more than money?
Just sitting there with 2 chicks.
You know, yeah.
Consider him slimed.
That's a good bribe.
Consider him slimed, guys.
Consider him slimed.
All right, the list, fellas. The standings are as follows. GoldenEye.
Goldfinger.
From Russia with Love.
License to Kill.
The Spy Who Loved Me.
The Man with Golden Gun.
Dr. No.
The World's Not Enough.
A View to a Kill.
For Guys Only.
On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Thunderball.
Tomorrow Never Dies.
Octopussy.
The Living Daylights.
Live and Let Die.
Moonraker.
Diamonds Are Forever.
Die Another Day.
You Only Live Twice.
Nans, what's the gut reaction, Nan's review to this movie film?
Oh my God, it's so good, guys. It's my favorite.
The toppest praise that Nance has ever.
Toppest.
He actually
Literally
his voice
number
went up
1.
a little bit. Like he got really excited there. Normally he's just drab and stoic.
I think this is the best Bond movie so far.
Okay. That's fair. But let me tell you why you're fucking wrong.
Please do. That's why we're here.
Pretty sure I don't need to ask anybody here right now in attendance that we're fighting for number 1 tonight between Casino Royale and GoldenEye. McCurdy has a look on his face like this. Even if you disagree, that's what we're looking at, right, dude? We're looking at this. The question is whether or not this is going to be GoldenEye then Casino or Casino then GoldenEye. That's Nance.
I think so.
McCurdy.
Yes.
McCurdy, you look reserved. Okay, he's going to hold his tongue for now.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what I think after watching it, because I feel like I watched this movie for the first time now. I thought I'd seen this movie. I really thought I'd seen this movie before, and then I watched it this time, and I was like, okay, like it's not a bad movie.
I thought I knew you, Casino. I thought I knew you.
It's not a bad movie, but in the same vein of how I feel about License to Kill, where License to Kill is like, it's a really fun 80s action movie, but it just doesn't quite feel like a Bond movie. This is kind of how I feel about Casino a little bit after watching it, because I was like, something's missing. That's how I feel about this movie.
This is wild.
So much so that
that's strange.
As I go through the entire film, it is.
Sorry, go ahead.
It is. So after watching this movie, I was like, I swore, like going into this, we were going to be like, oh yeah, this is going to be Casino versus GoldenEye. Like it's going to be hard to figure out which one's better. But the more I sat down and thought about Casino Royale, I was like, this movie kind of sucks in some regards and it's kind of good. I'm like, this movie kind of sucks, but it's also really good.
Bold. This is that. Oh, dude. Wow.
And here's why. Nans, this is why.
All the Boris Grushenkos are commenting the out of what you just said.
Sucks might be a strong word.
Yeah,
but
it is.
Let me start with the positives, right? You've got really good performances across the board. All the characters, across the board, really great performances. I think one of the highlights people would say is Eva Green and Craig's chemistry is really good. Like they have some really good scenes together. That stuff's really great.
It's beyond just really good. It is the best James Bond romance to date, possibly ever.
Yeah.
I think that's, nobody can contend with that. This is everything that Secret Service wishes it was, so far as romance goes. That being said, go ahead.
Filmmaking is pretty excellent, like across the board.
State of the art.
State of the art. It's not a bottom 10 for me. It's not like this movie is complete garbage and should be forgotten about. No, it's not that.
Dude, I am so excited to hear what your proposition
if
is.
it's not
Jesus
top 3,
Christ.
I will be shocked.
The two things that kind of lack for me, the pacing of this movie is weird. So the script to me is a little off at times. We're not talking about the dialogue necessarily. We're talking about how the film is structured. And then on top of that, it's just this movie is way longer. I think this movie is unnecessarily longer than it actually needs to be. But that's also because when I watched the movie, I sat there and I was like, I'm watching 3 movies. This isn't one movie. This is, let me take this book and tack on an hour of action movie because this isn't going to cut it. Because we both know that we all watched the teleplay. The teleplay is practically that second portion of the movie.
It's literally just all within the Casino Royale. That's where the whole story takes place. And this actually, McCurdy, you talking about the rights issues, that actually clears up some confusion for me, because back in the Dr. No episode, we talked about why exactly did they decide to start with Dr. No, and we said it was, well, because it's a very simple story. It just takes place in Jamaica, and it's just it's something that they could handle with a small amount of money. Well, then my next question was, well, but that being the case, why not do Casino Royale? Because it's even simpler. Well, that makes sense that they couldn't. So with that, with Casino not being an option, they had to do Dr. No. But now that you're going to make Casino, where you do have an unlimited amount of money, you necessarily have to add to it because it's so simple. So essentially what you have, we never really talk about the books. It's almost necessary here because of everything I just said. Yeah. This movie, the second half of it, as soon as you get to the Casino Royale, that's the book. From there to the end is the book. Everything before that, it's setting up a context in which Le Chiffre needs money.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure yet how much you've lost.
$101,206,000.
It establishes Bond too, though, right?
Sure,
he just became a 00. He's still trying to figure it out.
That's all in the book, though. That's all in the book. Le Chiffre, though, in the book is like, I invested in a bunch of whorehouses that fell through because of the changes of some laws or whatever.
Yeah.
This, though, takes that, modernizes it, runs with it, and it's pretty great. Your point being that are you saying that you can kind of feel that that's an addition versus like this novel that was very much self-contained?
Yeah, I can feel it.
What if Le Chiffre's cat houses are going down because Bond got in there with his chlamydia or something? And it's just
Bond, we need you to get in there and start banging all his hookers.
We need you to take down Le Chiffre's.
I'll use my dick.
I think it doesn't help the movie that Eva Green is introduced halfway through the film. Like, I just feel like you could have introduced. It is. It's pretty far into the movie. And I feel like you could have introduced her maybe sooner and might have helped some of those issues where I don't feel like I'm watching 2 different movies.
Are the pacing and length issues you have related?
It's more the length, because I feel like you could cut that first half of the movie, because really all that first half of the movie is, if you recall, that movie is 101 a detective story, right? Bond finds a clue. Bond investigates that clue. Bond finds where that clue leads. Bond finds a new clue. That clue leads him to something else. That clue leads something to something else. He does it. There's like 3 things that he leads him finally to figuring out this plane attack. And that's where like the middle of the movie is right when he discovers, oh, this is Le Chiffre's plan or somebody's plan. We don't know who it is. He doesn't know who it is at that point. Stops the plane attack. And then that's when Judi Dench is like, yo, someone put some shorts on we'll get into that.
9/11.
We're
Are you
going to get
saying
into it.
that's
We're gonna
where
bring
maybe the
9/11 into
movie
this.
should start? As M.
I think it
hands
should have
Bond
started
a pamphlet.
sooner.
Here's your mission. We hear some dude's about to try to attack a plane.
But there's stuff, yeah. And then there's some other little things where I feel like they were. So basically, what I'm saying is, I feel like they had this book, and they're like Charlie said, this is a very condensed, simplified story. Which, by the way, I didn't mention. Ian Fleming had said that when he was in World War II, he would go to Portugal. Portugal at the time was neutral, so a lot of spies would go to Portugal, and he would play baccarat, which is not in this movie, but something I wouldn't want to mention later. But he played baccarat with people from different countries and stuff. He says that he got wiped out by a German, some German spy wiped him out. The other story is another guy who was friends with him was like, that's not entirely true. Like, he played with a bunch of Portugal businessmen. He just always dreamed how cool it would be is to face somebody from the other side.
He clearly had an overactive imagination.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's where the book comes from. That's the idea behind it. Because literally the book is, Bond, you're our best poker player. Instead of doing a mission where you have to go kill somebody, we just want you to beat you in this game of poker, which is what this movie, or baccarat, but that's what this movie is, basically. When you get to the second half of the movie, we got to have action sequences. So I really am sitting there and I feel like there's types of this movie where it's really slow paced to the point where I'm like, did someone not go in the edit and like kind of maybe speed some of this stuff up a little bit?
Where would you say? Where does it slow down for you?
It slows, it's just throughout the movie, really. And there's a lot of it's not a bad thing.
What about the poker playing? Because I would say that rivals Goldfinger in the golf scene. I think it bests it even.
This just sums up my feeling, right? They took a movie that didn't need to be, that they had to modernize for a modern audience. A story that is not does not translate well for film as is. So they had to do certain things to make it a movie, which isn't a bad thing.
If you had no knowledge of the book, would your
I don't know. I think I still feel the same way. My ranking, because when I think about this movie, it's not a bad movie. This isn't me saying this movie is the worst piece of garbage like I maybe have said in the past.
Nobody on the planet can say it's a bad movie.
No.
And be taken seriously.
But part of me, as I'm watching this, I feel like a number 4 for me. Because I'd rather watch Goldfinger and I'd rather watch From Russia with Love than watch this movie.
Number 4 below From Russia.
Above License to Kill.
Above License
That's
to Kill.
how I feel about it. It's not, it's definitely in that,
Gets
it's in
the
that
people
top
going.
echelon. But to me, it's like, there's a part of it where I'm like, it just doesn't hit like a Bond film.
You must
and there's
not have
other
been
reasons
in
for
the
that
right
too.
mind frame when you watch this.
I'm going to go through my proposition word for word because it'll be quite clear that I was anticipating a McCurdy who, based on his love of Secret Service, would probably just cry through most of this movie. Like McCurdy I know would need a box of tissues to get through this movie.
I didn't honestly, Charlie.
I didn't
Eva
get
Green
that in
not
this
your
one.
type,
McCurdy.
I didn't get that in this movie, actually.
Okay.
I think, I don't know why that was, but there's
McCurdy's
just something about this. I didn't get that in this movie.
Nans is at number 1, right? You're at number 1, which is not
Yes.
surprising because Nans being
I'm a modern
our
movie watcher.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Nans being our like Bond outsider. And then McCurdy, you and I are Bond insiders. We're going to care more about the character and all that. Whereas Nans is like, I just want a really good movie. And preferably, it would probably be more modern than otherwise.
Yeah.
And he's not wrong. Most people would probably put this right at the top. But I think what we're going to find is that, I mean, McCurdy, I'm shocked. I'm shocked you're putting it that low. I mean, 4 is relatively low for a movie like
I'm
this.
just going to leave this.
It's 4,
this
but like,
session.
look, the other movies that are above it would be Goldfinger and From Russia with Love. Like,
Which are, I mean, I'm not going
those
to
are
fight
also really
you
good
on
movies
From
and
Russia
kind
with
of
Love. Yeah.
staples.
Yeah.
So,
but that, I mean, those were our golden 2 forever. Were From Russia with Love and Goldfinger, and then it took GoldenEye, which everybody seems to hate GoldenEye, but you and I, specifically as Bond fans, non-fans, and we'll get into this when we get to something like Skyfall. Non-Bond fans come in and they're like, we really like these movies because they have mass appeal. We like them because we're not Bond fans. I believe that as fans of Bond, fans of the character, you're more likely to enjoy certain movies more than others, and that's partially why you're heavy into OHMSS, right?
Yeah.
Because you care about the character. Take some average Zoomer today and show them On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and they're like, boring, so stupid, you know. So, and this is where like
stupid.
This is where like it's so slow and old and dumb.
Why does he even like her?
But like beyond, what I'm getting at is that there are those of us on the inside and those of us on the outside, and Nan's putting this at number one. Trans versus inside and outside. Insiders and outsiders alike can agree that this movie rocks.
Yeah.
So, but you putting it at 4 is not like, that's not crazy.
It's disrespectful.
No, it's not disrespectful. I mean, it's, if anything, it's more respectful to knowing like, okay, where did these movies come from? But I think the part of the problem is that Casino Royale, when it came out, it has this weird problem where it's like, this is the original. This is the first thing. But then you're like, no, it's not, because we had Sean Connery and Roger Moore and all these other people who did these movies. And the movie version of James Bond, not the book version, the movie version had its own ups and downs, which gave us stuff like GoldenEye that was kind of like reverent to that era.
What you're saying is our collective cultural understanding of Bond was changed by 40 years of movies being made.
Well, I think exactly what you're saying, Char, and exactly with what McCurdy's saying. Like, I can more easily put the blockers on to the books and all the other movies.
Yeah.
Like, I don't watch it all on repeat. Like,
but then you get into Casino Royale, and it's like, we're going back to the books, and this is fresh take. But you're like, yes, I see that. But remember, like, even though that might be the case, like, Fleming's sitting there writing these books, and his books are getting better as he's writing them. At least I would love to imagine they were, because this first book's kind of, it's not adventurous.
Even though this is a reboot, it's still subject to the previous pre-established tropes of Bond, including ordering drinks and saying Bond, James Bond. It's still subject to that. Like, if you're a newbie, there's such a significance placed on that final line, and it's badass to us who already know Bond, but if you're brand new to it, it may not be as significant. And that's kind of the struggle, because like as Bond fans, it's like, that's really exciting. He just said, my name's Bond, James Bond, and then the music's swell. It's great. Let me just jump in and transition to my proposition, because that is kind of the crux of mine. We are judging 2 different Bond movies from 2 different universes. That's a first. Officially, that's a first. GoldenEye is the better movie, in my view, based on what we've come to understand a Bond movie to be. Casino Royale isn't a Bond movie so much as it is a Bond book perfectly adapted to the screen. If Casino Royale had been the first film ever made, it would be adorably quaint. It would just be Sean Connery walking in, looking all classy and playing probably Baccarat against Lashif. There wouldn't be all these action scenes and all that, but because we've had 40 years of action movies, a very quaint little book had to be turned into an action movie. And I would say that they did a really good job of that. You're saying that it's...
At some points, I feel like it's a little clunky.
You're saying that it feels like multiple movies mashed together. Next to something like GoldenEye, which is consistent throughout. Would you agree?
Yeah. GoldenEye is consistent.
Yeah, so Casino Royale isn't a Bond movie so much as it's a Bond book perfectly adapted to the screen. And yet at the same time, it relies upon Bondisms established by decades of films that preceded it. And yet, we are also to view it as the first in a series. Casino is a masterpiece of modern action spy thrillers starring a man named James Bond, where GoldenEye is a masterpiece of a James Bond movie. Not just a movie, a James Bond movie. And this goes back to our very first real argument of From Russia with Love versus Goldfinger, where From Russia with Love, my whole thing was that it's a classy, legitimate spy drama, and Goldfinger is a ridiculous super spy comic book movie. So here we go again. What's better, the very realistic real-world spy movie, Casino Royale, or the most Bond movie of all Bond movies, complete with absolutely everything that defines a Bond flick? I compiled that whole list in the GoldenEye episode about why that movie has absolutely everything. GoldenEye is the most well-balanced and all-inclusive Bond movie to date. And I'll summarize quickly by saying that Casino has no Q scene.
Now pay attention, 007.
No Moneypenny.
You've never had me.
No bad Bond girl.
You've been yet.
No raid on an enemy stronghold, no world-ending stakes, no personal stakes, except, of course, Bond's, testicles. No Bond jokes.
She always did enjoy a good squeeze.
No Bond moments, where it's like Bond's doing something cool and ba-da. No idiosyncratic assassins or heavies. These are all things that have come to define a Bond film versus a spy thriller. GoldenEye is the movie that has everything. Go back and watch that episode. While Casino largely has none of those things. This by no means makes Casino bad in any way. We cannot emphasize that enough. The movie's
We're
awesome.
talking about how are we ranking something at the top.
Yes.
We're not talking about the bottom. We're not saying this is the worst movie. We're saying we have these really good movies. Now, how do we compare really good movies to a really good movie?
Yes, but the question remains, simply, in the same way that we put Goldfinger above From Russia with Love, do we do the same thing here by putting GoldenEye above Casino Royale? My vote is that I'm going to stand up for GoldenEye because this is where, I'm playing the long game, right?
Way back
when. I do. Well, Natalia as well. But way back when, I was fighting heavily for From Russia with Love. And it's almost like this. It's almost like had we put From Russia with Love above Goldfinger, then appropriately, we would put Casino Royale above GoldenEye. But we didn't. We didn't do that. We put Goldfinger above From Russia with Love. We put the goofy, fun comic book movie, the James Bond movie, above the spy thriller movie. And I kind of see that we should be doing the same thing here because GoldenEye is the epitome of the Bond movie versus a James Bond book adapted perfectly. Those are two very different concepts. Because some people are only into the goofy Bond movies. Some people are all about Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker, and those are the goofy ones. Those are the fun ones. So if you like those, maybe that's at the top of your list. If you like the dark ones, then those like Casino Royale are going to be at the top of your list. But GoldenEye is the most perfectly balanced of all Bond movies, not even based on a book. Its whole tone is a perfect balance of fun, goofy elements along with dark elements without ever falling off that balance beam and being embarrassing and all that. Whereas Casino Royale, all on stark realism. Again, there aren't even Bond jokes. So, McCurdy, you like the movie where Bond cries over his dead wife.
Yeah.
I like the movie where he kills the bad guy and rides off into the sunset with the bikinied babe.
Mm-hmm.
Here's our middle ground where we can both agree. Bond falls in love in a way that isn't forced or nonsensical. She dies in a way we give a shit. Bond doesn't cry about it. He hardens himself to it and is reborn as the James Bond we know and admire. Never let them see you bleed, said Desmond Llewellyn's Q. And goddamn it, he was right. You like vulnerable Bond. I don't. I like stoic Bond. I like ice in his veins Bond. But I also like to see how that attribute of his character came about, the origin of his emotional unavailability.
Yeah.
And it's not simply because I want Bond to be a no tears tough guy, even though that's certainly part of it. It's because of the practical utility of adopting such an approach to one of the most trying occupations ever conceived. This is the guy who has to make the hard decisions for the greater good, the bigger picture, as M puts it. I like Bond the same way I like Science Officer Spock in the original Star Trek. He's good at his job because he has learned to stifle his emotions so that they do not get him killed. Even in the most dire of situations, he can be trusted to make the right choice. I may not like vulnerable Bond going forward, but seeing as the entire purpose of this story is seeing the death of vulnerable Bond, and the birth of 007 as we know him, this movie tells that story quite well. So overall, GoldenEye is an older James Bond who is already established as the ice in his veins guy who never gets emotionally involved. And that whole story is about his relevance as, in the wake of the Cold War and all that, versus seeing that same guy starting out. Bond is a cold bastard from the beginning.
I would ask you if you could remain emotionally detached. But I don't think that's your problem, is it, Bond?
No.
But the whole essence of Casino Royale is that it's not like he's emotionally available and then gets burned. He's emotionally unavailable, then allows his, quote, cold heart to be melted.
How's our girl? Melted your cold heart yet?
For the sake of Vesper, considers giving up his whole career and just sailing around the world with the woman he loves. And because he gave in to that temptation to live a normal life and then gets burned, it hardens him all the more and just solidifies like, this is your life. You are a servant to Her Majesty. And I think that's fantastic. In my view, these movies have to go head to head because of how much they have to say about Bond, the character. One, a guy just starting out on his career, trying to establish himself, trying to prove himself, but simultaneously being tempted to quit. The other, a guy at the end of his career, essentially trying to showcase that he's still relevant.
You're a sexist, misogynist dinosaur. A relic of the Cold War.
But amongst those two, not only is GoldenEye the more like perfectly balanced movie between the fun stuff and the serious stuff, whereas Casino is just the serious stuff, but GoldenEye has all of the film elements that just stacked upon each other for 40 years until we got to GoldenEye where they all are there.
Well, this is why I always put Honor Majesty's Secret Service up there, because that was a movie that dealt specifically with Bond as a person. It wasn't the external story, which was more or less like the fun adventure that we went to go see. There, like when I look at this list, there's only a few handful of movies that really kind of deal with that. And to me, those are the movies that go up closer to the top. The movies that don't really do that as much, there are some that are up the top that they don't do it as much. For me, like Goldfinger or Dr. No, like we're not really talking more about the character because we were still establishing the character. Honor Majesty's Secret Service is about a guy who's questioning if he wants to still do this, and then decides, I'm going to leave the organization. Turns out he can't leave the organization because everything that he's a part of, the world that he's a part of, will bring him back in no matter what, and he's stuck doing the thing that he has to do for the rest of his life, and that's save the world and be James Bond.
If it was just this movie, if it was Casino Royale versus Secret Service, the obvious winner would be Casino Royale, because
it's the same theme. It's just, it's more perfected.
Yeah, here's a guy who's considering leaving because he maybe has a shot at normality. Because often James Bond has to go back to, no, sorry, Moneypenny, I'm an outlier. So far as society goes, I'm an outlier. I'll never have a normal home life. I defend the walls of society so the rest of you can have a normal life. But occasionally he is tempted to join normality. And as you would point out, that was the theme of Secret Service was maybe I can quit, maybe I can get married and have some kids and get a job working at a gas station or whatever.
I love you.
You love me.
Enough to quit and float around the world with you until one of us has to find an honest job. We'll have to find something else to do. But I think that's going to have to be you because I have no idea what an honest job is.
Fantastic.
And in Secret Service, that's a Bond that's been in for a while and he's like getting tired of it. And in Casino, he's like just getting in and he's like, maybe this isn't right for me. Because for me, he's not cold-blooded yet. Like he feels that first kill.
Made you feel it, did he?
He even feels the kills of... He feels those guys too. He needs like a decompression moment in the bathroom where he chugs the whiskey. So like he's still like figuring it out and he's even a little too eager to get into it, breaking into M's office and all that. So I think that's all more interesting.
That first kill he feels, but don't forget that's the point of showcasing the second kill in the prologue. Remember, you need a body count in order to become a 00.
And it takes 2.
So knowing his time has come, the bent station chief is about to tell James that the second kill is easier, and that's the whole joke of...
Yes. Considerably.
including the nice little editing touch of flash framing pictures of this man's family, showing just how cold-blooded this kill really is. Where others might show mercy for the sake of this man's family, Bond don't give a when it comes to following orders. Bond beat up an entire embassy and killed a bomb maker with no remorse. Bond stabbed Demetrius with no remorse. Bond beat up and killed another bomb maker with no remorse. Bond is directly responsible for Demetrius's wife Solange's horrific torture and murder, yet has no remorse. It isn't until we get to the Ugandans that Bond has his moment of looking at the man in the mirror, but then he puts all that away and goes right back to the game. However, it all pays off in the shower scene with Vesper, because she's a shining example of someone who isn't like Bond. She's just a normie, the very brand of person that James Bond is typically working so hard to protect from the horrors of that which lies beyond the walls of society. The desensitized and brainwashed soy boys would say that she's not a strong character or whatever because she doesn't take part in the fight, you know, doing cartwheels and kickflips, pushing Bond aside and handling these two guys on her own. Instead, it's realistic and firmly within her character, and she does help. And then she's haunted by it, appropriately so, and it shows that she has a soul. It reflects her humanity, and it shows Bond's constant need to hide his own. But in order to help her, he lets it back out just a little bit, and it's great.
It's like there's blood on my hands. It's not coming off.
Yeah, I see.
And the lesson here is that body counts get easier over time. And that's precisely what informs the character of James Bond down the road. Only here, we are at the beginning of that journey where he might still have time to get out before it's too late. And that's Vesper's effect on him, is Vesper's like...
It doesn't bother you killing those people?
Well, I wouldn't be very good at my job if it did.
I don't believe you. You've got a choice, you know. Just because you've done something doesn't mean you have to keep doing it.
Just because you've taken a life, if you take a life, do you know what you get? Odds are you won't like what it is. That's a heavy theme through the whole movie, is this idea of getting out while you still have a bit of your soul. Because fast forward to GoldenEye, where on the beach, you have these two beach scenes that mirror each other.
The GoldenEye one's not good.
Okay, f*** you. They mirror each other because in the casino beach scene, the whole thing is, maybe I can get out now while I still have a bit of my soul. I've only killed a handful of people. I can get out and repent. I can repent to Martine Campbell, and I will be redeemed, and I can be with my babe.
Like you said, you do what I do for too long, and there won't be any soul left to salvage. I'm leaving with what little I have left.
By contrast with GoldenEye, the idea is I'm too far gone. I am solidified in my role as a 00 and a protector of humanity, and this normal woman is looking him in the face saying,
how can you act like this? How can you be so cold?
It's what keeps me alive.
And he's like, bitch, it's what keeps me alive. And he ain't lying. By being this cold killer, he doesn't have to deal with guilt, and it keeps him objective. I mean, again, think about what would have happened if he had said to the station chief, you know what, you do have a family, I'm going to spare you. The bent section chief would have just blown him away, and it keeps him surviving from one mission to the other, as he's done for 20 odd missions that we've watched him do. Those two beach scenes mirror each other perfectly, and they kind of mirror the frustration of placing this movie in the list, because they are both very true to this character, but one towards the end of his career and one at the very beginning of his career, and kind of this temptation in the beginning to get out before he turns into the Pierce Brosnan James Bond of GoldenEye.
I mean, Eva Green's death is what turns him into that.
Yes, and that's why it's awesome.
That's why this movie should be number one.
That's why this movie should contend for number one. But when it comes to the actual movies themselves, it becomes that question of like, what is your cup of tea? And your cup of tea is probably more tied up in the action, specifically the action. But when it comes to the character, it's that whole thing of like, okay, this guy going through this romance where he's tempted to get away from the game, or this guy that's been in the game forever. Meanwhile, he's caught up in this movie that has everything tied to it that we know to be pieces of a Bond movie based off of 40 years of making Bond movies. So let me go through that list real quick.
Yeah,
this goes back to
GoldenEye.
Bond movie. This goes back to GoldenEye. The movie GoldenEye has everything. And not only does it have everything,
Casino's not missing it, but they're not, each individual Bond movie trope isn't like flashing out.
Nance, the list of these things in GoldenEye has now become a list of anti-things in Casino. When I first read the list, it was, hey, GoldenEye has all these things. Now I'm going to read the list again. It's Casino doesn't have any of these things. Okay, here we go. We don't have Q and we don't have Moneypenny, even though I do kind of get the sense that the blonde woman at the Ocean Club or whatever, she kind of feels like the perfect Moneypenny if they would have had a Moneypenny in that movie. Like, she looks like a compliment to Daniel
She's
Craig
too attractive.
specifically. She probably is too attractive, but she looks like she would be the perfect wife boo. You know, incredible prologue that is significant to the overall pre and post Cold War story. Really cool prologue.
Does Bond have to be Cold War related?
Well, that's the question of GoldenEye. This story was initially part of the Cold War. It doesn't have to be, but that's because GoldenEye already settled that question. So it's almost like it relies on GoldenEye. Anyway, my point there being, though, that technically the prologue in this movie is wasted. It's fantastic. We finally get to see Bond become a 00, but it doesn't weigh in on the end of the story.
Maybe not the end, but it weighs in on his character throughout the story.
Yes, it does. I do not disagree with you. But in the past, we've defined a wasted prologue as one that doesn't weigh in on the rest of the movie. This one doesn't weigh in on the rest of the movie, other than he becomes a 00, which is awesome. Seeing him become a 00 for the first time is great. But the movie isn't about him becoming a 00 so much as it's like
becoming a 00 and then wrestling with what comes with being a 00.
Yeah.
And dealing with it.
Versus the prologue of GoldenEye, which is setting up his whole story with Alec. Alec being an evil version of 007.
It's a great pre-title sequence.
Yeah.
I would say they're both great pre-title.
I agree with you, but think of it this way. If you got rid of the pre-title sequence on GoldenEye, the rest of the movie would suffer from a lot of confusion. Whereas if you got rid of casinos, you'd miss out on a really good character scene, but it wouldn't really affect the overall plot. I would kind of argue that there aren't necessarily personal stakes or world-ending stakes. You could maybe say that some of this is personal for Bond, but not really. Even with Vesper, it's not the same kind of personal stakes.
For GoldenEye, are there world-ending stakes? Because it almost seems like Alec Trevelyan's focus is just the money.
It doesn't matter. It's
global financial meltdown.
The United Kingdom will re-enter the Stone Age. A worldwide financial meltdown.
It would devastate the world.
So he's not just like holding ransom. He's like messing up the whole system.
There's a personal, and I would argue that
Definitely
Casino Royale
stakes.
has a personal stakes in towards the end of the film with Vesper.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really change until we get to the third movie in this movie.
Yeah.
Because the second movie is not his personal stakes. He's there to do this mission. And yeah, there might be a little bit of, it's all driven by his ego where he's like, that motherfucker, I'm going to get him.
Here's where I disagree, where it's like, yes, it is personal between him and Vesper, but then it turns out that she betrayed him, so suddenly it reverts back to not being personal.
Allow me.
That's what's personal about it, is that she betrayed him, though. That's what's personal about it.
But had Vesper not been the traitor, then I would agree with you that it's personal that the bad guys would kill her. But once she betrays him, she's just another bad guy, and suddenly the personal stuff is removed.
Well, I would say the same sort of thing with Alec. Like, he doesn't even know Alec is still alive, right? So it's not necessarily personal, minus they know each other from a previous life.
It goes from vague bad guy, impersonal, to personal the moment that it's this ally of his from the past who ends up being the bad guy.
I trusted you, Alec. Trust.
So I'm saying there's like an inversion. It's like in GoldenEye, it's impersonal to personal, whereas in Casino, it's personal to impersonal by the end. Bond is straight up like, the bitch is dead.
If you do need time.
Why should I need more time?
Job's done. The bitch is dead.
He makes it impersonal versus that moment of, for England, James? No, for me, motherfucker.
Avenging Alec Trevelyan will not bring him back.
You didn't get him killed.
Neither did you. Don't make it personal.
Never. For me.
Maybe people watching will be like, dude, it's all the same. No, it's not.
I get where you're going.
It's different.
Move on. Let's go.
Okay, moving
Next
on.
point.
What's the next point?
Sexually suggestive female henchman name, Miss Onatop, which briefly you get Stephanie Broadchest, which is hilarious.
And you're Miss Stephanie Broadchest, yeah.
I am not.
You're gonna have to trust me on this.
They could have said small bone, right? They could have said small bone. No gadgets to speak of whatsoever. Not even Q. No baccarat. Of course, we had to replace it with poker because poker was big at the time.
You could argue, though, that poker's a definitely better game than baccarat for person on person, reading the other person and playing their hand versus
Not necessarily.
yours.
Not necessarily reading somebody. Baccarat, you are reading the other person. But I would agree with you so far as if you're going to prove that you're a mathematical genius,
A bit of a mathematical genius and like to prove it by playing poker.
then different hands being better than others
I have 2 pair, and you have a 17.4% chance of making you straight.
is superior to baccarat, where you're just trying to get as close to 9 as possible. It's like blackjack
Yeah, it's
versus
like
poker,
21.
right?
Like,
yeah.
And more people can try to get to 21 than can do the math on the likelihood of all these different hands in poker and the likelihood that they have it versus opponents.
No bad guy layer, no assault on a bad guy layer, no commandos to have an assault on the bad guy layer, no goofy element of James Bond being caught hooking up at the end. Fitting bad guy deaths don't even weigh in because now we're just like, and that's almost another point towards like, this isn't necessarily a Bond movie. This is just like a modern spy movie where that's not even an element.
Maybe Bond or Mr. White could be really good at throwing playing cards and hits Lashif in the eyeball or something.
Yeah, there you go. I feel compelled to reiterate that I'm not saying Casino should have any of these things. In fact, it's a really good thing that it doesn't. What I am saying is that GoldenEye does have these things, and it makes it a very complete Bond film, as determined by how Bond films evolved over decades. For example, anybody out there saying, well, Q wasn't in the book, guess what? Q wasn't in any of the books. He came about entirely through the adaptation to the screen. But can you imagine the world of James Bond without Q?
If it hadn't been for Q, Branch, you'd have been dead long ago.
My Bond list is you've got Bond, and he's great in both. You got a Bond girl. We get pretty good Bond girls in both. I'd argue Eva's better. Villain, they're great in both. Gadgets, I would say no gadgets is better than silly gadgets. Not that GoldenEye has silly gadgets.
Adds to a serious Bond movie. We've talked about that a million times. Again, that weighs in on Bond movie versus good movie. Good movie versus good Bond movie.
These are all Bond movie things. And also like opening and action scenes, I would argue casinos are better. And for me, again, like the miniature work kind of brings GoldenEye down, which it should, in your guys' eyes, it wouldn't. So
in my view, it doesn't.
Songs throughout, title sequence songs, I would say Casino definitely wins there.
Pause for that. I don't give a what Scott says. I mean, I'm always going to have a Chris Cornell bias because Chris Cornell is the man. But You Know My Name is the perfect James Bond song. So far as the lyrics are all about the man. It pumps you the up. I mean, that final of Daniel Craig walking up and introducing himself for the first time as the song is crescendoing. I am fucking jacked and ready to go. Full stop.
We don't get the theme, the Bond theme, until the very end, which is like he has become Bond, and then they play the Bond theme.
Yeah.
They really withhold that.
Which is appropriate.
Also, the music, like in GoldenEye, the car chase scene, immediately post-title sequence, the music there is like weird. The music choices in GoldenEye are strange. That car chase scene's not bad, or at least it's fun. But the Bond car, the Beamer, literally does nothing in the movie. At least we get a small chase with the Bond. I love cars.
What is it with you and moving vehicles?
Getting a bit of a chasing. Yeah. In Casino,
What did you think of Bond's Ford in this?
Well, you definitely notice, along with Sony, Ford has a big involvement. I think at that point they owned Range Rover, Aston Martin. That's why all these cars are in there. And you see Goldfinger driving the Range Rover at the resort.
Caught it. You
Range
caught
Rover
the
that Bond
Goldfinger
crashes.
reference.
Oh, for sure.
It could only be a Goldfinger reference that a somewhat heavy-set golf cap wearing Germanic dude with a gold Range Rover bugs Bond about whether or not he's going to valet his car, and then Bond goes and messes it up.
Range Rover, Rolls Royce.
What a subtle but brilliant Goldfinger reference.
We get the DB5, we get the DBS, we get a short chase scene. So they're a bit more involved than the so-called BMW Bond car in GoldenEye, but
yeah,
I mean, M even says in the M scene, no, not M, Q,
Behind the headlights, Stinger missiles.
which comes into play in a later movie, but the car does nothing in, in GoldenEye.
Yeah.
They drive it in Cuba for a second. But so, I mean, I would argue these are all the Bond things that I think a Bond movie needs to have, and Casino has them all. Minus gadgets, I guess. I don't know. You get a defibrillator, but...
What I would say about GoldenEye is that GoldenEye is the product of decades of Bond films. All these tropes that came about not from the books, but from the films. Because in the books, you don't have an assault on a bad guy layer every book. But you start to have that in the movies because the movies start to have these specific expectations that audiences are looking for. Because most
movie's boring. We need a layer invasion.
Most audiences haven't read the books. So the movies start to stack up these tropes. All of those stacked tropes, they crescendo with GoldenEye. GoldenEye is the epitome of the Bond film, the most well-balanced Bond film. Versus Casino Royale, the best adaptation of a Bond novel to date. Those are two different things. And that's where, again, I was expecting to almost fight McCurdy for the top spot because I thought McCurdy was going to love this movie based on Secret Service.
Charlie, I basically agree with you. I'm pretty much on board with you where your kind of stance is at. My grievances really have to do with this doesn't quite feel like a Bond movie. He doesn't even sleep with any women in this movie. I think he sleeps with Eva Green at the very end of it.
He has a chick body count of 1, and it is
He
just
doesn't even
Vesper.
sleep with the other girl.
No.
And they don't even they could have pulled that card. That would have been cool.
It makes more sense, though, for the love story, right?
No,
where
no, no, no,
OHMSS
no, no,
doesn't
no,
make
no.
sense where he goes to that place and bangs all the
No,
chicks.
it doesn't.
And then
It does make sense here.
You would
He
think
hasn't
you are
met Eva Green
correct,
yet.
but he hasn't met Eva yet. But here's the thing, McCurdy and Nans. Here's the thing. Bond pulls off the ultimate mission over pussy move because, again, as I've said before, James Bond is a hunter.
Apparently, he's on the last flight to Miami.
Can I get a bottle of chilled Bollinger Condamné? And the Beluga caviar?
With everything?
Yes, with everything.
And would that be for 2, sir?
What?
For 2?
No, for 1.
Because, again, everybody's characterization of James Bond is that he's just a pussy hound. And my counter to that is that his focus is always on the mission and women are a byproduct. Again, I always use the term he's a hunter. Him being a manly man means that women are drawn to him. Therefore, his focus is always on the kill versus his focus is being on getting laid because getting laid is easy for Bond. The kill is what's more exciting. And then women are a byproduct of his success in the kill.
I get that you're applauding it, but going back to like the very first Bond film, he wouldn't pull that. Like that's just it seems slightly out of character because in previous iterations that are James Bond as we know James Bond,
Bond would have made time.
Bond would have been like, we got time.
I don't know.
Come on. I would be more impressed.
He got what he needed out of her.
I don't care.
There was no need for pumping of additional information. He needed to get to Miami
so
right then and there.
He's so right.
If they basically kind of took what this movie was and had written it maybe 10 years prior, he would have already been in bed with her and then he'd have left from being in bed with her. Like those are the kinds of choices where I feel like
they're just
missing the mark.
Get to sleep with that lady.
I am.
He's not wrong though. Roger Moore would have been like, he's already in bed and he's questioning her in bed.
It would have been post-coital questioning, not pre.
Yeah.
Do you think Bond was a virgin?
No.
I'm not saying that.
No, maybe. No. Hang on. Bond was a virgin so far as murder was concerned, right? And as you mentioned, Nance, after he kills that first guy,
you gotta pop two cherries to become a 00. Each O represents a cherry.
Remember, he made you feel it, right? He made you feel it. And Bond's like, I just murdered a man. I feel bad. Maybe Bond was a virgin.
That's some weird headcanon.
And Eva Green was his first. And he had
who was his second then?
Well, the second is much easier. To the murdered station chief's point, the second is much easier. But that first one takes a toll.
Yeah, the more people you kill, the more women you pump for information, the easier it gets.
The easier it gets, and the more your soul dwindles.
We're looking at a virginal blonde Bond. He's still learning the ropes.
I'm just saying, like, they could have written it in a way where when we cut to his bungalow, he's already slept with her. I'm not saying we need to accentuate that scene. I'm just saying
you're talking choices, filmmaking choices.
Some of the filmmaking and writing choices seem a little off, and they definitely seem purposely like we're not making a Bond movie, we're making a spy movie that just so happens to have James Bond in it. And those are the kinds of choices where I feel like I'm like, huh.
Let's talk about the one through line between GoldenEye and Casino, which is M, Judi Dench.
She's the only person we get that carries over?
Yes. The two introductions of M are perfect. The one is the...
You were saying?
No, I was just...
Good. Because if I want sarcasm, Mr. Tanner, I'll talk to my children, thank you very much.
The other one is...
Who the hell do they think they are? I report to the Prime Minister, and even he's smart enough not to ask me what we do. Have you ever seen such a bunch of self-righteous, arse-covering prigs? They don't care what we do, they care what we get photographed doing. And how the hell could Bond be so stupid? I give him 00 status and he celebrates by shooting up an embassy. Is the man deranged? And where the hell is he? In the old days, if an agent did something that embarrassing, he'd have the good sense to defect. Christ, I miss the Cold War.
Followed up by perfect dialogue scenes between Bond and M that perfectly set up the two different stories. GoldenEye, accounting, bean counters versus instincts, right, of an older James Bond.
You don't like me, Bond. You don't like my methods. You think I'm an accountant. A bean counter, more interested in my numbers than your instincts.
The thought had occurred to me.
If you think for one moment I don't have the balls to send a man out to die, your instincts are dead wrong.
Casino, whom to trust, the big picture and knowing one's place.
This may be too much for a blunt instrument to understand, but arrogance and self-awareness seldom go hand in hand.
So you want me to be half monk, half hitman?
Any thug can kill. I want you to take your ego out of the equation and to judge the situation dispassionately. I have to know I can trust you, and that you know who to trust. You don't trust anyone, do you, James?
No.
Then you've learnt your lesson.
When it comes down to it, Judi Dench rocks it in both instances, right? And you go back and you watch not just her introduction scene, but then her first scene with Bond, and both of those scenes perfectly complement their respective films. And then at the heart of it is Judi Dench, who is just great. There is a reason why Martin Campbell, may he be praised, cast her twice. When you're watching certain action sequences, it's kind of funny that you can always tell the difference between Daniel Craig and a stunt guy, because the stunt guys run like a normal person, and then Daniel Craig, like, his run is goofy.
Is it like Tom Cruise?
Like, this is what he runs like.
Daniel
He's
Craig
very
has
weird.
the Tom Cruise run.
But even goofier. He's like
To
a
a
jogger.
degree.
He's like a
To a
jogger.
degree.
Like he's kind of odd.
I mean, I could tell you of other little dumb things that I noticed this time around watching Casino Royale that I don't think is going to change your mind, but it's always like...
Yeah, mention it.
Okay, so a couple things that I noticed as I'm watching the movie that I'm like, what? The opening scene with Bond, that whole sequence is great, but in that sequence explains that character because he's a blunt instrument and he's like barging through doors where the other guy's all smooth and you know, parkours through everything, and Bond's just bursting in through things because it shows his character. Still, it's a great, fun action sequence. I think it's the most memorable action sequence in the whole movie. That leads him to getting the phone, and also that the fact that he kills the guy and, like, it's all over the news.
We wanted to question him, not to kill him.
He goes back and M's all
He
upset
tells the
about
guy
it.
he wants him alive, and then he kills him.
So there's that. And then he gets the phone. He gets the information from the phone to kind of figure out, okay, well, where did this come from? He goes to Nassau. Because we have to be like, well, let's go to a familiar location from Bond. So we'll go to the Thunderball location. So we go to Nassau. We go to the Bahamas.
They should have gone to Jamaica, dude.
They should have gone to Jamaica. But so they go to this place. Then he's like, okay, I go to investigate in the surveillance room. All right, I have the phone from the dude who sent the text message, right? He's like, oh, I'll look at the history from the phone because I looked up the information at what exact time and the location. Oh, I don't know the quite exact location. I just know it's at this specific beach resort. Great.
It happens to be caught on camera.
It just so happens to be at the same time at the entranceway. That's super convenient.
He gets out of the car and looks
super
at his
convenient.
Yeah, I mean, I'm usually pretty lax on stuff like that. It would have been really boring to watch Bond go through a dozen DVDs to find the right camera in the right room at the right time. And what would have happened if Demetrius would have been taking a at that moment or whatever, you know, but that's just movie stuff at that point. They're just cutting a corner so they can move the story along. But I see what you mean.
It doesn't quite make sense in reality. He figures that out, finds who that guy is.
Mr. Demetrius.
Tries to sleep with that guy's wife, follows that guy back to Miami, finds out that that guy has some thing that he's going to give another dude, follows that other dude to the airport to where he see Richard Branson, and then hell, like, the fact that he finds out what ellipses means. It's literally just the key code to get into the airplane. That's it. That's all it is.
All ellipses was to
It's
get
the
past
code.
one door.
Yeah, that's it. It just feels so like anticlimactic where he gets there and he's like, oh, that's the code. And then he finds the airplane and then the guy... And then we find out that the scene way back before this, Lashif was already saying, I want to put a stock option short.
Short another million shares of Skyfleet stock.
Which, for the layman's, the simplest version is, instead of investing in something to say, oh, it's probably going to go up, I want to put more money into it, you're basically betting against it. Like, if you've seen the movie The Big Short, you're just saying, like, I'm betting against the market that it's actually going to go down. It's not going to go up.
Hey, there's a bubble.
How do you know?
Trust me, call Venet. Buy 50 million in swaps on the MBS.
Sir, you must know you're betting against the market. No one expects this stock to go anywhere but up.
I didn't understand that till probably in the last 2 years after, you know, everything with Wall Street Bets and the GameStop fiasco and all that stuff. Like, that was a really great explanation as to what was going on with the airplane and all that stuff, because I didn't understand
We
that
needed
till
a
then.
little Mathis insert of, when he's shorting this airline, it means he's...
Yeah. We need Margot Robbie
There's
in our bathtub.
120 million on the table.
115 million in the pot.
So in that moment, the guys are like, are you sure you want to do that? Like, everyone's saying the stock's going to go up, presumably because they're making this new airplane and it's coming out. And so everyone's going to buy stock in that company because they're making this great airplane. But he's like, no, much like Tomorrow Never Dies, he's using a terrorist attack to try to predict his own future so he can use that for his own gain.
We're going to bomb all these GameStop so that GameStop stock goes down.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
God, we're talking about
Yes.
GameStop again. Change the subject.
Yes.
Somebody change the subject.
Just my point really is that you can still condense that sequence down to, like, you can cut out more of the Nassau, the middle part of that, and you don't necessarily need, because the movie's 2 hours and 30 minutes long. You don't need all of those breadcrumbs to get to the, oh, he wanted to bomb the plane, because if you bomb the plane, then you would have made all that money back from the short. That was the whole point of that whole thing. My point is just, we were led to this thing with the ellipses, and it feels like you could have taken one of these sequences out and you tighten the movie up just a little bit, and I would have been like, oh, okay.
Yeah. You need the airplane scene.
No, the airplane part is important, but the airplane is like, it's literally like we were talking about. They took the book, and in the book it was some other thing, and they're like, well, let's expand on that. Let's make that a part of the story so that we have more to show for this movie, because our story isn't that much. The movie is basically trying to bend over backwards to, like, make this relevant.
We have to motivate Lashif's not having money because, again, before in the book, it was like his cat houses, there was a new law passed, so now he's not making money, so now he owes money to his overlords, so he's got to make money. And then they modernize it where it's like, how about we do like a stock market play blah, blah, blah. He needs $100 million.
The aftermath scene, because that's what most of this movies are, is there's always something happens, there's an aftermath scene, they talk about it, the aftermath scene leads us to something else.
When they analysed the stock market after 9/11, the CIA discovered a massive shorting of airline stocks. When the stocks hit bottom on 9/12, somebody made a fortune. The same thing happened this morning with Skyfleet stock, or was supposed to.
So they figure out pretty quickly, like, oh, Lashif was the one who did it.
Yeah, we're blaming 9/11 on Le Chiffre. It was the French. We always knew it was the French. The fucking freedom fries were legitimated. The whole first half of the movie is legitimizing why we go to Casino Royale. Your point, McCurdy, is why do we have to do any of that? Why can't we just go straight to Casino Royale?
Yeah.
Why are we fucking about? And the Nances of the world go, well, because we want to have these kick-ass action scenes. And he's not wrong in that the free running scene and the airport scene are tremendous action scenes. But to your point, McCurdy, those action scenes lend to this feeling of watching 3 different movies in succession.
This is why I probably like Goldeneye more, is because we don't have weird sequences that don't lead to, I'm not saying they don't lead anywhere, but it's like it's throughout the movie. Like I feel like every sequence leads to something.
So I certainly agree with you so far as Goldeneye has a singularly focused plot and every scene and sequence is there to serve that plot. And there really isn't anything that could be removed. You really need all of it unless you're Nans and you don't like the beach scene. Whereas with Casino, there are several scenes that you really don't need, and the movie could easily have been made to fit within 2 hours if for some reason the filmmakers really needed to do so. Where I don't agree with you goes back to when we talked about the gypsy scene in From Russia with Love, where you said it's not necessary, but we both agree it is enjoyable. For me, the superfluous scenes are what make this film so enjoyable. But if we're comparing these two, Goldeneye manages to do both at once. Super focused story that is all killer, no filler. For those familiar with the Casino book, half of this movie is filler, but goddamn if it isn't some of the best filler ever produced. One of the more confusing elements is, to your point, McCurdy, where it's like this movie's flawless, but some things are kind of odd. There's that scene where they all take a break, right, from the game, and then Bond goes to see Lashif. He gets that package, the parcel, and he's in the elevator with Vesper, and he's tracking Lashif, and he can hear him because he's got the bug in his, you know, thing, and yet he doesn't register as having heard any kind of disturbance until the girlfriend yells. But then we hear breathing in his ear before the bodyguard shoots at him. It would have been much better if it was established that based on hearing him through the bug, Bond was coming to his floor of the hotel to rescue him, right? Like it's like, oh God, Lashif is being attacked by somebody. Let's go rescue him. But instead, it's like, why was Bond there in the first place? Why did he go seeking out Lashif? What was he going to do? Because once he shows up, it's like, okay, now we have to defend ourselves from the Ugandans. But what was Bond doing there in the first place? Why did he go to his place with a gun? Was he going to kill Lashif? No, of course he wasn't going to do that. So why was he there?
I'd never even thought of that.
It would have been better if it would have been like, Mathis is like, dude, somebody's attacking Lashif. I can hear it on the bug. You got to get down there now. Bond's like, oh God, we got to go defend Lashif. That would have been like a reverse Red Grant moment where it's like, make sure Lashif doesn't get killed so we can finish the game.
Yeah.
Or because like at the end of the day, they need Lashif alive, right? M would want Lashif alive. So it's like Lashif is being attacked by the Ugandans. We got to go defend him. Instead, it's like Bond just shows up.
Because the thing isn't an audio device, right? It's just a tracker.
No, it is.
To know where he is.
When the Ugandan sees the earpiece in Bond's ear, you can hear breathing in Bond's ear.
Anyway, your point is it's better if there's a reason for Bond to go. He heard or saw something via the tracker that prompts him to go up there.
We know you hate Lashif, but you got to get down there and save this asshole's life. But instead, Bond just happens to be there for no reason.
Yeah, this movie, again, it's strong story, just the plot is all over the place.
As usual, none of these movies are perfect.
And it's not just me being dumb.
They're a little confusing.
And to concede a little bit, MI6 knows it's Lashif before the poker game, right? So then it's almost like, why do the whole poker thing? Why not just swoop in and grab Lashif?
It's something that to enjoy the movie properly, it's like the Austin Powers thing of just like, don't think about it too much and just enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
But Vesper's the only one who just calls it out, where she's like, hey,
I got the impression we were risking millions of dollars and hundreds of lives on a game of luck.
if you lose, we'll have directly financed terrorism. And that's where it's like, this whole scheme is a terrible idea. Why are we doing this? And in the book, and again, I'm only appealing to the book because in the book, they kind of address this where it's like, we don't want to just defeat Lashif. We want to humiliate the Soviets.
The whole reason why these Bond books became popular is because the Cold War was ramped up. Or I shouldn't say ramped up. The Cold War became a thing. U.S. and Russia were up against each other.
That was the whole thing. We want to humiliate them. And Bond hints at that when he says,
Do you want a clean kill or do you want to send a message?
And then M's like, no.
We want him alive. The Schiffer doesn't have 100 million to lose.
We have to beat him at his own game because only then will he be desperate enough to turn.
We can't let him win this game. If he loses, he'll have nowhere to run. We'll give him sanctuary in return for everything he knows.
That doesn't make sense, though, Em.
It's like, why play the bad guy's game? Why negotiate with terrorists?
Why didn't the CIA just swoop in and Black Hood the guy and take him back to Langley and torture him?
When Felix Leiter stops him after he loses and before he buys back in, I'm curious what would have happened from there if the movie continued from that point. If Felix didn't stop Bond.
Yeah, Bond's like, oh, my winning or losing is irrelevant. I'll just go grab the guy.
Listen, I'm bleeding chips. I'm not gonna last much longer. You have a better chance, I'll stake you. I'm saying I'll give you the money to keep going. Just one thing, if you pull it off, the CIA bring him in.
Because it's like, okay, here's your options. So Lashif has set up this game. So we're going to send in our best gambler, James Bond, who will maybe beat him, maybe not. I mean, it literally, to Vesper's point, is literally a game of chance. Versus, the guy's already desperate enough. So why aren't you just swooping in and picking him up and saying, hey, we'll protect you from the Ugandans and everybody else coming to chop your head off with a machete if you will give us the information you have? Why don't they do that right away? What is the motivation to have out this whole poker game? Because again, to reiterate, in the book you're holding up, the whole thing was we want to humiliate the communists. But with this, we don't have the communists. So they say in like one scene, they're like, we're going to do this because if he loses, he'll be desperate enough to help us out. But if you extract him before he can play the game, he's not there to make the money back, thereby making him desperate enough to give in to whatever you're demanding of him. Like, it doesn't make sense. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense why they go ahead with the whole gambling thing, because if they just pick up Lashif before the game even takes place, he can't make the money, thereby making him desperate enough to give you all the information you want. It doesn't, I don't explain it to me. It doesn't make sense.
I think
because again, the whole thing is this. The whole thing is this. The whole thing is this. The whole thing is
you have a list.
We need what's in Lashif's head. We don't just want to kill him. So we need to put him in a position of desperation so that he will give us that information. But the guy's already desperate. He's already desperate. So why wouldn't he, if you picked him up before the game even started and gave him a deal, it sounds like he would already take the deal.
Put Lashif in that chair and have M whack his balls.
Yeah, but you don't even, the point is you don't even need to do that because he'd already be like, these Ugandans are going to kill me. So here's everything you need to know about them.
Yeah.
It's still a great movie, and
you know what it is? No, you know what, Nans? This is what it is that I know sometimes, we talk about these movies, and I think at one point we were talking about the difference between story and plot, right? What Charlie mentions about all the things about what makes this movie great, because this is giving reason behind why Bond acts the way he does. That's what most of the point of this movie is. Like, they literally are like, we're not going to put the Bond theme in the movie, which I think is a bad call in my opinion, but they weren't going to put it throughout the movie until the very end, till he said his name is like, my name's Bond, James Bond. So that's the whole point of this movie, is just being the proto James Bond movie.
Becoming Bond,
right? Great story. Plot-wise, it's kind of like I'm holding on to this thing because it's sacred, but we all know that this is a TV movie. This isn't a big action movie. So we have to make it into a big action movie. Whereas like things like Dr. No or Goldfinger or these other movies, they work better as full-length movies. Like I think For Russia with Love works better as a full-length movie because there's a lot more, there's a lot more sightseeing, there's a lot more things happening. It's not just all contained in this one room. And it kind of just to me goes to show that Ian Fleming got better with his writing, came up with better stories, had better plot ideas as he was writing these books. And they're just sticking to this novel where he was like, oh, I had this dream where I'd play a German officer and wipe him out. My point is like Charlie's points are valid about what's the story or the other things that are about this movie that are great. Yes, those are valid points. I just think the plot for this movie is kind of slow. And some of it's like, it's really easy to question, especially in this day and age. Doesn't matter if it's Baccarat or Texas Hold'em to me.
I don't feel the length on Casino.
I feel it.
GoldenEye is like a good 15 minutes shorter, and that feels longer to me.
I disagree. I feel like there are so many scenes where there's not that there's nothing happening. It's just we don't have any dialogue. It's a lot of people looking at each other. It's a lot of Bond. We kind of have to figure out what he's doing, but there's so much of it that I feel like it slows the movie down where you can still have that. It's just, I think they could have, again, like I said before, I think they could have cut a little bit of that beginning part up a little bit. It would have to come from the writing. He doesn't have to say much to anybody. He's doing his investigating thing. He's following somebody. He goes from one spot to the other with very little dialogue. Like even the opening sequence is like, I get it. Lashif is gambling these funds. He's literally betting. Those are one of the themes of the movie. The movie is playing a lot about gambling and gambling your life. And that's what the movie ends up being, is about it being in a casino, betting. But there's something to be said about it. It's just like, it feels a slightly off. It just feels like it's missing a couple ingredients that would make this feel more like a Bond film. And I feel like it's so holding on to the book that like it's fighting between, are we trying to be the Bond film or are we trying to make this book? And sometimes it can't quite decide. Luckily, the writers are smart enough to put like some really interesting story stuff in there, specifically with Eva Green and Daniel Craig's character and all that stuff like works really well. But it just, to me, it feels like it's at odds with each other. Whereas GoldenEye never feels like that.
On top of what you just said about a heavy theme of the movie being gambling, on top of that is this interesting take on the romance between Bond and Vesper, which is in itself a poker game. And they say that explicitly when they first meet. Vesper says,
I like this poker thing.
She comes in and she's being all cute. And he's like, oh, you're adorable. And that's straight out of the novel where it's like, she comes in and she's like, I'm ready. But in the movie, they make her less naive. They make her more capable. She's a little more cynical about like this whole plan. She's like, this plan is stupid. She's reflecting what we just said. This whole plot is fucking stupid.
I suppose you've given some thought to the notion that if you lose, our government will have directly financed terrorism.
And she's not wrong. But the evolution of their love
But she's got
overall,
ulterior motives too.
Yeah, well, yeah, and we'll get to that. But the evolution of their love overall is the perfect poker game. You have the initial dealing when they first meet up.
They're reading each other.
They're sizing each other up.
I sized you up the moment we met.
It goes without being said, they're attracted to each other.
Well, your beauty's a problem. You worry you won't be taken seriously.
Which one can say of any attractive woman with half a brain. So as charming as you are, Mr. Bond, I will be keeping my eye on our government's money and off your perfectly formed house.
You noticed.
Even accountants have imagination.
There's armor, right, as she says at one point.
Facade.
The raising of the stakes, the hiding of one's true feelings, checking each other for signs of hesitation or lack of commitment or selfish intention, as she says at one point.
You think of women as disposable pleasures rather than meaningful pursuits.
And then the call, the showdown, the moment of truth where both go all in.
You're not going to let me in there, are you? You've got your armor back on. How's that?
I have no armor left. You stripped it from me. Whatever is left of me. Whatever is left of me. Whatever I am. I'm yours.
And unfortunately for Bond, this is still a zero-sum game, and he loses big. And that's what solidifies Bond's character from here to eternity. But overall, that theme of gambling, be it at the table or otherwise, is reflected in their relationship.
That's interesting. I hadn't really thought of that. You can't just jump in and show all your vulnerabilities. You gotta kind of play the game a bit.
That's the thing. In a post-sexual revolution world of shitty-ass dating, everybody has to constantly pretend like they don't care. They have to put on a poker face and pretend like, oh, I don't care. I don't care at all.
I think something is driving you, and I think I'll never find out what that is.
And then eventually, if any relationship is going to move forward, the truth has to come out.
Does everyone have a tell?
Yes. Everyone. Everyone except you. I wonder if that's why I love you.
But it's just like a poker match. Reading each other, making sure that it's safe, because both people have probably been hurt in the past or something, and so they have that armor up. That's the tragedy, is that both of them let the armor down. They let the love in. Bond is hesitant to jump in. She's hesitant to jump in. And then eventually they do both jump in, and then tragedy ensues, and that leads to the characterization of Bond.
But there you go. Lesson learned.
But we, of course, have to view their relationship from two perspectives. There's what we see on the surface, and then there's what's actually going on once we learn she's been acting as a double agent.
Don't worry. You're not my type.
Smart.
Single.
You're wrong, buddy.
She had a boyfriend, a French Algerian. They were very much in love. He was kidnapped by the organization behind Le Chiffre. And they blackmailed her, threatening to kill him unless she cooperated.
For example, take any of the poker scenes. At first, we think she's just nervous about the outcome of the game. Later, we realize, of course, that these are looks of guilt, as well as fear over the predicament of her boyfriend.
You must have thought I was bluffing, Mr. Bond.
Because she's the one that told Le Chiffre about the tell.
What do you mean?
The twitch he has to hide when he bluffs.
Thereby making her responsible both for Bond losing to Le Chiffre, as well as the real reason why she doesn't give a green light for Bond to buy back in.
I'm gonna need the other $5 million to buy back in.
I can't do that, James.
This also gives added significance to her saving Bond's life after he drinks Le Chiffre's girlfriend's poison, because had she let him die, as far as she's concerned, her problems would have been over.
You okay?
Me?
And then after Le Chiffre's gone, at first we think she's legitimately fallen for Bond because of what they've been through, but later we realize she's actually playing him to get the password for the money.
It's just that not so long ago, I would have described your feelings towards me as, I'm trying to think of a better word than loathing.
I'm afraid I'm a complicated woman.
That is something to be afraid of.
Ding, 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 ding.
Bond, completely misdirected by Le Chiffre's Mathis comment, gives her the password that because it's her name,
V-E-S-P-E-R.
We immediately see this strong emotional look on her face that at first we think is because of this simple romantic gesture, but really it's driven by this immense amount of guilt that she's been carrying around because she is literally torturing this man who seems to always have her back and do right by her. From the shower scene to the kidnapping scene, literally all the way down to the suicide scene where she's looking at him like, really, dude? You're still trying to rescue me? Even down to the minor detail of always standing up whenever she leaves a room. Bond is basically a beta male orbiter slowly leaving the friend zone, but it's all based on a lie.
Remember I told you about Le Chiffre's tell? Well, Mathis told Le Chiffre. That's how he wiped me out.
I can't believe it.
Well, neither could I.
McCurdy, you asked at one point, where is the moment where she falls for him? I think that in the end, she falls for him because from the get-go, she's trying to do whatever it takes to save her boyfriend. And she right away doesn't like this conceited, arrogant 007, but he slowly just shows that he's such a good man, right? He's an arrogant, egotistical prick, but he's such a good, chivalrous man at the end of the day, no matter how much she tries to push him away, that she falls for him because he is always on the side of good. Like he's not corrupt, and he's always defending the innocent. He's always doing the right thing to the point where that's where she's like,
I just want you to know that if all there was left of you was your smile and your little finger, you'd still be more of a man than anyone I've ever met.
so that is the moment if he had to pick one. But the brilliance of this romance is that there isn't just one moment. It really does organically build over time while throwing us for this loop at the end that she's actually a traitor, because it just throws on all these layers of complexity where she really is torn between these two men that she's legitimately in love with.
I figured out what that is. It's an Algerian love knot.
Really? I thought it was just something pretty.
No, you didn't. Someone gave that to you. He's a very lucky man.
And this goes back to the From Russia with Love episode where I was saying Tatiana was ordered to fall in love with Bond, but then she actually does. But with this movie, you really believe it. You can truly comprehend how this poor woman has been torn in half. It's nearly impossible to ever pick out with 100% certainty which scenes she's telling the truth and which scenes she's lying. It's brilliant.
You stopped wearing the necklace.
Yeah. It was time.
Time enough to get over someone.
Because no matter how hard I try to push you away and throw you under the bus, I can't help but love you because you're always doing the right thing. That is the attraction to Bond in general, is that even though he is this...
The man. Why can't nice guys be more like you?
Because then they'd be bad.
He's always on the side of good.
I can't help but be attracted to you.
And that's part of why she falls for him, because she's always trying to push him off, and she's actively sabotaging him the whole time. But even then, he's always persisting and winning and overcoming and still loving her. And she's desperate to like stop him, and he keeps defeating that effort and her, and she loves him. But remember, she never says it. Only Bond says it, and that makes all the difference. Something that always confused me as a kid was that, you know, being a first-timer to this movie and having seen all the movies beforehand, when Vesper first shows up, what does she say?
I'm the money?
I'm the money.
Every penny of it.
And then he says, you're every penny of it.
Every penny of it. And I
Yeah,
remember being like,
penny?
Money Penny. Like, as a kid, I was like, Money Penny? Is this Money Penny? And being very confused that it wasn't. But obviously they wrote that in there knowing what people would think.
They probably did it as a reference.
I haven't thought of that until just now.
Yeah.
So no one's thinking about that. Except you weirdos.
Yeah.
That kind of leads into something that I am a little bit confused about. And it's not like this movie is the only one guilty of this. I've been confused by aspects of most, if not all, of these movies.
Yeah.
But I do have some confusion in regards to Mr. White, Lashif, and Eva Green being like a double agent, and Mathis and calling him into question. I don't understand it 100%, and I'll admit that.
So the Mathis stuff gets answered in the next movie. Just take the Mathis stuff, put it off to the side.
So like if we take the organization, right, you got White controlling Lashif, and Lashif's getting money from whoever to, just make more money for Mr. White?
Think of Lashif's character like in The Dark Knight, Mr. Yao, who takes all the mobsters' money.
I'm good with calculation.
Much like in The Big Short, Christian Bale's character in that movie, he's in managing the funds that he's getting from his clients.
Mr. White will have told you that I have provided reliable banking services for many other freedom fighters over the years.
Okay. And all of his clients are all terrorists.
Has he been playing the stock market with his clients' funds? I'm not going to be too happy when they find out it's gone.
So he's basically gambling their money to make more money for himself, for whatever.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, is he doing it for them or for himself?
Both, but mostly for himself.
He's basically investment broker, right? They would invest
Hedge
their
fund
money.
manager,
They're investing.
He messes up. He loses
They take their
everyone's
portfolios,
money.
invest their money so they would make more money, but he's kind of doing it in a shady way. And by using it to fund terrorism things that will
At Mr. White's
boost his amount of money.
orders?
That's not the movie. The movie is the casino story and the Vesper story. The movie's not necessarily the Mr. White stuff. We just know that this guy's a bad guy.
Is it a separate organization that's controlling Vesper Lynd and her boyfriend and blackmailing her into this whole situation of giving a different account number?
The organization behind Lashif, which is Mr. White's mysterious organization, which we all know is Spectre, is basically doing with Lashif the same thing they did with Osato back in You Only Live Twice.
Osato and number 11, report now.
We don't know for sure, but you can assume that he doesn't even have a number. He's just working for Spectre as someone who can make them a ton of money.
How do I trust this man that I've never met with my money?
You ask for the introduction. That's all my organization will guarantee.
Once they found out that it was going to be Vesper, who was the Treasury representative, they immediately got to work in kidnapping somebody close to her so that they could control her.
So that happens after she's selected to be involved.
That's to be assumed.
Yeah.
Oh.
The confusion is this, okay? So the whole thing is Lashif lying when he says,
I'm afraid your friend Mathis is really my friend Mathis.
Why would he say that if Mathis is indeed innocent, right? They leave it a bit open-ended because M says later, okay, now Mathis is cleared. And Bond's like, no.
We just proved that she's guilty, not that he's innocent.
Bond is like, Vesper is innocent because she's so hot, right? Bond's got that attribute back where he's blinded by Vagine. He's like, of the two people who are on my side, it would clearly be Mathis and it wouldn't be this hot babe that I'm in love with, right? Because he's committing the first sin of Bond, which is letting his emotions dictate his actions.
Anything else you remember?
As well as who he decides to trust, which in this movie is hoes before bros.
Anything that can help us?
Help us?
Mm-hmm.
Or help you?
The confusion, though, is the understanding that Vesper and Lashif staged the kidnapping so that Bond would make chase? Did they stage that kidnapping, like where she gets shoved into a car and she's like, ah?
Mathis needs me.
Mathis.
This is another one of those convenient movie shortcuts, because what if Bond had just continued to sit and enjoy his champagne and caviar? What if he didn't suspect Mathis on cue and ran out the door in order to witness the kidnapping? You can assume that he'd probably get a message from Lashif later on saying, I have the girl, I'll trade you for the money. But instead, Bond runs after her and sees the kidnapping because it's more exciting that way. At that point, you might as well ask, how is it that Felix dropped the ball so hard by not grabbing up Lashif after the game? The more interesting questions surround Mr. White's role. My assumption is that Mr. White planned this whole thing as a contingency in case Lashif lost the game. In fact, Lashif may have never known that Vesper was secretly working against Bond. Perhaps the whole time she was relaying information through Mr. White, who, knowing that Bond would probably never give up the password willingly,
No matter what you do, I'm not going to give you the password, which means your clients are going to hunt you down and cut you into little pieces of meat while you're still breathing.
had his sexy heartache of an ace in the hole Vesper ready to go. In fact, one can assume that Mr. White would probably have disapproved of putting Vesper in the middle of the road for Bond to flatten because he needed her ultimately to retrieve the password. Furthermore, why else would Vesper have Mr. White's phone number saved in her phone? And then they blame it on Mathis to sow seeds of confusion within Bond's side of things. Point the blame at Mathis so that Bond never suspects Vesper. All Mr. White had to do was wait for Lashif to execute the kidnapping and the show begins. Lashif plants the perfect lie about Mathis. Mr. White kills Lashif in front of Bond, which not only prevents Lashif from talking to the CIA, but puts on a performance for Bond, making him think the show is over and he's safe. Hence the line,
Money isn't as valuable to our organization as knowing who to trust.
But clearly the money means a great deal to them because they never stop seeking it until they get it. This is the answer to Mathis's question.
What? Why they left the two of you alive?
They get Bond to point the finger at Mathis, taking suspicion away from Vesper so she can secure the money. It's perfect because usually Bond is exercising Bond love, right? Where it's temporary. Bond's like telling a chick he loves her to get something from her. But on this initial Bond adventure, it's Vesper pushing the Bond love where it's real but temporary, right? She does, in a way, love Bond, but she is throwing him under the bus.
It's like what my boyfriend was saying the other day.
You.
It's only a few streets away. I'm moving in with my boyfriend, Ian.
If you could hand this one to my boyfriend.
F*** you.
She had a boyfriend.
F*** you. Job's done. The bitch is dead.
James, did you ever ask yourself why you weren't killed that night?
Isn't it obvious? She made a deal to spare your life in exchange for the money. I'm sure she hoped they would let her live.
But she must have known she was going to her death.
This effectively makes Vesper the most complex Bond girl we've ever had, as she's everything that Tanya wishes she was, with the falling in love with Bond under orders, but then things get real. Everything Tracy wishes she was, as the damaged feminist who pushes Bond away with all her might, but relents to his dominance, and is ultimately the complete 180-degree mirror image of the embarrassingly empty Jinx Johnson by achieving a completely three-dimensional character that even justifies her Bond girl beauty as simply a function of fitting the part of Bond's cover identity, instead of her being hot just for the sake of being hot because this is a Bond movie. It is not difficult to say that Vesper Lynd is the greatest Bond girl of all time. And most importantly, she teaches Bond the lesson that he'll take with him through all of his adventures. Trust no one and don't catch feelings, no matter what. Now that all that's been said, McCurdy, are you sticking with 4?
He's probably now down at 12 below.
I'm at like the lowest you can go now.
How are you at 4? How do we get him up from 4? Because at least we both agree, Char, that it's above Goldfinger, right? McCurdy, can you argue below Goldfinger?
I just feel like if someone said, okay, we're going to watch a James Bond movie.
I'm throwing in Casino.
I'm not throwing in Casino because it doesn't give me any Bond vibes. But you know what movies do? The top 3 do, for sure.
I think that my same old thing as before, and this is where the fruits of your past are biting you in the butt. I think that if you were tickling my balls with a long rope and saying that if it was GoldenEye from Russia with Love and then you said Casino, I'd be like, oh baby, you're speaking my language.
Sure.
But that Goldfinger messes me up. That fucking Goldfinger messes me up to where like I want Casino to beat out Goldfinger, but not beat out GoldenEye, because I think GoldenEye is the epitome of the Bond films.
To be a lesbian that Bond turns because he's so good at poker.
Yeah, poke her.
Problem is my main point really just comes down to the thing that you guys are like, well, that doesn't really measure to a point, is the iconography, right? Charlie makes a lot of good points. This is a really well-written story.
I would think this would be right up your alley with the romance.
I mean, yeah,
vulnerable
but I don't know
Bond.
what it is. I think it's just...
McCurdy wasn't feeling the love.
Just wasn't feeling it, man.
Movie.
Just wasn't feeling it, man.
You need to drink more just before you watch.
I watched the movie. There are elements that are very good. Obviously, there's really good story, not plot, but story elements that are really good in this movie. But where the movie kind of lacks is the Bond-isms, the iconicness of it. I mean, even not hearing the Bond theme for most of the film, I'm kind of
I'm gonna
left
drink
at
for
like,
you, by the way.
That's how I feel as I'm watching the movie, and I'm like, there's just not enough there to get me pumped. You know, we did a ranking. I think people were like, oh man, Lashif's such a great character. He's such the best villain. After watching this movie, I'm like, is he? It's kind of lame. He's kind of a lame
cool.
character.
He turns
There's
out to
nothing
be
cool
more
about
of
him.
like a middle bad guy, which makes sense for a Bond first as a 00 agent.
Well, let me stand up for Lashif for a minute. The reason he is so beloved is, of course, because he is complex. He and Bond never throw a punch, and that's not just a sign of a good villain, but the sign of a great villain. I've said in the past that when it comes to female characters, there's a tendency to simply judge them as physically strong or not strong, and that's that, which is a lazy and boring assessment programmed into us by contemporary social politics. People tend to do the same thing with bad guys. Uncreative bad guy stories often fall back on fight scenes and punch for punches, and that's boring and uninteresting because they are predictable and often very one-sided. Lashif is what you would get if Boris Grishenko was made a primary villain. The man is all brains and very little brawn. If he went up against Bond, he would predictably get his ass kicked. This is what makes Lashif so interesting and not boring, because on top of this is a very un-Bond villain-like predicament of being a desperate middleman. This is a rare case where the bad guy is ultimately killed by other bad guys, which only serves to highlight the complexity of this character's desperate predicament with Bond on one side.
I will take a hand for this betrayal, but you needed to play cards.
His own clients hunting him, and Mr. White on the other. Something that physically manifests as this guy literally weeping blood. How many times have y'all heard me go on about the importance of a connection between Bond and bad guy beyond the physical? The movie could have just pitted these two against each other in a boring punch for punch, which is what we're teased with when Bond grabs the steak knife to go handle Le Chiffre physically.
James, get the girl out.
Such a thing takes little effort story-wise and is ultimately boring. Instead, these men return to their real battleground, the poker table. We even see an echo of the free-running scene where Le Chiffre is always very precise and smooth with his chip handling. And then there's Bond aggressively splashing the pot. Bond and Le Chiffre battle with words and looks quite reminiscent of our other greatest Bond villain, Goldfinger. Everything at the Casino Royale takes the Goldfinger golf scene to a whole new level, which actually takes effort far and away beyond a simple battle of fists. Because as Bond explains in the train scene,
In poker, you never play your hand. You play the man across from you.
poker isn't just hoping for the best cards, but about assessing the man on the other side of the table and reading his bluffs. In order to do so, Bond continuously plays provocateur with Le Chiffre, starting with breaking his cover and using his real name.
James Bond. You'll find the reservation under Beach.
Welcome, Mr. Bond.
Welcome, Mr. Beach. Was that Bond? I'm a little confused.
Well, we wouldn't want that, would we?
Earlier in the film, M says,
Arrogance and self-awareness seldom go hand in hand.
Later, Bond says to Vesper,
Ironically enough, makes it less likely for her to be accepted and promoted by her male superiors, who mistake her insecurities for arrogance.
which is what Vesper herself begins to believe about Bond.
Very funny.
Look, if Le Chiffre is that well connected, he knows who I am and where the money's coming from, which means he's decided to play me anyway. So he's either desperate or he's overly confident, but either way, that tells me something about him. And all he gets in return is a name he already has.
She begins to mistake his confidence and calculated plays as egotism.
And now he knows something about you. He knows you're reckless. Take the next one. There isn't enough room for me and your ego.
When really it's all part of Bond's strategy. When Bond loses a hand on purpose, Vesper sees this as Bond not being a good poker player.
You're losing so fast we won't be here past midnight.
Bond then explains that he did so on purpose to discover Le Chiffre's tell.
It was worth it to discover his tell,
You have the best hand.
which he got on the last card. The odds against were 23 to 1, and he'd know that. When he did his first raise, he had nothing. Winning was blind luck.
Maybe he can actually pull this off.
And that's Bond's relationship to Le Chiffre, not punching him until he relents physically, but provoking and probing him for weaknesses that he can exploit. Bond does this so well that Le Chiffre, in his desperation, seeks to remove Bond from the game by whatever means necessary, essentially cheating, because his very life is at stake. Their relationship escalates to, not a fight scene, but a torture scene, where Le Chiffre, just like Goldfinger, ties Bond to a chair and threatens to permanently emasculate him. Just as Bond bluffs Goldfinger to let him live,
You know nothing, Mr. Bond. Operation Grand Slam, for instance.
Bond tells Le Chiffre that no matter what he does, he won't give up the password.
The password, please.
The question is Bond bluffing?
I've got a little itch. Down there. Would you mind? Yes! 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 Now the whole world's gonna know that you died scratching my balls!
Instead of breaking free of the chair using some Q gadget and beating up Le Chiffre, the scene continues on this higher level of storytelling. Le Chiffre calls his bluff and threatens to feed Bond his own, PPK.
I'll feed you what you seem not to value.
This is where Mr. White begins his final manipulation of Bond by killing Le Chiffre in front of him in order to later secure the password using Vesper. All of this added up makes Le Chiffre just as unique and complex as our Bond girl. Not a classic Bond villain hell-bent on destroying the world or enriching himself for the sake of power, but rather enriching himself for the sake of survival. So is Le Chiffre kinda lame? Well, yeah. And that's exactly what makes him such a fresh and compelling Bond villain.
I still maintain and I believe that Martin Campbell's idea for this movie was like the origin story of James Bond, even down to the point where like, you know, Bond gets Vesper a dress. He's like, I need you to look good.
I need you looking fabulous, so that when you walk up behind me and kiss me on the neck, the players across from me will be thinking about your neckline and not about their cards.
Bond is challenging Vesper to play a feminine role by essentially having her recreate that moment Solange walked in and kissed her husband, Mr. Demetrius.
And then she retorts back where he comes in, he's like, I have a dinner jacket.
I have a dinner jacket.
There are dinner jackets and dinner jackets. This is the latter. And I need you looking like a man who belongs at that table.
That whole moment of him putting on the iconic tuxedo, like that's all played up to a point where it feels like the filmmakers are purposely making this scene kind of feel like Batman putting on the bat suit for the first time. Like that's really what that scene felt like to me. So it just made sense throughout the movie that he's like, well, he's not James Bond yet. He's not 007 yet. He's not the one from the movies yet. This is his origin movie.
It's Batman Begins.
So he can't say the iconic line. We can't put the iconic music till the very end of the movie. And it fits with the story because everything that Charlie said about, you know, this is why he's this cold-hearted person. But as the movie goes on, I do feel like this movie feels empty and it's missing things.
Another just kind of like odd moment is when, you know, we're so used to, what do you have? Vodka martini, shaken not stirred. In this case, it was
Vodka martini.
Shaken or stirred.
Do I look like I give a damn?
That's an interesting way of keeping it fresh, like having Bond say something different. But in this, Bond is just playing cards, right? And he's like, send the bar guy over. The guy comes over, and out of nowhere,
just makes up a drink.
Bond makes up a drink.
Dry martini.
Oui, monsieur.
Wait. 3 measures of Gordon's, 1 of vodka, half a measure of quinoa lily. Shake it over rice, and then add a thin slice of lemon peel.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'll have one of those.
So will I. It's not that late.
My friend, bring me one as well. Keep the fruit.
He just makes up this drink that sounds great, and that's another one of those things where as a kid I was like, wait, is he making up a vodka martini? No, it's not a vodka martini. It's something new, and he just does it, and it's like, why? Why does he do
Vesper, it? Well, he makes it. Yeah, he makes the drink, but like the weirdest part about the shaken not stirred thing is like typically people don't order martinis shaken. Most of the time they're just stirred.
Because you get little chunks of ice, which is not good.
So it's just a weird thing where they're like, where he says shaken not stirred. That's specific to his character. So then when the guy asked him, it's like the writers are trying to be tongue in cheek about it, but at the same time, it's like that ruins the logic of how an actual martini is ordered. So it's a little
funny
weird.
that when you were talking about how you see this movie, I was actually thinking about martinis in the way Bond ordered it. Like he orders it shaken, so there's little bits of ice and it's a little bit more diluted. And that's some of the aspects of this movie you don't like, or the length or the dilution. And there's just little pieces that shouldn't be there.
But it's also confusing because it's like he's ordering vodka martinis, but then he's also ordering this random drink called a Vesper, why? What is the significance of the Vesper, and how did he come up with the ingredients?
What happens with Vesper Lind? Maybe he never has another Vesper, and that's when he gets into his typical Bond drink. But I mean, maybe you're in a way saying like the audience would have benefited from, rather than him becoming and saying James Bond at the end, like somehow if the pre-title sequence took care of that in that like first 10 minutes or something, and then from the title sequence on, he is the Bond that people know.
I will say this about the prologue. It is shot much differently than the rest of the film on a whole.
It's supposed to look like a classic spy drama. Like it's sending a message of like, we're starting anew.
It's shot in black and white and 16 mil because you can tell it's super grainy. Specifically, the bathroom fight is shot super grainy.
Yeah, it is.
And like slightly, probably a little overexposed as well. All of the angles and shots leading up to him talking to him is like shot with these really cool Dutch angles. So all the shots are like slightly off kilter. It has a very film noir look to it. And then the bathroom stuff feels separate from it because then it's like, oh, well, now it's all tied into the gun barrel thing. It just feels like such a weird part because it's like there's that part of the movie and then the rest of the movie it's not that at all.
Had the whole movie been like that, it really would have been like a classic 1950s, 60s spy drama. It's almost like the idea was, let's take Bond's whole backstory and just compress it into the prologue. And then from there, we can do whatever we want. But in the prologue, we're going to do a black and white. Like, we're going to make it feel like it's the 1960s. We're going to have a throwback to Ian Fleming's 1960s. And then they
to me, it's not a negative to the
it.
film, but it is interesting to see that they were like, let's try something a little new and just do a different style for the beginning of the movie. And then the rest of the movie isn't that way. Not to say that other movies didn't have some kind of style or flair to the way they shot or edited them. Because obviously we talked about that a lot in Die Another Day, had a lot of these crazy ramping motion, like swishing things. If we don't want to elongate this too much, like I'll concede and say, yeah, I think it's under GoldenEye, but From Russia with Love's pretty great on its own. And I think I could see where Charlie would be like, well, if From Russia with Love was here, I could see it putting down below this. Goldfinger, I know, kind of has some issues in the plot towards the end of it, but I still think it's a much more fun and engaging movie. I agree with you, Charlie. I think GoldenEye is still the better movie.
I mean, that's where I'm gonna stick to. And again, doesn't mean that Casino is a bad movie. Casino rocks, but Casino lives on one end of a spectrum. Other movies in the top 10 live on another end of the spectrum. And then GoldenEye.
So you're saying we should have
the
two
perfect
separate lists?
No.
No, that's not what he's saying.
No.
Where Casino's the top of one and GoldenEye is the top of another.
Yes, people can conceive of a universe where there are those separate lists, and one is like the dark movies and the other are the goofy movies. But that only accentuates my point, which is that GoldenEye is both of those lists combined. Because GoldenEye, there are moments of humor in this movie, right? There are moments of humor.
Not many.
And how the hell did you find out where I lived?
Same way I found out your name. I thought M was a randomly assigned letter. I had no idea it stood for...
Utter one more syllable and I'll have you killed.
But even like, don't touch that.
Don't touch that. It's my lunch.
Stuff like that is where GoldenEye manages to ride this balance beam of fun and sometimes goofy and then very serious. It manages that balance so perfectly that I got to give it those props as a movie versus an adaptation of a book. Because what is the best James Bond book adaptation? Casino Royale, hands down, best adaptation. But how does that go up against a movie that is the collective of tropes that happened over decades of filmmaking of Bond movies? It's GoldenEye. When it comes to these movies, this is the epitome of the collective, right? Now, if we were ranking action movies, Casino Royale, up against Die Hard and up against Bourne Identity movies and all that, Casino Royale would be intermixed with those, and then GoldenEye would be further down the list. But when it comes to ranking Bond movies, and again, this goes back to our initial episode 3 of From Russia with Love versus Goldfinger, there's a difference between a good movie, be it action or otherwise, and a good Bond movie. And you just can't take it away from GoldenEye. If you're a kid, you might be like, well, where's all the fun stuff? Where's Q? Again, this is why it's like, okay, if you love goofy Bond, you live with Spy Who Loved Me. If you love serious Bond, you're with Casino Royale. If you want the most balanced Bond that's ever been, you're with GoldenEye. Yeah. And that's why it tops my list. And that's without going into the specifics of GoldenEye. Because when you go into the specifics, it's like, oh man, all the bad guys are great. Like Boris Grishenko is great, and Xenia Zergevna Onatop is great, and Alec Trevelyan being like a Dark Link version of Bond. All these elements are so much fun and awesome, and you got your beginning of the movie, you got the GoldenEye layer. At the end, you have the GoldenEye layer. You have that mirror effect. You have all these. I hesitate to go into it because I got to go off on the long list again, but it's...
You don't need to go off the long list,
well,
but
a lot of that stuff is silly.
Though.
Does Bond need to be silly?
Not silly. I don't think GoldenEye never. But that's the whole point. The whole appeal of GoldenEye is that it manages to be all those things without being silly. Yes, a volcano layer is silly, But specifically, GoldenEye manages to have all of these elements that typically were silly, but our Lord and Savior, Martin Campbell, manages to do all of that and not ever fall off the balance beam into crazy land. That's why I always say GoldenEye is such a well-balanced movie. It's the epitome of the Bond movies, goofy and serious combined into one. But if you just want dark, stark, and depressing, if you just want Batman Begins, go watch Casino. But that's
I think I do.
a specific taste.
It's just not a great mix. You've got a really compelling story.
Bond becoming Bond. You got some great parkour. You got a great airport scene. You got great card playing scene.
Bond movie at the beginning of his career and Bond movie at the end of his career. And that's what makes the decision somewhat difficult. But for me, it's simplified by the idea that GoldenEye is perfectly well balanced of all Bonds.
Casino Royale and License to Kill are over here.
Diamonds Are Forever and The Spy Who Loved Me are over here.
And GoldenEye is right here, the perfect balance of all things. GoldenEye never reaches a point of oversaturated goofiness. It is perfectly balanced.
I rewatched GoldenEye a good 2-3 times in preparation for this, thinking it was going to be a big battle for 1 and 2. And I found myself getting pretty bored with GoldenEye, and Casino was pretty fresh for me throughout my multiple rewatches of
But
it.
would you say though, Nance, would you say that's because GoldenEye is a boring movie, or would you say because your specific tastes are more geared towards that side of the spectrum, which is License to Kill and Casino, the darkness?
I would
like
say
the darkness.
It's probably my mind's more geared towards that.
I think I remember more out of GoldenEye overall than I do when I think about this movie. Because this movie, I think about, there's a poker scene. It takes up a chunk of the movie. I do remember the parkour scene, and that's about it. I don't think about the rest of the movie after that. I'm like, oh yeah, there's that plane thing. I completely forgot the Aston Martin DB5 was even in this movie. I watched this movie, I'm like, oh, that's in this movie. I completely forgot about that. This movie's somewhat forgettable in times, and I feel like it is a little more slow-paced than it needs to be for a Bond movie like Charlie keeps harping on. And that's probably why I just don't see it as the top tier.
I think it's a damn good one.
It's a good movie. It's not a good Bond movie. I think really what it comes down to for me is this movie is the best vodka that money can buy, and GoldenEye is a complete vodka martini, shaken, not stirred.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel about Casino Royale. Or as Felix says in this movie, I'll have everything hold the fruit. This movie is hold the fruit. This movie is hold everything that makes Bond fun is gone.
Mr. Zach says, my personal favorite Bond for how emotionally powerful it is, and they somehow made 45 minutes of people playing poker thrilling. Kind of sounds like Patterson. Lemmy as God says, this is number 1 on my list. The story is complex without being convoluted. Great villain with a coherent motivation. The stakes are not as big as in many other Bond movies, but I don't think it makes the story any less compelling. The movie is great, modernized adaptation of Fleming's novel. Yeah, without a doubt. It is a great blend of the classy espionage elements of some of the Connery Bonds, which were more closely based on the books, and the compelling action sequences that developed later. I could see the decision to switch baccarat to poker being criticized as an example of Eon doing what is popular at the time, but I think it was a great choice because far more people understand the rules of poker than baccarat, so it makes the lengthy scenes at the table more accessible. Yeah, true. Craig is great as Bond, and he has good chemistry with Green as Vesper. The scene where he crashes the car of the Goldfinger doppelganger is one of my all-time favorites. The movie is also just beautiful to look at and has a great score. While not necessarily the best criteria to determine the best Bond movie, this is the movie I recommend to people who have never seen a Bond movie to try to get them to understand the appeal of the franchise. So many of the iconic Bond tropes are here, packaged in a way that even someone who might be reluctant to buy in can enjoy, though it did not manage to convert my wife into a Bond fan.
It's like Bond. It's Bond Light.
I would disagree with that.
It's Bond Light. Let's say that.
It's accessible.
It's more of a Bourne movie than it is a
accessible
Bond
movie.
It is accessible.
More of a modern action movie.
There's a reason Nance put it
with
at the top.
sprinkles of Bond in there.
The Entertainer says, a great reworking of Bond that brings the character back to Fleming. One of the best in the series, together with License to Kill, this is the only one that really nailed the darkness in Bond. Again, one side of the spectrum. Craig brings a thuggishness to the role that we haven't seen before, but it works well with the more realistic tone of the film, while the classic Bond suaveness is something he has to grow into for the sake of the mission, adding to the believability. The poker game at Casino Royale is by far the best Fleming-esque showdown between Bond and the villain to date. I absolutely agree with changing the game from baccarat to poker to add to the excitement. The game between Bond and Le Chiffre in Casino Royale 54 should be a good indication of how boring that would have been. True. However, there are two things that bug me. The first thing is the obvious betrayal from Miss Lind. Not that I have anything against it from a narrative standpoint, but the prolonged scenes of making love on the beach, etc., that harkens back to Bond and Tracy in Secret Service just doesn't work as effectively. Tracy's death comes sudden and quick at the very end of the film, while we more or less get the entirety of Bond and Vesper's romance after the events at Casino Royale are concluded. Of course, by the end of Secret Service, Tracy's death is fairly obvious as well, but at least it's short and packs a bigger punch. Casino Royale takes so much time setting Vesper's death up, and it makes the scene less impactful. Second issue would be that while this is an origin story for Bond, the first couple of action sequences doesn't have a Bond feel to them, the Madagascar and airport chases, that's your point, McCurdy. The scenes are spectacular, but a bit too long and feels too much like I'm watching any generic action movie. I get that they tried making Bond realistic so he doesn't get to use exploding pens and laser watches, but you could still make the action a bit more enjoyable to give it that Bond feel. I think Skyfall improved on the action sequences immensely in this regard. What's a Skyfall? Other than that, I think this film is absolutely fantastic. I currently rank it number 4 on my list. Ethan Blastoise says, Martin Campbell continues his weird but effective pacing, whereas GoldenEye was first half exposition, second half action. Casino Royale is first half action, second half a tight Fleming pulp story. It's a double feature. The smaller Bond plot segues into the bigger poker plot, something Fleming was good at. Since they are each 1 hour long, the pacing is bare bones. Craig gets worshipped for bringing humanity to the character as he mows down 80 people blindfolded and never bleeds. Casino Royale brought back Bond's humanity through action. One-man army Bond is dead. Even the outlandish stunts are humanly possible. The parkour chase and terrorist fight have the best stunt work action since License to Kill. The stairwell fight and sinking building are raw and brutal. Bond fights 1 to 2 henchmen at a time and gets his ass handed to him. Bond's humanity is shown through psychological torture. The job is taking his soul, and he has to become a sociopath to survive. Later films reduce this to loneliness and relationship strife, which could be any job field. I love the black comedy. Bond smiling after switching the terrorist keychain bomb is the type of wit that had been missing since Connery. Craig is fun and suave to Solange and breaks the ice with dry humor to uppity Vesper, something he will later suck at. Another thing we've been starved for is Bond facing the villain at sport, which allowed for the dynamic of Bond showing his hand, all but telling the villain that he's the law. Switching from French blackjack to Texas Hold'em was a good call, but the card play is for casuals. Even when Bond has a full house, Le Chiffre says, "You thought I was bluffing?" Needs to be more high card / pair wins. However, the focus is Bond and Le Chiffre's reactions. I love how they keep one-upping each other through the night. One gripe is the car chase. Bond is on their ass the whole time, then it cuts and he lost them. They wouldn't have enough time to lay Vesper in the road. Yeah, that's kind of true. Some things just have to be goofed.
I think like a lot of this movie is just there's little things that are like.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of just like goofing with the timeline to make things
It's more
work.
fun, more interesting this way than realistic.
Exactly.
No, it's just shortcutting because you're like, well, to make it make sense, it's this, and then it's the same with my argument about, oh, well, he's on the surveillance cam, and like, how does he figure this out? It's like it's a shortcut so that the audience gets it, but it doesn't. In reality, it would be something completely different.
Yeah, the general complaint here is, well, in reality, the story would have been more boring, and the point I often make is, don't ruin a good story with the truth or a a hyper focus on realism, because reality is often very boring. In my opinion, Bond moves on from Vesper's death at the end, even if Eon couldn't. Thus I rank Casino Royale number 4. With number 3, For Your Eyes Only, number 2, Goldfinger, and number 1, From Russia with Love. Eon, make more like this. Craig's Bond is fun and charming towards Solange and breaks the ice with dry humor towards Vesper, something even background extras are checking him out. McCurdy, that's 2 for you, man.
Yeah, it just comes really down to like, this movie lacks... It has some really strong stuff. So it's not like it's not like a lower tier movie for me. It's just, after watching this movie, I'm like, I miss many of the other James Bond tropes, and you can feel it. And there's a lot in there that I feel like this movie's missing things.
Yeah.
It's like portions of it could be distilled further, and some of it
there's
is
just
maybe
so
too
much
distilled.
Bond that's not there, and that's what's upsetting. As I watch the movie, and I get bored to tears at times, and I'm like, I wish I was watching Goldeneye. I wish I was watching Goldfinger or From Russia with Love, or
so far with the comments, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that there's not more people like 111.
I will agree with Nans, though, so far as, like, I disagree that this movie is boring at times. I do think that it holds you. I agree with you that it does feel like 3 different movies mashed into one. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing.
I say 3 because that last half of it, or sorry, not the last half. Basically, after Lashif gets murdered, it's kind of like, okay, we got the bad guy. But then, like, the movie keeps going.
We got the bad guy. Now Bond gets to ride off into the sunset with his, oh,
yeah, I get that.
No,
I'm saying to somebody's point than this.
My babe,
Yeah, I get to the... But whoever said it their point was that, like, it feels like they took regardless of how you feel about the end of the world is not enough, or not in the world is not, sorry, Honor Majesty's Secret Service, they do make a point. It's like they this whole house and falling, and it felt really built up because you have to make an action sequence out of everybody's death we have to make a thing out of everything because the book isn't that. So it's like, it's funny to me because people say, oh, it's a great adaptation of the book. I'm like, it's not the book. Like, it is and it isn't. It's let's make this into a Hollywood movie. Let's take this book that was probably better for like a television movie, and let's make it into a big theatrical action movie.
Yeah, no doubt. But dude, you're not sitting there watching the movie calling BS for any of those reasons. This is the problem with talking about the books. Because talking about the book tends to skew people's thoughts about the movie. And if you just watch the movie, you don't pick up on anything regarding the opening or the closing being off. I agree with you that GoldenEye is specifically focused on one story from beginning to end, but that's only so far as comparing it directly to Casino. As Nan said, it is the story of Bond becoming a 00 and then dealing with what being a 00 entails, namely the lesson of not trusting anybody. This movie does it right. There's nothing that they added to this movie that made it overly convoluted or crazy. Yes, it goes crazy with action that wasn't in the book. That action is fantastic, but there's still meaning to this movie, and that meaning, of course, is Bond learning the core lesson that develops him into a proper 00. When we did The Living Daylights, we talked about how that was just a short story, and the short story is the first 20 minutes or whatever, and then after that, it is solely whatever Mikey G. Wiz wanted to be doing at that time. Of course, one could argue the same thing here with it being a small book that's then expanded into this much larger movie, but that's ignoring the fact that if you don't read the book and you just watch the movie is great. It's a similar argument I've had a million times with people talking about The Hobbit. Now, if you think the Hobbit movies are bad, you think they're bad. But if you think they're bad specifically because they're a small book that was expanded into too many films, you're ignoring the fact that it was the adaptation that was bad. Because if the movies were good and had interesting storylines and characterizations that came from the screenwriters, like Casino Royale has, nobody would ever bring up the size of the book. Hell, Shawshank Redemption is generally regarded as the best film of all time, and it was based on a relatively small novella by Stephen King. But the movie's so good, nobody ever mentions that. So here, there's no complaint. The movie is good, therefore, it doesn't matter what the book was. That's why we avoid talking about them as much as we can, other than just interesting things that are relevant to any given discussion. Ants in My Eyes Johnson says, my 4th Bond film in theaters. After the unfortunate debacle of Die Another Day, Casino brought a breath of fresh air to 007 At the time of Casino's release, I and kindred Bond fellows felt the series had washed out and was in need of a back-to-basics, stripped-down Connery/T-Dalt-esque gritty Bond. That's exactly what Casino delivered in spades, literally. It's number 3 on my list behind GoldenEye and From Russia with Love ahead of Goldfinger. There aren't many things wrong with Casino aside from Craig having 0 ASMR quality. That notwithstanding, objectively, it could be placed at number 1. So Anson
Now we
Myers
need
Johnson.
an edit of the opposite of ASMR for Craig, just like bursting through stuff, rashly throwing poker chips and flipping through disc cases.
Things that keep you awake.
Yes!
That's hilarious. Yes! But dude, I mean, McCurdy, I'm
He's
shocked.
getting a lot of support.
You're getting a lot of support, dude. Half are saying number 1, and the other half are agreeing with McCurdy, where it's like, maybe it's 4.
They have made it a lot easier to concede to you guys' points on it shouldn't be number 1. Coming into this episode, I did think there was a really good chance of it being number 1. But
I thought it'd be a battle. I thought I'd be the only one.
Hearing you
Apparently
guys,
I'm not alone.
You guys in the comments, and I would imagine the commenters like you guys are big Bond fans. For a Bond fan, is this a good Bond movie? And it sounds like, yes, it's a good Bond movie, but it's not the best Bond movie to a Bond fan. Yeah, I appreciate Bond, but I'm more of just an average moviegoer.
I mean, again, I expected to come in here and from McCurdy to be like, this is a masterpiece because it reminds me of Secret Service.
Yeah.
But McCurdy, I read you. I understand your thinking. And it kind of makes everything easier. But I have trouble putting this movie below Goldfinger.
Yeah.
I have trouble with that. Even though Goldfinger's awesome.
Yeah.
I do see this movie superior to Goldfinger. Yeah. I could ease my baby girl, my beloved From Russia with Love. If you were like dangling that in front of me, like, hey, From Russia with Love is better than Casino. I'd be like, oh, okay. I would give into that temptation, like diving into Solange. But I have trouble allowing Goldfinger to be above this movie.
I apologize, Goldfinger.
I'm conceding on these points because I'm just like, fine, it's below GoldenEye for me. Again, like I said before, this movie is a very great vodka. It's not the full martini shaken but stirred. If it went with what I was saying, it's more or less because there's something about like the spectacle and the iconic stuff that really kind of weighs in on me when I'm watching these movies. And like it's so absent in Casino Royale to the point where I'm like, where is the nutty humor? Where are the really great car chases? Even with Goldfinger, I'm like, I even really love the back and forth between him and Goldfinger with the golf game. It's just as entertaining to me, or even sometimes more entertaining than parts of the poker scene. Like they're kind of on the same level. They're very quiet up against each other's scenes, but I love the wordplay in Goldfinger more than I do in the poker scene. I could see where there is that huge issue with how Goldfinger ends, where it's like, oh, he tricked the girl and therefore they switched the gas cans. Like, I think that the little hanging chad of that movie.
I must have appealed to a maternal instinct.
I've made the case in the past where I'm like, Goldfinger is awesome and I love it. But at a certain point, movies are simply made better.
Yeah.
And this movie has a lot more. Again, I put it up there with GoldenEye because it has something to say about the Bond character. In the same vein of what you always said about why you love Secret Service, because of what it has to say about the Bond character.
Yeah. And I'm not, I don't disagree with that either.
Classically, I would always say, where you and I disagree, is that I think Secret Service it wanted to say a certain thing about the character, and it fell on its face. This movie doesn't fall on its face. This movie accomplishes exactly what it set out to do. And then that character that this movie births then informs the character I love coming out of GoldenEye.
I think GoldenEye is the go-to film. If you really want to know Bond, it's watch From Russia, watch Goldfinger, watch GoldenEye. The problem with Casino lies in the fact that it's trying to be an origin film, so there's a lot that's missing. I mean, if I had to be really honest, I would prefer watching The Spy Who Loved Me, because even that movie has the camp.
But James, I need you.
So does England.
And zaniness, but it still maintains kind of like what we traditionally think of a Bond movie. And it even still kind of slips in a little bit of story that's, not as taken as seriously as this movie, of course, but it's like, you kill all these henchmen, they have people that they cared about too, So there's a little bit of that in that movie, but it's not Casino Royale is not a bad movie. I don't think it's a number one. And I think when we jump to conclusions like, oh, it's a number one, I'm like, is it? Because have you watched it lately? Because I don't know if it holds up as well as I thought it did.
A lot of people based on the high. That is a fantastic ending. Just like the opening song gets you hyped, that ending gets you hyped. And so people are going to walk out of the theater being like, that was the best thing ever. And then once that high kind of cools down, then, better heads prevail. But like I said, GoldenEye and Casino Royale, as the Old New Testament, they inform the Bond character significantly better than these classics who are so good and enjoyable. But as we've said before, eventually these movies get surpassed. I mean, this one isn't better because it's got modern action. Because we've seen before what happens when the Bond filmmakers don't have a story to tell, so they just fill it up with unmotivated action set pieces. This movie is more than just an action flick because it's got not just a refreshing and complex bad guy, not just a fully developed and meaningful Bond girl, but ultimately what this movie means for Bond's character, going from naive, eager beaver to crushed Iceman. However, GoldenEye has all those things and a whole lot more so far as Bond flicks go. And while Casino may lack some of those... Okay, wait. Hang on. Iconic moments from Bonds of old, it successfully creates plenty of its own. So, fellas, let's go ahead and lock it in. Casino Royale, number 2. Unexpectedly, a lot of people wanted 2, 3, 4. We're going with number 2.
Super surprising, but good. Makes sense.
So, GoldenEye, Casino Royale, Goldfinger, From Russia with Love, License to Kill, The Spy Who Loved Me, The Man with the Golden Gun, Dr. No, The World Is Not Enough, If You Two a Kill, For Your Eyes Only, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Thunderball, Tomorrow Never Dies, Octopussy, The Living Daylights, Live and Let Die, Moonraker, Diamonds Are Forever, Die Another Day, You Only Live Twice. That was easy. I mean, you just take a deep breath beforehand.
Can you go all the way to No Time to Die?
No Time to Breathe. I understand that this movie is flawed, but I also believe it to be criminally underrated. There are details and decisions that either don't work or are outright mistakes, so it's messy, but the overall story is sound and sometimes profound. It's more of a sequel than we've ever had, as it is a direct continuation of action following Casino Royale. It's the first time we've had a Bond movie that requires a previous movie in order for it to make sense. And I think this is why it is so hated, because it is intimately attached to the beloved Casino Royale. We'll talk about the form of the film, which at times is way too cutty and falls back on the old, what do we do now? I don't know, how about a chase scene trope from Tomorrow Never Dies and Live and Let Die? But setting aside form for now, let's talk content. Fortunately, the story elements underneath those surface level presentation issues give the movie some merit, as Bond is reeling after love of his life, Vesper's betrayal and suicide in the last film. Now the ice in his veins guy, he sets out to find the men responsible and bring them to justice. Just like Golden Gun's Bond, this Bond is a asshole, beating up or killing everybody that crosses his path and chugging alcohol whenever he can find it, while never losing that James Bond stoicism. His killing trail brings him face to face with Dominic Green, a colleague of Mr. White from the last film, both being members of Quantum, the same organization that contracted Le Chiffre to do their dirty work. This time they've tricked the Americans into doing their dirty work by promising them oil, the black gold that makes today's mechanized world go round, in exchange for neutralizing Bond and allowing Green to affect a mutually beneficial regime change in Bolivia. And the Brits agree. They don't care if they have to support tyrants in some third world hole, so long as their oil-backed economies remain strong. And that's the hard decision that those in power have to make on a regular basis, while those not in power post "no blood for oil" memes to Twitter with an iPhone from a Starbucks. Politics and foreign policy are not that simple, and whether we like it or not, literally everything we do goes back to oil because we have yet to invent the Solace. So the West plays ball with Quantum, unaware that they are actually being played. that there is no oil to begin with. Quantum is, in fact, seeking control of Earth's other precious liquid, water. This is all very real-world stuff that goes well beyond the typical good versus evil cartooniness that generally plagues Bond and solidifies this new Craig-era's bid for a more realistic approach to 007. Meanwhile, Bond's quest for revenge is mirrored by Camille's. It's Camille, but I'm going to say Camille this whole time. Camille, our Bond girl, literally scarred by her past, looking to take out Medrano, the corrupt general colluding with Quantum for control of the Bolivian government, and the man responsible for murdering her family. However, when all's said and done, and Bond finally finds the man who started all of this, Vesper's boyfriend, the man whose kidnapping led to her being blackmailed into betraying Bond and her country, it turns out all along he was just another agent of Quantum. Finally able to forgive Vesper and himself, Bond spares his life, taking him into custody instead of taking his revenge. Overall, it may not have the masterful flair that only our Lord and Savior Martin Campbell can bring to Bond, but so far as this is a meaningful follow-up, Quantum of Solace is just that. A small amount of comfort and consolation in a time of pain and regret. The chaser to the expensive vodka that was Casino. It may not make you feel the same way, but it brings catharsis and closure to that initial burn. Bond may have become Bond right at the end of Casino, but it's this movie that solidifies that transformation once and for all. Just FYI, for anybody who's unaware, this show began because, for those of y'all who remember Scotty Doo, Scooty Scoot Scoot, he texted us one day and was just like, I'm going to watch Quantum of Solace, that piece of shit. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? And it sparked this whole debate, and then after starting this, there's frequently a lot of hate for this movie. And I think somebody's got to stand up for it because I see the flaws. But you know me, I'm all about bad guy and story. And those elements shine through, even though there might be a couple of, call them missteps and boo-boos, zits on this. That stuff is still really smart. Like, the script is intelligent, regardless of really nitpicking some things. So I think somebody has to stand up for this movie. That's going to be me. But in the meantime, McCurdy, could you enlighten us? Could you give us a quantum of knowledge regarding...
I'll give you a quantum
assault
mania of knowledge.
Oh, no, don't bring Ant-Man into this.
All right, let's talk about Quantum of Solace, shall we? So before Casino Royale was ever even in production, they had already started writing this story because they already knew that Casino Royale was going to lead into whatever this movie was going to be. They didn't have a title for it yet. So Eon goes to writing team Neil Purvis and Robert Wade. Again, we talked about forever ago. They started, I believe, with World Is Not Enough as being like their main go-to writers, and they still are their main go-to writers. And they had already cracked a story for the Fallout film. This was so they could tell Bond's emotional story after the death of Vesper, much like Chuck just, laid out for us in this opening. In this version, the version that they had originally written, Bond was to let Mr. White go in Siena, and he would follow him to find his organization, whatever that organization may have been. And Paul Haggis, who did the rewrites on Casino, finished his rewrites only 2 hours before the 2007-2008 writer's strike. Now, why is this such a big deal? Because this writer's strike, which is weird because we're talking about this now, this is like right when we were seniors in high school, but this kind of had changed a lot of movies coming out of that writer's strike, because when you don't have writers to back your films up, or even when you're in the process of making the movie, you can't make changes on the fly as easily.
It ruined a lot of good stuff. It wreaked havoc with everything. Like, anything that you liked at the time, there's still this scar there. Like, oh, you like that show Lost?
Yeah. There's season 4, there's not as many episodes.
Writer strike comes along and it leaves this rift, and it's tragic, especially right after Casino, to kneecap this movie right away.
Which sucks because you're trying to start basically they're rebooting this franchise. So they kind of have to start from scratch a little bit. And it's unfortunate this happened right when they're making their next movie, which is really like, I think, what was it? Steve Jobs said something like, it's not the first product that's the hit, it's the second one that's really going to say if the product or whatever you're putting out there is going to be a success, because that's really going to be the focal point of like, oh yeah, they can keep hitting home runs.
You're not a one-hit wonder.
Yeah. Neil and Robert Wade, they'll write the script as a team. They write the script, and then someone, either the director of that movie or another writer, in this case it was Paul Haggis, would write like another draft of that script that they'd written. So he's like the third person. And that original script was going to be Sleep. I think it was called Sleep for the Dead.
Do you think they'll be able to sleep now?
I don't think the dead care about vengeance.
Was the original title for that script. And that script
Was it Another Way to Die?
Another Way to Die. Unfortunately, it wasn't. No. So he wrote that script, and it was in... Just let me lay out the writer's strike, what it was about. So basically at that point, now we're living in this time where like new media is what's called new media, or streaming is very prevalent. We have streaming Netflix, HBO Max, whatever it might be. Heck, I mean, I watched Quantum today on HBO Max, so I'm watching it via streaming. But at the time, there wasn't any new rules for residuals for writers for anything that was streamed, especially if it was written specifically for online. So they were wanting that, as well as a better deal on DVD residuals. So that was all going on right before this. And so then they had to go on all of the WGA, all of the Writers Guild of America went on strike. And the script that they had for the sequel to Casino, they had finished it like literally 2 hours before they were like, yep, we're striking. Like, you got to stop working. You can't touch anything. So that was what they had to go off of doing this film. Originally, director Roger Mitchell was announced to direct the sequel. Mitchell is probably best known for the films such as Notting Hill and Enduring Love, but later he had directed Kragen. Mitchell left the project, whatever the sequel is going to be, because they didn't call it Quantum just yet, because the script was taking too long. It was waiting. They should have had this probably done or ready to go by 2006, because they had the idea of what the script was going to be before they even started making Casino.
You have to wonder when the title did ultimately change, because Quantum of Solace is technically a Bond title from the books. It was a short story. So in what order did it change? The organization is Spectre, but they can't say Spectre, so they say Quantum, but did they only do that after they decided on Quantum of Solace? And then it was like, how about the name of the organization is Quantum, which comes from the, it's kind of like a confused thing. In the end, I think it works, but you have to wonder the order of events. What did they call it before they called it Quantum would be my question.
Why can't they say Spectre?
It wasn't until after they did Casino that I think McClory may have passed away like right when that movie came out, or right after, or whenever. But it wasn't till then. And then there was some legality of who owned the rights to Thunderball, which led into who owned the rights to who could say Spectre, who couldn't say Spectre, because Spectre was a product out of Thunderball. So they couldn't say that. Going back to the books, Casino Royale ends with him learning about Schmersh, not about Spectre. Spectre didn't come into play till Thunderball. So if you're like, okay, well, we're going to still adapt Casino, there's some organization that leaves you with an open-ended thing, like, we can't say Spectre at this moment. Well, we'll put a filler in there. And then they're like, well, call it Quantum. So anyway, Mikey G. Wiz and Barbara Broccoli decide on Mark Forrester to direct. Up until this time, Forrester had directed films such as Monster Ball with Charlie's favorite actress, Halle Berry, Finding Neverland, and Stranger Than Fiction. So not really any action films. However, Forrester thought Casino was way too long, and it was he who wanted this film to be tighter than Chucky Rant's butthole when a Baskin-Robbins joke is being shoved in.
Dude, I can't put in Ant-Man jokes into this episode because nobody's going to know what the f- you're talking about.
Anyway, that all being said, this movie, if most people don't know, I believe is the shortest Bond movie. It's an hour and 46 minutes. Huh. Most Bond films are like 2 hours plus. This one is
like 210, 215.
Yeah, this one's short. I mean, most of the movies that you see in theaters generally will go 90 minutes, 100 minutes. It's a really easy, breezy time. It's not too long. It's not too short. But this movie runs in that gambit of 146, which is weird. I
look forward to hearing your thoughts on it, because last episode you kept complaining that Casino's too long. So I don't want to be hearing this is too short. You know what I mean?
All right. This movie's too short. I honestly, I don't really have opinion either way about the length of the film.
It's like somebody should make a
context,
fan edit where you combine both of them.
I wonder if there's like a channel for that. Forrest wanted all the action sequences to revolve around the four elements: earth, water, air, fire, heart, Go Planet. The title comes from the short story in Fleming's For Your Eyes Only. I'll let Charlie elaborate.
I always urge everybody to read all of these books. If you like these movies, you should read all the books.
Check them out in the description below.
Yeah, use our affiliate links. I almost don't even want to spoil what it is because it's so odd. It is just not a Bond story. It has nothing to do with this. It is completely different from anything Fleming ever wrote, but he's just telling a story about a really bad marriage. That's it. It's just kind of weird. So the title, I think, is fantastic. You need to break out a dictionary when you're, when you're a kid and this movie comes out, you're like, what's a quantum and what's a solace?
And so it's
but
a
once
small
you put
amount.
together what it is, it's a small, like I said in the opener, it's a small amount of consolation, basically, which is perfect following Casino Royale. And so Mark Forster is obviously an intelligent dude. I never put together what you just said, but I think that's brilliant. Action sequences following the 4 elements. It's great.
Dominic Green, CEO of Green Planet. It's a utility company, but Green's been doing a lot of philanthropic work, buying up large tracts of land for ecological preserves.
Specifically because it's a story about natural resources.
You don't need another Marxist giving national resources to the people, do you?
Yeah. And as the more I read about this movie, the more I found that Mark Forster, as much as this movie gets on, and I think it kind of does, but you do realize that he was trying really hard to make this movie as best as you can. Like, nobody goes out of their way to make a bad movie. This movie sounds like he really had a take and something he wanted to make out of this film. Unfortunately, it didn't sway for him. I believe the common complaint this film gets is its editing. From the action scenes to even common dialogue scenes are intercut with shots that may last only a few seconds. This can be very jarring. In the past, we did talk about how
a few frames.
What did I say? 2 shots, 2 frames. Okay, let me say what I said. Okay, so from the action scenes to even common dialogue scenes are intercut with frames that may last only a few seconds. This can be very jarring.
No. With shots that may only last a few frames. But
I hate you.
Just go ahead. Just keep reading. Just keep reading.
Hate you.
Just keep reading.
But I said a few seconds, whatever.
A few seconds is a long time. In an action scene, that's a long time. A few frames is more accurate because it's like, choom, 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 choom.
Yeah, but I mean, if you don't know the lingo and you're saying like, oh, it's like literally a second or whatever, then that's it's fairly short. You know what I mean?
Just keep going.
Okay, so this can be very jarring. In the past, we did talk about how the Bourne franchise had indirectly changed the outlook of the franchise. The Bourne franchise, starting with Bourne Identity, came out in 2002, the same year as Die Another Day. That film is very straightforward in its edits, nothing too crazy. The second film, directed by Paul Greengrass, Bourne Supremacy, came out in 2004, 2 years before Casino, has a lot of jarring edits and lots of shaky handheld camera that had become almost commonplace in the mid to early 2000s when we watched a lot of these types of action films. We've said this before, but every Bond film tends to lean into the current trends. But if you want your movie to do it right, might as well hire the people who started the trend in the first place. The editor on Quantum is in fact the same editor on Bourne Supremacy, Richard Pearson, who has also been credited for other films such as Iron Man 2, Kong Skull Island, Justice League, The Whedon Cut. Do you see a pattern here emerging with your editor and those movies?
Yeah.
It makes you think, it makes you wonder. Let's talk about some familiar faces real quick. So of course, we talk Craig returns, Jeffrey Wright returns as Felix Leiter. Our main Bond girl is Olga Kurylenko, plays Camille Montez. Yeah, is that right? Camille Montez? Camille? She is actually from Ukraine and had to get a DVD box set to watch the rest of the films because I guess in Ukraine they didn't have them readily available.
Because the movies glorify the West.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're hard to get a hold of.
They were. I mean, she had to get a DVD box set to actually watch all the other films. So she was probably a little more cognizant of what everything, all the Bond tropes and all that stuff, right? She was picked out of 400 other women, mainly due to not being nervous in the audition.
It's all about confidence.
She also had to get an accent coach to do the Latin American accent. Because she is from the Ukraine, so she'd have a different accent. I never knew that going into this movie. I thought she was from Latin America. She is not.
They do make a point of saying she's half Russian.
Did you know Ernesto Montes?
You have a beautiful Russian wife.
His daughter works for me. Or did.
She's lovely.
Dude,
Oh,
shout out
I
to
just find that's
Ukraine.
cool.
If anybody who watches this is from Ukraine, can you invite me over? All y'all got some good-looking females in the Ukraine.
In the
You
Ukraine.
got a war going on right now. Send them my way.
So anyway, Matthew Almeric. Is that how you say his name? Matthew?
Is that the guy who
Matthew?
plays?
It looks like a weird
Green?
spelling of Matthew.
Matthew Almeric plays Dominic Green. He's French, by the way. Forrester chose Almeric for his pitiful quality. He just kind of has a look that he could be kind of pitiful. Almeric wanted to wear makeup like every Bond villain before him to look grotesque, but Forrester went all Chucky Rants and wasn't having any of that shit. He's like, no, we're not doing
Are
that.
his teeth being yellow natural?
I think I think that Forrester was like, I don't want it to be the same as every other Bond villain. You know, I don't want him to have the scar like in Casino. I
mean,
want
he
this guy
definitely
to
comes across as really sleazy. He does
The
a great
yellow
job of that.
teeth, I think, is a fantastic call because the
Yeah.
guy's whole thing is, like you said, he comes across as meek and like his whole thing is, I care so much about the planet until
Yeah.
he smiles, and then there's just something off about him. These days, everybody wants to complain like it's ableist or whatever, but this is a visual medium. And it being a visual medium, that's why sometimes bad guys have certain visual qualities that indicate bad guy. I understand people wanting to get rid of them or a specific director being like, no, I don't want to do that this time because that's a choice. But this choice of the yellow teeth and those black devilish eyes, perfect. Green is a classic satanic figure, someone who gives off the appearance of meekness and even benevolence, but this is a deception. Just like his organization, Green Planet, it gives off the bright and shiny hope of a better tomorrow, but really it exists only to benefit itself.
I give you Icarus!
Green pulls this trick just like the devil himself would, by appealing to the ego and vanity of all the beautiful people at his party.
The Terra Project is just one small part of a global network of eco-parks that Green Planet has created to rejuvenate a world on the verge of collapse. I hope that tonight you make the decision to be part of that.
Ever been to Pleasure Island? Me neither. But they say it's a swell joint. No school, no cops. You can tear the joint apart. And nobody says a word. Plenty to eat, plenty to drink, and it's all free.
Right here, boys, right here. Get your cake, pie, dill pickles, and ice cream. Eat all you can. Be a glutton. Stuff yourselves. It's all free, boys. It's all free.
You'd think something was gonna happen to us.
I couldn't agree more. I hope this figure is to your liking.
They give him their money, and in return, he gives them a feeling of self-satisfaction that isn't real at all.
What's he think I look like? A jackass?
You sure do.
You boys have had your fun. Now pay for it.
And then meanwhile, he does the same thing with Medrano. He gives with one hand and takes with the other.
We've already begun destabilizing the government. We'll supply the private security. We'll pay off the right officials. And we have 26 countries ready to officially recognize your new Bolivian government. You want your country back. My organization can give it to you within the week.
And in return, you want what?
A desert, this part.
This land is worthless.
So you're getting a great deal.
You won't find oil there. Everyone has tried.
Maybe, maybe not. But we own whatever we find.
As we said, he technically does have a weird physical deformity just like other Bond baddies, but by virtue of being easily hidden, he is that devil in plain sight, like hiding his horns under a hat, all the way up until he faces Bond physically and that act of meekness goes away and he reveals just how maniacal he really is.
Forrester wanted him to just have a plain look to him. He didn't want him to look like a villain because basically the same reasons as you're saying. I didn't read anything about the yellow teeth, but it was mainly just because I want somebody who can basically, you see him out in public, there's nothing bad going on over here, like everything's all good. But obviously we know
we're saving the
that's not
planet.
case.
And then everybody cheers and he And he smiles, and you're like, whoa.
Wait a minute, huh?
Wait a second. This guy wants to save the world, but he can't even look after his own teeth?
It's the eco-friendly toothpaste. That's what it is. Next up, we got Gemma Arrington. I think I said that right. Arrington plays Chucky Rant's Fever Dream Strawberry Fields, which is weird tie-in to not only the Beatles, but how every Bond girl is a sexual innuendo.
Oh, providing the collars and cuffs match.
Yeah, sorry, Chucky. She isn't a natural redhead.
I tend to notice little things like that.
But she is
I don't care.
gorgeous.
I don't
she
mind.
is gorgeous.
I take them as they come.
Why don't you just dye the parts that show?
I do think this is weird, right? Like, think about it this way. When we talked about Goldfinger, in that movie, they make a reference to the Beatles, and Connery says something about like listening to being without earmuffs.
That's as bad as listening to the Beatles without earmuffs.
And now we're full circle. We come to this scene where she's playing a character that's sort of named after a Beatles song.
Mr. Bond, my name is Fields.
She's not sort of named after a Beatles song. That is
straight
a
up named after.
Beatles song.
And she gets covered in oil, not gold, like in Goldfinger.
Yeah.
Going off again, what Chuck was saying earlier was this is basically, again, Forrester making a choice and saying this is showing how the current expensive currency today is not gold, but it is oil, and that's why she is covered in oil.
Black gold. But they never say strawberry in this movie.
It might be useful to know your real name.
Fields. Just Fields.
So,
No.
did they
Miss
just cut
Fields.
that out?
I don't know.
Obviously,
but I
the
mean,
joke is that she's embarrassed to say her name is Strawberry. But
Yeah.
is that in the credits? Where is it that suddenly she's Strawberry Fields?
I don't think it ever comes up. It's on the IMDb, but they only ever call her Miss Fields, and then she's got reddish
Like if it's in
hair,
the credits, I'm like, okay, but she, that's the joke. Just Fields.
It's in the credits, Strawberry Fields.
And I get why they would cut that, but what is the moment where it's revealed where she, what would that have been without it causing a laugh? Can you imagine if M would have been like, why her Bond?
Why her Bond?
Her name was Strawberry. Just poor Strawberry, and Bond's sitting there and he's like, it would cause an inappropriate laugh no matter where it was unveiled.
Yeah.
So I get why they cut it, but it's weird. It's like a unfired Chekhov's gun situation.
Fields it is.
The movie has several of these little moments where you think, why didn't they just cut that out? Why didn't they just delete Strawberry from the credits? And then the obvious interpretation would be that she's trying to keep things professional by not giving Bond her first name. It's pretty clear that Mark Forster didn't think that a ginger pubic hair joke would be appropriate for his art film, but then why leave it in the credits?
Doesn't he say something like strawberries? He says something like,
Lovely girl. Tastes like strawberries.
he doesn't say anything like
I
strawberries.
never say the
Why
word
am I
strawberry.
thinking he
Never
says
comes
that?
up.
Like strawberries.
No, it never comes up. Okay.
Yeah.
Never comes up.
As far as Bond references go, I wasn't really keeping my ear to the ground looking for him, but there is one that definitely sticks out to me, and that is the moment where he's got that bodyguard on the edge of the building. He's questioning him. The guy grabs him. That's straight out of The Spy Who Loved Me, where he...
Where's Peckish?
Pyramids!
Pyramids! And then he knocks him off. He literally slaps him. He slaps his hand, and he falls off the building.
Yeah.
And then a few minutes later, he says he's going to Cairo.
You're going to get a phone call in a minute. Would you mind telling them I'm headed for Cairo?
Like, that's definitely a reference. Like,
Yeah.
it'd be one thing just knocking the guy off the building, but also referencing Cairo, because that's where that action took place in The Spy Who Loved Me.
Egyptian builders.
And then something a little more vague is the climactic battle with a fire axe from A View to a Kill. But otherwise, there's nothing as blatant as the oil girl, right?
No. David Harbour plays Greg Beam. It's just cool to see him in a role pre-Stranger Things where nobody really knows who he is at the time.
Yeah.
There's nothing special about it. It's just like, there's David Harbour. Kind of like when we saw Gerard Butler in Tomorrow Never Dies.
There's one other just like that. You're always pointing out Game of Thrones. You can't help
Oh,
yourself.
yeah.
Even though Game of Thrones sucks. You
Chucky.
always point them out, so we might as well do it.
All right, hold on.
Do
I
it.
didn't get her name.
Famously, she's Charlie Chaplin's granddaughter.
Ona Chaplin
She actually is the name.
gets a beer. She gets a beer
And
for
then
the
gets
general.
R-A-P-E-D.
She gets more than a beer.
Bad stuff happens to her, and then I swear you see a crotch shot of her.
They give her an upskirt to put on the snooty hat. And Mark Forster, he definitely has a snooty hat, but he deserves a snooty hat. It's like, suddenly we're the voyeur, we're violating her with our vision after the general violated her with his, you know what. But like, it seems unnecessary in that moment. It's like, whoa, hey.
Yeah.
Cut away. Hey, editor.
You're like, whoa,
I thought
hey.
you cut every shot down to a few frames, but you can't trim that one? Come on.
Yeah. Cameos, real quick. Alfonso Cuarón. He's best known for Children of Men and Gravity. He has a small cameo in this film because he's friends with Forster, and he is a Bolivian helicopter pilot. Also, Del Toro, Guillermo Del Toro, he has some voices in the movie. That was, I don't know what voices he has, but sometimes in the backdrop you hear character voices, and apparently he's in the movie. And of course, we cannot forget our good friend of the channel. He's not a friend of the channel. Mikey G Wiz. Mikey G Wiz.
Where's he at?
He's in the movie. He's reading a newspaper. I don't know where it was at.
It's after the fight scene. Bond comes down and he's like, hey, any messages? And she gives him the briefcase. Mikey G Wiz is just chilling there reading the newspaper. You'd think he would have grown that Montego back out again.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, where are we going? Haiti. I got to get my Latino look going.
Fun
like
stuff.
the last few movies he'd have speaking roles. And in this one, he's like, just going to sit here and catch up on this paper. Yeah.
This one's more personal for me, but I think it's kind of cool. Neil Jackson plays Edmund Slate, who's a minor character. He's just basically like a jumping off point for Bond to kind of lead into his investigation.
It's a solid fight scene, though.
It's a solid fight scene. Oh, you know what? That is a reference to On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Very similar to a fight scene that was in On Her Majesty's
Like the
Secret Service in the hotel
room
yeah.
fight? Yeah,
it's very
that makes
similar.
sense.
Hold on. Nance, what did you think of this movie?
You want to hear what I think, McCurdy?
I want to know the truth.
Well, so the Pierce era I watched as a kid.
Got it.
And rewatching them for this, I didn't remember all of them per se. Craig era, I've seen them all in my later years, so they're all pretty fresh in my mind. Casino, I've always really liked, and that's probably the one I've seen the most. And then this is one of the Craig era films that did leave us, like, not the greatest taste in my mouth. But on rewatch for this show, it's good. Nothing sticks out to me as a big red flag. Or you mentioned the editing. As a layman, I suppose I don't notice that sort of thing, I guess.
Interesting.
Did it register with you?
No.
Okay.
Did not register in my mind.
Were you awake when you watched the movie?
I was. I watched it twice.
Looking at the evidence. And I know you're like, I like this movie. This movie's underrated. I think really what it comes down to when I think about this movie, you're right. It's not like Nan's reaction. You watch it, it's not the worst movie. I've seen the worst movie. We've talked about the other movies. The other movies, there are ones that are worse than this movie. This movie's not bad, but it is forgettable. There's other movies, I think, in the franchise that are way more memorable. And I think that I think sometimes if we get too deep in the snooty things, because again, like Mark Forster is making a lot of choices in this movie because he's like, well, I want to have fire, earth, and water. I want to have the bad guy not be grotesque. I want to have this. Like we know that he's doing all these things, but I feel like you get too deep in it, and then you kind of forget. Like, wait, why am I here? Oh, that's right. I'm here to promote a film that, guys want to be this dude, girls want to sleep with this guy. And if I'm at the end of this movie and I see it and I don't feel that way, I feel like you failed. And actually watching this now, it reminds me a lot more of License to Kill. And in License to Kill, we talked about how that movie is a good 80s action movie. It's a really good 80s action movie. It's not a really good Bond movie. And I feel like this is a really good Bourne early 2000s clone. It's not bad, but when I'm looking at all of the Bond films and overall, I just feel like I forget this one. I'm just like, oh yeah, that movie.
That makes sense.
You saying that it's forgettable, valid, right? Me, I like this movie because I think it's a really intelligent movie. Tomorrow Never Dies was a big dumb action movie, whereas this is a big smart movie that's bogged down by too much action.
I think it gets too plotty too.
That stuff I like though. That
I know you like it.
I'm the story guy.
I know you like it. I know. Okay, like I know that's the other thing is, let me read this quote real quick, because I think like this kind of speaks very much to what we're talking about in this movie, and like his Forrester's thinking. Because Bond plays it real, I thought the political circumstance should be real too. Even though Bond shouldn't be a political film, I thought the more political I make it, the more real it feels. Not just with Bolivia and what's happening in I want to say Tahiti. It's not Tahiti. Haiti. Is it Haiti?
Haiti.
Haiti. Sorry. Thank you. Let me redo that. I don't know why my brain's not working today.
Haiti.
All right. Hold on. All right. Charlie, back up. George Bush is in the house.
Dude, George Bush never left.
Because Bond plays it real, I thought the political circumstance should be real too. Even though Bond shouldn't be a political film, I thought the more political I make it, the more real it feels. Not just with Bolivia, but with Haiti. But with all these corporations like Shell and Chevron saying they're green because it's so fashionable to be green, during the Cold War, everything was very clear. The good guys and the bad guys. Today, there's much overlapping of the good and the bad. It isn't as moral distinct because we all have both elements in us. Okay, I get it.
That's why this is a smart movie. That's why this is a good movie. For everything he just said. I get it. I've never heard that quote, but I pick up on all of that watching it.
But I don't give two shits. And it's the same reason.
You just want TNA.
I want a movie where I'm like, I know what's... Okay, here's the thing. It's not just the action. Listen, Chucky Rants, you can go on and all day about how this is such a smart movie and like, there's like, it has deep meaning and it's talking about today. You can say all that. But if the movie's not giving me a reason to give a shit, then why should I give a shit? And I feel like the movie doesn't do a good job of doing that. And when I say that, it's the same reason why the first Timothy Living Daylights. Living Daylights is a movie that, again, it's similar in that it's talking about what was currently going on at that point in time and trying to be real. And we're like, we're going to be real. We're going to talk about the Taliban. We're going to talk about this Russian invasion. We're going to talk about that stuff. And I'm like, it's great. It's happening in the headlines.
But they really don't, though. Those things are there, but it's all confused, and there's...
I'll signal Amsterdam to ship the diamonds.
He arranged for the Russians to buy a large quantity of high-tech weapons. He's using the down payment to buy this opium instead.
Our obsessively in-depth analysis of the plot of that movie revealed that there really isn't anything going on. The Russian invasion of Afghanistan isn't the plot, it's just a setting for the third act. Otherwise, it's all a very pointlessly elaborate scheme to trick James Bond into killing one Russian general so that another general can buy some weapons. And then on top of that, it's not that the stakes are big or small, it's just that there are zero stakes whatsoever.
All I'm saying is the stakes of the overall movie, and you're gonna, I know what you're going to say already. You're going to say, yeah, Ryan, the stakes of this movie are not about the plotty things that are happening.
The Bolivians. It's not about the Bolivian
stuff. It's not the Bolivian stuff. It's about him and Vesper and all that. Great.
It's about Camille.
Tamia and her revenge and all that.
Bond and Camille trying to get revenge, and he learned something from her. But it's not about the Bolivians and their water, because we just see some Bolivians at some point, but it's like they don't get, just like the Taliban, they don't give us enough to care about. But it's more not the world-ending stakes, but the big dangerous stakes are that Spectre is going to have a lot more power.
This is the world's most precious resource. We need to control as much of it as we can. Bolivia must be top priority.
Sure.
A lot more power and influence. But the personal stakes are that Bond is dealing with losing Vesper and being on this murderous path.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Camille is on the same path, and she gets her revenge, and then at the end, she's like, it's all wrapped up in that scene together where she's like, now what do I do?
And I keep thinking, he's dead. Now what?
And he's like, well, now you can heal your country. And she's like, that's a good idea.
You have your quantum of solace.
Yeah. It took all of this to get Bond to Russia. And then that's where he has that choice. Am I going to take my bloody revenge, or am I going to do right by M and my organization, and I'm going to put this Vesper stuff behind me? And And like, again, throw the snooty hat on. When it comes to the cinematography of this movie, everything is a desert vista. All the colors are this desert vista. Black, brown, amber, cyan, all very much fall colors. Even down to that first photo of Vesper, it takes place in the fall. Every single shot follows this color layout. Whereas Casino was like spring and then summer.
For sure.
This movie then goes through this fall. You know, it's all following this like almost like a life cycle. Ends in winter, ends in the snow. That's all on purpose. That's all obviously done intentionally, especially with Mr. Forster, who is a smart guy. And it's all a very nice touch. It doesn't specifically make this movie better than the others, per se. Same goes for the whole Earth, Wind, and Fire thing with the action scenes. But these are just nice touches that lend to this overall theme of death and revenge.
If somebody tells me, oh, what do you remember out of most of these movies? Like if I'm like, oh, what do you remember out of Tomorrow Never Dies? I'm like, oh yeah, the motorcycle chase scene. That's badass. Or GoldenEye would be, there's a lot more stuff I would remember in GoldenEye or even Casino. But this movie, I'm like, the opera? I remember the opera.
Yeah.
I remember the car chase. If I had recently watched it, I'd be like, oh yeah, the exploding hotel. I would remember that. The opera scene, I liked the opera scene. Here's the one thing I wish the movie maybe it could have done. I feel like the movie does this. The writing is like, okay, they wanted to go in this direction. They knew that they were going to do the story with Vesper and everything and how he was going to feel after the fact, right? But it felt like the movie was like, okay, all right, but the story's going to go this way. Bond's going to investigate this thing that's all the way over here, and then we have to, by the end of the movie, we have to come back to this other... Because I will say, like, when you watch the end of the movie, you're like, oh yeah, the necklace from Casino, like that, and she's wearing the necklace, okay, I kind of remember that, but I feel like the movie's so, like, go left off. Yeah, for me, I was, like, watching this, like, oh yeah, that's right, the necklace that she got. That's the same one that
I
had
think we just have a
Vesper.
better memory than you have. I think when you say it's not memorable, I think it's because your kids have killed your memory.
We see the necklace multiple times in this movie.
When? Yeah. When is the other time you see the necklace in the movie?
When he's drinking on the airplane.
Oh, yeah.
He's drinking Vesper martinis on the airplane.
Yeah, 6 of them.
He hides it from Mathis, but then Mathis is like, I've got pills that help you forget.
My point is that I wish maybe they made the villain the same person. Instead of having Dominic Green being this other character, and then we come back to the boyfriend.
Mr. White again?
No, make the boyfriend character that she had, make that guy the villain. Make that guy the one that he's chasing instead.
Sense.
Why wouldn't it make sense?
If Dominic Green had been the boyfriend?
Well, not Dominic Green. Make the guy, that character, the boyfriend character, and then you find out that there's more to that. Like, I would have been more on board and then been like, it's more focused to what's Bond's story.
You're saying that the guy who tricked Vesper would end up having been Dominic Green?
The main, or, I mean, maybe it's not Dominic Green, maybe it's something else. Maybe it's a different character altogether, because that was originally the intention when they were writing this. I just think it would have made it would have made the story a little more focused on this Bond thing instead of we're going off into, because it really does feel like the more we talk about it, it feels like Mark Forster really got excited about talking about real world politics and real world stuff. And it's like, that's great, but you do have to remember at the end of the day, we're making a franchise film for people to go sit and watch and have fun with. And we can still do that, but like at the end of the movie, if I don't give a shit, like I feel like I wasted my then $8 or whatever it was. That's my point.
If there's a moment where I just don't give a
I feel like here's where we're at. I feel like your point is like this movie's underrated. And I think you made your point pretty clear. Like when you really sit down and look at the movie and what it's trying to say, it is smart. I'm not disagreeing with you there.
I think it's also well executed.
There's things that like I think worked for some people, things that didn't work for some people. And I think we agreed on that too. I think when it comes down to the end of the movie, I just feel like it would have been nice to have just a little bit of what I think we would call maybe more of a comic book or black and white type ending. And I feel like we don't 100% get that because the movie wants to tell this Bolivian story. Something, there could have been more to it. And I just feel like I just don't give a shit by the end of the movie because I'm like, okay, what's at stake here? And it's more of this big real world stuff.
I think that's just a sign that Bond gets over Vesper, right? Not necessarily directly for himself, but he helps Camille do exactly the same thing, and that's enough for him to satisfy.
That's why I also bring up the Living Daylights, because I feel like the Living Daylights lives in that weird world of like, we're going to bring real world issues into the movie, so much so that I'm like, okay, great, but I want to just have something that like, if this doesn't happen, people are going to die, and we will literally see the implications
This is
of that.
where
And
I
that's-
pull out. This is where I pull out the personal thing, because Bond really is. That's why they have that moment at the bottom of that cave where that sinkhole.
Seems we're both using green to get to somebody.
Bond is trying to f up Quantum. That's the thing. That's like somebody out there going to be like, well, what are the stakes? Bond fails and Quantum makes money. And it's like, yeah, this cancer grows. This cancer that just so happened to also kill Vesper grows. So naturally, Bond cutting off a tentacle is always good.
I think movies
that's
are
not low stakes.
I just think movies are typically better if it's a little more clear and we're talking about a very specific thing versus something that is not intellectual or not something that is like,
This
okay,
is the
this
end
is
of
a
For
part
Your
of
Eyes
the
Only.
thing.
This is
Yeah.
exactly what we talked about at the end of For Your Eyes Only, where it's like the big stakes are the ATAC,
Yeah.
but then the small stakes are that, what's her name, Greek?
But I'm half Greek. And Greek women, like Electra, always avenge their loved ones.
Electra chick
Yeah.
gets her
Her
revenge.
revenge.
So you
Yeah.
have these two things at once. You have Camille going in there and getting her revenge, and then you
Yeah.
have Bond cutting off a tentacle, and I'm there with them. I want to see them going. I want to see her kill this rapist. I want to see all these corrupt motherfuckers get their comeuppance. And
Yeah.
and Bond spares. I mean, he could have just dropped Green into the fire and he'd be like, "Ah!" Just drop that demon into the hellfire. Instead, he lets him go so he can go save Camille. They have that great moment where obviously she's reliving. He's holding her like a child for a reason because she's reliving the very thing that literally and psychologically scarred her when she was a kid.
He shot my father. He did things to my mother and my sister. And I strangled them while I watched. I was too young to be in any trouble. So he just smiled at me and set the house on fire. Go this way. Go this way. Like you said, take a deep breath. Make it count.
Close your eyes.
And it's very reminiscent of him supporting Vesper in the shower.
Yes,
But water
totally.
and fire instead.
Yes, again, Mark Forster knows what he's doing.
It's like poetry, it rhymes.
Once they get out of there, then he goes and
It's like poetry, so if they rhyme, every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one. Hopefully it'll work.
then he goes and grabs up Green, and Green, Green spills his guts on Quantum, and then Bond gives him the perfect death. I said last episode, I'm like, fitting deaths aren't really a part of this anymore because it's more just action movie deaths, which is fine because we're living in this real world thing. Like his cohort just kind of blows up. And it's, that's not like a fitting death or whatever. I don't even know what a fitting death for him would be otherwise, is my point. But no, Green gets the most perfect fitting death, especially as an echo of him having killed Strawberry Fields. He killed her with oil in her lungs.
Her lungs are full of it.
And now he's got oil in his stomach.
They found motor oil in his stomach.
He wanted to steal all this water, and then Bond leaves him in a desert with motor oil. Perfect. The same thing he promised everybody is what he got in the end, was that motor oil. Like, that is a perfect fitting death. This I know you agree with, McCurdy, that Mark Forster is a smart dude. The guys who wrote this, especially Paul Haggis, really brought it. It's not the content for me. It's the form that it comes in sometimes, right? And whether it's the writer's strike or otherwise, there are these little blemishes, but me being the story guy and the bad guy, I fucking love the story as a cap on, again, a chaser to the expensive, amazing vodka, not necessarily the full martini shaken, not stirred, but the incredible vodka that was Casino. And this is that chaser that takes the burn away, literally and figuratively with Bond's acceptance. And it all builds up to that moment where he says,
I need you back.
I never left.
That's the whole point of that. I never left. Now I'm ready to go. And then they follow that up with the first official turn and shoot, other than the casino one, but not counting that as the same thing. Boom. Now Bond is Bond. We said last episode, this is Bond becoming Bond. Bond became Bond for 2 minutes, and then this whole thing kind of just solidifies it. And that's where it's like, I think it's like the perfect complementary piece. It's got some blemishes,
the one
but
guy
it's all
he
there.
really, really wanted to kill is the one he doesn't kill in the movie.
Yeah, and that says something.
Just shows maturity and growth of Bond to like, okay.
Yeah. Now M's like, now I know I can trust you.
Do it for the job. Do it for the mission.
So you want me to be half monk, half hitman?
Any thug can kill. I want you to take your ego out of the equation and to judge the situation dispassionately. I have to know I can trust you.
And you don't?
Well, it'd be a pretty cold bastard who didn't want revenge for the death of someone he loved. You had to kill him. Couldn't bring him in for questioning so that we might actually learn something. What happened to Slade?
I'm not dwelling on the past. I don't think you should either.
If you could avoid killing every possible lead, it would be deeply appreciated.
I'll do my best.
Is he still alive?
He is.
I'm surprised. Did you find what you were looking for?
Yes.
Good. I assume you have no regrets.
I don't. What about you?
Of course not. That would be unprofessional.
Let me put it this way. I'm looking at this list, and I'm like, okay, where's Chucky going to put it, right? Where's Chucky Rance going to put it? For me, it's better than You Only Live Twice. It's better than Diamonds Are Forever. It's better than Moonraker. Is it better than Living Daylights? Charlie's like, well, the story's better. I'm like, okay.
Living Daylights.
Is it better than Octopussy? You're like, yeah, it's not that stupid muddled story. Okay, cool. Is it better than Dumb Action Movie? Yeah, I guess, because it's not dumb. It's the smart action movie. It doesn't have the same weird plot conveniences as Thunderball. For me, it's like Our Majesty's Secret Service, where I'm personally, for me, I'm torn because it's like, I like that movie. I think it's a little more clear. I think the action is cut better. There are scenes where I'm like, I enjoy that movie overall. I have a much better time watching that movie than I do this movie. But I feel like you would be like, no, it's better than that movie. And then I feel like we get in some weird territory where it's like, starts to feel like we're in the right realm for Your Eyes Only, A View to a Kill, and A World Is Not Enough. It's somewhere in those three movies for you, I think. Or you're going to be some bullshitter motherfucker being like, no, it's better than The Man with a Golden Gun.
Why don't you tell us where you are?
Hang on, Nance, hang on. McCurdy, you just stripped my armor from me.
You stripped it from me.
Let me lay down the armor for a second.
I have no armor left.
Oh, okay.
I love you, dog. You just jumped into my heart and my soul and my mind. It's like you know me. Like everything it's like you know me.
Guess
you
what
just
you think.
went through my thought process. It's like you know me better than I know me, dog. It's like
I'm yours.
You're always there for me to like yell at me when I like
Chucky,
Golden Gun too much.
Hey,
and then you talk mad game about.
Whoa,
I love you, dog. It's like I love you so much. I need you in my life. I need you. You know what I'm saying?
You know why you need to shut the up, right? Because you don't let anybody see you bleed.
Never let them see you bleed.
And you're bleeding right now, and I can't do that. Not on this podcast.
Always have an escape plan.
Wipe these tears away. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, shut the up. I like Honor Majesty's Secret Service because I think the stakes are much clearer. I think the action is much clearer. I think it's a better movie. But because we're doing this bullshit list that's all fucked up anyway, it doesn't matter. When you look at the movies, it is a
We've only spent
list.
2 years on this.
It's 2 years of listening to somebody say better movie, better Shutters, and somebody complaining about other bullshit. And
what
then
would
somebody
hang on it, pause. What would Scott's reaction be to this movie? Better fast editing, better redheads. Like, what would he do?
It is better redheads. I will say that. I'll give you
better
that.
opera.
But hold on, shut up.
Now
I do think
more water.
Here's
more
the thing.
Water.
When I think about these movies, it does remind me of A View to a Kill and For Your Eyes Only, where the stakes are not like this. It's not this grand. I get the eye, like it's not as grandized, like very clear stakes. That is great with GoldenEye and some of the better movies, in my personal opinion, where it's like, okay, if this doesn't happen, the world's gonna fucking end. It's not that. It's more like this doesn't happen. You said the cancer's gonna spread, right? So that's where I'm like, yeah, View to a Kill or For Your Eyes Only is in that same realm. So that's kind of where I'm thinking, like that 10 or 11 spot is, I think, where Chucky's thinking, honestly.
What are you thinking?
What are you thinking?
Where are you?
I think that's where I'm at. I don't. The only one where I'm like, maybe it's above World Is Not Enough, but then I'm like, I don't know. World Is Not Enough at least. I don't know. There's something about that movie
stuff
that I also don't like, though.
That movie is classic Bond and with a really compelling fresh bad guy.
Yes,
in the
and
form
it's a
of
villain that I'm
this
like,
woman,
okay,
you
it's
know?
a woman villain, and it's a little different, and it's at least it sticks out, and I remember it.
It's got fun, but and that's the thing. The eternal
some
question
fun
with this is
things.
always going to be that spectrum we talk about every time, which is the fun, goofy Bond.
Okay, now you're
and then
selling
the serious
this to me.
stuff.
Chucky, you're selling a number 10 to me now, because when you say it that way, I'm like, yeah, View to a Kill, I chastise the shit out of it for the fucking fire truck scene. But it does have Mayday. It does have Christopher Walken in one of his best performances of all time.
It's got fun Bond.
You know, it's got fun Bond elements, and I do like that. I do like fun.
That initial
fun
scene
Bond
is
thing.
him. He jumps in the iceberg sub and bangs a chick, and it's like this classic Bond. That's some classic Bond stuff.
And then
know?
For Your Eyes Only, it's like it's still. I think For Your Eyes Only is still pretty good, but like story wise, it's like the thing that I harped on a little bit about that movie was just the end of it, where it's like
Let's date on, comrade.
again, it's a real world politics movie where they're trying to throw more about like what's going on currently in the world, and that's where I'm like, yeah, I could see it living right next to those movies. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like, yes, sometimes we come into this like it's in the middle. Looking up the list, I'm like, maybe that's where it's at.
I want to bring up the whole trends thing because we bring up the trends in the same way that we just talk trivia, right? We brought up Bourne with Die Another Day because that was like, okay, movies are changing and people are liking these more serious movies now. We're in a post 9/11 world. That's just to put it in context. This whole trends thing, the constant arguments online just really start to bug me. It's like just because you can point out where an idea came from, suddenly that means it's bad. And not only is it bad, but it also suddenly ceases to be a Bond movie somehow, instead of simply being a Bond movie coming in a different flavor. As opposed to just looking at the movie itself. Be it like Bond bungee jumping, going to space, License to Kill being an 80s action movie. I don't care about the trends beyond they're fun to point out or to understand. But the question is the movie good or not, regardless? Yeah. I just want to put this goddamn debate to bed because who gives a if they chase trends? I'm just getting really tired of the Bond movie, not a Bond movie thing because it's like, it implies that every movie has to be the same. But for me, the consistency is the character. The character has to carry over from one movie to the next. And you get that hardcore.
You're removed from duty and suspended pending further investigation.
The heavier character stuff is between Bond and M. You have classic elements of Bond having zero tolerance in the face of corruption and M giving him the trust that he deserves.
Find out where he's going. He's onto something.
Mom, the CIA is insisting.
Give a shit about the CIA or their trumped up evidence. He's my agent, and I trust him.
The lighter stuff is the womanizing and the boozing and the maxing out of his government expense account because he refuses to lay his life on the line and not be compensated with luxury.
We are teachers on sabbatical. This fits our cover.
Somos maestros on año sabbatical. Y nos ganamos la lotería.
And the classy elements are certainly there too. They even found a clever way to get Bond back in a tux via the opera scene.
I don't read what's online, but I will say if you are doing any kind of film analysis, it is a good thing to understand the context of where a trend comes from. Not
but
to
it's
say
not
that
necessary.
No, it is necessary. It's necessary to understand when the movie...
To enjoy it.
Well, that's...
For us, it lends to understanding. Yes, for
we're
us,
understanding
it's important
the movie.
to
We're trying to
understand
analyze the movie. We're trying to figure out why the filmmakers wanted to do the things they do. In this movie, it is very clear by even the fact the mention of who they had as one of the editors on this movie. It's very clear that they were like, we want to approach this movie like the Bourne films because and even I think even the story is very more in the line of trying to be a Bourne film.
My whole thing from the get-go has been, our directive is to pretend that future movies don't exist and that we're watching these movies in a vacuum. The history stuff is interesting, but the moment that you allow that to, like, oh, they're just trying to be the Bourne identity. My question is, what the is a Bourne identity? That's what my brain does because we're trying to watch these in a vacuum. And the fast editing and all that, the question isn't where did it come from? The question is, how is the movie regardless? So it's perfectly fine if they can make it blend. But here we are with the perfect example when it is kind of a bad thing because it changed how it was made instead of what they made. You know, kind of like movies that are shot in 3D and then they have a bunch of crap flying at the screen the whole time. So the whole, is this a Bond movie? It certainly has the Bond character, this new Craig one. So yes, it is a Bond movie, regardless of him not walking into a casino and saying, I'll have a martini shaken, not stirred. Like, no, every movie has to do that. I'm tired of this debate because people either say it doesn't have enough Bond elements, so it's not a Bond movie, or it has too many elements and now it's cookie cutter. Like, people keep complaining either way, and to the point where I'm like, f it. F the whole fucking stupid debate. It pisses me off. These Craig movies are real movies with emphasis on character, themes, and not just action and gadgets. That's the whole cup of tea argument. I like either direction, but saying one of them is a Bond movie and one of them isn't is to really misunderstand even just like the books. The last episode, we talked a whole lot about like GoldenEye bridges that gap between, you know, like book Bond and movie Bond. It's like the ultimate movie Bond, and then Casino is the ultimate book Bond so far as adaptation goes. But at this point, though, the whole debate is stupid because we live in a different world now. The universe Sean Connery started is gone now. So fucking get over it. These movies aren't even based on books anymore. They're taking the character and tone from Casino and running with it in a very real world and mature manner. Everybody fucking loves it for the most part. Everybody fucking loves Casino, and then they complain that this movie does the same thing.
My argument to that is like, you're going to complain that people are complaining about something that I'm like, no, it's the same reason why, Charlie, if you go to a Western or if you go to a romantic comedy or if you go to a drama, there are certain aspects, there are certain things you're going to expect out of those movies.
Sure.
I think as you look at the movies that people tend to like more are the ones that lean into the tropes in a good way, but doesn't feel like it's overdoing it. And I think they're the ones that have the most balance. I think there's a real reason why most people don't like your favorite Man with a Golden Gun. Because when you watch that movie and you leave it, you do feel like, why did I not feel like this was the Bond movie? And then the next movie.
But why is that? That's the question. Why is that?
Yeah. And I think it really comes down to what is the DNA of these films. And I feel like when you too much with the DNA, I think people's general reaction is that's not what I was expecting. That's not what I wanted. But
that implies they all have to be the same. That's why it drives me nuts.
They should, though. And if I'm going to go see a Bond movie,
but again,
I want a Bond movie. I don't want Bourne Identity.
Say that's too much of the same.
I don't want to go see Bourne Legacy. I want to go see James Bond. And if I'm leaving the theater and I feel like I'm missing that,
Bond walks into a casino,
and I'm leaving the theater and I feel like I'm missing that.
Can you imagine being the Bond filmmakers and you're like, hey, we should change it up? Be like, no, resurrect Sean Connery, make him walk into a casino, say, my name's Bond, James Bond, and order a vodka martini shaken not stirred.
You don't like those moments? You're telling me you don't like those moments?
But you can't just replicate the same thing every time.
I love this, and like this feels like a Bond movie to me.
It's great.
Stale.
It's great.
I just think that
the moment they change it up, everybody freaks out. It's childish. It's just like you can't expect that. Like, you know what? How about we never make any more Bond movies?
I just feel like you're having an overly strong reaction because you found a movie that you really like because of what the message was saying, but then you were like, oh, but people hate this movie.
Does he really like it, or does he's just saying it's underrated?
I'm not talking about this movie right now. I'm talking about this annoying ass debate that goes on all the time, which is, oh, that's not a Bond movie. The character is pretty much always consistent.
Blofeld's something of a must with me.
That's why I'm so harsh on your favorite, Secret Service, because Bond repeatedly breaks character throughout, like quitting for no reason and endangering the mission with his penis.
Discipline 007. Discipline.
Fancy meeting you here, Fräulein.
If you go to the movies and there are a plethora of people and they go to the movie and they all kind of say the same thing and they're walking out and like they feel disappointed, there's probably a reason for that. And I think that was this movie. I think that people, if you want to say it this way, here's what you could say. I think this is what you could say. Yes, all your merits, what you said about the movie, like it's a smart movie. There's a lot of intelligence put in. There's a lot of thought put in by the director, by the writers of this film, regardless of there was a writer's strike or what, or the editing or whatever you want to say. Like there's a lot to that, right? But if I'm going in and I'm expecting certain things that I like about the Bond franchise, and I leave the theater and I feel like I didn't get those things, then I will feel disappointed.
I'm disappointed.
Now, I get what you're saying. It's like, that's not a Bond. Like, I'm not even saying it's not a Bond movie, because the one thing I will...
It must always be the same. Always the same.
I'm not even saying that it will be the same, but I will say
I get it to a degree. Like, if I go to a Fast and Furious movies, I need cars.
You need to have the elements, and I feel like this...
Or like Pacific Rim, I think is so great because I just wanted robots fighting monsters, and that's exactly what I got.
What is it about this that's missing? What is...
It's the black and white. I think it's the...
Here's what I think. Gun. What is Golden Gun missing that isn't Bond?
I feel like it doesn't have a sequence. Like, here's the things that I really like about the stronger Bond movies, at least the ones that I think are on our list, save maybe for From Russia with Love, where we know if this doesn't happen, it's like we are very clearly understanding that bad things will happen if Bond doesn't save the day. I feel that way. I felt that way with GoldenEye. If Bond doesn't stop the GoldenEye weapon, we know that bad things are going to happen for a lot of people, whether they're going to die, whether there's going to be a huge financial meltdown. Like, we understand, like, there is real world stakes, and we're talking about I mean, like, sometimes I throw around the word like comic book character, right? Like, that's when I feel like the Bond movie Bond works best, is when he kind of is a little bit of a comic book movie character, when we know that, like, if he doesn't save the day, people are going to die, and we know which people are going to die and why that would affect us personally. This movie, granted, is not that movie because it is trying to answer the things from the Casino era.
This movie is very much like the difference between Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones. I bring it up this way all the time. The best good versus evil story ever told, Lord of the Rings, where it's just good people are good because they're good, bad people are bad because they're bad, or, evil people are evil because they're evil. And then Game of Thrones, where you have a spectrum of good and bad, but at the end of the day, everybody that's good and everybody that's bad, they're all just trying to protect their families. And that's what these guys are doing. The CIA guy, he kind of communicates in a scumly way, but at the end of the day, that guy is looking after us.
We've got a job to do. Let's go police the world.
I'm just saying, just putting out there, I think that that's why people just don't like this movie as much. But I do think you make really good arguments why maybe you should take a second look at it and say, it's a good movie.
What I'm expressing is Hollywood's problem from the beginning of time, which has been whenever a sequel comes about, people want it to be the same, but they don't want it to be too similar, right?
No,
and
but
so
that's
it's annoying. Like, that's that's my point. Thank you for emphasizing my point. My point is, when a sequel happens, people are like, well, Ghostbusters 2, it's too similar to the first one. I wanted something different, but also the same. That's the trouble. And here we are we're at 22 movies, and you necessarily have to change things up. And suddenly this flavor is to inject this real world stuff rather than another cookie cutter fucking bad guy with a scar on his face and an eye patch and a peg leg.
I missed the kill.
In my opinion, and this goes back to the opener where I said this movie is hated because it's the follow-up to something everyone loves.
The Americans are going to be none too pleased about this.
I promised them the chief, and they got the chief.
They got his body.
The expectations going into the sequel were high, and when such expectations aren't met, it hits exponentially harder. This is at the core of why I think it's underrated, because letdowns following great successes generally get punished more severely. Maybe had they gone straight into another exciting adventure, people would have appreciated this movie more, but instead they got this downer of a follow-up. Just look at the difference between the endings.
The name's Bond. James Bond. I never left.
Most people don't really like depressing movies, and I think that's the essential Bond element I keep trying to identify. Whether Bond is serious or goofy, the more successful films are fun. They're joyous. It's the difference between this and this. Bond isn't moping around drowning his sorrows, he's kicking ass and then getting ass.
For your eyes only, darling.
If you ask me, people are much less forgiving of this movie because they're frustrated that the follow-up to something so incredibly big and triumphant was this smaller and depressing film. We need bad guys to do bad things to bad people for the sake of goodness, but Quantum is plain evil because it is self-serving and just power-hungry and leans on corruption to do its bidding.
You should know something about me and the people I work with. We deal with the left or the right, with dictators or liberators.
Not for the sake of everybody, but for the sake of itself.
The world's running out of oil, Em. The Russians aren't playing ball. The Americans and Chinese are dividing up what's left. Right or wrong doesn't come into it.
Regimes change once a week down here. And then I'm gonna be no dirtier than the next guy.
Oh, you see, that's what I like about U.S. intelligence. You'll lie down with anybody.
Including you, brother. Including you.
As opposed to a government doing bad things for the sake of its people. Those are two different things. Or even like, I know either of you would kill for your families. I certainly would fucking kill for my family. Does that make me evil? If you think so, fuck you. You know, I'll kill you too. So as one gets older, the villains and the heroes get all mixed up, just like Mathis says.
But I guess when one's young, it seems very easy to distinguish between right and wrong. But as one gets older, it becomes more difficult. The villains and the heroes get all mixed up.
That's great. That's more grown up. That's how good versus evil becomes good versus sympathetic bad guy, right? So you have a million quotes here.
You know who Green is and you want to put us in bed with him. You aren't kidding, right?
Yeah, you're right. We should just deal with nice people.
Say Green is a villain. If we refuse to do business with villains, we'd have almost no one to trade with.
You can't tell your friends from your enemies. It's time to go.
The greatest speech ever given with this flavor is from Team America World Police. The dicks assholes speech. Pussies don't like dicks because pussies get by dicks.
But dicks also assholes.
Assholes that just want to shit on everything. Pussies may think they can deal with assholes their way, but the only thing that can an asshole is a dick.
With some balls. The problem with dicks is that sometimes they too much.
Or when it isn't appropriate. And it takes a pussy to show them that. But sometimes pussies can be so full of shit that they become assholes themselves.
Because pussies are only 1.5 inches away from assholes. I don't know much in this crazy, crazy world. But I do know that if you don't let us this asshole, we are gonna have our dicks and our pussies all covered in shit.
That may sound disgusting, but that is the most profound, that is like the most perfect speech ever made regarding good, bad, and evil. Because you need good and bad to work together to defeat evil. That's what Spectre is. That's what Quantum is evil. That is just corruption. As opposed to the Americans, they're being bad. The Brits, they're being bad. And then Bond is being bad. They're all looking out for themselves. And that's where it's so much more complex than just the good versus evil of the days of, not even Moonraker. Moonraker was in the same vein, but like Spy Who Loved Me, Tomorrow Never Dies, just this guy's bad because he's bad. So,
yeah.
That speech is, God damn it, that speech is so good. But
so good.
Easy, easy. Whoa, you gotta calm down there, Chuck. I hurt people. I'm a dick. Well, being a dick ain't so bad. See, there's 3 kinds of people. Dicks, pussies, and assholes. Pussies think everyone can get along, and dicks just want to fuck all the time without thinking it through. But then you got your assholes, Chuck. And all the assholes want is to all over everything. So pussies may get mad at dicks once in a while because pussies get by dicks. But dicks also assholes, Chuck. And if they didn't the assholes, you know what you'd get? You'd get your dick and your pussy all covered in
That's all reflected in that moment where Green is sitting down with the general and lays out that incredible threat.
If the current president had been more agreeable, I wouldn't be talking to you. So, if you decide not to sign, you will wake up with your balls in your mouth and your willing replacement standing over you. You doubt that, then shoot me, take that money, and have a good night's sleep.
This is how power works. This is precisely what corruption is. Those with power give those under them just a little power so long as they do their bidding. If they refuse, if that person decides to do the right thing, they are easily removed and replaced with someone willing to do whatever it takes to stay in favor of those who have power so they can have just a little for themselves. This is also reflected in the moment when the South American section chief says,
I need to know you're on the team, Felix. I need to know you value your career.
Notice he says career and not country. The emphasis, of course, being that both instances play to the individual selfishness, right? This is also how celebrity culture works. Say the words we want you to say, believe the things we want you to believe, spread the beliefs we want you to spread, or we'll replace you with the other millions of people that want fame and fortune and are willing to do whatever it takes to get it. They'll do it.
I'm going to school. School? Ah, yes. Then you haven't heard of the easy road to success. No? I'm speaking, my boy, of the theater. Fame.
Fame? As actors, it is our responsibility to read the newspapers and then say what we read on television like it's our own opinion. Matt Damon.
So this is what people mean when they say they've sold their soul or made a deal with the devil, because the devil is that, you know, if you give a mouse a cookie monster, always an ulterior motive, always demanding more and more.
Oh, I get it. I'm supposed to get in your car and let you put your finger inside me. Then if I go down on you, I get a movie part.
No, I just want to show you something.
Yeah, I'll bet you do.
And the shameless give in because they naturally rationalize their selfish decision by the thought, well, if I don't do it, somebody else will. That's exactly what Medrano does here.
Sometimes pussies get so full of shit that they become assholes themselves.
Such people are cowards. This is why we love Bond, though, because he cannot be bought or bargained with. He's that classic Western force that comes across deeply rooted corruption and single-handedly cuts it out. It's what we all wish we could do in a world that just seems so corrupt. Everything seems so corrupt.
There's $2 million in that suitcase. I'll split it with you.
But I don't need £1 million.
Stupido.
I did think of asking you to join my little scheme.
I'm not for hire. You earned it. You keep it, old buddy.
But Spectre has so many tentacles that no matter how many he destroys, they always return. This, of course, reflects the eternal battle of good versus evil, the duality of man as well, and then the dicks fucking the assholes so the dicks and the pussies don't get covered in shit. That's why I like this movie, McCurdy. You just gotta put up with me. So
I'm annoyed. I'm just annoyed because it's a constant, like, I get it. Like, I'm literally sitting here, I'm like, I get it. I get your speech. I get why you're like,
but
this
you're
movie's,
saying it's not memorable.
it's not a memorable movie, and I feel like there are things they could have done to this movie to make it a little more commercial, would be the clearest word I could use. I think that is the
commercial.
To me, is the underlining problem of this movie is it just kind of like, it ends and you're like, okay. It ends and you're like, it's just for the smart people in the audience. It's for the Chucky Rants who want to, like, that was so meaningful. That talks about society. And I'm like, I get it. But we're talking about James Bond here, guys. Come on. This is,
but you
like,
still
what?
get
We're talking
Bond.
about.
This is what I mean.
We're talking about this franchise that is
This is
a
what
fun,
I mean, though.
Fun franchise. It's a fun franchise of movies. And we want to see action happen. We want to see black and white. We want to see Westerns.
Granted, you can say, well, Char, I just don't give a shit as much. Valid. But for me, I'm like, this is a little breath of fresh air where we're away from Lord of the Rings, and all y'all know I fucking love Lord of the Rings. Classic good versus evil. But now we're in that Game of Thrones territory where it's not so simple. And not only is that the case, but that's just a heavy theme throughout.
I wouldn't have thought Vesper the sentimental type.
We never really know anyone, do we?
You never know who might be the bad guy. Vesper's boyfriend turned out to be Quantum, M's bodyguard was Quantum, all of these weird rich people are Quantum, and ultimately for Bond, the love of his life was turned by Quantum, so he's doubly hurt because not only did he lose her, but he's unsure whether or not she ever even loved him in the first place.
I'm not going to go chasing him. He's not important. And neither was she.
Remember, back in Casino, she never said I love you.
I wonder if that's why I love you.
You love me?
I think she loved you.
Right up until the moment she betrayed me.
She died for you.
So that's the stake, right? That Quantum is going to grow in power, the corruption is going to spread, but then also Bond's personal stake in getting the information from Green about the guy who betrayed Vesper.
Yeah. But that's why I think the movie might be a little muddy.
Camille.
But I think that might be why the movie's a little muddy, because it's like, now you're asking two different things. It's got to be this, and then it's got to be this, but it's also got to be this.
They handle
versus
the big
it being one thing.
They handle the big stakes, and then the epilogue. That's literally an epilogue in Russia. That's the movie's already climaxed, and then the epilogue is the closure.
It should be one thing.
No, it doesn't have to be, dude. You saying that Dominic Green
should have been one thing if you wanted people to leave the theater and be like, I enjoyed
Vesper
that
Green's boyfriend is just a teeny tiny pawn in the grand scheme of Spectre, Quantum, or whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
He's at such a low level, it doesn't matter.
And you see that in his face. He's just like, the irony, of course, is that he is no different from Bond, who's made an entire career out of seducing women.
You infiltrated Green's organization by having sex with him.
That offends you?
No, not in the slightest.
He is just
I'm
a
just
pawn.
here trying to turn this Canadian chick.
Perhaps we should shift our focus to the Canadian.
Once again, because we're in this new world, we don't really have Bond jokes, but we do kind of have like a half Bond joke here. So just to showcase, once again, the good old days of what a Bond joke is. A death, a killing has just occurred.
Oh, he blew a fuse.
And then it's a clever pun.
Do you mind if my friend sits this one out? She's just dead.
Classic Bond jokes. In this one, there's like a half Bond joke. He kills McCurdy's buddy. He fights that guy in the hotel room, and then he's on the phone with Tanner.
Tell us Slate was a dead end.
Slate was a dead end.
Damn him, he killed him.
He was a dead end. Is that a Bond joke? It follows the rules technically, or is it just a euphemism he's using because he's on the phone?
Well, I don't know if you said this. It needs to be punny, right? What's the pun?
The same joke was in License to Kill.
Oh, God, it's Heller.
Yeah, looks like he came to a dead end.
Right? Like a dead end is the end of a road, the end of a lead, but the guy's actually dead. It follows the rules.
But he's not a dead end because he does still lead him into the next.
I feel like it has to be so punny it like smacks you across the face, and it's like,
it's the closest thing because
it's the closest thing possible, but it's more of a euphemism than a
Charlie,
ha-ha joke.
remember when you and I were talking about how like these movies, you're like that argument's stupid, and I was like, no, it's not, because you need to have the tropes to like these movies. That would be one where it would have been nice to have that, but whatever, it's fine.
I love this
that's what I mean. Then they get
just
goofy though.
Enough Bond jokes. So
this movie is on the far end of the spectrum with Casino Royale. Nans likes to live here. Nans likes to be in Darkville. Yeah. So, okay.
So good. I have no glaring issues with this. I don't care about the editing issues. Do you have glaring issues minus the editing that you can point to?
I'm looking at it from the perspective of how does this movie make me feel after I watch the movie, and I feel very underwhelmed, and I'm just like, okay, that was a movie. And I'm fine with it.
I don't feel underwhelmed, but I agree that it's
I don't leave the film. I don't end up watching that movie and I'm like, I feel like I was treated to something.
You don't feel whelmed.
I don't feel well after watching it.
My high is him driving away from Green.
I bet you make it 20 miles before you consider drinking that. Goodbye, Mr. Green.
Some of the points you say, I'm like, I get where you're coming from with this movie feeling like a chaser. Like, I think if you're a Bond fan and you're watching all these movies, I think you do have to put the little asterisk caveat and say Quantum of Solace is the movie you have to see with Casino. It has to go with
Companion
Casino.
piece.
You can't, because like
mandatory viewing.
Charlie, you and I, we've talked about like when we started watching these movies as young kids, we watched them going to the video store and just pulling the movies from any order, not which one, but any order. We pulled the movies and we watched them and we enjoyed the shit out of them, right? This is the only one of the series, even the newer ones. Maybe we'll get there. But this is the only one in the series.
Don't talk about future movies.
Not future movies. We only got 3 left. That you're like, you really, really have to see Casino to understand this movie. And I think that might be one of the big flaws of this movie, if you're looking at it that way. It's like, you have to understand Casino to really understand this movie. And if you don't see Casino and you see this movie, I feel like you're going to be super fucking lost.
But let's go into the bad. I have a list of some bad stuff.
All right.
And these are like kind of nitpicks, kind of not. On all of these things, I can look the other way. But it doesn't exactly make sense that Vesper's boyfriend was Quantum. This is like if you're really looking at the timeline. Remember we said last episode, Mr. White found out that Vesper was going to be involved in the whole Le Chiffre thing, the whole Casino Royale thing. So they immediately got to work kidnapping somebody close to her so they could control her. But apparently she'd been dating this guy for a while.
She had a boyfriend, a French Algerian. They were very much in love. He was kidnapped by the organization behind Le Chiffre. And they blackmailed her, threatening to kill him unless she cooperated.
She had been dating a quantum agent for a while, and then she just so happened to be the one brought in for the treasury thing. Like, was that just mere coincidence? That's something where you're like, okay, the timeline had to be fudged a little bit. Same thing goes for Mathis having that house. Because how much time has passed?
Almost
since,
none.
Like a week.
They make it seem like Bond hits White, shoves him in a car, and then we're in Quantum.
Yeah.
Which we are. Here's the order of events. Bond has Mathis taken in, and then Bond has his whole starting to sail around the world with Vesper, and then Vesper dies, and M's like, well, this clears Mathis now, and he's like, no, keep sweating him.
We just proved that she's guilty, not that he's innocent. Could have been a double blind, keep sweating him.
In that same scene, he gets Mr. White's phone number. So then he goes to kneecap aside Mr. White, and then cut to this movie, direct continuation with Mr. White in his trunk. So it's like within like a week, they had Mathis set up in this house.
What do you want? Come to apologize?
Is that what happened? And now he's got this
Maybe
girlfriend?
they felt so bad.
Quest'uomo mi ha fatto imprigionare, poi mi ha fatto anche torturare. E tu adesso che fai? Gli servi del vino?
Poi quando hanno capito che non eri colpevole ti hanno anche comprato questa casa. In fondo gli devi qualcosa, no?
Possibly, but it's like
They were like,
they make it feel
just
like
give
it's
him
been
that
a while.
one villa we have.
Yeah, like,
get him in there.
Is it conceivable? Sure, but it's like, damn, that's a quick turnaround. This guy goes from like being in a
That's
prison
like one
cell
of the most unbelievable things.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes I do wonder, like, we never really see the time between things happening. So it's not something I'm like, I notice, because you're like,
That's
well,
what I
we
mean.
don't know. We never know how much time has passed between specifically him going to get Mr. White. We don't know how much time passes in that scene. We don't know how much time between the horse race and then him going back to MI6 and them telling, okay, that we picked up this thing with the money. We don't know how long that's taken. So there could be potentially some time between there.
That's my point. Is like we don't know, and that's where it works. But when you question it, it's like that is that's odd. Speaking of that, another one on that note is Bond is in Austria to see the opera. Remember, he tries to catch a flight, but his cards get canceled, and then cut, and we're in Italy. And the reason he's in Italy is because now he needs Mathis's help to get fake passports and all that so he can get back to Bolivia.
I need a passport and matching credit card.
Bond had to go from Austria to Italy. He had to
That's
cross
not that
through.
far though. You would need the passport then.
Yeah.
So he needs the passport. He goes to Mathis.
It
to
is
Bond
a
could
Dark
figure
Knight
it out.
Rises. It's a Dark Knight Rises type of scenario where it's like,
But
well, how
Dark
did he
Knight
get
Rises
from...
was going from Europe to America.
Charlie, it doesn't matter the distance. It's just the fact that you have a character going from one place to another, and there's obstacles, but we skip all that, and it doesn't matter. But it's like a question of like, well, then how did he do it?
Yeah, and as an editor, I appreciate them cutting out all that bull. I'm talking story beat, where the whole thing is, I got to get to Mathis so I have a passport.
But he
managed to do it without a passport. You know, so like,
so then why does he
like,
need Mathis?
Was Bond riding in the back of trucks and stuff?
Bolivia's in South America, correct? Right.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Austria is, it is literally one country away from Italy. They do border each other. So,
okay.
As
so
Nan
like
said,
Bond could do
it
that.
Would have been,
he could
like
figure
it
that
makes.
out.
I think if you're sitting in a room and you're like really thinking about it, like it makes sense. He could get to Austria, go to Italy, but he needs to go overseas to South America, and so maybe that's where it's like he needs that. But I get your point of like, yeah, but he gets the thing to get the thing. Like, how did he get across the country? And I get it, but I don't.
We're
think
nitpicking here. We're
that's
nitpicking.
a nitpick.
Glad I insisted you brought that cello.
Oh, and remember, according to the Living Daylights, getting into Austria is really simple, so maybe the trip from Austria to Italy is a breeze.
We've nothing to declare!
That's the cello!
The whole point here is that these are things that don't need to be answered, but that you can point them out. Like, as a story goes, Bond is immobile because he doesn't have cash, he doesn't have credit cards, but he still manages to pull off this thing. My point is, it's just a little contrived for M to suddenly cut him off.
You shot him at point blank and threw him off a roof. I'd hardly call that showing restraint, especially since he was a member of Special Branch.
So who is he guarding?
Bond, are you missing the fact that you killed a member of Special Branch? I need you to come in.
And I would. But right now, I need to find the man who tried to kill you. Go back to sleep.
Connection terminated. Restrict Bond's movements. Cancel his cards. Put an alert on his passports, all of them.
It's just a little sloppy because Bond doesn't bother explaining to M that he didn't kill the Special Branch guy.
It appears Bond shot Haynes' bodyguard and threw him off a roof.
And this is based on what, Tanner? I mean, right there, there's security cam footage that would have seen that it wasn't Bond that shot the guy. So then maybe Bond wanted M to think that he had killed the guy? Maybe the moment M said that, Bond thought, wait, that's not right. Why does she think that? I need to go rogue now.
And Tanner, be careful who you trust with this. Hopefully you're a better judge of character than I am.
You know, he's questioning who he can trust, so maybe he wanted to go rogue so nobody would know where he was just in case they'd been compromised. But all the same, losing his passport and credit cards didn't do him any favors, especially because it's not like rolling with Mathis kept him under the radar. MI6 still knew where he was going because they sent Strawberry to get him, and then Green invites Bond to the party, or maybe Mathis arranged it or whatever, but the point is that he's not exactly hiding from anybody, so it's all just a little loose.
You've been invited to a party. I didn't know we had any friends here.
I arranged it.
It would have been a bit more on point if M had been forced by her higher-ups to order Bond to back off of Green. If that was the case, it would have made a lot more sense to go straight to Mathis.
Well, oddly, right now, you're the only person I think I can trust.
But it isn't until way later that this happens.
Mr. Green's interests and ours now align. Bond is running wild. Pull him in, or the Americans will put him down.
I like that Mathis comes back in, but it's kind of contrived, it's kind of forced. It's like, how do we get Bond on his own again? How do we have him go rogue again so that we have an excuse to bring in Mathis to then help him out? Another nitpick is on that boat chase, she's like, you're not one of Green's.
You're not one of Green's!
Dominic Green!
Dominic Green!
Is Dominic Green well known enough that Bond knows his name? Because then later he's like, hey, I need you to run an ID check on this guy, Dominic Green.
Name check. Dominic Green.
G-R-E-N-E.
Might need a little more than that. There are a lot of Dominic Greens. Do you have a social security or passport number?
No.
His reaction would normally indicate that Green is a well-known figure. Like if she said, you're not one of Musk's, he'd say, Elon Musk. But we don't get that. Nobody knows who he is.
Should be getting his picture now.
Yep, that's him.
This is what I mean. They're just like little things where I'm like, why did that stay in? It's like, just take that out.
See the girl that just walked in here? Could you give her that? Tell her to call me.
He already had Green Planet from the phone tracker thing. So instead, he could have just said, name check, Green Planet. And then they say, yeah, it's headed up by this guy, Dominic. But instead, Bond somehow already knew his name.
Dominic Green!
But whatever. These aren't movie killers. They're
They
just
don't
like
matter
weird
that much.
questions. Yeah, they don't matter that much. The Entertainer says, oh, great. Again, I don't read these until it's time to read them. So the first word the Entertainer says is underrated! Exclamation point. Appreciate that, brother. An original take on the series with Bond being his own worst enemy. I don't agree with it's too gritty. It just feels a bit too different from other Bond films. True. It makes sense that Bond is on a hate binge considering how Casino Royale ended. True. Unlike how Diamonds made little sense after OHMSS. True. This is the first clear sense of continuity between films. True. The criticism that it's ripping off Jason Bourne is also a bit unfair. Sure, the film focuses a lot on the action, but there are some great Bond moments in there. Bond refusing to check into the cheap hotel is hilarious.
I'd rather stay in a morgue.
Entertainer. The cinematography is beautiful. Motherfucker just keeps rolling. Feels more art house than popcorn action. Can't really defend the chaotic editing, but I personally don't mind or find it confusing. I think it fits the violent tone. Yes. Yes.
Did we mention the editing when we asked for comments?
No. The main issue, which is also one of the strengths of the film, is the tone. Bond doesn't feel like a hero in this one. That seems to be the general theme of the film. The CIA and MI6 are making shady deals with the villains, and Bond leaves a lot of dead bodies behind. Great stuff, really, but we haven't seen that cynical take on the franchise before. I pop this one in from time to time, and it never disappoints. However, due to its being so different from other Bond films, it rarely comes to mind. I don't mind a darker tone like License to Kill and Casino Royale, but they feel more grounded in traditional Bond tropes. Ranking it at number 12.
Dang, he touched on everything.
That was like I secretly wrote that, and I'm just pretending that it was the Entertainer.
I think you did secretly write that. I think you did
because it's
I'm looking at the
Bond-like.
thing and I'm like, yeah, like I'm already looking at the ranking and I'm like,
that's
Charlie's gonna be like, this is where it
tonight.
goes, and I'm like, all right, whatever, dude.
The username is Flavorful Chunt. Okay.
Shady. This
What
is
a-
shady. Okay, Vuk Babalo. The idea on paper is fine, continuing the story from Casino, but the execution is really bad. First of all, if they continued the ending of Casino, why Bond isn't wearing the same suit he wore when he shot Mr. Okay, I know it's a small detail, but it's one of those things that bug me. If they're looking for a problem, they will find it. If you are doing a sequel, do it well. Also, throwing Mathis in the garbage was a bad scene. I know there was a writer's strike during filming, but I don't understand why they hurried up the movie and released it in 2 years. This movie proves that there wasn't a Craig arc planned at all. It's a solid movie. If the editing wasn't that crazy, it would rank a little bit higher. For me, it's a lower tier on the Bond list. Throwing Mathis in the garbage
makes sense.
He's trying to make it look like
You
a
can't
robbery.
just drag a dead body around with you all the time.
He puts him in the garbage, and then he steals his money out of his wallet. That's what you do when you want to make it look like a robbery. You just take the wallet out, steal the money, leave the wallet. He's throwing the police off. Obviously, it doesn't work because they're like...
Rene Mathis has been shot dead in Bolivia. The police claim it was Bond.
The guy just got shot, and the last thing he says is...
She gave everything for you. Forgive her. Forgive yourself.
And I think it's a sweet moment. Yeah, he could have just dropped him, but I think the point was to make it look like a basic robbery, which maybe doesn't make sense because there's dead cops too. I don't know.
I get what he's saying. I do feel it's a little clunky, but it's one of those where I'm like,
I'm fine.
what are you gonna do? Like it could have just been they left the fucking car there, or they just drove off with his body in the back of the seat and just not said anything afterwards. Like you didn't
If
have to
Mathis
throw him
was
in the trash
Charlie
can.
and he was shot and dying and he was like, stay with me, I'd be like, I have shit to do, man. I'm not even sticking around till you
It's
die.
just weird. I think it is just weird when they're like, yeah, we're just tossing him in the trash.
You don't mean that.
The cops toss him in the trash. Oh wait, the story's got to okay. Well,
We gotta
let's
get
just keep
going.
going. Well, we could have kept him in the car.
I think
done something with him.
clunky
But then you
is the
get
word
pulled
for
over
it.
again or something.
Clunky is the word for it, but I don't think it. I don't think it destroys that moment
It
between them
destroys
where
it
he's
for
just
me.
like,
I am destroyed. I can't watch this
because
movie
that's
now.
thematic, right? Where he's just
I
like,
can't.
he's like,
It's not thematic. It destroys the movie
forgive
for me.
Vesper, forgive yourself. That
I
is
hate
Mathis
this
stating
movie.
the theme before he dies. You could maybe have a little laugh when he dumps his body in the garbage. But again, the point was to make it look like a robbery. Whether that comes across or not, I don't know.
It doesn't. It didn't strike me as he's trying to frame it as a robbery.
He's like, he would have done it.
Is that how you treat your friends?
He wouldn't care.
He would have done it
He
to
wouldn't
me.
have cared. Whatever.
We made a pact years ago.
When you put another man's cock in your mouth, you make a pact. A bond that cannot be broken.
If ever one of us finds the other one's dead body, you put it down the garbage chute immediately, okay? After ripping it, we didn't see when Bond performed a necrophilic act
Oh my
on
God.
Mathis.
He's a man so dedicated that he will get down on his knees and put that cock right in his mouth.
We're gonna
Anyway.
get so hard demonetized.
Too much.
Lemmy is God says, like Tomorrow Never Dies, this is enjoyable as a big dumb action movie. Correction, big smart dumb action movie. Okay. For Craig, I think it beats Spectre and
Average.
probably No Time to Die. What are those? On your list, I predict it will land somewhere near Diamonds, and personally think it edges out Diamonds unless you are docking it for not being a traditional Bond movie. as Diamonds is far more Bond than this.
Chuck, I will tell you this right now. It's not near Diamonds. And I'm looking at that list. I'm like, yeah, it's better than Diamonds. It's better than Moonraker.
It's too low.
Like, even me, I'm like, no, I don't think this movie's, I think you give
He's
this
part
movie.
of the reason it's underrated.
I think you give this movie too much credit, but I will say, I think it's better than Diamonds. I can't not say that, right? Like, if we were looking at these movies in a vacuum.
Like we just said, here's a scene that is both touching and clunky. That's all wrapped up in this thing where it's like, it's good, but flawed. We've been saying that
This
from the get-go.
movie's better than Diamonds. It's better than Moonraker.
Yeah. The movie is full of great action sequences. The excessive cuts are bad, but do not make the movie unwatchable. The movie
everyone's
looks great,
touching on
and
this
Craig
editing.
looks particularly great as Bond. The story needed some more work. It didn't really pick a lane. Is it primarily a personal revenge movie for Bond and Camille? Seems like that was the goal, but if so, Bond's personal revenge plot doesn't get enough screen time relative to the ostensible MacGuffin
That is what
of
I'm talking
uncovering Green's
about.
quantum scheme.
That is
I
what I'm
disagree.
talking about. That is what I'm talking about with this
disagree.
movie. That is what I'm talking about this movie. I think the movie goes so fucking hard on Bolivia that they're like, we got to talk about fucking Bolivia. We got to talk about this goddamn water. We got to talk about this oil because that's what's happening in this world. But I'm like, great. But at the end of the day, you still want to go back to Bond's revenge plot.
That's all wrapped
And
up in that moment when Bond says we're both using green to get to somebody.
I think it would have been better if they kept it streamlined.
We're both
I think
using
it would have been more
green
better
to
if it
get
was-
to somebody.
Shut the
He
fuck up,
needed
Chuck.
to get to green.
I don't
figure
care.
out Vesper's boyfriend thing
If
and
that
everything
was the
about
case,
quantum.
it would have been like a mid thing that would have happened, and then we would have gotten to the real thing. I think if they had wanted to focus this
I don't know
movie,
what you
I think
just
it would
said.
have done the movie a service. I think it would have done the movie a service. Get f***ed. Saranaya.
I don't know. I don't even know what the fix would be because it's all wrapped up.
Don't
in,
make
it
Green
all
such
leads,
an
It all
important
leads to
character.
Russia.
Don't make
the whole
Green
thing leads
such
to
an
Russia
important-
by the end.
All right, keep going.
Green is
Keep
the
reading.
main villain. We got to deal with this
Don't make him the
motherfucker,
main
and
villain.
then we move on to
Keep going.
The cherry on top is the Vesper stuff at the end. Okay,
Nance, don't be doing your little like sitting there being a little like I like this movie. Shut the fuck up, Nance. Shut up with your. When you watch the end of that movie, it does feel like the movie was like, oh wait, yeah, Vesper. Like that's how it feels. And yes,
you're forgetting the moment where he said, "I need Green to find the guy who betrayed
I don't
Vesper."
care. I don't care.
That's
If I'm
the
writing a
whole
movie,
fucking story.
listen, if I'm writing a movie where it's domino pieces and you have to go to that, and this one giant fucking domino piece is like the most of the movie,
Green
and then I
to get
completely
to
forget
Vesper's
about everything.
boyfriend. He can't get. He
I
cannot
know.
get Vesper's boyfriend until he gets Green.
But it is more about the size of what that domino piece is. And for me, it's like you got this giant domino piece, which is Dominic Green and his whole Bolivian subplot with the water. It's a subplot, right? It's not a subplot, but whatever. It's about water and oil and all this bullshit.
You're saying
And
that
that's
Bond
so
should have
much of the
ignored all of
movie.
that?
It takes up so much time of the movie, and then when we get to the
that
personal
is the
stakes of
movie.
him.
That is the movie because
Right, and
it's
so it's not.
quantum.
But then,
it's
but then,
Spectre.
yeah. But you said that's the movie. But is it that, or is it that the fact that he gets he finds out more about Vesper, the guy that
His
she was with and all that?
motivation. He finds this
That's
whole
why it's
plot,
not clear. That's why I
and
don't like this movie
No,
that
it's
much.
crystal clear. His whole motivation to take on this whole plot is so that he can get Green to both defeat the organization that was behind Lashif.
I got it.
Right now, I need to find the man who tried to kill you.
So what's your interest in Green?
Well, amongst other things, he tried to kill a friend of mine.
A woman?
Yes. But it's not what you think.
Your mother?
She likes to think so.
Because of course he's going to
it.
fight that organization and
I know, I
continue
get
to
it.
fight them.
I got it.
But also the cherry on
Chucky,
top
I
is he
got it.
gets to find
I know.
Vesper's motherfucking piece of shit boyfriend.
Yeah, I got it.
How are you guys saying that they're not connected? Are you fucking blind? It's all
It
there.
just feels like an after fact, especially since we spend so much goddamn time with Dominic Green, and then we have to go to Vesper.
It is throughout.
I've heard so much about you from Vesper. The real shame is that if she hadn't killed herself, we would have had you too. I think you would have done anything for her.
I was sorry to hear about Vesper. I think she loved you.
Right up until the moment she betrayed me.
She died for you. I have pills for everything. Some make you taller. Some make you forget.
How much do you know about Bond, Camille? Because he's rather a tragic case. His MI6 says he's difficult to control. Nice way of saying that everything he touches seems to wither and die.
You two do make a charming couple, though. You're both, what's the expression? Damaged goods?
Vesper, she gave everything for you. Seems we're both using green to get to somebody.
You lost somebody?
I did, yes.
Look how well your charm works, James. They'll do anything for you, won't they? How many is that now?
Sounds like you just lost another one. I answered your questions. I told you what you wanted to know about Quantum.
I don't think the dead care about vengeance.
I wish I could set you free. But your prison is in there.
It's a beautiful necklace. Did he give it to you?
All right,
Even so, the scheme is also a bit difficult to follow and could have used some more exposition. I also like the corrupt CIA aspect / Greg Beam character and wish it had been explored a little more. Camille is a pretty good Bond girl, similar narrative arc to For Your Eyes Only. Yeah, we said that. And I think it works here. Green is an okay villain. I think he's a great villain. He comes across as a psychopath, but seems to be middle management in his organization, which undermines his gravitas. Elvis is a candidate for worst henchman of all time.
Elvis?
Elvis, the guy with the really shitty bowl haircut.
That Strawberry Fields trips down the stairs?
Yeah.
We see that the shitty bowl haircut is actually a toupee. It falls off at the bottom of the stairs.
Elvis?
And then he's got the neck brace later.
Yeah, they gave him like homosexual undertones. He was always looking at guys.
I never caught that. His haircut, mostly.
The more you say that, Charlie, it does, like, we were talking about that plane scene, and Mark Forster's talking about North by Northwest. Because some people call that movie like the proto-Bond film, right? Because there's some elements that feel very Bond-esque. And in that movie, the villains are also got some kind of sexual tension that you're like him and like his little minion or whatever. And like now you say that, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what he was doing with Dominic Green and Elvis. Is there's a little bit of that. They're like, there's a little
but
sexual
it's never
tension between them.
It's always between him and somebody else.
Yeah, it's like Elvis wants to Dominic Green, but Dominic Green's not having it. He's like, I'd rather something else.
Elvis is looking at Felix at one point, and Felix is like, brother, I ain't having none of that. Everybody's looking at Elvis like he's a weirdo, because he is a weirdo.
When we were talking about our weird edits, there's that edit in the movie when they're at the opera. They spend a little bit of time of just him cutting back and forth, him looking at the other hench guy, and they're
other
like,
henchman, yeah.
The other henchman's like, no, dude,
what?
I'm not
How
there.
did I miss this?
I remember that part.
I really think that Green is like this whole thing of him being middle management.
I agree with that.
That was the same. That's the point. That's the same thing people said last time about Lashif, and it's like, yeah, Lashif is also not Blofeld, but we're not talking about Blofeld. We're talking about guys underneath Blofeld.
Yeah.
So what? In the first movie or the second movie, we're gonna jump straight to the head of the organization. This is a natural progression, and I think Green is just as underrated as this movie.
I think Green is a good bad guy.
He is the perfect smiling devil. The devil doesn't come at you with horns. The devil comes at you with a smile. One of my favorite quotes on that point from Lord of the Rings, yes, Lord of the Rings, is they meet Strider, and they're like, this guy might be a bad guy, and Frodo says, no, I think
a servant of the enemy would look fairer. Feel fouler.
The point there being that the devil doesn't come to you with horns and a pitchfork because you would go, that's a devil. Get away from me, devil. He comes at you with a smile. But in this, that smile is yellow, showing that there's something off with him. I just think that Green
he's
is like
I'm
the
just
perfect
trying
snake.
to save the world with all this hydrogen power. But really, I'm trying to control all the water.
Yes, which is what, as you said, McCurdy, that's what the oil companies do. They're like, we're green. Every company is like, we're so green. Look how green we are. It's all bullshit. I work for these companies. They know that it's all a lie. They're like, hey, in this commercial, the analytics show that people buy packaging that's green because it makes them feel good. Oh, is there any truth to that? No. We never stop doing what we do. We just pretend because it sells better.
I got it.
That's how the fucking world works. So this guy is the same thing where he goes on these speeches about we're going to save the world. Meanwhile, he's trying to control this motherfucker.
You see, I'm about to have an elaborate peace ceremony. And while all the world's most important people are distracted here, I will detonate the WMDs.
Okay.
So anyway, Lemmy has got also spammed a bunch of Dolphumanoid emojis. So
good for him.
Get your merch down below.
Dolphumanoids, we are the future.
L for love.
K1 says, I wish it wasn't so ashamed of being a Bond movie. A lot of great ideas, but everything goes so fast and the shaky action leaves very few memorable moments. To your point, McCurdy. I enjoy the corrupt CIA. Green is great as just a Nestle? Executive stealing water, hiding behind environmentalism to go unnoticed. Most believable villain. To my point. Opera is peak of the movie. Yes, trying to have twist of it's not about oil is so meh.
How much oil did the Americans promise you?
This isn't about oil.
Well, that's good, because there isn't any.
It's about trust.
It's about trust.
I don't think the movie needed a twist. It would have been better with a more straightforward mission.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's just... I don't think it's like... It's not like a super heavy twist.
I don't register anything as a twist.
I think it's just overindulging and it's trying to be super clever when these movies work better when they're a little more clear. That has been my point tonight. That has been my point this whole time.
I think it is clever. I think that is
I'm
clever.
saying sometimes when you're trying to be too clever.
He's tricking all these countries into thinking he has oil because they're going to do whatever he wants because it's oil. But then at the end of the day, it's water, which they might be like, who gives a fuck about water? No, that is the most precious liquid on the planet. To control it, it's like why fucking Bill Gates is buying up all this farmland. Oh, who cares about farmland? No, to control these things, that is a vested interest in longevity. Last episode, we talked so much about The Big Short. Remember the message at the end of The Big Short? What's his name is buying up a bunch of interest in water. Controlling that is huge. We can live without oil, but we can't live without water.
He blames the water shortage on global warming.
This is exactly what evil people do. They foment a problem, and then they turn around and ask the people for the power to defeat that problem they in fact created, which they then exacerbate for even more power. And people have been giving into this devilish trick forever.
It's dynamite. This used to be a riverbed. He's creating a drought.
You know, there are people in this country spending half their paycheck just to get clean water. What do you think of that?
The Bolivian government is the problem. They cut down the trees, then act surprised when the water and the soil wash out to sea.
Why don't you tell them about all the land you bought up outside Potosi? Somehow, the logging rights went to a multinational corporation that cut down the forests. But only after our last government sold the land to Green Planet. Or have I got my facts crossed?
Yes, I think you did.
Show us what you're doing, Kim Jong-il! Do something, Eric Barron!
The global warming and corporate America.
You are worthless, Eric Barron!
So this slimy bastard that's pretending to be an environmentalist is pulling a classic devilish trick where he promises what you think you greatly desire, but then flips that desire on its head before getting away with your soul. Hey, anybody want an apple?
We do nothing to stop a coup in Bolivia, and in exchange, the new government gives America the least standing oil found.
If it's oil you want.
We didn't find diamonds, did you?
He's weaponizing greed by dangling oil, a substance that humans want but don't need, in the face of the powers that be to trick them into bending over backwards to please and pamper him and let him do whatever he wants.
It's James Bond, British Secret Service.
I will need you to get rid of him for me.
That's not gonna be a problem.
while secretly robbing them of something they need but completely take for granted. That's great. That goes right back to From Russia with Love, where Spectre tricked Bond into retrieving the Lecter for them by baiting him with a hot babe. I think that's clever. I don't think that's something to be downplayed.
Here's the thing, like we talked about in some other movies, it's like the execution versus the, putting the execution versus like the story and all this other stuff. There is some better execution done in this film than some of the older films. Like it's gonna happen eventually. You get to a point where you're like, yeah, there's a little more thought, there's a little more process put in. So it's like, yes, I know the editing is not always everyone's favorite thing, and I'm on that boat. But at the same time, I'm like,
that's why it's not sitting up there with its companion piece. It's not going to be at number 3, chilling next to Casino Royale. That's not in the cards. Somewhere above Tomorrow Never Dies, right? This isn't a big, dumb action movie. It's a smart, sometimes dumb action movie.
Yeah.
With some dumb action moments, but it is a smart movie. Both are follow-ups to beloved installments that are something of a letdown, but this isn't the big, dumb action movie. It's a smart movie that also uses action as a crutch, just like T&D. It defeats the Thunderball threshold for me. Thunderball has always been a threshold. It defeats that for me.
I'm torn. Here's the thing. I'm more torn now that I'm thinking about it more. I'm like, Honor Her Majesty's Secret Service is a lot more memorable for me, and I think it's memorable for more people in general. And that's where I'm like,
we don't care. We don't care about anybody outside of this threesome, though.
No, I know, but I think
other than members.
I'm still thinking. Now I'm thinking about it more, and I'm like, but for Honor Her Majesty's Secret Service, we have a great Blofeld. We have probably the best Blofeld we get in any of the fucking movies. I think so. I think the movie also, it doesn't lean into the gadget that most of these other movies do, which is, I think, actually kind of a plus.
No gadget. But that's a Bond element. Some people, but it's not a Bond movie if it doesn't have gadgets. I need everything.
But I do feel like Honor Her Majesty's Secret Service does lend itself to being more of a I know you're gonna say like, well, it's a more Bond movie, blah blah blah. But I don't know. I do feel torn. I do feel torn to be like, it's better than Honor Her Majesty's Secret Service, because I'm kind of like, in my heart of hearts, I can't really say that. I can't.
Let me continue though.
No, I can't.
If I were to put it above Secret Service, it'd be because Secret Service has story trouble, not form trouble. It's a pretty solid movie. Yeah, it plays with editing a little here, but it's not the form, it's the story I have problems with. This movie has form trouble, not so much story trouble. The story is clear. Bond seeking revenge by flushing out Spectre. Quantum. Call it what the you want. Last episode, we really equated Secret Service with Casino Royale. So if you're kind of looking at it on that, if you're looking at those as equivalents, the follow-up that Honor Her Majesty's Secret Service should have been something like Quantum of Solace. But instead we got Diamonds Are Forever, which was essentially a rejection of Secret Service in favor of a comedy. And y'all know I love my Diamonds Are Forever.
Stupid.
But everything they did in the opener was shameful next to what Quantum does for Casino.
Yeah.
Bond seeking revenge, but in the end finding solace and then going back to work, hence the line, I never left, right? Secret Service is vaguely about wanting to leave the service, but arguably maybe they didn't nail that theme so much. And then Diamonds Are Forever opens with Bond getting revenge for Tracy's death in the wake of Secret Service.
Where is Ernst Stavro Blofeld?
However, the death of Tracy is completely ignored in Diamonds Are Forever. It never comes up. Her name's never mentioned at all, even though Bond is pursuing the very man who killed her.
Well, that's a neat trick.
Secret Service, the thematic stuff is watered down and weak, whereas here, it's all there. It's all Bond reeling after the loss of his own Tracy, after Vesper, right? And that's where the story elements are there. The form is what's off. Oh, the editing is bad. Oh, there's some whatever.
You and I have talked about this. This is, I think, the one difference is I do feel like you and I talk about form versus the story and the thing, and you're like, well, the story is what's matter. I'm like, yeah, I know, but if you can't tell that story well, then get the out of here. And that's where I'm like,
that's the question. The question is, did they tell this poorly just because they had a couple bad edits here and there?
Yeah. And I think I still do think that Honor Her Majesty's Secret Service tells at least the story better, even if it's not as strong as what you think of Quantum. But I do think Quantum just like it drowns itself in trying to be intellectual, or like it drowns itself in being intellectual and not being entertaining. And that's where I feel like Majesty's Secret Service shines, is that it is very entertaining, even if it doesn't always lend to the intellectual elements that you probably wanted. And that's where I'm like, I think Honor Majesty's Secrets has slight edge there, where it's like, I can go back and watch Honor Majesty's Secret Service hundreds of times, and I think it's still a more entertaining movie. It does try to have more emotional moments, but it's more in the romantic side of things rather than being like this movie that is talking about real world things that are going on in the world. And that's where I feel like that's where I'm like, it's in that right there. It's like right there. And I just think that Majesty's Secret Service at least knows what it's doing. And it's like, we're at the end of the day, we're still an entertaining movie. We're still about entertainment. I think that's the problem with Quantum. Okay. The problem with Quantum is not the editing. The problem with Quantum is it's trying to be too damn smart and forgets that it's trying to be entertainment.
This is where we check each other, because I'm like, I want smart. I like that. I want smart. The movies that I put at the top are the smarter ones.
We gotta have both.
I'm here for story and bad guy, and then you remind me that it's not always about story and bad guy. Sometimes it's about entertainment.
And I think but if you look at Goldfinger and Goldeneye, if you look at Goldfinger and Goldeneye, right? Like Goldeneye is both. Goldeneye has a smart story that does actually deal with real world stuff, but it's still fucking entertaining as hell. Gold, and as well as I think Casino has entertainment, but it also is a smart story. I think this one is just trying too hard to be smart story. And yes, there is some action in that kind of, and I mean, of course, there's still action in these movies. I just think by the end of the movie, I'm like, I felt like I wasn't entertained, and I felt like I was given a homework assignment.
Like I said, it defeats Thunderball threshold for me. It defeats it. Because, editing bad. Who cares? It defeats Thunderball threshold. I knew, of course, going into this, me threatening, because I know you don't really like this movie, but threatening Secret Service would almost be like a personal move. For me, you nailed me. Upwards of number 10. Like at least above Tomorrow Never Dies and Thunderball is where I'm at.
But to put a ceiling on it, it can't surpass
The World
Man
is
with
Not
the
Enough.
Golden Gun.
The World is not enough. It can't surpass
Don't
The
know
World is
about
not enough.
Dr. No either.
I could
World
live.
is not enough.
I could live below The World is not enough, above Thunderball. The thing that I keep going back to, though, for you, McCurdy, is two things. I know I said I'm tired of the argument, but Bond-isms plus memorability. And you've said throughout this recording, you've said this movie just isn't that memorable. I like my high-minded, not just good versus evil, but like just real-world political stuff. I understand that isn't as memorable or entertaining, and sometimes having a good old-fashioned evil for the sake of evil, bad guy for the sake of bad guy is good. And then, of course, the Bond stuff. If this ended up at 13, I'd be okay. If it ended up at 10, I'd be okay.
Yeah.
10, 11, 12, 13.
We're in the right ballpark. We are like, that's the right ballpark for this movie.
It is a middle movie. It deserves to be in the middle.
I agree.
Yeah, because most lists would try to throw this to the bottom. I'm agreeing with you to the point of like, this movie's smarter than I think people give it credit for, besides the flaws. But my argument is, if you're going to bog somebody down with a homework assignment on how intricate the plot is, then you've missed the point of entertainment. And that at the end of the day, James Bond is still entertainment. So you have to balance both of those things. That's why I think Goldeneye is a perfect balance of those things, because yes, we do get the Cold War representation and like the real world stakes of what was actually going on in the world. But at the same time, we do get a very entertaining movie. And I do think like the higher movies do demonstrate like you can have both. You can have a really deep, intricate story, and you can have a lot of entertainment. I think Honor Majesty's Secret Service is a good balance, because in the sense that it is trying to give more of it's trying to break that mold of just like Bond saves the day, and like asking questions about the character of Bond, much like this movie does, or much like Casino does. Maybe it fails at it, but at the same time, I'm still looking at it like, I like the skiing scenes. I like the scene where he's getting chased in the snow in the car, and he's getting kissed. I like every scene in that movie. I feel like I'm way more entertained overall. And that's why I'm like, I think it's better than Thunderball, but I don't think it's better than Honor Majesty's Secret Service.
I think that's all well put. I agree with everything you just said. My whole thing is, I just think everybody out there needs to shut the f*** up about Quantum and enjoy it for what it really is and not put it at the bottom. Because
it's not at the
whether it's problems with form or content, I think if you have problems with the form, okay. If you have problems with the content / story, I don't think you understand it. And so it doesn't deserve to be at the bottom. It deserves to be at the middle. It's underrated. So if it's underrated and it's at the bottom, generally, underrated means it should be more at the middle. So at the middle would be right below Secret Service, which is Secret Service is more like a casino movie. It's got that whole thing of like Bond questioning what he wants to do, but also having classic Bondian elements to it, including the best Bond joke ever told.
He had lots of guts.
I think it is fair, and Nans, let us know if you agree, because again, can't pass World's Not Enough. Love me some View to a Kill. Love me some For Your Eyes Only. Question some Secret Service, but still respect that movie. But I gotta see this movie above Thunderball. So the perfect spot might just be right there at the big 1-3. Number 13.
Yeah, that's not far off from where I'm at. I also use The World Is Not Enough as a ceiling that I don't think it should or could breach. And then going down the list, I personally could see it above A View to a Kill or For Your Eyes Only. On Her Majesty's Secret Service and Thunderball also have historically served as barriers.
Thresholds.
I definitely see it above Tomorrow Never Dies, though, which I know is like kind of a big range. Like I said, I could see it at 10, just below World Is Not Enough, but I also do see the merits of On Her Majesty's Secret Service. So I wouldn't complain if it was just below Secret Service, above Thunderball.
That would be giving it the credit for its story, but then understanding its shortcomings in, how it's put together and certain questions you might have.
Most critics are going to throw this movie in the dumpster of the bottom next to You Only Live Twice, and I don't
next to Mathis.
Next to they're going to throw this movie. Most people would throw this movie in the dumpster with Mathis, and You Only Live Twice, and some other movies we haven't talked about. But I think that if your whole goal tonight was to say this movie's underrated, putting it under Majesty's Secret Service would prove that point. So my biggest takeaway is just memorability for this film is how memorable this movie is and how it leaves you after you see it, and then do you feel entertained? I feel like it just does not check that box, and I feel like it's a very important box that maybe we should think about when we watch movies.
It is forgettable, to be fair.
Again, you have to have homework to see this movie because you're going to get lost if you don't see Casino, and that's the only it's really the only one.
I think the conclusion here is this. Quantum of Solace, as I said at the outset, is a criminally
These two men, they poured a whole bottle of bourbon into me.
Criminally underrated, or as QWERTY put it, overhated Bond movie. It's almost like AJ said. He's like, what's the point? And my point would be, well, it's the chaser after that shot of Casino. And others might say, if you're a man, you don't need a goddamn chaser.
No, they didn't give me a chaser.
That, yes, depends on an entire other film for it to make sense. So I don't think that's Quantum's fault, but here's the deal. Here's the real killer for me. It's not so much that Quantum requires watching Casino Royale because it's a sequel, so who cares? That's like saying Return of the King sucks because you have to watch Towers and Fellowship. However, Return of the King doesn't mess with the previous films. It builds on them without negatively affecting them. Unfortunately, you can't say the same thing about Quantum. The two characters affected most by this movie are Vesper and Mathis. The whole thing about Casino is that Vesper is going through hell. She's being blackmailed into sabotaging Bond, or else Quantum will kill her boyfriend. The assumption that we as an audience have is that her boyfriend is a good man. Good enough that A, Vesper would fall in love with him, and B, that she would do whatever it takes to save his life. Quantum changes that, showing us that he's actually just some dickhead who uses the same necklace routine every time he needs to get in with a new chick.
I figured out what that is. It's an Algerian love knot.
Really? Thought it was just something pretty.
No, you didn't. Someone gave that to you. He's a very lucky man. He gave it to a friend of mine. Someone very close to me.
This works by the time we get to the Canadian chick because she seems nice and innocent and has this sweet little moment where she thanks Bond. But then when you go back and watch Casino, it's just not the same. Unfortunately, it kind of makes Vesper seem a little dumber and more gullible when her character always seemed better than that. It undermines the sacrifice she makes. Under the assumption that her boyfriend was a good man, it makes her kind of noble that she'd try to save his life, and it adds to her being torn between her love for him and her new love for Bond.
You stopped wearing the necklace.
Yeah. It was time.
But once we find out it's just this douchebag, it cheapens all of that and just makes her seem stupid for falling for some asshole. Then there's Mathis. We mentioned in the Casino Royale episode that at the moment when Le Chiffre says,
I'm afraid your friend Mathis is really my friend Mathis,
that he was deliberately lying to take suspicion away from the real traitor Vesper. But admittedly, we said that knowing that Mathis was innocent because we'd seen Quantum before. We had to approach the story this way, knowing the canon, breaking our rule of trying to watch these films in a vacuum, but for good reason. However, Quantum officially declaring Mathis innocent does still serve to confuse the plot of Casino. It makes you question why Le Chiffre would lie. Again, we submitted that in all likelihood, Mr. White planned it all out that way in order to simultaneously make Vesper appear innocent while separating Bond from his only real ally. But Bond already suspected Mathis before the car chase.
Mathis needs me.
Mathis, my friend Mathis.
Which kind of makes sense based on what Bond later says on the beach.
Remember I told you about Le Chiffre's tell? Well, Mathis told Le Chiffre. That's how he wiped me out.
I can't believe it.
Well, neither could I.
But also doesn't make sense and just comes across as bad adaptive screenwriting. This is because if you've read the Casino Royale book, this whole moment makes a lot more sense because Le Chiffre forges a note to Vesper signed with Mathis's name to lure her into a position where she could be kidnapped so that he could use her as a means of baiting Bond. In the movie, she claims to get a text message from Mathis asking to see her, and then on cue, Bond gets suspicious and runs outside. What if Bond had just kept sitting there eating his victory dinner? Would Vesper still have been kidnapped? How did the bad guys know that Vesper telling Bond that Mathis needed her would prompt him to run outside to witness her kidnapping firsthand so he'd give chase and then crash so Le Chiffre could smack his balls? If it's still a possibility that Mathis was guilty, then all of this could potentially work, but once you know he's innocent, none of this shit makes sense. Mathis is completely innocent in the book, and Bond knows it. But in the film, Le Chiffre takes it a step further by directly stating that Mathis is working for him, which is confusing. Why exactly does he feel the need to lie about it? Because for all Le Chiffre knew, he was just going to torture and kill Bond anyway, so what was the point of that charade?
Give me the password, and I would at least let her live.
Oh, I guess so he could trick Bond into giving up the password for her sake. But Bond never once suspected Vesper, so what was the point of lying about Mathis? It only makes sense if you accept the fact that Mr. White probably planned it all out that way and was using Le Chiffre as a tool. But we don't know that for a fact, so it just makes it all the more confusing. I said in the Casino episode that Mr. White would have needed to have told Le Chiffre to tell Bond that lie so that once Mr. White rescued Bond from the torture scene, Vesper would be able to coax the password out of him. But couldn't they have done all of that anyway? Couldn't Vesper still have put in the alternative bank account and stolen the money from under Bond's nose without the unnecessary messiness of going through a torture scene? And what would have happened if Bond hadn't immediately had Mathis taken in? What if he had confronted Mathis about it and Mathis had proof of his innocence? They bought him a villa a short time later, so clearly something eventually pointed to his innocence. My point is that the vagueness of his guilt or innocence leads to interesting discussion about Casino's plot, but knowing he's innocent reveals it all to just be bad adaptive screenwriting. This all would have worked just fine if Quantum had never brought Mathis back into the plot and officially labeled him innocent. That's not to say that it doesn't ultimately work, but it does make it more confusing. Keeping it vague was more effective.
Well, at least this clears Mathis.
No.
No?
No.
Admittedly, all of this nitpicking would have been easily forgiven if Mathis had been brought back into the plot to actually do something. Mathis's use in this story is annoyingly limited. Bond takes him away from his sexy Italian chica and his seaside villa for what? Just to get Bond to Bolivia? Bond already showed he can cross international borders without a passport, so what did he need Mathis for? If he couldn't have stolen a plane and flown himself there, or forged his own passport, he could have hit up Felix Leiter, who could have used some more screen time anyway. Bond asks him who the people from the opera are, but Tanner already did that, so what did he need Mathis for? Mathis gets him hooked up with the Bolivian police, who then betray them 5 minutes later. So what did he need Mathis for? I guess we needed him to remind Bond a few times that Vesper loved him.
I think she loved you.
She gave everything for you.
But this doesn't make sense either. QWERTY Manor is totally correct. Why does Mathis care so much about the relationship?
How's our girl? Melted your cold heart yet?
He was cute about it in Casino Royale, but that was before he was tortured and anally raped. His constant dialogue about Vesper is ham-fisted and kinda dumb considering the fact that her betrayal led to his being tortured and imprisoned. He should be just as pissed off with her as he is with Bond.
We forgive each other.
Forgive each other? What did you ever do to Bond? Mathis only ever aided Bond, but Mathis himself has been betrayed, tortured, imprisoned, taken from his girl and villa to do nothing but act as a travel agent, shot by crooked cops, pickpocketed and left for dead in a fucking dumpster. Nobody in this franchise has ever been shit on more times than poor fucking Rene Mathis, and he's asking Bond for forgiveness?
I think the timing suits you.
Then leave him alone. Just leave him be, Bond, James Bond, you piece of shit. You've already done enough to this man.
He wouldn't care. Come to apologize. We forgive each other. He wouldn't care.
Hey, Bond, I heard your testicles got shattered. Here's some medicine for your balls.
Fuck you. Give you We forgive each other. Being dead doesn't mean we'll seriously have.
All in all, Mathis should have either done more to serve the plot or he should have been allowed to stay home with his babe. He's one of the most gentlemanly and likable Bond allies we've ever had, and yet he gets shit on repeatedly and then literally thrown in the... This is the opposite of Draco in OHMSS, who is just as gentlemanly and cool, but actually helps Bond to do things and ultimately aids in storming Blofeld's mountaintop compound to save the world and get the girl. In Quantum, Bond pulls the one-man army thing and just runs in guns blazing.
You and I had a mutual friend.
Can you imagine if Mathis had used his connections to lead a raid on the hotel? Maybe it wouldn't have fit the depressing mood of this particular film, but what an arc that would have been for the man Bond wrongfully imprisoned to turn around and save the day. Just thinking about it highlights the fact that Mathis ends up doing nothing in this movie but proving that Giancarlo Giannini is a great actor, but his character was underutilized and then literally... It's no surprise that our Lord and Savior Martine Campbell doesn't like this movie, because it retroactively fucks with Casino Royale in a way that sequels aren't supposed to, and for that sin against our Lord and Savior, we ultimately moved to place it below OHMSS, which is an equally heavily flawed film. In fact, we are putting the most overrated film of the series just above the most underrated of the series, which sounds just about right. But again, we're all here to love Bond and not hate Bond. And so I think we've met the most fair sector, because that middle part of the list, below Dr. No but above Thunderball, are movies that are fun, enjoyable, action-packed, but the ones at the top of that have essential Bond elements.
Yeah.
And Quantum gets away from the essential Bond elements, and I appreciate that about it, but I understand why Secret Service, For Your Eyes Only, and A View to a Kill would surpass it, because those, at the end of the day, just like we said in the Casino episode, if it comes down to it, we are ranking Bond movies and not just action movies or just any old movies, but Bond movies. So Quantum gets its credit. We give it some credit where credit is due, but we keep it below classic Bond movies. Secret Service, Free Rise Only, View to a Kill, World Is Not Enough, and ultimately Dr. No. So I think it's a fair place to put it. I think at this point we're all in agreement. Gentlemen, yes?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Locking it in. Number 13, Mr. Neil Jackson. Would you do us the honor of reading the sacred standings of the Bond films, please, sir?
My pleasure. I'm going to do it in reverse order just because it seems like it's the way it should be done. So in reverse order, we have at 22, we have You Only Live Twice. 21, Die Another Day. 20, Diamonds Are Forever. 19, Moonraker. 18, Live and Let Die, with the best soundtrack of any of the Bond movies. 17, The Living Daylights, which I loved. 16 is Octopussy, about as camp as you can get. 15, Tomorrow Never Dies. 14, we've got Thunderball. 13, Quantum of Solace. 12, On Her Majesty's Secret Service. 11, For Your Eyes Only. 10, A View to a Kill. Christopher Walken was incredible in that. 9, The World Is Not Enough. 8 is Dr. No. 7 is The Man with the Golden Gun. 6, The Spy Who Loved Me. 5, License to Kill. 4, From Russia with Love. 3, Goldfinger. 2, Casino Royale. And number 1, Driving a Tank, is GoldenEye.
Skyfall is a frustrating movie, and it's a particularly difficult one for me to rank because precisely one half of me loves it while the other half fucking hates it. Let's get this out of the way first. I get it. It's a beautifully shot film, and the title song is terrific. But as usual, I regard those as nothing more than cherries on top next to a solid story. I'm on the record numerous times saying I would rather have me a cake that tastes great even if it looks like crap. A cake that looks great but tastes bland is just plain pointless in my book, because substance should always trump glamour. Both is ideal. Look at the top of our list. GoldenEye is a cake that tastes great and looks great too. Speaking of GoldenEye, the guys who wrote The World Is Not Enough are back to once again give Bond a shoulder injury that hardly has any bearing on the plot while they try their best to remake GoldenEye. The story of an older, and according to other characters in the film, washed up James Bond who faces his equal but opposite, his shadow, an ex-00 agent named Silva, who just like Alec Trevelyan heads up his own criminal enterprise taking on missions for cash instead of for king and country. Not so coincidentally, both of these stories tackle the relevance of James Bond in a post-Cold War world. However, where GoldenEye had the advantage of coming on the heels of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, the very reason the 00 program was instituted in the first place, Skyfall has what? The rise of the internet? Does that mean war and threats from rogue states and the necessity of maintaining boots on the ground is suddenly outdated? We must instead only fight online or something? If that's the case, then the opener should have been Q droning terrorists while Bond wastes company money sitting in a casino gambling. Then he would certainly have looked like an embarrassing waste of taxpayer money in need of a tale of resurrection. Then all that courtroom stuff would have some thematic weight to it, but instead it's messy because at first it's an indictment of M's bungling of a job that needlessly exposed numerous undercover MI6 agents and got them killed, but then suddenly we're talking about terminating the entire 00 program, thus ham-fistedly shoving in this theme about why we still need Bond so that this movie can feel important. GoldenEye questioned why Bond himself kept going, not the entire 00 program, which is absurd in the wake of 2 films about uncovering a global criminal organization that for all we know is still in operation, you know, the one responsible for 9/11? But no, the death of the MI6 agents brings about talk of getting rid of all agents when they should just replace M and do what governments always do and beef up MI6's resources so nothing like this ever happens again. What I'm getting at is that the central plot element of the stolen list and dead agents in this film contradicts the central themes of the film itself, which are all over the place and vaguely connect. Practical intelligence versus digital, chasing spies is quaint and irrelevant, Bond himself is old and it's a young man's game, death and resurrection, Emma's mother figure to Bond and Silva, who are both pissed she threw them under the bus, and then of course returning to Bond's childhood home for absolutely no reason other than it obscurely indicates some depth of character while in fact revealing nothing new about him. It's all meant to give the impression that this movie is super smart and meaningful, which perhaps it is in part. I'll definitely give it good bad guy status, but simultaneously it is by far the most annoyingly contrived and self-aggrandizing Bond film to date, which we'll get into in excruciating detail by tearing apart the plot, and when it crumbles, we will stand tall and face it all together.
All right, so let's begin with the aftermath of Quantum of Solace. There were several plans in place to put Bond 23 in production almost immediately, but the Craig era, at least I believe, in my opinion, have been cursed. Instead of writer's strikes, MGM filed for bankruptcy, which held up production of the next film. Production was supposed to begin in 2009, but was postponed in 2010. The gap between films at this point was 4 years, the longest for between films for the same Bond at this point. So if you remember, Connery's films are literally like the next year. It's like next year, with the exception of when it was Lazenby that we had a 2-year gap.
Yep.
And then another year gap, and then we got Connery again. 73, we get Roger Moore. Man with the Golden Gun's right after it, and then Spy Who Loved Me. I think there was like a 3-year gap there.
Then it's every 2 years, like clockwork through Dalton.
The only other big exception was like that 6-year gap between License to Kill and Goldeneye. All I'm saying here is like it's a long gap between films.
You're saying there's a difference between gaps when it's
the same Bond
versus changing Bonds. Yeah.
Release date and then who was playing Bond at that point. And it makes a big difference because I think the Craig era of Bonds is cursed. I'm not going to have the full rundown of why I think that until we get
get there.
The last movie. But there's a lot of stuff, even in this movie, because Charlie, I can't disagree with you more. I think this movie is deep. I do think, and I know you're saying it's deep and more of like it's not quite tied together. I'm saying I think it is tied together. I think it actually works really well together.
I'm not sitting here saying it's trash.
It's hard to have nuanced opinions on the internet.
I'm going to be harsh on it. If you guys are both raving about it, I'm not going to rave with you. You know,
so we're
I'm
at
not
the
sitting
rave?
here saying it's at the bottom. I'm just
So
like,
what
as
you're telling
usual,
me,
you just
if we
hate
were at the
Skyfall.
rave-
No, it's not at the bottom.
So if we're at the rave, we're doing the ecstasy, and you're just sitting here. I knew it. Okay, sorry. Okay, so moving forward, I'd like to comment. After Quantum of Solace, which let's just say left more to be desired, it wasn't a failure, but yes, there was probably more to be desired all over the place.
Objectively
and
so.
with the 50th anniversary looming, Barbara and Mikey G. Wiz probably said, let's hire some top shelf talent like Bond would order Dom Perignon 53. Because he prefers the 53 over the 55. If you don't remember that.
I prefer the 53 myself.
All right. So there was a script by Peter Morgan with Neil Purvis and Robert Wade, which that's the writing team. We've talked about this ad nauseum. Co-writing titled Once Upon a Spy, the script had Judi Dench, being blackmailed by someone she had an affair with during the Cold War, preferably someone from the KGB. And at the end, Bond would have had to kill M. This script didn't work out, but they did keep the death of M in the storyline. So the Bond co-writing team, Purvis and Wave, as we keep calling them, did concoct a new script that took elements from the book versions of You Only Live Twice and The Man with the Golden Gun. Bond would have had an amnesia, which we talked about. If you guys have seen our videos going over all the Bond books, we talked about how he got amnesia. And then he would return to MI6, which he does in this movie. And then he would have to track down a Scaramanga-style villain, which we got Silva in this movie.
How do you like my island?
Do you like the island?
And then there was even a plan to have a woman he impregnates track Bond down, which these elements sound familiar, but I don't know from where. Maybe it's a later film. This script also didn't see the light of day because, again, of MGM's financial problems. So this film is directed by Sam Mendes. Many times I've spoken about most of the Bond directors not being big names. In the past, we talked about Peter Jackson possibly directing, Steven Spielberg possibly directing. But at the end of the day, usually they were too big of names. They didn't want to have a big name controlling it. Right now, Christopher Nolan's talking about, I would love to direct a Bond film, but I want all the control, which is, I think, part of the reason why most of the time the Eon Productions family doesn't really want to bring somebody who's going to put up their hands into everything.
Yeah.
However, we got Mendes. I think Mendes may be the first that is sort of outside the norm. Mendes' filmography includes American Beauty, won Best Picture, and it won Best Director. Road to Perdition. Craig had a role in that one, also was nominated for a bunch of stuff. Jarhead. And recently, 1917, which also won him a bunch of awards. So he stands out when you look at other Bond directors in those respects. No disrespect to our Lord and Savior, Martin Campbell.
May he be praised.
I feel like you're gonna edit the...
Oh, he will.
Daniel Craig had actually shepherded him to direct the next film after Mendes saw Craig in a play. It's called A Steady Rain. I read about it. It is sort of like a tale of Jeffrey Dahmer. It's about these cops who return this Vietnamese boy back to a cannibalistic serial killer, and it's a play.
Craig claims he drunkenly offered him the job after they'd reconnected at a holiday party thrown by his stage partner, Hugh Jackman. So that's kind of cool.
Mendes took a meeting with Barbara Broccoli and Mikey G. Wiz, and of course, got the job. Going back to the script, though, So the ongoing writing team, Wade and Purvis, had a new draft that featured Raul Sosa, which ends up becoming Silva, but that was the original name. Mendez brought a screenwriter, John Logan, to rewrite the script. Who is he? Well, he's also an impressive list of scripts to his name, which included Any Given Sunday, The Aviator, and Hugo, which were both done with Martin Scorsese, Gladiator, which was Ridley Scott, The Last Samurai with Tommy Cruise. To prepare for Skyfall, script Logan read all the Fleming books, and he watched all the movies.
Good. That should be a requirement. We all know that Timothy Dalton did the same thing. That should be a requirement. I don't know why it isn't. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But him doing that, immediately my respetto goes up.
Yeah. Logan states in an interview with Austin Film Festival that Fleming's Bond is depressing, vulnerable, and not a Superman. That was his takeaway after reading all the books, which I think does coincide with every time we've talked about the books, because the books and the movies became a different thing. And I think that was also what we talked about during our episode with Casino Royale, was that they were kind of going towards the book Bond, yet you've already had this baggage of doing the film version of Bond. So when you come to do a film version of the first book, it's kind of uneven, because you're like, well, it's got to be the movie, but it's also got to be the book.
That was our diagnosis of the problem. You're being a reboot, but you're also responding to 40, 50 years of filmmaking.
Vodka martini.
Shaken or stirred?
Do I look like I give a damn?
And in the wake of the less popular but wholly original Quantum of Solace, this movie takes that to its inevitable extreme, bringing back not just Q,
I'm your new quartermaster,
who is always a product of the films and isn't even in the books, as well as ushering us back into Bond walks into the office. Moneypenny's sitting at the desk, frame right, and he walks frame left through a double door into M's office. M then debriefs him.
Lots to be done.
Mendez and him, they played up a lot of the British elements in this film. So if you remember watching this movie, a good chunk of it takes place in Britain, because they were thinking about how this James Bond is Britain's hero. America, we have Superman, right? Like other countries have other characters, but James Bond's very specific to Britain. So they really wanted to make that element very strong in this movie, and I think they do. He talks also about how, like in the past, how different villains act, as far as like Goldfinger's and Dr. No. He talked about Goldfinger being sardonic and ironic. But he talks about Silva. Silva tries to destabilize Bond, but he does it in a manner that's different from all the other Bonds prior.
And it's fantastic. He says
beautiful. He destabilizes Bond. He said he destabilizes Bond by using homoerotic seduction, but Bond turns it on him, which is the best part of that whole scene.
It's so Bond.
Well, first time for everything. Yes.
What makes you think this is my first time?
I will also add that Mendez, by extension, hired 2 other collaborators to this film that makes it stand out. First one being composer Thomas Newman. Many of the most recent Bonds have been scored by David Arnold, and then famously by John Barry. There was, I think, one exception from that. Guy did the music for Rocky. I believe he did For Your Eyes Only. But for the most part, John Barry has scored all of the previous Bond movies, and then we had David Arnold through the 90s until today. But for this movie, we get Thomas Newman.
We'll get into our usual Batman talk soon enough, but I swear there's one moment where he gives a little nod to Hans Zimmer.
And of course, like this movie, you got to talk about Skyfall by Adele, which is probably one of the best Bond songs in the last forever.
Yeah. I was curious to know whether Charlie would prefer Skyfall or Casino.
I am by default. I'm going to obviously go with Casino.
Yeah.
Skyfall is
I am a
objectively
Skyfall
terrific.
But
when
love
it
Skyfall.
comes to
Skyfall's
Bond,
really
like remember we talked about how Live and Let Die transcends the movie Live and Let Die, right?
Yeah.
People are like, I love that song. I had no clue it was attached to a film in the first place. Skyfall is the same. We defined Bond song as having this particular sexiness to it. Big horns, blah, blah, blah. We talked about it, Bond nauseum. I know that most people wouldn't put You Know My Name at the top, but You Know My Name is the #1 song so far as Bond's character is concerned. Skyfall is about this movie in particular, and then beyond that, it's just an incredible song. It's just like a powerhouse of a song that, like I said, transcends the film itself.
It is an earworm.
Yes.
There's 2 reasons I like it. I I like it because it's a great song for one. Like it sounds great on the radio. You can listen to it and not realize it's a James Bond song. Yes, you're right. But I also like it because it definitely heralds back closer to what John Barry was doing with Shirley Bassey with Goldfinger and all those old tunes from the 60s. It kind of has a resemblance to it. So it feels very Bond, but also very new. Anyway,
sure.
So again, we were talking about he hired 2 collaborators for this film. The other being, I guess you can do a drum roll or not do a drum roll. It doesn't really matter. Roger Deakins. So Nance.
Oh, yes. Roger
Deakins.
Deakins.
So Nance is aware. And so just so I set the record straight, yes, Deakins' cinematography looks amazing in this film. But to me, like Charlie, you put it before, it's a cherry on top, like Adele. And I literally wrote that before you even said it. I didn't even know you were going to say that. But yes, after watching the movie, it's great. It's not the reason I love the movie.
We have been very consistent on that point. Like, cinematography is a bonus. It's a cherry on top.
Right.
You could shoot a fucking Bond movie with a cell phone, and if the story's great, I'm going to like it more than anything with the best cinematography. But Roger Deakins is a legend. He's shot all your favorite movies. It's been Roger Deakins.
So Deakins is like one of the celebrity director of photography. Like Spielberg and Kubrick are synonymous with director. He's been kind of the celebrity DP. It's more than just being the camera operator, which most DPs aren't the camera operator. He's one of the exceptions where he does both. But it's also meaning that you're talking with the gaffer and the grip and setting up where the lights are going to go and how the image is going to look. So the director might say, we're going to look a shot at Charlie, but the DB's like, how are we going to light that shot? How is it going to look? And it's not just there we go. I think it was License to Kill, and I talked about how that movie kind of looks like garbage, and it was really because it kind of has this telenovela.
It's dirty.
It looks kind of yucky. It's because most of that lighting doesn't look quite natural. And if you go back to like Dr. No and Goldfinger, those films look a little more like stage theater-y thing, and you do see some mood lighting here and there in those early films, but it's still kind of theatrical, and it has that like 60s and 50s Technicolor look to it. Over time, they started getting farther and farther away from that and being like, we got to light it so it looks natural, but it still looks good. And you see that a lot with the way Deakins lights the movie. So it looks great. Going through some of the cast members, we got Judi Dench returns last time as M. She also utters the first F-bomb in the entire series.
I f***ed up, didn't I?
Still PG-13 because it's just the one. Also, M is the first non-villainous recurring character to die in the films on screen. We came close with License to Kill with Felix Leiter, but she is the first reoccurring character that actually was killed on screen. Yeah. She also is tied with Bernard Lee in playing M, but only by the number of years. They both played M for 17 years total, both of them. However, of course, because we have all these gaps in time between films with the later films, Bernard Lee played in more films. I believe he played it 11 times. I think she was like 7. So, of course, he played it longer. They did, I think, in the online, they also said, like, well, technically, she's in it longer. She plays M longer because she's in the next movie in a flashback or something. But let's not count that. Let's not count that. Javier Bardem. Got to talk about him. He's like probably one of the most important parts of this movie. Plays Raul Silva. Tiago Rodriguez is his real name. Silvia was intended to bring back an absence.
Silva. Let's get that right. Silva.
Not Sylvia. Silva.
Sylvia is...
I'm thinking of Sylvia
if
from...
If he went trans, he'd be Sylvia.
Oh, Mr. Bond.
But no, it's Silva.
I was thinking of... You know what I was thinking of? I was thinking of...
Trench.
Sylvia Trench.
Sylvia Trench.
Sylvia. Bardem had his script translated to his native language of Spanish to prep for the role, which I think is pretty impressive. So they took the entire script, translated to Spanish, so you can memorize the Spanish lines.
Crazy.
And then convert it to English. But Mendez says like that's him committing to the role. While every Bond villain has its deformities, which we do eventually see in this film, of course, because he takes the thing out, Mendez and Bardem settled on dyeing his hair blonde.
Bleaching him blonde, you can't help but think that they are giving him the Goldfinger treatment.
He does have a similar look to Julian Assange, founder of WikiLeaks. And that's what people have always said. He's like, he kind of looks like the WikiLeaks guy, which kind of fits again with the theme.
Always got to be picking out billionaires to pick on.
Yeah.
We're always picking on billionaires every episode. Sorry, you're so successful. We're gonna honor you with a Bond villain.
Next, I have a couple of people that are new to this film, but they're new to the franchise. Naomi Harris plays Eve Moneypenny. You might remember her. This is the thing I didn't know. She was in Pirates of the Caribbean. She was in the second and third one. She plays Ty Dalma, the voodoo witch that's in both of those movies. I don't know if you remember those movies.
Calypso.
That's her. She looks very different from this movie to that movie. So it's pretty crazy. Is it Ralph? Hold on. Ralph
Rafe
Fiennes?
Fiennes?
Ralph?
Ralph?
Rafe Fiennes. Rafe Fiennes.
He plays Garth Mallory.
Gareth Mallory.
Some thought that he would be playing a new version of Ernest Blofeld before the movie came out. But we
Ernst.
got the new
Jesus
M.
Christ.
Ernest.
Ernst.
Ernest?
It's Ernest.
Ernest
He's
goes
Okay,
Spectre
it's
Island?
official. The next franchise we're ranking is the Ernest movies.
Ernest.
Ernst Stavro Blofeld.
Okay, calm down, buddy. Ernst Blofeld. I didn't take
Ernest
German in
Blofeld.
school. Okay.
Ernest becomes Blofeld. That's like the title of the best Ernest movie that was never made. Ernest takes over the world.
It's Ernst Goes to Spectre Island. That's the movie. Ernest Goes to Spectre Island. That's the one I want to see. I am gonna butcher this name. Bernice Marlowe. She plays Severine. Once you see a name with like parentheses on letters, you're like, I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm done. And then of course we got Albert Finney plays Kincaid. This role was originally intended to have Sean Connery. They wanted to ask Sean Connery to come back. The reason why they didn't want to do this, because the producers thought that it was going to be too on the nose. It was just going to take the audience out of the film. Because if they had done that,
That's
I mean,
fair.
yes, it would have been cool. It would have been like, oh, that makes so much sense. That's
But
perfect.
it would have been confusing. Remember Die Another Day? The whole thing was, let's have Pierce Brosnan gets a phone call from somebody in Scotland, and it's going to be Sean Connery. Like, they keep trying to do that, and Mikey G. Wiz and Barbara have the I don't know, maturity,
The sense. Yeah.
the business sense to be like, no, let's not do that. That's cute, but let's not do that. But even so, they do certain things in this movie that I do think they're cute when you first see them, but they are a little bit on the nose. Like, my name's Eve Moneypenny. Wink, and I'm like,
We got Ben Henshaw, plays Q. First young Q.
Wishaw,
yeah, you're right. I wrote it.
it's just, McCurdy, I love you. Can I just?
No, you don't.
I'm just
You
going
don't.
to tell you right now.
No.
I love and adore you. You're just like,
hate you.
you're adorable.
You're dumb. Shut up, you're dumb. Anyway, he's the first young Q, but we never find out if he's meant to be Major Boothroyd.
Good morning, Major Boothroyd.
Morning, Major. Look what Q's brought for us.
Of the novels are an entirely different character altogether. Like, they never say which version of Q, if this is a new Q.
I think he's new.
Or
There's
if it
nothing
is
to
the old
indicate that he's
Q.
Boothroyd.
There's a part.
He's just new Q. He's new
Q.
guy who
Right.
heads up Q branch. Did you guys catch the Mikey G. Wiz cameo?
I didn't even look one up. Where is it at?
Okay. M is standing over the bodies from the gas explosion in MI6. They cut to the door, and in the far background, you just see Mikey G. Wiz standing with a bunch of people outside the door. Let's do initial ranking first, because I don't want you guys to think that I think that this is garbage. This movie is obviously not garbage. I think this movie is overrated, but I'm not ready to say it's like for example, I'm not going to put it below Quantum. I do think, though, that the more times that I watch Quantum, I like it more and more. And the more times I watch Skyfall, I like it less and less. I come in strong on I think this movie's overrated. And I do in terms of the general population. Like your mom probably likes this movie. Maybe your mom's never seen a Bond movie in her life,
Probably
but she would
everyone likes
like
this
this movie. Anybody
Yeah.
who's never seen a Bond movie in their life comes into this movie and loves it. My biggest gripe is that, where it's like it's not necessarily made for Bond fans, it's made for everybody, and I think the shortcomings come in there. But I'm the last one to come in and be like, it's trash, it's bad. I'm torn on it 50-50, literally throughout. But where do you guys land in the list as it stands? What's your initial rank as of now?
Personally, if this was my list, looking at these movies, I like this movie better than Casino Royale. Every time I watch this movie, I like it more. I like it more than I like Casino. And I understand why you guys would say, oh, I like Casino because it's like it's all about the Bond character. But I'm like, this feels more what I wish most of Craig's films were. And unfortunately, they weren't. So that's kind of where I'm at.
I personally like it throughout. And you're saying every time you watch it, you like it less. McCurdy's saying every time he watches it, he likes it more. I've only seen it a couple times. There's no glaring issues for me, and I like it. Like, again, I like it throughout. I would say the highest, it can't beat Casino. I think you're right. The top two are pretty much in the clear.
If you guys are like both like it can't be Casino, I could see like that's probably where I'd put it. I'd just put it at number 3.
Oh, you like this more than Goldfinger? Kind of shocking.
Shocking. Positively shocking.
I do like it more than Goldfinger.
Wow. Okay.
I like it more than Goldfinger too.
My biggest thing with this movie is I think the villain is by far the best villain in any of the Bond films. I think it's better than Goldfinger. I think he's better than Scaramanga. Yes, I think GoldenEye works really well because it's the first time we get the rogue agent. I think this one works best because it works well with its themes. And I know, Charlie, you early on you're saying, oh, well, in the review, it's like, well, it feels like the themes are all over the place. And I'm like, they're actually kind of connected for a purpose.
And we'll definitely get into that.
And I think that's why I like this movie so much, because every time I watch it, I'm like, oh, I didn't see what they were doing with that. And I like this thing as well, which we'll get this out of the way. Let's just talk about this real quick. A lot of people put comparisons between this movie and The Dark Knight, which, if you remember, The Dark Knight came out in 2008. This movie came out in 2012.
He wanted us to catch him.
The Joker planned to be caught. He wanted me to lock him up in the MCU.
Bond, this isn't an escape. This was years in the planning.
He wanted us to capture him. He wanted us to access his computer. It was all planned.
It's really that specific thing where it's like the Joker gets caught and then it was actually part of his plan the whole time. But you do see that trope in a lot of other movies that came out roughly around the same time. So I'm like, yes, there's that element. But then after I watched the movie, I was like, no, actually, all of this makes sense to me. I'm like, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because I was looking for where would this not make sense? You're looking back and saying, oh, none of it makes sense. But I'm like,
no. I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying this movie's don't hit me with
I didn't say that.
You just hate Goldfinger.
I didn't say that. It's hard to have nuanced opinions on the internet.
I'm saying it's like from moment to moment, there's things that I'm like, that's excellent. And then I'm like, I fucking hate what just happened. Like and right. That's why it's difficult. Whereas something like Quantum for me, it's flawed, but I don't have moments of I hate what I just saw. And then I'm like, I love that. So that's where, for me, my range is probably going to be pretty wide. The range is inevitably going to be in the top half. Like at base, it's going to be at the top half because I see the merits of the movie. Last thing I'd say is it's the bottom,
My range is below Casino at 3, above Dr. No at 7. That's my range.
That's fair.
Gotcha.
That's a very
my
fair range.
My range is a little bit more narrow because I look at License to Kill, The Spy Who Loved Me, The Man Who Gold. I look at those movies and I'm like, I would probably say, like, reasoning.
Your bottom gets closer to From Russia.
Yeah, my bottom is right under From Russia with Love.
Yeah.
Which I also think's fair because, again, From Russia with Love and Goldfinger, they're classics. A lot of things are built on those two movies alone. So it's like, that's kind of where I'm at.
I'm happier moving the bottom up than the top down, if that makes sense.
No, I know, because you like Casino.
I really agree with McCurdy's range as well.
Yeah. I'm like in that range.
I hadn't even thought of it until Charlie's opener. They throw in like we're gonna reveal undercover people. That whole thing like almost has nothing to do with the main plot, and it's almost like throwaway.
Yeah. The whole idea is that because Silva's dead, we don't need to deal with the list anymore. Even though, if anybody knows how YouTube works, when M is looking at the YouTube video of the first 5 names being released, there's a whole list on the side that shows that they've all been uploaded. So even if they don't come out automatically, they're still uploaded and ready for some henchman to release them, regardless of Silva being dead. Yeah. So yes, that's a nitpick, but all the same, like the list just goes away. YouTuber like after he dies, nobody cares. All these other agents are gonna die. Who cares? Because the movie's over.
I feel like it increases the stakes generally for like the world that they inhabit, but for the movie,
it has
it's
so
like
much to
there.
do with the story, man.
The shoulder and the list.
I don't know.
By the end of the movie, the shoulder and the list just go away. And
it's like I feel like the shoulder's there pretty much the whole time.
The shoulder serves a purpose and then it goes away, which is.
But it's
at
least half the movie.
It's literally the same thing that happens in Twine. It's just like Shoulder is there for a bit, and then it's just like, let's forget about
Twine
that.
is way
you know?
worse.
Oh, it's way worse, but it's how funny that the same screenwriters were like, let's give Bond a shoulder injury. It's like, remember you did that last time and you didn't do anything with it? And it's like, yeah, this time we'll do something with it. But then
he actually does something. They do something with it.
It barely pushes the plot forward, and then it's totally forgotten.
It's never
So-
hugely
Disagree.
consequential, but it is there. It's always a reference.
My range, though. Do you want my range?
Yeah.
So we can move on?
Yeah, your range is going to be this wide
So
thing.
my bottom would be below Twine, The World Is Not Enough, possibly below A View to a Kill. That's the lowest that I would put it. I think the highest I would put it would probably mess with this. This brings into question the
Your love of Golden Gun.
Well, the not just that, but the whole thing of Dr. No being that threshold of Dr. No's simple perfection is the reason where it is. And then the movies above it, they might have certain flaws, but their flaws are easily forgotten because they transcend the simple perfection of Dr. No. Whereas everything below it has enough imperfection to not mess with the simple perfection of Dr. No. So my highest is definitely nowhere near number 3. My highest would be above or below The Man with the Golden Gun. As I said in my intro, Silva is definitively a good bad guy. The way he's utilized, I think, is questionable. We'll get into his scheme. We'll get into how it's like he's been planning this for years, but his scheme is like borderline bullshit at times. Like this weird thing he has a difficulty executing his mission because it's like, M's my mom, I can't kill her, but I hate her, but I want to kill her, but I can't. You know, like that stuff is sometimes kind of weird.
Free both of us. With the same bullet. Do it.
That would be my range, possibly below A View to a Kill, which would kick it out of the top 10. But we're all arguing that it's like top 10, like top tier material.
I think it's better than The Man with the Golden Gun by a long shot. I think it delivers on the things that Man with the Golden Gun I don't think deliver on.
I'm not surprised, but I also agree with you in part.
I think it does better than The Man with the Golden Gun. The Spy Who Loved Me.
The meaningful stuff is heavy-handed and vague and scattered, but the Bond stuff is on point.
Gun.
Shot.
Agent.
Provocateur.
Woman.
Provocatrix.
Heart.
Target.
Bird.
Sky.
M.
Bitch.
Sunlight.
Swim.
Moonlight.
Dance.
Murder.
Employment.
Country.
England.
Well, Charlie wants to go into, you want to go into like specifics. And like, this is where I'm going to have a problem because I feel like you are going to be wanting to harp on plot things where you're not feeling it, Charlie. You don't think about it. Just feel it. Just feel it. Just feel it.
He can't just feel it if he... Did you watch this
No, feel
movie
it.
like...
Charlie.
3 to
Just gotta
5
feel
times
it.
somewhere in there in preparation?
I probably
Feel
watched
it.
it 6 times. I think I watched it
Feel
6
it.
times in preparation.
Yeah, so like,
Feel it.
you can't just feel it if you're watching it 6 times.
Yeah, he's not feeling it.
Okay, guys, there are movies I've watched regularly for decades, and I still feel it every time.
For England, James? No. For me.
However, stories aren't just about feeling it because storytelling requires both emotion and logic. We need to be able to follow a movie logically if it is going to pay off emotionally. In the same way that
sex
is better with a little
foreplay.
A movie that's purely emotional with no logic would just be images of sad things like dead puppies and crying babies, devoid of any logical framework. Likewise, if movies were all logic and no emotion, then they'd basically just be like a documentary with no editing or acting or musical score whatsoever. Logic and emotion manifest in filmmaking as plot and story, 2 sides of the same coin. This movie is heavily tipped towards the emotional at the expense of the logical. When they are out of balance, the movie gets messy. Quantum is a mess. OHMSS is a mess. For Your Eyes Only is messy. A View to a Kill is not. It's just goofy at times. I could put it above for bad guy's sake alone, though. Calls into question some of the Golden Gun logic of really good bad guy, but the plot is ridiculously contrived. For me, it messes with The Man with the Golden Gun, and I could entertain putting it a little bit higher or whatever. But that's where I'm at as of now.
Okay.
I'm not kidding. I watched this movie and I'm like, I love that. And then it goes, a minute later, I'm like, I hate that. And then a minute later, I'm like, I love that.
I hated
I never
any of
felt
it.
that at all. I feel like you're the only one here that feels that way.
I don't hate the movie overall. What I'm saying is it's like a detail. Love it. I love that thing. And then 30 seconds later, I'm like, I hate that. What just happened? I hate it. But I never hate the whole movie. Like, it's obviously a good movie. But I'm gonna be, if I gotta be the villain of this episode, I gotta be the villain of this episode. But
you will be.
I have always seen this movie as just as much as Quantum, I think, is criminally underrated. I think this movie is geared towards mass appeal and therefore is overrated without it being like a core Bond movie. It's got Bond elements, but I think it's more to play to people who aren't Bond fans. And that's my biggest gripe with it.
I disagree with most of that. Most because after I looked through the analysis of the film, I was like, oh, yeah, like there's a lot of stuff that really connects here. And that's why I think it's a much better film than you're griping about. Because it sounds like it sounds like to me your overall gripe is you don't agree with digital versus analog. And therefore, you think movie not good.
I think the theme wasn't nailed.
I think it goes past that too, though, because I think well, again, we'll get into it. Let me go ahead and do my spiel. So this movie has two major themes.
I have several themes. Actually. You give yours.
There are.
You show
three,
me yours.
okay.
I'll show you mine, McCurdy, just like we do after hours.
Right. This film has two major themes.
Sometimes the old ways are the best.
Sometimes the old ways are best. Or a better way of looking at it is digital versus analog. Silva, and Q. Charlie, you're stupid.
You just
Silva
want me to tell you I love you.
You do.
He's using
Silva and Q represent the digital age.
I'll hazard I can do more damage on my laptop sitting in my pajamas before my first cup of Earl Grey than you can do in a year in the field.
Destabilize a multinational by manipulating stocks. But easy.
Both characters even point out how they can do incredible spycraft with just a touch of a button.
Just point and click.
However, they both aren't perfect and can overestimate their own abilities. Bond, M, and I'd also argue Mallory represent the analog. They are all from the old school days. I like even when they have Mallory brandishing a weapon. This film, much like GoldenEye and the post-Cold War, has to answer the question, what's the point of spies on the ground when we can get our intelligence or sabotage another country or group from a computer? And they even talk about this with, Sylvian mentions when he's talking about the computer, he's like, oh, I can, ruin a country's economy with just a couple clicks of the button. I can
to the highest bidder.
Send a drone. He talks about all that stuff. So I feel like it's very well covered. Like that to me is the reason why they're trying to make this argument in this movie.
But like I said in my intro, if that's the main theme, then the opening of this movie should have been Q sitting at a computer droning people while Bond's fucking around in a casino or something like that. But instead, it's Bond doing boots on the ground stuff. I really do think that conflicts, where if Bond is so useless, then why is the first thing we see how useful Bond is? That's
because
a big
that's
gripe
the movie.
of mine.
No. Because you're mixing it up. That's the movie making the point. He is making the winning argument. He has to make the win. He's a protagonist. He has to make the winning argument. And of course, him on the ground, I feel, does fit that. Like, that is what he is doing as the movie going on. Everybody else in the movie is chattering and saying, oh, I don't understand why we need Bond, because we've got this computer geek who can basically hack anything. We've got Silva over here who can basically do all the cool things Bond can do. And we don't have to utilize Bond. We can use a drone and just wipe somebody out. So what's the point of even having a guy on the ground?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Show me that. Show me everything you just described, but that's not the beginning of the movie. The beginning of the movie is we have this hard drive, and they never go into it, and that's fine. What you have to accept when the movie begins is that for some reason there was some deal going on where there was a computer with a hard drive that had I'm going to call it the knock list.
You lost the computer drive containing the identity of almost every NATO agent embedded in terrorist organizations across the globe, a list which, in the eyes of our allies, never existed.
The knock list from Mission Impossible is it's got all these names of undercover agents. So let's just call it the knock list. So for some reason, there's a deal going on where the knock list was on a computer. It's never explained why it's there or why they would ever have this list.
It's a MacGuffin.
The knock list was on this computer hard drive, and the deal went bad. And Ronson's about to die, and we got to get after Patrice because he's got the list. But that's the thing is that, like, you're automatically showing that there wasn't something digital happening in the beginning. It was physical. It was real world. It was Bond going after a guy. It wasn't Q. We didn't see Q being like, don't worry, M, I'm going to drone strike the train so that the list will be safe.
Right.
That would have set up this idea of the digital versus the real world, but we didn't have that. And that's not like a huge gripe. I'm not saying that's a movie killer. What I'm saying is if your theme is we no longer need boots on the ground, then the opener doesn't really showcase that. It kind of showcases why you should have more boots on the ground.
Charlie, you're right. It doesn't necessarily open up that aspect of the movie, but it does set up motions of things in the plot that go towards that. But I think there's a stronger theme throughout this movie that's not, it's not the old ways die, it's not the digital analog thing. The other theme, I believe, is resurrection, which Bond even says explicitly in this film at one point in time. He says,
Well, everybody needs a hobby.
So what's yours?
Resurrection.
Yet, how does this all tie into the film? Well, it's obvious that at the beginning of the film, we see Bond get shot and die. And part of my own belief in headcanon is that he died in this movie, and then the next two films are just in his head. But that's something I thought about after I watched this movie. I was like, what if he died? What if he actually died? And the next two films, this is why this movie's secretly brilliant.
No, this what you're describing is how they can bring Daniel Craig back for a sixth movie where he wakes up like,
he's like, oh,
I had a dream that Blofeld took over the world, and it's just like, now we can do whatever we want.
Yeah.
They de-age him, and they go back and make more interesting movies.
But we also see Silva has been resurrected as well. Thought to have died, came back for revenge. This ties him and Bond even more than just fellow MI6 agents. I think even the destruction of Skyfall itself has symbolic meaning. We go back to an era of Bond that is basically a ghost, who was Bond before he was a 007 or even a man. I do admit they weirdly tie him to Batman, which is another similarity to Batman, where it's like he has this mansion and a family, and there's
an
a
Alfred.
guy and an Alfred. So I was like, there's some Batman going on in this movie.
Yeah, no doubt.
But at the end, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, the family home is destroyed in flames. The old MI6 is destroyed. M is killed. Bond has even died. And at the end, we are given a whole new team. Not a reboot, but a resurrection of what had been the James Bond staples. M, the stern father figure, Moneypenny, the hard-to-get secretary, and Q, the stubborn but resourceful ally. Because sometimes the old ways are best. So it all circles back. That's why. But again, this movie is also... But yeah, it's all circling back.
Generally,
like,
I don't buy it. I just don't buy it in the end. And let me tell you why I don't. And it's because of everything I said in my opener. What the hell does James Bond have to do with messianic death and resurrection? Regardless of some jokes I may have made in the past. JB is in fact JC, James Christ, our savior who sacrifices a happy personal home life to save the world time and time and time again. GoldenEye and Casino Royale, the holy scriptures of Bond. Can I get an amen?
Resurrection.
This isn't Neo. This is James Bond. All of the resurrection elements are so self-aggrandizing and meta of the franchise itself rather than the specific story that they just come across as pretentious. Like this moment.
You look the part now.
What part's that?
Old dog, new tricks.
I get that it's probably the writers referring to the bulldog symbol, but the line doesn't make any contextual sense within the scene and sounds smarter than it actually is. I've always advocated for Bond movies to be smarter, but a return to the basics by way of a Phoenix Rising metaphor isn't smarter, it's just masturbatory. The Phoenix rebooted after bursting a flame!
That's why you just hate Goldfinger.
This is the M movie for me. This is not a movie about Bond or Silva. It's about how M has to be ruthless, just like Bond has to be ruthless.
Right.
She tells Bond, leave that guy, and he dies. She tells Moneypenny, pull the trigger, and gets Bond shot. She's in command. She calls the shots. Having to be ruthless like this is going to ruffle some feathers, and ruffles Silva's feathers.
So Bond and Silva's backstories are nicely tied. They both were part of missions where M made a tough call, and they lost their lives because of it, yet both survived. The biggest difference is Bond has his sense of duty to his country, the mission. We've always talked about this. Charlie's brought it up numerous times. Bond is always about the mission. He's always about his country.
Country, England.
Silva, on the other hand, has always been out for himself and his ego ever since the beginning. I think this also kind of explains some of the weird things towards the end of the movie, because I do think some people would be like, well, why does he have to go and kill M? He does it because it's his own ego. He has to show everybody that he's doing this. There is also, of course, there's the mother-son component of this film, which is very obvious when you watch the movie. Silva's motivations isn't just to kill M, but to eviscerate her by destroying her reputation and getting the credit for it. This is where I feel like the knock list comes back into play, because what you realize is that the knock list motivates the government to be like, well, wait a minute, you guys are mismanaging this MI6 thing. Why are we even doing this now? Because we have another part of the government that's basically saying, like, we don't need this MI6 thing. This is like old school spy stuff. We need like the new age. So like back when Charlie was talking about the man with the golden gun and saying, oh, the man with the golden gun, he's ruining Bond's reputation. I don't see that in that movie. I do see it in this movie.
No, he's not ruining it. He's challenging it.
The death of 007. Mano a mano. A duel between titans. My golden gun against your Walther PPK.
He's challenging it first and foremost. Whereas I get what you're saying, where he's trying to ruin M's reputation, and we see that because she literally goes on trial.
I find it rather difficult to overlook the monumental security breaches and dead operatives for which you are almost single-handedly responsible.
He's trying to discredit her entirely, but Scaramanga was like, everybody says you're the best. I'm going to come after you, and if I can kill you, then I'm the best.
I think
there's a difference
this
there.
story is more interesting than that one.
And I agree, but specifically because of the one theme that I think they do nail. That, of course, being Emma's mother figure to Bond and Silva, who are both pissed she threw them under the bus. I love his story and his overall motivation and his constant references to M as mother, because it makes him and Bond the archetypal feuding brothers, the light side and the dark side, with M in the middle, Cain and Abel and all that. But M kind of sounds like an asshole. Bond has a history of operating beyond his brief. Would she ever give him up, right? So she says at one point,
he was a brilliant agent, but he started operating beyond his brief, hacking the Chinese. The handover was coming up and they were onto him, so I gave him up.
But we all know that Bond has done that a lot.
Oh, all the time, like every movie.
Every movie. And yet with this, it's like Silva did the same thing. And it was like, yeah, I sold him out because I got some other agents and everything worked out fine. And I'm sitting there and I hear that from M and I'm like, you deserve everything coming your way. Like if this was Bond, and thematically that's the point. But at the same time, it's like,
yeah, here's what I think.
That's kind of
think
bullshit.
When they're talking about, so when if you remember in any other of the previous films, I think anytime he's operated outside of that, at the end of the day, she knows he's going to complete the mission.
You knew I wouldn't let this drop, didn't you?
Well, I knew you were you.
And he's going to do it for the duty, right?
I'm motivated by my duty.
But I think it's implied that Silva's doing these things for his own self-gain, not because he is doing it for
like
a mission.
He wouldn't have handed over the
implied.
briefcase of $4 million at the casino.
Put it all on red.
I think that's
does.
I think that's the implied differentiation. But I also think that again, I think Bond. The one thing one of the really things I do like is how Bond and M. There's this undercurrent idea that they're still, but again, you've always talked about, they're always about the mission. Mission comes first. Country comes first. They are under country, right? And so I always felt like that was their. Even if she sounds like she's being a bitch at that point, I think she and him both are under the same experience. I think that's also why Silva's keeps trying to chide him into being she sold you out. She had you shot. Don't you hate her? And I think he is no, because I knew there's a purpose behind that. There was a reason behind that.
Yeah.
But with Silva, on the other hand, it's he just sees the act, but he doesn't see the meaning behind the act or why you would do that. We get enough of his character to kind of see, you just, you don't care about anybody else. You care about yourself.
But at the end of the day, M caused all of this because maybe Silva would have continued to be loyal to country, but because of what she did by selling him out, she turned him into an Alec, straight up. And so that's
true. But if he doesn't have that if he's not willing to understand what his oath is, then I feel like it's just as equally his fault.
You know the rules of the game. You've been playing it long enough.
Does that make sense? Because he was supposed to. Because I think if you're an MI6 agent, there's probably some kind of oath, right, that you're supposed to take, where you're like, it's kind of like the Mission Impossible. It's like, you're under the understanding that like if you're found out, we're going to disavow you, or if push comes to shove, country's going to come before you. James Bond understands that. I think Silva never did.
But look at the difference between this and Die Another Day, where Die Another Day was like, you were on a mission and you were found out, because he was betrayed or whatever, but he was found out, he was imprisoned, and then they had to trade him and all that. But with Silva, it's like, you went beyond your scope a little bit. You kind of, you pulled a License to Kill moment. So I sold you out so I could get a bunch of other agents and like, yay. And so I hear that and I just go, yeah, M, you deserve everything coming your way. Like if you sold out Bond, we would all be on board for Bond to come back and get some fucking revenge because you fucked him over. So in that sense, I'm like, I understand Silva's cause at that point, and right. I think that rings true for the themes.
Right.
So that's hence my being torn on this movie through and through.
This always bugs me. And some people it doesn't bug because it asks more questions than it does answer. Or it brings up more questions. So the most weird meta thing that bothers me about this film is the inclusion of the DB5. While you might say it's just a reference to the old Bond films, they even use it to be symbolic because again, I kept harping back, like this movie is very heavy on its themes. One being like, we're going to destroy the old, right? Everything, all the old stuff, we're going to resurrect. Everything's dying. Like
resurrection.
DB5 dies, Bond dies, DB5 gets destroyed, Bond's home gets destroyed, M dies, all this stuff happens where these things die, but then they come back. So it's like, I see they're using a symbolic. I think it's a weird inclusion. Does this mean there were agents in the past that used such a car? Did Bond use this car? Casino Royale established that these films were meant to be a reboot, meaning any canon of the previous films was wiped and we had to start fresh. Because again, this movie is reintroducing Moneypenny and it's reintroducing Q, but we also get the sense that there was another Q prior to this Q. So it's like, okay, Maybe we're talking about a different Q, maybe a John Cleese SQ.
Yeah.
So he probably
why didn't
knew
we
that
ever
other
meet
one.
that guy?
I don't know. Again, this is more of a nitpick that goes. It's not as bad here. It really does feel like they were like, okay, this is the 50th anniversary of Bond because this film came out in 2012, which was 50 years after 1962, which Dr. No came out. So they're like 50 years, 50th anniversary. We got to include the DB5 because it's the iconic. And I'm not going to drink for that one. It's the iconic car of the Bond franchise. Don't even care.
No, you don't need to drink for that. Objectively speaking, that's where iconic is a legitimate word to use for something like that.
So they're like, we got to include it in the movie. But I always found it weird because I know Charlie, you and I have talked about it. We're like, that's just a reference. But it feels like it would have just been a reference if they didn't also use all the gadgets inside the car.
Are you going to complain the whole way?
Oh, go on then, eject me.
Which also kind of harkens back to that line. It's like what he says about the pen, which it's never bothered me. But it felt weird in that they're like,
it's a dig.
It's a dig. Man,
why are they digging on Q? Why would Q dig on himself? Yeah, we don't go in for interesting gadgets anymore. We just go in for radios. It's like, that makes you lazy, Q. You're not coming up with clever shit. That's anti-Q, you stupid Like it'd be one thing if M said we don't go in for that anymore, but for Q to be like, yeah, our gadgets are stupid now. Our gadgets are just guns. It's like, that's it. Guns aren't gadgets, you The paintings in M's office, are we to connect this to the original M, right? Original M always had paintings of ships in his office, so it's like they took that idea, applied that to his first scene with Q, where the scene with Q was like, here's this warship being sold off for scrap and all that.
Grand old warship being ignominiously hauled away for scrap. The inevitability of time, don't you think?
And then at the end of the movie, front and center, we have those paintings of warships. That's cool. I like that idea.
I noticed that.
That's like a cool thematic idea, but that's always been there from the very first, from Dr. No. M's always had warships in his office.
They're also like in the Navy, right? Or
yeah, and M is an admiral and Bond is a commander in the Navy, so very much naval oriented. But again, it gives the appearance of being really smart with really not much of the substance, but themes that have been there in Bond from day one. So anyway, that's all my observations. CMJM1221 says, "Hello, gentlemen. Been loving this series so far, and I thought I'd share my first comment here with Skyfall. I do have a lot to say, so forgive me if this becomes too verbose. Here goes. To me, Skyfall is the GoldenEye of the Craig era. Case in point. These two movies share many similarities to each other beyond the boilerplate similarities that many or all Bond movies share. They are both love letters to the franchise as a whole, containing Easter eggs and callbacks. They both are existential Bond films that deal with Bond's purpose in their respective eras, GoldenEye's context being geopolitical, Skyfall's being technological. They're both even named after our heroes' two birthplaces. GoldenEye, Jamaica, being his real-life birthplace, and Skyfall, Scotland, being his canonical birthplace. However, I'd like to focus mostly on the villains. Raul Silva and Alec Trevelyan share much in common aside from the surface-level facts of them both being former 00 agents turned criminals with an axe to grind with MI6. They are, as Charlie put in your GoldenEye episode, meta-critics of James Bond. They both mock him for his patriotism.
James Bond, Her Majesty's loyal terrier.
England. The Empire. MI6. You're living in a ruin as well. You just don't know it yet.
They both feign superiority to Bond as an agent.
I was always better. And you're not nearly the agent I was. I can tell you that.
They even comment on his drinking habits.
I might as well ask you if all the vodka martinis ever silenced the screams of all the men you've killed.
Just look at you, barely held together by your pills and your drink.
That's a good point. Something else that makes them particularly dangerous as adversaries is the level of intimate knowledge they have of our hero. Silva reads to his face that he's deemed psychologically volatile due to his traumatic childhood, although with Alec, it's probably even more violating. I mean, seriously, think about the kind of relationship those two had for James Bond, international man of mystery, to have shared with him the tragic origins of his parents' death.
But where your parents had the luxury of dying in a climbing accident, mine survived the British betrayal and Stalin's execution squads.
Although what makes them special and what helps them elevate their respective movies to such high rankings in the franchise is that they are not only dangerous antagonists, but they are direct foils to Bond. Beyond the cliche of, we're not so different, you and I.
Remember when I told you we're not so different, you and I? We're not so different, you and I. See, I did say that. Very clever.
These two men are quite possibly dark, alternative timeline versions of James Bond. Silva is basically what Pierce Brosnan's Bond could have become, where he never traded from the North Koreans in Die Another Day.
They kept me for 5 months in a room with no air. They tortured me. And I protected your secrets. I protected you. But they made me suffer. And suffer. And suffer.
You had your cyanide.
Threw it away years ago.
I had only one thing left. My cyanide capsule with my back left molar.
A scarred, broken, and cynical agent who stared too long into the abyss. Note that Silva and Trevelyan both view their facial deformities as wounds given to them via betrayal.
It wasn't God who gave me this face. It was you.
Do you know what it does to you? Hydrogen cyanide?
Even though they were, in essence, both self-inflicted.
Finish the job, James. Blow them all to hell.
I broke the tooth and bit into the capsule.
Their tragic flaw directly relates to what I deem to be the primary theme of this movie and the James Bond franchise to an extent. Silva and Trevelyan both accuse James of clinging to old ways of thinking and living in a bygone era. They believe themselves to have transcended the quaint sentimentalities of patriotism and loyalty to Queen and country when in truth they are projecting. All three of them, Bond, Silva, and Trevelyan, are granted new leases on life, but the villains are the ones who are incapable of moving on from their personal grievances. They think they've escaped the shackles of serving their duty to governments when they've merely chosen to serve new masters, money and revenge. What makes Bond the hero, as Charlie argued in the Casino Royale episode, is that he is a man who maintains perspective. It's all about the big picture, the game.
The big picture.
And this is where I think Silva has a leg up on Alec. See, I get it when Alec says that Bond would have never gone along with his schemes, but I never get the sense that Bond ever lost sight of the big picture. Sure, everyone in that movie is rolling their eyes at him and telling him he's old news, but it always seems to slide off of him. It doesn't land. I think the closest anyone got was when Valentine tells him about the Cossacks, but the Bond of GoldenEye remains unfazed and ultimately his instincts vindicate him. Skyfall's Bond is one who's had his own boss and his country's faith in him lost. This is particularly significant as this M has consistently been characterized as someone willing to sacrifice others in the necessity of playing the game. True.
If you think for one moment I don't have the balls to send a man out to die, your instincts are dead wrong.
You used the girl as bait.
Yes. If I'd had my way, you'd still be in North Korea. Your freedom came at too high a price. These bastards want your head. And I'm seriously considering feeding you to them.
Silva points this out to Bond directly when he exposes her lie and when he shows us all his true form. As opposed to GoldenEye, Bond in this movie is visibly conflicted as Silva's greatest strength is not his hacking skills or resources, but his psychological manipulation. He is right. M has been playing fast and loose with the lives of her operatives. This is something she realizes in the scene in the hallway following Silva's interrogation, where she attempts to justify her actions to Bond in the moment before the final showdown where she breaks.
I f***ed this up, didn't I?
Silva broke her. His scheme of exposing all undercover agents as punishment for her refusal to rescue him when he was compromised is the perfect penance. However, in this scene, when Bond returns Her Majesty's loyal, beaten terrier, she places all her faith into the one person she can trust. I find it ironic how the evil queen of numbers is presented with all data pointing towards Bond not being ready and decides to go on instinct herself. Not to mention the irony of how in the climax, she's the worm on the hook this time, Bond being the one holding the string. Interesting.
And I'm to be the bait? All right. Just us. No one else.
And Bond, the man she taught to see the big picture, is the one who assures her that it was all in service of playing the game.
No. You did your job.
Number 8 for me, but significantly below GoldenEye. It's still too depressing for me, and the ones above it are, as Q would say, fully loaded. Cheers. Exhausted after reading that.
I am about to go to bed.
I'm ready to go to
literally
bed
just
after
gonna
that.
say
It's
time to cast off.
But yes, regardless of everything I said about how this movie could be better, Silva's motivation and overall goal, coupled with Bond backing up M until the end, is the best argument for a higher than lower rank.
Proxt DT or TTD. This movie is great. Yes, there is some bad choices with Silva's escape sequence. Really pushes the limit on our ability to suspend disbelief. But it is one of the most fun Bond movies to watch. Similar quality to Tomorrow Never Dies. Javier Bardem is great, and his first scene after Bond is captured is one of my all-time favorites. For me, Craig's second best and top 10 in the series. Spectre Tech Chair Engineer 3453. Culmination of many ideas Purvis and Wade had been toying with since Twine. MI6 Under Siege, M in Danger, and a disgraced Bond making a comeback. I think it's a very good, but dragged down by some sloppy writing and cheesy fan service. There are some subtle details that I appreciate, such as the near identical framing of the MI6 target practice and the William Tell scene, or how Tanner would like the new underground base if it wasn't for the rats.
I'm still discovering tunnels dating back to the 18th century. Quite fascinating, if it wasn't for the rats.
Yeah, and also Q says something later like,
Too big and Silva will smell a rat.
I didn't even pick that up. That's a nice little pull there. The strongest sequence were the Shanghai sniper and the Macau casino scene. Bond stalks prey and playing hunches felt very old school. The film strikes a good balance between serious and silly and lets moments to breathe. Visuals and music get to speak for themselves. Love Craig's one-liner too. I think this deserves to live around number 7 on your list. Keep up the good work, guys.
So we had a 7 and an 8.
I'll say I am friendly to number 7. That's after last looking at the list, that's kind of where I'm leaning towards. So anyway, moving on.
I like it above License and Spy Who Loved Me.
I think it just outshines both of those movies.
And I could see it above or below From Russia. That's what I've been kind of grappling with.
Because here's the thing, Trevor. I can go in and be like, I look at this and I'll be like, yeah, I think it's my favorite film. And I can see why I would want to put it above GoldenEye and Casino Royale for personal reasons. But when you lay out some of the flaws in it, I'm like, okay, I can see why you would put it under it. And then I get really kind of questionable with Goldfinger and From Russia with Love because I'm like, those movies are great. And this is like, it's good too. But I feel like this one just outshines when it comes to the story, not the plot, the story elements of the movie. And I have to make that distinction because somebody's going to get that confused. Anyway.
WMCI7FG says, this film feels very overrated. They tease some interesting plot points, but never do anything with them. Like the leaked agents, they're totally forgotten about. Yes. Instead, this film feels like an independent student movie making Bond even more like Batman with none of the charm that the series is so iconically known for. Twine did all these themes better, save for Daniel's smoking body. Bottom 5 for me. Yolt is better.
Bottom 5? Holy crap.
I mean, that's intense.
Yeah, I think he's like missing a good chunk of the movie.
Sure,
And
but at the same time...
Even like Twine, Twine's like, no, Twine's not even one of my favorites.
Let's continue to narrow it down because, again, I'm the guy who's like, I love this movie and I hate it. So I'm torn. I got a wide range. If you truly think it goes at number 5, I can accept it. But I don't see it defeating classic Bond outings like License to Kill, which is the best revenge tale we have in the series. It is a complete assassination plot. And then The Spy Who Loved Me, which is one of the best just archetypal Bond outings where it's like the bad guy who's just like an insane person, and we're just fighting the insane person. The Man with the Golden Gun, which has its flaws, as everybody knows, and so I can see it defeating that. Personally, I'd probably put it just above Dr. No, because this movie is significantly flawed. You can look the other way on certain things, but overall, most of it is contrived.
When you come in and you're like, okay, story's king, that's the only thing that matters, great, that's the only thing that matters. But then when I look at the whole movie as a whole, which also includes the making of the movie, the cinematography, the music, how it's composed, is the acting good, all that other stuff. It's like, yeah, like those are the things that anybody who's going into these movies are going to go, oh, this wasn't that good. But like the story, I guess, was fine, but like it wasn't supported by great acting, or wasn't really supported by, like, it kind of just looks like ass. And that's where I'm like, I don't know. And it's hard because honestly, like those other two movies, License to Kill and The Man with the Golden, the one that I'm like, I have more trouble with putting is like The Spy Who Loved Me, because I can see your point of being like, well, it's a better movie, and I'm like, yeah, kind of is. But with License to Kill, that's where I struggle, because I'm like, yeah, but now you're saying a well-crafted movie is compared to this movie, where I feel like this movie actually put a lot more time and effort into even the writing of it, even if you think it has all these nitpicks.
I just see flaws galore on a really good movie that, like, again, as per usual with Bond, if I put the blinders on, like, yeah, it's good. But if I'm actually scrutinizing the plot,
listen, I think Nans and I both agreed. I think this movie is a much better movie than License to Kill. I think it definitely nails the movie making. Everything about this movie screams better than it does License to Kill. That's where I would put it above License to Kill. Yes, I'm using, like, sure, you're gonna say, oh, it's because the cinematography. I'm like, I'm not just talking about the cinematography.
No.
I remember going back and watching. I remember going back and watching License to Kill, and I'm just thinking about all of like the acting moments. I like the villains are just kind of like, yeah, they're fine. They're not very Bond-esque. I remember talking about License to Kill as just like, sure. Like, I know at one point you were saying, well, we got to stop doing this thing where it's just because it's not a Bond movie, that doesn't mean it's not a good movie. And I'm like, fine, but at least this movie does things that are close to Bond, but also does things that are very un-Bond. Personally, for me, the reason why I place movies like Honor Majesty's Secret Service and this movie and some of the other ones, even License to Kill, is because they break the norm of what we're expecting out of a Bond movie. Even The Spy Who Loves Me does the same thing, where it's like you're expecting just Bond, saves the day, villains, all that stuff. But Bond is never confronted with the outside of those parameters. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why I like this movie, is because it's handling a subject matter that, especially with the leader of MI6 being M, it's handling a subject matter of like his relationship with her, as well as the relationship with her and other agents. I really like that aspect of this movie.
Yeah, this is a much deeper exploration of the character, and It has the built-in personal stakes of the relationships.
My
and everything.
whole thing, Nans, is that the illusion, the grand illusion is, there's so much about the Bond character, but at the end of the day, what do you really get? Like, what do you get out of Skyfall?
An enjoyable movie and experience. I loved this movie.
No, I'm talking about going back to actual Skyfall. You get one really good moment, which is James hid in this priest's hole when he found out his parents died, and he came out 2 days later, and he was no longer a boy. Like he came out a man. That's the only thing you get regarding the Bond character, and you don't get anything else. Like the whole movie, you're expecting there to be a whole bunch of really awesome stuff that you learn about Bond. You don't learn anything about Bond other than he was an orphan, which we already
You're
knew.
just discounting things at this point. You're like, it's not even that important. Because you're just like, oh, the only one thing we learned is this. Like, okay, but we also learned where his backstory is. We learned where he came from. In the Bond universe, at least, we learned that his parents had both died. We learned also that we
already knew all these things.
Hold on.
I get that it was rebooted, but we already knew all of that. What did we learn explicitly from this movie? What did we learn about the James Bond character that we didn't already know?
You're doing the thing that I can't stand. You just keep talking when I'm trying to make a point. It's really aggravating.
Answer my question.
I'm
Answer
trying
my question.
to, but you keep doing. You do this to Scott, and you do this to people when you won't back down. You just want to keep going and going and going.
Please
it's
answer my
very frustrating,
question.
and I'm very tired. I was
answer
getting
my
to the point where
question.
it's like we learned about his parents. We learned about he came from wealth, which is something that they don't ever really talk about in any of the books. We don't understand what his thing as far as what's his background. Like we don't know if he at that point in time. I don't even know if we knew if he was middle class, upper class, any of that stuff. I think that's actually an interesting detail to know that he actually came from wealth. He had these rich parents. They had this rich castle. They lived in Scotland. He actually had another person that he knew prior to even knowing anything about the MI6 agency, where he had a mentor of his own. So I like all of those elements. I don't think, but that all being said, I don't think it really hinders the movie by any means. You're just discounting him this whole thing, and then we were supposed to think this. I'm like, that's not where I feel like the movie's strengths are in. I think the movie's strengths are in the themes and what the story is coming to, which is basically they're trying to take the whole franchise, because at this point we were already promised a reboot with Casino Royale, but we get a very okay, so we're telling the Bond story, and then we get the next little bit that's kind of continuation of that. This I feel is at least trying to make a case for why the Bond franchise should continue, and I think that's why I like this movie so much.
That's what I think is done poorly. All the stuff about is Bond still relevant? Blah, blah, blah. I think it's poorly set up. I think it's poorly executed. I think it's all very much contrived and could have been done a hell of a lot better, considering the fact that GoldenEye already did that and GoldenEye nailed it, whereas this movie set it up, but didn't really set it up well and didn't pay it off well. So we all agree. We all agree that it's in the top 10. I honestly think that the ideal placement for this is number 7. I really do. It supersedes Dr. No's Simple Perfection. Like we've said before, if a movie if it's big enough, if it excels beyond Dr. No, even though it might have some questionable plot stuff, then it defeats the Dr. No threshold. Yeah. But this movie has a lot of issues. This movie is far from perfect. It's got a lot of stuff that not only can you nitpick, but those nitpicks add up. They really do. Nitpicks f***ing add up over time. For me, it really is defeats Dr. No, right? It defeats the original movie that has that Simple Perfection in terms of scope.
I'm looking at these two. I'm just looking at License to Kill and The Spy Who Loved Me. What does The Spy Who Loved Me do better than this movie?
Nobody does. Better diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle. That's the answer. That's it. That's the only answer I have. Spy Who Loved Me, it really is a straightforward Bond plot where it's not trying to bog you down with, it's so meaningful. Here's this super meaningful stuff. But it really is just an entertaining movie that's not trying to be super smart.
I need you.
So does England.
I accuse Skyfall of trying to be really smart, and I don't buy it. I don't buy it for all the reasons I've laid out. I don't buy it. I don't buy it so far as it defeating Goldfinger, but I do buy it so far as it defeating Dr. No. Like, that's the range that I'm in. Personally, I would put it below A View to a Kill, but you know, knowing where we're all at, I can't help but think that it's like above or below Man with the Golden Gun is, I think, the best position for all of us.
I'm still at 3 or 5.
I like 3 is way too high for a movie that is so flawed. It's just
I don't see the flaws that you do.
Here's what I think.
It's got this guise of being super intelligent.
If you're gonna like come at this movie and be like, it's all the nitpicks are gonna like weigh this movie down, I would also gather to say like this is one of the best made films overall.
As time goes on, the execution of movies gets better and better. And that was kind of what we said about Quantum, is that, yes, it's less than perfect, but it should be somewhat elevated because the execution on it is good. That's the eternal struggle of this process, is that you have movies that were made in 1963 versus a film made in 2012. And even though it has some flaws, literally every James Bond movie has its flaws.
I get why you want to put it next to Man with the Golden Gun. But this is where I'm like, okay, I have to be like, I would love to put it at number 3 like Nans. But when I think about these movies and I look at License to Kill and I think about this movie, I can't put myself in a world where License to Kill is a better movie than Skyfall when I probably have a 10 times better time watching Skyfall in any fucking day. I feel like I do, like, I understand your whole like gripes with like, feels like it's trying to be more intelligent. I would rather have that than a movie that's just kind of like...
No, I love James so much.
The things that meet up to License to Kill for me are the stuff that I'm like, it's the way it's made. Like, I feel like...
Okay, so let's agree, fellas. Let's agree that it doesn't pass From Russia with Love, because I'm still in the camp that From Russia with Love is relatively perfect.
Charlie, that's where I'm
despite
at. Like, I'm like,
being old.
Yeah, and I have said earlier, From Russia with Love, I was struggling with.
From Russia with Love is too perfect compared to Skyfall. We all agree now. So so moving down, it's 5 or below. So that being said, I understand the faults with License to Kill, the bad cinematography. It's got fucking ninjas. Heller had a letter with the missiles and like all the crazy stuff. Like, we're in the territory of flawed, because we all know that all these James Bond movies aren't perfect. They all have their own flaws. Literally none of them are perfect. At that point, it's like what you're dealing with is bad guys, I would say. When it comes to License to Kill, you're weighing Silva versus
I really like,
because remind me what his
Pablo Escobar is,
because Pablo Escobar for basically
dealer.
Like, when it comes down to Pablo Escobar is a drug lord who killed Felix Leiter's wife, right?
Yeah,
like that's really what it comes down to.
But also you have Bond going in there and Bond tricking him.
Right.
He's tricking him into killing his own people.
I thought you'd like to know the information you gave me paid off. I got the guy who set me up.
Because Bond's on his own. He doesn't have the support
they're trying to add elements of
government
Sergio
anymore.
Leone movies.
Bond
I remember
has gone rogue, and so now he's going in there being like, you can't trust so-and-so, and you can't trust them.
Here's where I feel the most comfortable putting it. I really just think right below From Russia with Love is probably the best spot, and here's why. License to Kill is fine. It's a revenge story. I think the revenge story is just way more interesting and intricate, even though if you think, like, yes, like the themes might not line up. You know, there might be sequences like the escape scene that might not work for gel for you. But I still think when you watch that movie in comparison to License to Kill, I will immediately watch Skyfall over and over and over and over and over again over watching License to Kill. I think when it comes to the craft of both of those movies, I think it's pretty obvious with I don't want to say it's just because of Roger Deakins' cinematography or Adele's what's his name's music. But when you look at the whole between the cinematography, the music, the acting, because all the acting in this movie is fucking top notch. And save for the plot, but yes, the story, that's where I'm like, this is way more of an interesting movie to be watching every time I go back. I'm like, oh, I love this movie. Where I feel like the flaws in the License to Kill is like, it's one of the dirtiest, less crafted movies in the franchise. Yes, it's like got this really cool revenge plot, but this movie also has a revenge plot that I think is much cooler in retrospect. And I think it ends on like a much more meaningful note. Remember the end of License to Kill?
I'll be up to see you next week. We'll do some fishing.
Good. I'll be out by then. M called.
He tried to reach you. I think he may have a job for you.
Yeah, buddy, my wife's dead, but like, let's go on that fishing trip. Do you remember
Let's
that?
go fishing.
Remember that?
Let's go fishing.
Good.
For a movie that tries to go really hard in like the R-rated end of it, I think the revenge plot in general is kind of undermined by the fact that it's like, it could have gone harder with like the murder of Felix Leiter. Instead, it's like a kind of like, oh, this is the murder of Felix's wife, so he's gonna go after this Escobar guy like that hard. Which feels a little weird.
Yeah, it's not that Bond avenging Felix's wife is weird. It's that the ending doesn't act as a proper emotional bookend to the dramatically intense and violent setup that her death is. Let's go fishing!
Well, it's not just that, but I'm saying like the climax of compare the two climaxes of these movies, right? Compare the climax of License to Kill. That end moment where like they're driving the tanker truck and then it like gets on its side. And where I have issues, and you know this with me with tone, is like, if you have a movie that just like goes really f***ing hard on the seriousness.
Murder!
You want this movie to almost be like an R-rated movie. And then your end little moment is the tanker truck tipping on its side as your big stunt in that movie. It feels very silly. Like that is just over the top silliness for a movie that's trying not to be that.
Sure, it was at the tail end of Bond's silliness coming off of John Glenn, but it still has its merits.
When you look at that movie as a whole, you're like, it's got its silliness. It's got aspects of it. You're just like, okay, I guess we're going the right. I'm saying these are the sticking points for me with Skyfall. I'm saying the story, I'm going to do a better story. It's better. I think the story is way more interesting. I think the play between Bond, Silva, M, the whole MI6 era of digital age, I think that is way more thought out, and I think that stuff is way more interesting than the typical revenge plot that we get out of License to Kill. Not to say the License to Kill's revenge plot's terrible, but it's just kind of revenge plots are pretty standard. It's just fine, but like I want something else out of it. That villain itself, he's not the most interesting. When I compare Silva and you compare Escobar, I'm like, yeah, I'd rather watch more of Silva. I just think there's just more stuff that I would rather watch.
If there's
over Skyfall.
anything that I'm going to throw your way so far as merit, as I said at the very beginning, I will always give this movie good bad guy status. I, of course, still think Sanchez is great because of his valuing trust more than money.
Everyone in my organization. He's 100% loyal. Don't worry, it's only money.
A character trait he shares with Bond that serves to connect them.
You earned it. You keep it, old buddy.
As we've discussed Bond nauseum, these are the best bad guys, the ones that show that fine line between good guy and bad guy. However, Silva and Bond's connection runs a hell of a lot deeper. His whole thing of being like, hey, Bond, you don't need to be part of this MI6 thing. You can go do your own thing, doing whatever you want and selling it to the highest bidder.
You could pick your own secret missions. As I do.
That is rock solid bad guy stuff. I think that him laying out like M's been lying to you is kind of like that's not really effective. But overall, his whole stance as a bad guy, especially having been betrayed directly by M, as the guy who typically champions bad guy, he's got rock solid bad guy status. But he's never going to be up to the level of Alec Trevelyan, specifically because his scheme could have been written better. But if we're just ranking bad guys, I can easily see him above Pablo Escobar as an ex-00.
And I think where your nitpicks really come into play with me is that I think Goldfinger also has nitpicks that I could pick at. So does From Russia with Love.
Sure.
But again,
all of
I
them.
think
every one of these movies has nitpicks.
Chairface.
I could also see where I would want to place it above Goldfinger, because while I love that movie, one of the big nitpicks is like he basically sleeps with a woman and then that's how they solve the problem at the end of the movie, really.
His greatest gadget is his dick.
Right.
Latest thing from Q Branch.
Sure. Anyway, I just think right above License to Kill is a very fair assessment between the three of us.
I think that's pretty fair.
Because here's the thing, Charlie, I think you made some clear points. I get where you're coming from. I think they nail it with Silva at least. I think he's the superior villain of the franchise. Yes, Trevelyan's great. Scaramouche's great. I think he nails. It's just he's such a better version of the dark James Bond.
But like, contrary to me always being like, I'm all about story and bad guy, there is a balance there where sometimes you have a really good bad guy and there are shortcomings in the story, and those are the things that need to be weighed out, where in essence he's very much like an Alec Trevelyan, but his whole plot is not ruined, but it is jeopardized by cutting corners. Like, oh, isn't his plan so genius? And I'm like, okay, you have this guy who can do anything with a laptop, and yet his big plan is that he's going to get on a train and go to a hearing and shoot M. Like, that's where I'm like, that's cheap. That is cheap. That is lazy compared to what something more clever they could have done. There are so many shortcomings that for me, as I said in the very beginning, I'm like, I can see upwards of 7. Like 7 is the highest that I can see it at. The lowest
but that's because
I can
Golden
see
Gun
it at
is precious to you, right?
No.
It would be above Golden Gun.
Oh.
I could see it above Golden Gun, my precious Golden Gun, but not even. Like, I just love Golden Gun because I think it's very much in character of Bond. But my whole thing is that this movie has incredible assets, but it also has so many questionable elements.
We went through your list. You had like 20 plus nitpicks. McCurdy and I, maybe we have like 5. And for me, the nitpicks don't add up. It's just like a nitpick goes in one random direction.
Do.
It doesn't
For me,
snowball into a big
There's so many fucking
avalanche for
nitpicks
me.
that means something at a certain point. Like, there are
Charlie,
significantly more
shut
nitpicks
the
than anything else.
Charlie, I'm going to turn into Scott for a moment, so shut the up.
Dude,
I will say the only nitpick that I feel like has any
This
relevance.
has better nitpicks, more shooting Bond, more resurrection. It's got more of Bond's home life, even though it fucking doesn't. Like, this movie doesn't hold up to scrutiny, and it really just is for mass appeal.
No, I would say that the only time I feel like you have any way in what you're talking about, I think it's the train sequence, because most people talk about that constantly at Bond nauseum. Because they're just like, the train sequence doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. It's silly. Again, when I look at the list, I'm like...
But it is. I mean, it's objectively silly.
Hold on. When I look at the list, License to Kill and The Spy Who Loved Me, I'm like, they're okay, but I don't think they're anywhere near as good as this movie. And I do think, like, for all the things that you're saying, their shortcomings, I'm like, well, look at the things that it does really well. Skyfall has more of a think piece element to it, right?
Sure.
And I think the and it's dealing with completely different themes. One is more of a modern film. Another one is more of like a nostalgia trip, right? Because like Spy Who Loved Me is all like, let's these things weren't working. Let's go back. Let's find all the best elements of Bond and like shove it into this movie. And that's what we got.
Yeah.
It's like, let's remake You Only Live Twice, which is basically what it does. And I do think this story just stands out compared to the other ones. So,
gun to your head,
that's where I'm at.
Silva at your crotch. Spy Who Loved Me, Skyfall.
I still think it's a better movie than License to Kill. My problem is I'm looking at this list, and if it was up to me, if we had put License to Kill under Spy Who Loved Me, I would have been more like, okay, I'd put it under that. Problem is, it's just like License to Kill, I feel like is flawed in like its execution, not so much its story elements.
But is that just the cinematography and it being bar trash?
It's also the acting too. Like you got to add that.
But that acting is for like a scene. It's like one scene that's really bad.
Scenes. It's a couple.
Well,
scenes.
okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. What's her name?
It's a couple scenes.
Take me to the bridge. You know, like
it's not even just that. I mean, even
bad.
the. I mean, I would even argue that the Felix Leiter, let's go fishing Bond, like that was even pretty trash.
Yeah.
It's just kind of a trashy movie overall, and it's just like hard for me to be like, let's put this trashy Bond movie with a pretty standard revenge plot, and then that's going to be above a little bit more thought out, classier.
You have class.
Skyfall movie that maybe not hits its points as hard as it probably could, but at least at the core of its story has kind of a very much more interesting tale in the Bond universe than Revenge Bond goes on rogue. Like that's the point I'm trying to hit here. It's like I know you're saying all these nitpicks, but I'm just like,
we've always liked personal stakes stories.
Yeah, and I think this one has a better personal stakes story. That's where I'm at.
I can see it, fellas. The thing for me, McCurdy, is that you and you're all about The Spy Who Loved Me, and I'm all about The Man with the Golden Gun. You see Skyfall with acknowledging its faults, acknowledging everything I've said,
all its faults,
acknowledging that it's not perfect and that you can nitpick the out of it, and that it's truly trying to be really intelligent. Do you still see Skyfall above The Spy Who Loved Me?
Here's the thing. That's the difficult one for me. It really is just like between License to Kill and The Spy Who Loved Me, I think of so many more flaws in License to Kill in the way that it's made that it really just doesn't leave a good
dirty.
taste in my mouth.
It's a dirty movie, but I know you're a Spy Who Loved Me fan. My point being that Spy Who Loved Me, very much a Bond movie. Like Spy Who Loved Me is very much a Bond movie so far as like The Man with the Gadgets and International Man of Mystery. The Man with the Golden Gun for me is just like the Vision said in the Avengers movies, strength invites challenge. So your strength as the greatest gunman / agent in the shadows is being challenged by this assassin named Scaramanga. That's why I love The Man with the Golden Gun. I'm sitting here being like, I could put Skyfall, a movie that I see heavy flaws in, I could put that above The Man with the Golden Gun. I'm asking you, do you truly see that movie transcending The Spy Who Loved Me, which is solid Bond? We put it as the best of Bond. It's literally a compilation of the best Bond moments ever.
Right.
And then The Man with the Golden Gun, which traditionally you hate. And then there's Dr. No as that backstop. It's like it surpasses Dr. No's scope, no doubt. But I'm serious. This is where I'm at, where I'm like, it's a little too high to put it above something that is like, what are the flaws with The Spy Who Loved Me? I mean, there aren't many. It really is like a classic Bond tale. And then this one is like, it's got those flaws where it's like trying to be smart. Oh, we're going to appeal to Bond's childhood.
I think
and
the
it's like,
movie is smart. I don't think it's not smart. I think that's where you and I differ.
It's like 50-50 for me.
When it comes to The Spy Who Loves Me, I do agree with Charlie. There's a lot of stuff that I enjoy about that movie because they do a lot of the spycraft and a lot of the super spy stuff that I really enjoy. And another thing that film particularly does, where I think it excels past most of the other Bond movies and why I think it's still Roger Moore's best movie, is the first time they really kind of reconcile how Bond deals with henchmen in a very straightforward way.
It's our business and your people get killed. We both know that. So did he. It was either him or me. The answer to the question is yes. I did get him.
There's the other spy, Triple X, and there's this whole bit about how she wants to kill Bond because Bond killed her lover, you know?
Yeah.
So I always thought that was interesting. But again, even when I think about that core of the story, though, because that to me is really like when it comes down to it, that's the core of it. It's like I still find the stuff with Sylvia and Bond and M really more interesting. I'm too tired to really give a shit. I just find that story way more compelling. And I know people are going to gripe about the plot inconveniences, but like that in itself is so much more compelling than some of these other films.
Are you still at 5 then, McCurdy?
I don't know.
Or has Charlie attritioned you down?
He's attritioning me, man.
I think so
being
like
attritioned.
What would you guys say is the main hook, the main singular hook to put it above Spy Who Loved Me and License to Kill, but below From Russia with Love?
Here's what I'd say. Back long time ago when we started this, you would always argue like story is king, right? You said that.
That's always going to be. Right. That'll
plot and story are not the same thing. We both know that. Plot is the events that happen. Story is like the things that are related to the themes of the story.
And the characters.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not the plot. So the things that people are griping about with Skyfall They're plot things, plot conveniences. To me, that's not the story. The story is what they're talking about these characters. I understand your nitpicks and gripes about the movie. That's where I'm like, when I look at the story that it's telling with Skyfall, I really like it a lot more than even License to Kill. Because License to Kill is just a simple revenge story. Like, that's all it is. There's nothing more to that.
But that simplicity is good.
Skyfall, on the other hand, I think has a much more complex, and I like the complexity of Skyfall's revenge tale, because it's not a traditional revenge tale. It's like the reverse. We have a revenge tale with a villain that we actually kind of see his point of view, and I think that in itself shines out more than anything. That's why when I came into this thing, I was like you and I both agreed. It's like yes, the music's great, and the cinematography is great. Those are the cherries on top. And like ever since I've ever seen this movie, those were the parts of the movie that I always liked, was the story with M, story of Silva, story of James Bond.
This continues that theme of M being mother and brings in a brother.
Right.
This is dueling brothers, Cain and Abel style, all kind of fighting over the affections of their mother.
So it's almost like she starts with that story and then she ended with that story.
But this is obviously the more complete version of that story, because Alec Trevelyan felt that all of England owed him restitution as opposed to M specifically.
England is about to learn the cost of betrayal. Inflation adjusted for 1945.
There was always a sense that Alec's betrayal of MI6 had been in the works before he was even recruited.
How did the MI6 screening miss that your parents were Leon's Cossacks?
Once again, your faith is misplaced. They knew.
As opposed to Silva, whose turn occurred at the peak of his career.
Station H. Am I right? Hong Kong?
86 to 97. Back then, I was her favorite.
The major difference between the two is that nobody has any sympathy for the Lien's Cossacks, because they themselves were two-faced.
Proved the work for the Nazis against the Russians. Second World War.
Ruthless people. They got what they deserve.
But one can easily have sympathy for Silva, as his breach of trust was significantly more devious, coming from the one person he simply never expected, his figurative mother.
Look how far you work.
This is where Nans is correct that Skyfall is the M movie. It takes the twine element of a sin from M's shady past.
Against every instinct in my heart, every emotion as a mother, I told him not to pay the ransom.
And combines it with Alec Trevelyan.
Mommy was very bad.
M's maternal dynamic had been firmly established over the course of Craig's last two films.
Your mother?
She likes to think so.
You've got a bloody cheek. You're supposed to display some kind of judgment. I think you're so blinded by inconsolable rage that you don't care who you hurt.
Mom.
But then we have this wild card of Silva thrown in, a previously favored 00, another orphan to which we can assume she also provided guidance and wisdom for.
I assume you have no regrets.
I don't. What about you?
Of course not. That would be unprofessional.
No remorse.
Regret is unprofessional.
Regret is unprofessional. They kept me for 5 months in a room with no air.
Only this son she betrayed, sacrificing him not for the greater good per se, but for her own benefit.
I got 6 agents in return and a peaceful transition.
M has brought numerous figurative sons into this world, and she is willing to sacrifice each and every one of them for the greater good.
Leave him! Take the bloody shot!
It was you who betrayed me.
However, her sacrifice of Silva was careless and selfish, like a mother aborting her baby because she'd rather go out to the clubs than stay home at night. M sacrificed Bond as well, only not for herself, but for the greater good, like a mother sending her son off to defend the city walls.
It was the possibility of losing you, or the certainty of losing all those other agents. I made the only decision I could, and you know it.
I think you lost your nerve.
What do you expect, a bloody apology? You know the rules of the game. You've been playing it long enough.
Both sons given up, but for different reasons. This is where McCurdy is 100% correct that Silva's bad guy motivation is undoubtedly the best in the series, as he's not motivated by money or power or psychosis, but by bitterness. A bitterness that festered and grew until Silva flipped from good to evil, from exactly what Bond is now to what Bond could become if such a betrayal were to occur, reflecting one of the oldest stories about sacrifice, envy, and revenge. the story of Cain and Abel. The basic story is that both brothers work to make sacrifices to God, but only Abel's are accepted because his are pure and selfless, whereas Cain chooses to hold something back for himself. Cain envies Abel's success while knowing in his heart that his shortcomings are his own fault. Cain is what's known as a little bitch, choosing to blame God instead of taking responsibility for his own choices, killing Abel to spite the Almighty. Cain does exactly what weak people do, adopting a victim mentality in order to avoid facing his own shortcomings, and this bitterness turns to hatred and ultimately revenge. Silva and Bond embody Cain and Abel brilliantly, with both brothers making sacrifices to their higher power, M, and yet Abel Bond is the favored brother because his sacrifices are pure in the sense that they are complete. They are selfless. Just like Cain, Silva makes the same sacrifices as his brother in appearance, but his are not as favored as Bond's because he holds something back for himself.
He was a brilliant agent, but he started operating beyond his brief, hacking the Chinese. The handover was coming up and they were onto him, so I gave him up.
After Silva's heavenly mother rejects him, just like Cain, he seeks to destroy that which she values most. MI6 and all of its agents, including her new favorite.
You're sentimental about it.
The man that can always be counted on to sacrifice for the big picture. And this is why Silva's attempt to flip Bond is so weak, because Bond knows that M's so-called betrayal was nothing more than her doing her duty.
007. You are ready for this?
Yes, ma'am. What is this if not betrayal?
Hardly the big picture, wouldn't you say?
But in point of fact, it is very possible that had Bond not learned the lessons of Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace,
I want you to take your ego out of the equation and to judge the situation dispassionately. I have to know I can trust you and that you know who to trust. You don't trust anyone, do you, James?
No.
Then you've learnt your lesson. I need to know that I can trust you. You said you weren't motivated by revenge.
I'm motivated by my duty.
Is he still alive?
He is.
I'm surprised.
that M would have eventually given him up just as she did Silva.
These bastards want your head. And I'm seriously considering feeding you to them. There's a capture or kill order out on you. You're removed from duty and suspended pending further investigation.
When it comes down to it, Bond is willing to give everything he has for M, not for M's sake, but because of what she represents. The big picture. You can throw Phoenix Rising metaphors my way all day and I'll still say that shit's heavy-handed, forced, and ultimately irrelevant to Bond. Especially because this movie has a much simpler, much more appropriate symbol, the British Bulldog. This little trinket is the film's symbolic token of the big picture.
The whole office goes up in smoke and that bloody thing survives.
As it is the one thing that survived Silva's attack on MI6, signifying that
England, the Empire, MI6
is more than just a place or a building or a single person, but an idea. It's an ideal worth fighting and dying for.
Maybe it was her way of telling you to take a desk job.
Just the opposite.
A task she now fully entrusts Bond to continue. But in the end, despite the extreme effort to protect the woman who has guided and nurtured him as a mother from orphan recruit to full-fledged 00 status...
How old were you when they died?
You know the answer to that. You know the whole story.
Orphans always make the best recruits.
Her sins find her out.
Of course. It had to be here.
And this is where I can grasp Silva's hesitation to kill M, because deep down he understands all of this, just as much as she does.
I f***ed this up, didn't I? I should get one thing right.
These words are the closest thing to I love you that M, the closest thing to a mother that Bond has, could ever say to him. So despite all of the nitpicking and the complaints about logical shortcomings, this final moment between Bond and his mom is one of the most beautiful in the series, and is one of those rare moments where James Bond should cry. It's the perfect bookend to a relationship that began with...
How the hell could Bond be so stupid? I give him 00 status and he celebrates by shooting up an embassy. Is the man deranged? I knew it was too early to promote you.
Well, I understand 00s have a very short life expectancy. So your mistake will be short-lived.
I did get one thing right.
This works very effectively as the emotional payoff I talked about previously, even if it relies on a logical framework spanning 3 complete films. Bond returning home does nothing for me, but the passing of M is excellent. It's also in this scene that Silva confirms the threat he made back in his glass cell.
Life clung to me like a disease. And then I understood why I had survived. I needed to look in your eyes one last time.
That he's more or less been on a suicidal quest for vengeance, which does make him more Joker-esque, as he's a character that can seemingly strike at any time and has absolutely no regard for his own life. But as far as this movie's concerned, Silva may be even more dangerous than the Joker because he is in fact longing for death. While the Joker is a purely chaotic force hell-bent on dismantling Batman's efforts to reestablish order in Gotham, he does it for fun in a fiendishly delicious, happy-go-lucky kind of way. And he doesn't want to die because he enjoys it too much.
I like this job. I like it. You won't kill me out of some misplaced sense of self-righteousness. And I won't kill you. Because you're just too much fun.
You complete me. The Bond-verse equivalent of this chaos and order relationship is that of Bond and Spectre, namely Blofeld, as they each represent timeless forces in our reality that never go away. This is why, for the most part, nobody in these stories ever really dies. Blofeld and the Joker always get away so they can come back to fight another day, metaphorically reflecting the truth I'm always trying to shove down the throats of the progressive idealists that we can never be rid of bad things. We only stave them off temporarily.
I do so enjoy our little visits, Mr. Bond.
And this is where the comparison to the Joker breaks down and reveals Silva to be the more human character, as he is a reflection of very true-to-life aspects of human nature. He's by far the most fully realized three-dimensional baddie of Bond's rogues gallery. His mannerisms reflect his Bond-esque arrogance and abilities, his backstory is organically conveyed and coherently informs his bitter demons and motivations, and this all culminates in a worldview that informs his actions that we as an audience fully understand as we fully understand the man himself, as opposed to the Joker, who is less of a man and more of a
dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with one if I caught it. You know, I just do things.
Now, I'm not saying that Silva is a better character than the Joker per se, but the Joker is more of a metaphor for chaos than a fully dimensionalized villain. He's more of a force of nature than a human being. And yet everyone is always comparing Silva to the Joker when it's actually much more appropriate to compare him to the other bad guy of The Dark Knight, Two-Face. Beyond the surface level optics of two guys with really up faces, Silva is to James Bond precisely what Two-Face is to Harvey Dent, warning about the darkness that lives inside all of us and how the path of the righteous man can falter onto the path of darkness with just
a little push.
And just like Silva, Harvey Dent's Two-Face wants to die.
You think I want to escape from this? There is no escape from this.
But only after bringing down those responsible for his turn of bad luck. Completely apathetic towards innocent life he takes with him.
Please don't punish the boy. Please punish me. I'm about to.
Likewise, Silva seeks to destroy everything M has built and then bring her down with him. Without a doubt, this is why the writers have Silva commit a mass shooting, as it's today's deranged mass shooters that embody the spirit of Cain, taking as many innocent people with them out of revenge against God, existence, society, whatever, instead of just committing suicide instead. So his outrageously
cavalier attitude towards life
is motivated. I still see sloppily contrived screenwriting to back that up at parts, but nothing that threatens the ruination of his character. Bottom line is that Silva's why is top tier.
The key to a great story is not who, or what, or when, but why.
It's made clear that he's been looking forward to his death, but hasn't been able to do so long as M still lives. Again, like Cain killing Abel to spite God instead of just saving everyone the trouble and killing himself.
Free both of us. Free both of us. With the same bullet. Do it. Do it.
So where then do we stand? If you hate this movie, I'm with you. If you love this movie, I'm right there with you too. So let's add it up and try to give this film credit where credit is due.
Better M. Better knives. Better gravestones?
Better bulldogs.
Better bulldogs. That's the one I was missing.
For the reason before emotion types and Ian Fleming fundamentalist Bond fans, the plot leaves more to be desired, especially from Bond movie staples Q and Moneypenny. For film snobs and the unwashed, all-feeling, no-thinking masses out there, the story is great. And the story is great if you focus on the M. Bond Silva trifecta. However, speaking of Fleming, this film is reflective of the central tenet of James Bond that differentiates him from every other spy character, and that is his classiness, both of the character of Bond himself and the more serious tone of the higher-ranked films in this series. Skyfall is a classically classy Ian Fleming James Bond outing, not a Cubby Broccoli goofy adventure, at least so far as what his movies turned into down the road. That being said, if Silva himself wasn't so damn good as an ex-00 motivated by M's direct betrayal, this movie might just barely break the Thunderball threshold for its plot conveniences or the Secret Service threshold for its failure to nail its themes. The success of the film works in the same way that The Man with the Golden Gun works, that it's strongest in its Bond and bad guy character elements, and then amplifies these elements by utilizing M, and in the process giving M more screen presence than M has ever had in any film. At that point, all that's left is The Spy Who Loved Me and License to Kill, two excellent Bond outings. Spy is a classic world-spanning adventure of that which Bond movies morphed into over time, with a single-dimensional bad guy who does bad things because he's bad that climaxes with a dramatic countdown to global destruction that Bond outsmarts at the last second. Classic 60s and 70s Bond. License to Kill is an excellent action revenge movie, but the reason we placed it below Connery's Golden 2 is simply because it lacks that essential Bond classiness. A Corona, as McCurdy put it, not a shaken vodka martini. If you can accept the contrived plot for what it is, it's difficult to not elevate Skyfall above these two films because of its think piece elements specific to the character of Bond, as opposed to the fun and adventurous popcorn-munching crowd pleasers of the past whose function in cinemas has been taken over by the Mission Impossible movies. Bottom line is that the core elements of this film that work simply outclass anything that Dalton or Moore ever did, showcasing what Bond movies at their fullest potential should be like, taking Bond and his world as seriously as Ian Fleming would. This movie delivers Bond's character in all of his usual bells and whistles, as well as the best rendition of his shadow, and beautifully wraps up a 3-film relationship with Judi Dench's M. And it does all of these things with class. But as for the upper top 10, it's flawed enough that it can't break the higher echelon of Connery and Campbell's powerhouses. It's top 5, but the bottom of the top 5. I think at this point, fellas, I think we're all in agreement. I think putting it at number 5, within the top 10, but not within the top 3 is more than fair.
Mm-hmm.
The list stands thus: GoldenEye, Casino Royale, Goldfinger, From Russia with Love, Skyfall, License to Kill, The Spy Who Loved Me, The Man with the Golden Gun, Dr. No, The World Is Not Enough, A View to a Kill, For Your Eyes Only, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Quantum of Solace, Thunderball, Tomorrow Never Dies, Octopussy, The Living Daylights, Live and Let Die, Moonraker, Diamonds Are Forever, Die Another Day, You Only Live Twice. Spectre is easily the biggest piece of in the James Bond verse. You know how every episode I say we're here to love Bond and not hate Bond? Well, let's set that aside this time because this is the only Bond movie I actively f***ing despise. Sam Mendes returns to confirm that anything good about Skyfall was definitely a fluke. This movie is like a 3-course meal where the appetizer really gets us going, followed by a main course of big action and intrigue, but then we get to a dessert of piss cum, curly scrotum hairs, and bloody scabbed over pus nuggets delivered through a fart nozzle straight down our face holes. At that point, it doesn't matter how good the rest of the meal was because you've already puked everything into the same yuck bucket. It's all ruined. That good stuff was only in service to something completely terrible. Specifically, a rushed and underwhelming script with idiotic plot convenience, as well as the really fucking terrible idea that Ernst Stavro Blofeld is James Bond's long-lost foster brother. A joke made in the Austin Powers movies strictly because it's such a bad idea that it could only ever be a joke in an Austin Powers movie. Turns out Blofeld was so pissed that his dad and James had a nice time skiing together one time that he murdered his own father with an avalanche that also covered up his own death before starting an international organized crime syndicate to get revenge on James, who just so happened to become a 00 agent entangled with that same organization. Blofeld then takes credit for everything that has happened to Bond since his first assignment, where he was randomly assigned to stop a bomb maker in Madagascar. I bet if you asked him, he'd say he was also the guy buying secrets from the bent station chief from the prologue of Casino Royale. Apparently, Spectre as we know it would not exist if Bond's parents had never died in a climbing accident, so James Bond would never have cuckooed Blofeld, who would then never have created Spectre, who would never have been behind all of Bond's adventures that shaped Bond into the 00 agent we know today. That idea is so fucking stupid that I wish Blofeld would drill it out of my mind. Suddenly it's like Star Wars, where everyone is related to everyone, and I hate it because it introduces ridiculously romantic notions of fate and destiny into an otherwise simple franchise about a fictitious spy guy who stops bad guys. I'm the guy that said Skyfall was self-aggrandizing, but this is something else entirely. Apparently, the entire geopolitical world hinges upon the very existence of James Bond. Blofeld was only ever just a guy, a really smart, really power-hungry guy. He always saw Bond as a nuisance, not the epicenter of his very existence and his sole motivation in life. And yet with this, literally every word coming out of Blofeld's mouth is a pathetic attempt to justify his own presence in the film because the filmmakers obviously never planned for it. And the audience pandering this leads to is off the charts. Oh, you liked Casino Royale? Yeah, I did that. Oh, you liked Skyfall? Yeah, I did that too. You didn't like Quantum as much? Well, we'll ignore it as much as possible and pretend it didn't happen. The all-time biggest baddie of the Bondverse wastes all of his screen time whining about his supposed daddy issues and rewriting history. Is he really the invisible hand that has been guiding the events surrounding James Bond for 4 films? Or is this just some bullshit the writers conjured up as a desperate attempt to make Blofeld seem really important because audience dumb? If there were any breadcrumbs, any at all, that led up to this point, I'd be wildly impressed. Instead, I'm obviously f***ing irate. The only thing this movie has going for it is the Spectre plot and relevant scenes, but that's nothing new. Spectre's thing has always been to stir up chaos in order to increase its power, occasionally posing as the good guys in order to do so. But as far as the movie itself goes, it feels like you're watching a movie set on random, just mixing in entire scenes and sequences lifted from other Bond movies, but not in a way where they congeal into anything coherent or enjoyable. There's hardly anything fun or entertaining about this movie. There's nothing deep or meaningful behind this movie. There's nothing revealed about Bond and zero depth to what is supposed to be his greatest nemesis, and therefore no purpose to this movie. And on top of that, like Quantum of Solace, it retroactively f***s with the far superior films that came before it. Bottom line is that the very being of this film is so frail that its sole motivation is to continually attempt to justify its own existence. I swear on the souls of Ian Fleming and Sean Connery, as Martine Campbell is my witness, this movie shall be condemned to the darkest depths of the sacred list. So get out your nitpickers, motherfuckers, and let's tear this goddamn motherfucking ass titty fucking garbage piece of shit to pieces and ash pile, bitch.
That was the longest rant you've ever had.
There's a lot of spit. So much spit all over everything.
Are we actually done? Yeah. Is that it? Is that
well, I got everything. I got all my emotions out. Now
you got your angst out. Now you got to bring back the logic.
Now I have room for knowledge. So fill the void with knowledge.
I will fill your head with all the knowledge. So let's start first off with the kind of the biggest part of this movie, right, is Spectre. So McClory chapter closes. When we talked 3 years ago, when we were talking about Thunderball, this was the beginning of this long chapter with Eon Productions and Kevin McClory, who was the rights owner of the Thunderball story for film, not necessarily the book, which Ian Fleming actually held the rights onto the book, because I believe Spectre first appears in Thunderball.
The book, yeah.
Spectre doesn't show up in Dr. No or From Russia with Love in the books. And that's why, even though they were using it in the first 2 movies, they were using Spectre in the very first 2 Bond films.
I'm a member of Spectre.
Spectre?
Spectre. Special Executive for Counterintelligence, Terrorism, Revenge, Extortion. The 4 great cornerstones of power, headed by the greatest brains in the world.
They got around it, but at the same time, all of this stuff was happening all at once. But they were still able to use Blofeld in other films because he was in some of those other books after Thunderball, of course. And I think it was just because they were like, well, the lawsuit hasn't been settled, so we're like, let's just use it.
Quick recap is one tiny little mistake on Ian Fleming's part has rippled into this tsunami of shit that Eon has dealt with for 50 years?
I call it Fleming's one creative folly. That is what this is. Finally, after many years of back and forth of lawsuits due to Fleming's one creative folly with Kevin McClory, the McClory estate, because he had passed away, 2006, just to clarify, he passed away in 2006. So the McClory estate settled with Dan Jack, the company that is the rights owner of the Bond franchise, in 2013. That's a year after Skyfall had come out. And then this movie came out in 2015, which in turn allowed Eon Productions the rights to use Blofeld in the organization of Spectre once again in their films. If you recall, the last time Blofeld was seen in any of the Bond films was in For Your Eyes Only, and really only to be used as a middle finger cameo to McClory. The character is never named but hinted at. So there is some question as if they were like, oh, we think we're going to get the rights back because McClory's passed away and we're settling on it. So start writing that Spectre script. Or Eon's like, we got Spectre back. Great. Let's use them. Start writing the script. Like it could have been either one of those things. So returning to write the script of the next film was screenwriter of Skyfall, John Logan, with rewrites by Bond writers duo Neil Purvis and Robert Wade, as well as Jez Butterworth. That's his name is Jez. I think that's funny.
Okay.
Jez Butterworth, and then an interview with Ralph Fiennes.
Ray Fiennes.
Was it
Ray Fiennes.
Ray Fiennes.
With an interview with Ray Fiennes, he had said that there was a pitch by Mendez to have the new M be secretly a villain, which I think Fiennes shot down. I can see why he'd shoot it down. It actually makes sense why I think they would shoot it down, but I actually like this next idea even more, which I think would have helped the movie. There was also a draft that had Tanner being a Spectre mole. So either of those ideas would have been better for this movie, I think.
Would that have gelled with the previous movies?
Maybe, maybe not. We're not sure. I mean, it could have been like, hey, don't do any Spectre things. Like, you just gather information.
The movie doesn't just go, hey, Blofeld's here. Let's just let Blofeld do his Blofeld thing. Instead, the whole time Blofeld's trying to justify his own existence in the movie. That being said, if Tanner suddenly was bad, then it'd be like, oh, Tanner was the one who showed Bond where Patrice is. Tanner is the one who was there to lead Bond along these adventures at the behest of Blofeld. As I said, if there were any breadcrumbs that pointed, any Thanosian breadcrumbs that showcased that Blofeld has been there the whole time, having Tanner be the mechanism of that would have worked, because obviously there were no breadcrumbs of Blofeld in those movies, even if they used cheap flashbacks to show when Tanner's like, you should go after Patrice. Look, because remember, he's like, he's a ghost. Nobody knows where he is. But I found him.
He's a ghost, no known residence or country of origin.
So how do we find him?
Well, luckily we still have 1 or 2 friends left in the CIA.
That would at least be something that would be like, wow, they did kind of plan this out. Or there were breadcrumbs, but they didn't. So I actually kind of think that would have been a good move.
Sam Mendes does return to direct after Skyfall. This is the first director in a long time to do consecutive films. Mm-hmm. The last being John Glenn with License to Kill. There is some discrepancy I found with Mendes returning, because at one point they did approach Nicholas Winding Refn to actually direct, which would have been kind of cool because I really do like Drive. He is a little bit more of an auteur director, and I think it would have kind of been an interesting choice.
We talked about the dangers of an auteur, just how it's like, it might be too stylish.
He's stylish in a way that I think doesn't really gel. Like, I think Christopher Nolan being an auteur, he gels very well with James Bond.
Nolan, I have no doubt, would respect the material and wouldn't try to put his thumbprint on it. Maybe Refn would do the same.
He would. I think Nolan would, because he's even said, like, he's like, if I'm doing Bond, it's going to be my James Bond, and I don't think people want me to make my James Bond. But I think it's his thumbprint would be more in line to what people are used to watching James Bond movies, if that makes sense. Refn, on the other hand, I think with his stylistic choices are kind of a little farther out there, especially if you see some of his more recent films that were kind of on the more bizarre end.
Yeah.
But he may have been a good choice. I don't know. So, but really part of this was Mendes was like, well, I kind of want to take a break. I don't want to do another Bond movie right away because he wanted to go back to doing the theater. But Mendes had said that he didn't want to come back, and he decided he would after seeing the future of Bond films were planned to film originally back to back. So they originally had a plan. They wanted to film this movie and the next movie back to back. The idea then got shot down to basically allowing for a Mendes schedule, because Mendes was like, well, I'll come back. And then they were like, okay, well, we'll make it 2014. And so you come back and then we'll get the movie out by 2015. So at one point, the idea for this film was going to be a two-parter, which may have explained some of the issues that I think you and I will discuss.
So
because I do feel like there's a lot of stuff in this movie that feels like this should have been two parts or had been the beginning of like a trilogy of Blofeld films. Another part of that could have been Craig, because there was a lot of times when they were talking about making this film, Craig had said some things about, playing James Bond, that he was done, or that he wanted to stab his eyes out, or he would do anything else than play James Bond at this point. And I really think that was mainly because he had even said, it's like, I was tired. I hadn't seen my family in over a year or so. I rather want to do something else. I don't want to go strictly playing back to James Bond.
He clearly has shown that, unlike Sean Connery, yes, Sean Connery did want to get away from the character, but Sean Connery is James Bond in a way.
Like, that whole motif is him.
When he's smacking Tiffany Case.
You sound like a cop to me.
He's channeling himself. Like he's playing himself in that moment.
You did an interview in which you said, it's not the worst thing to slap a woman now and then. As I remember, you said you don't do it with a clenched fist, it's better to do it with an open hand. Yeah, remember that? Yeah.
And
I didn't love that.
I haven't changed my opinion.
Whereas Daniel Craig did everything he could to be like, I'm not Bond. The different commercials and things he's been in have been, I'm not just James Bond. I'm this really talented guy, which he is, but it's like he did everything he could. Like, the guy would put on a dress if it means he could show that he's not James Bond, which I have mixed feelings about. But I get it. I get that it's like you're an artist, and yet everybody associates you with this character that you aren't. Remember, as far back as You Only Live Twice? Sean Connery being interviewed on being James Bond, and he was just wearing a wife beater or something. The guy said, is this how James Bond dresses? And he's like, I'm not James Bond. I'm Sean Connery. Like, come on, But can you imagine that level of like, any famous person has to deal with that. That's why fame is a blessing and a curse, because on the one hand, it's like, hey, I've finally made it. I'm finally rich and famous because I found a character that I was born to play. But then at the same time, just showing how the black box is that powerful that people watch it enough that their reality is overtaken by a manufactured reality, to the point where it's like, you are that person. You are James Bond, and you can't ever be any other character because you are James Bond. Must be bizarre, For those of us on the outside, we go, that sounds fun. For those on the inside, they're like, it's ruined my life. You think it's a blessing? It's a curse. That perfect sweet spot of fame would be Michael G. Wilson. Can you imagine being Mikey G. Wiz and nobody knows who you are? We know who he is. If we saw, I have a T-shirt with his face on it. Like, if I saw him, I'd know it was him. But your average person has no idea who he is.
I have no idea who that is. Who's Mikey G. Wiz?
Exactly.
You'll know.
Once again, did you catch the Mikey G. Wiz cameo in this movie?
I didn't.
He is in the scene where Mallory goes to talk to C, right before he calls him a cocky little bastard. Mikey G. Wiz is talking to C, and then Mikey G. Wiz fucks off, and then they have their moment.
You're a cocky little bastard, aren't you?
Once again, Mikey G. Wiz is just hanging out in hallways, just like he was in Skyfall.
So this film doesn't have Roger Deakins, which was a huge point about Skyfall that people always like to bring up. But maybe they got the next best thing in this film, and that was Hoyt van Hoytma. I love saying that name, Hoyt van Hoytma.
Did you look up how to say that?
Hoyt.
You
van
had to
Hoytma. I was watching a video of like famous cinematographers and the cameras they use, and he was one of them. But he is starting. I think he is slowly starting to get a name for himself. But he was much like Deakins, but mainly because he associates himself with Nolan. He's like been Christopher Nolan's main DP for the last 5 movies he's done.
He took over for
Wally Pfister.
For Wally Pfister.
Pfister, yeah.
Yeah. Remember, I think on a live stream I told the story of how I was at a talk with Wally Pfister, and he was walking out, and I was sitting at the very back, and he walked by me, and I just go, "Thanks, Wally." And he turned, and he was like, he basically gave me like the ending of Breakfast Club, and I just was like we had a moment. We had a moment.
You nerd.
Because at the time, what happened was he was working on his directorial debut, which crashed and burned, and he hasn't worked
I remember that
ever since, apparently.
Yeah.
So,
right.
I mean, he took a chance on stepping up into
good
that
for him.
role.
I hope he comes back.
Do you think he's coming back?
I don't know. I hope he comes back, too.
I hope he does something and someone brings him back.
Yes, really cool, down-to-earth guy. I mean, the guy shot The Dark Knight.
Right.
So anyway, he gets replaced by this other guy who more or less, it's like Nolan was looking for the same guy.
He has a very similar style.
Exactly.
Hoyt van Hoytma, if you look at all of his films, they are the very crisp. Like, this is why I keep saying, like, if Nolan were to do a Bond film, it wouldn't be that much of a stretch from what they've been doing with all the Craig films, because I think his style kind of lends very heavily to it. Another big thing to mention with this movie is the song Writing on the Wall.
Writings on the Wall?
Written by Jimmy Napes and Sam Smith, sung by Sam Smith. It is, personally for me, not my favorite Bond song. I think Skyfall is still the best modern Bond song there's been in a long, long time. I think Writing on the Wall is weird. Actually won Best Original Song that year at the Oscars. The same award that was previously won by the Adele song, the last Bond movie that had come out. But personally, for me, it's not my favorite.
It won an Oscar?
I like
Writings on the Wall won an Oscar?
Yeah. I was shocked. I was like, really? That one? Not my favorite. I would have loved if they were just like, if we're going to go back to tradition, let's bring back like Adele again, kind of like they brought back Shirley Bassey for Goldfinger and then Diamonds Are Forever. It's like, let's bring her back. Let's do another one.
Remember what I said about Quantum of Solace, that after you have a big hit like Casino, everybody is that much more critical of the follow-up. And I think that's
okay. So you think Sam Smith's song's not as good? Like isn't as bad? You like it?
I like Writings on the Wall. I think people are more critical of it specifically because it's the follow-up to Skyfall. It's not Skyfall. It's never going to be as good as Skyfall. But on its own, I'm like, this is and I think Sam Smith is a psycho. I mean, he has turned into a weirdo psychopath. But
we all know
separating
how you
art
feel
from
about
artist, which I'm very good at doing, I remember
like this one.
I remember first seeing this movie and being like, "Oh, that song was different and it's not as big. It's certainly
it's weird.
It's more muted.
It's a weird song because it goes up and then all of a sudden it's like drops down a little bit in what he's saying, and you feel like there's going to be this big buildup like this movie, and then it just kind of peters out. It's like
we talked about how Skyfall was such a good song because it was very much an old school Goldfinger-esque song, where it's big horns and it's just like a classic Bond song. Whereas this, it'll suddenly just cut out the orchestration and suddenly just be Sam Smith. I was honestly shocked when, after seeing the movie for the first time, suddenly all these people were coming through and saying, I hate it. They were straight up saying they hate the song. And I was like, well, why? It's not terrible. Why do you hate it? And I can't help but think it's because they are subconsciously comparing it to Skyfall in the same way that people compare Quantum to Casino.
Maybe. It grows on you a little bit, but I think really, again, it's a very strange song where it like goes up and then you think it's going to go here and then it kind of drops back down. You're like, I was expecting up. And you gave me down and I don't like that.
Cause the writing's on the wall.
Adele was big, and so they bring her in. Sam Smith was really big, and then eventually Miss Eyelash, they bring her in. Like, it's always whoever just won an Oscar, whoever just won a Grammy.
We've criticized that in the past, and we realized that over time. We're like, oh, it's always been that way. That's never changed. They've always been doing that since at least the 70s for sure. So the DB5 makes a return, a topic we will discuss because I have issues with it. You have issues with it. But Aston Martin also introduced the DB10, which was specifically created for this movie. So
was there a 6, 7, 8, 9?
I don't know if that's how they number it. It might have just been like 10 sounds cool. So
that's twice as many 5s.
Right. Well, no, because there was the DBS, which was one of them.
Well, S looks like 5. That's probably where that came from.
The one that Timothy Dalton drove, that was not a DB. I think that was like the DB something, but it wasn't. I'd have to go back and look. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Let me find out which one that was.
We could just wait for Nans to show up and he can clarify.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah. Crickets.
The Aston Martin V8 was the other one. But it was called the V8. So I imagine it's because it's a V8 engine. Okay. Was what I was referring to. And then there was the Vanish.
Aston Martin call it the Vanquish. We call it the Vanish.
Or the Vanquish. It was the Aston Martin Vanquish. That was the one that was in Die Another Day.
Yeah.
Which was very similar to the one that was in Casino. But that's cool. I think it was neat that they were like, yeah, there's a new Bond movie. Great. We're going to make this specific car for the Bond movie. Let's get on to the actors, shall we? Christoph Waltz plays Franz Obenhauser, a.k.a. Ernest Stravos. Ernest. It's Ernest. It is Ernest. It's Ernest.
You're very consistent in your
I just
George
want it to be Ernest so this movie makes sense. It's Ernest so the movie makes sense. Okay, Chucky?
Okay. All right.
Ernst Stravos Blofeld. Waltz has been acting in film and television primarily in Germany all the way back to the 70s. He became known worldwide to American audiences with his role as Colonel Hans the Jew Hunter Landa in Quentin Tarantino's Inglourious Basterds.
Yeah, that was his first Oscar win.
Around the time he was cast for Spectre, he had just won Best Supporting Actor for Tarantino's next film, Django Unchained. It's no surprise that Barbara and Mikey G. Wiz wanted him to be the big bad for this film.
It's a great idea. When it was first announced that this genius of an actor was going to play the supposedly greatest Bond nemesis ever, it was like that is perfect casting. Chasing this trend, this transcends chasing trends. This is a great call. This is fate. And then they hand him the stupidest script ever, where it's like, what's the complexity of my character? Everything about my character is just justifying why I'm here.
Right.
What? No, there's a whole backstory. Well, do we explore that at all? No, you just say cuckoo a lot.
Cuckoo. Cuckoo. He's not bad in the role.
He's doing his
acting.
best.
I'm talking about his ability, his acting ability. He's not bad. That's something I would say across the board with this movie. I don't think any actor or actress in any of the roles are bad.
Yeah.
I just think it really comes down to the script, honestly.
Yeah.
Léa Seydoux plays Madeleine Swann, another Inglourious Basterds alum, which is kind of fun. Seydoux is a French actress best known for films such as Midnight in Paris, Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, Blue is the Warmest Color. I only smiled there because I've seen people go to that movie. It's like, oh, check this movie. It's two lesbians having sex. And I'm like, okay, cool. I've never seen it. I just know people mention that all the time. I think it's funny.
Shouldn't it be called Pink is the Hottest Color then?
Why are you a Anyway, I don't think she's bad in the movie.
I think she's
but
miscast, but
I
she's a
agree
good
with that.
actress.
I agree.
She has the most severe case of resting bitch face that has ever been diagnosed. That's not the worst thing, but there's a specific part of the movie where she's been a bitch the whole time, and then all of a sudden, arbitrarily, it flips on its head. But we'll get to that.
Great actress. I agree. Miscast.
Just like Waltz. Just like Christoph Waltz. Great actors. But the script isn't helping anybody in this film.
No. Andrew Scott plays Max Denby. Denbig? I think that's how it says
Denby.
it, right? Denby.
Yeah.
Plays Max Denby, a.k.a. C. I know you are going to say he played Private John Cowboy Hall in Band of Brothers.
Anybody in the Fellowship or the Band of Brothers gets an
There you
automatic
go.
toast. Cheers.
Okay. However, the thing that really made him stand out was playing James Moriarty, Sherlock's nemesis in the Benedict Cumberbatch BBC show Sherlock, which I think he's actually really good in.
Yes.
I think he's a genuinely pretty decent villain in this movie. Again, I think he's doing a good job.
That's the third actor in a row that you've said, really good actor, but a piece of shit script. There's a pattern here, Mr. McCurdy.
Let's get to this really quick because I know you want to go ask me questions about this because this is a topic of concern amongst people who watch this movie.
Yes.
Because it makes no goddamn sense to us goddamn Americans. Okay? So, C, why is he called C? Everyone's like, why does Bond out of nowhere say, I think I'll call you C?
I know what it stands for.
So why does he do that?
Every American is like this. They're like, does that mean Let me lay out the scene. Bond is meeting C for the first time, and it's this guy just got promoted. He's now your boss. And Bond's like, that's great. We should call you C now.
Suppose we should call you C now.
But up until then, there is no C word for the audience to attach to, where it's like, oh, is he the captain of something? No. Is he the chief of something? No. They just say he's
the head of the Joint Security Service.
And then out of nowhere, Bond's like, oh, we should call you C. And the audience goes, wait, what? Did I miss something? I was in the bathroom. What happened? And he's like, no, you don't need to call me C. And Bond's like, no, bitch. I'm going to call you C.
Suppose we should call you C now.
No. Max, please.
No, I think I'll call you C.
Because you're a But he doesn't say that last part, but all of our brains go, what is C? What is C? What is C? He must mean What else could that mean? Why did Bond turn it into an insult out of nowhere? It has to mean something bad. What's a bad C word? See you next Tuesday. Done. But then you're like, you rewind the tape. You're like, but what was C? Where did C originate? Bond just makes it up on the spot, and I don't get it, and I've never gotten it. And even if I Google it, Google can't tell me. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what C means other than
They do. It's out there.
Please tell me.
I will clarify what C means for you.
By the way, somebody in the Discord, I'm sorry, I've had so many boozes. I can't remember who in the Discord said, because I asked the Discord, I was like, guys, why is he named C? And somebody was like, well, obviously because he heads up the bullshit C plot. That's funny. That's funny.
Okay, so C is the sign letter. This is your code name, a sign letter given to the chief of the Security Intelligence Service, which is AKA, that is MI6. Not necessarily for chief, but because Captain Sir Mansfield Smith Cummings, the first chief of Secret Intelligence Service, would sign his name with a green C on all of his documents. So it became a tradition.
What if that guy's name was Cuntings?
And you can look this up. If you look up who's the chief officer of Secret Intelligence Service on the bio in Wikipedia, it'll say C under the current person. So it is a thing in Britain that that person is dignified under C. Now, let me go further. With this, right? Fleming, let's go back to our boy Ian Fleming. Fleming used M instead of C for his code naming of the characters, possibly because there's actually a couple of reasons maybe he did this, but some people believe it's because he knew Maxwell Knight. Now, Maxwell Knight wasn't the head of MI6, but he was the head of MI5, and they were good friends. They knew each other. And so, like Cummings, which is Mansfield's last name, he did the same thing, but had the document signed with an M in recognition of that. And I believe if you go into the books, I think his name's Miles, but I think his last name's M or something like that, as far as the M in the books, right?
Okay.
Now, part of it is, as far as the fandom goes, I think we even, to the beginning of this podcast, we were under the assumption that M is the head of MI6.
Since I've been head of MI7, there's been a 40% drop in 00 operative casualties.
This movie kind of makes the point that it's like, you're not the head of MI6, you're the head of the 00 division. I don't know if the movies prior to this really made that distinction, but then we also have to remember, like, the earlier films didn't refer to it as MI6, just referred to it as Universal Exports as the code name for the intelligence service in James Bond.
James Bond, Universal Exports.
At least this whole bit is, I think, a little more clever than it is on its face, because, of course, if you don't understand what C is, you're like, what? But the clever part of it is, and this is what I think the writers were intending, was that Bond is a man of tradition. He is old ways best from Skyfall, right? So he's going to go with, this is the protocol. We always call the head of the intelligence service, we call him by the code name. You're C. So I'm going to call you C. And the other guy's like, no, I don't believe in this tradition bullshit. I am trying to take spycraft out of MI6. Like, that is my whole mission, essentially, on face value before we realize more about him. But he's just like, yeah, I don't believe in that stuff. That's silly. I'm not going to do that. And James Bond immediately is like, oh, you're a I think I'll call you C. So
yeah,
it is like, he's like, he believes in tradition. The other guy doesn't believe in tradition. And eventually he's kind of calling him a anyway. I think I think that part's brilliant. However, to your point, the movie never clarifies. And also, if you rewatch the scene, he doesn't say chief, which is what some people would think the C means, but that's not really what it is. But at least chief would lead you to being like, oh, chief, C, I get that. But instead he says head. And if he had said chief, I think it would have made a clarification that he was indeed a.
And now we know what C stands for.
For us Americans who don't know the inner workings of MI5, MI6, whatever it is, especially because these have always been American-made films. They're about a guy in Britain. They're about Britain itself, but they've always been American-made. Going back to the beginning,
but it's always a British-American production.
But Harry Saltzman,
that's my point to it.
Harry Saltzman
is an American, yes,
and Cubby Broccoli were two Americans who took control of this British property. And so my point is that they've always been. Why is it that anybody gets famous? You know, the Beatles were famous in Britain, and and then you go to the United States, and that's where you enter the world stage. You have to prove yourself here because we're the, until we're taken over by Spectre in Russia and China. You have to make it in the United States to be a big thing. That's just me stating a fact.
As far as showbiz, as far as entertainment and showbiz, I mean, even like 2 minutes ago, I just said nobody knew who Christoph Waltz was until he did Quentin Tarantino's film.
Exactly.
Nobody knew who he was. All of a sudden, Americans knew. Everybody knew who he was.
That being the case, you have to spell out what C means. And if it was, like you said, if they just said chief, that would be enough to go, oh, C. And then when Bond... So what you just laid out is brilliant. I didn't know that. Honestly, it's no different than the first emperor of Rome is Caesar. And then from then on, the emperor is known as Caesar. That just happened to be the name of the first guy who held the position. But then everybody after that, Caesar became synonymous with emperor, because that was the first guy. Same concept. C becomes the head of this thing. But without any context, you're like, you don't get what you just said. And the brilliant part is that it's Bond being a traditionalist and Max Denby coming in and being a progressive and shaking things up. That is lost to me, and I would respect that scene if it was a little more clear as to why Bond immediately says C, regardless of chief or whatever. Then the context, the subtext of the scene would have come to light, and I would like that scene more, but it's lost, and that is definitively sloppy, unfortunately.
I will ask this of the audience. If you're from the UK or from Britain, does that scene make sense to you when you watched it the first time?
Neil Jackson.
I want to know that because
Neil,
we were
need
talking
you to
about
in.
it. We need somebody.
What's your opinion?
We need someone.
That's
we need a
common
Brit to weigh
knowledge.
in.
Everybody knows about C. He's like
that's
George
what I need to know.
Washington.
Right. That's what I need to know because it is that is confusing. I still think that is clever. I think that whole thing is actually pretty clever.
The intention is brilliant, but the execution is piss poor. which is what this whole movie is.
Our henchman for this movie, because we haven't had like a good, memorable henchman in even the Craig era, unfortunately. But next we have Dave Bautista, plays Mr. Hinks. Bautista came from the world of wrestling.
Mr. Hinks?
Mr. Hinks.
And they never say that,
Hinx.
right?
They never say it. They never say his name. Bautista came from the world of wrestling and he was in 2014's Guardians of the Galaxy, a year prior to this movie coming out. So Mendez thought Bautista would decline the role because he thought the character has virtually no lines except for one, but it was quite the opposite. Bautista was a fan of James Bond, and he's like, yeah, totally, I want to be in it. I love the idea of playing like an odd job or a Jaws, somebody who doesn't have any lines, and having the challenge of like acting with no lines. Again, an actor who I think does a good job in this movie, but the script doesn't do him any favors.
There's a theme here.
There's a trend. And that character is mainly inspired by Oddjob, it's pretty obvious
Oddjob
as
and
you're
Jaws.
watching these movies.
For sure,
Yeah,
Oddjob and
totally,
I mean,
100%.
he's got steel thumbnails and not steel teeth.
I think that's a cool inclusion. Cool, we're bringing back cool henchmen. I like that. That's kind of cool. Monica Bellucci. I'm going very strong Italian. Bellucci. Monica Bellucci.
All I have to say is go watch Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula if you want to see a good Monica Bellucci movie.
She's great. She plays
She's
Lucius.
really talented.
Pretty talented girl.
She's an Italian actress, of course. I think most people would remember her more than from Dracula, but from the Matrix.
The Matrix, yeah. In that movie, she really shows off her talent.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Pretty talented girl.
She plays Lucia Sciarra. Marco Sicaria's widow. The main thing everyone likes to bring up when they talk about her is that she's the oldest Bond girl. She was 50 when they cast her. They made a huge deal about it. I'm like, good for her. She looks gorgeous in this movie. Who gives a shit? I'm like, great, fantastic, don't care. She had actually originally auditioned, and I may have said this back in the Tomorrow Never Dies episode, but she auditioned for Paris Carver, and she didn't get the role. Terry Hatcher did, but that was all the way back in 97. So she was kind of still on the radar as Bond girls go. But yeah, she was originally going to be in that, but they passed on her. Of course, we got Ben Henshaw, Naomi Harris.
How do you see Wishaw and say Henshaw? You are consistently
I know somebody whose name was Henshaw. That's fine. It's probably because I know someone whose name is Henshaw, and I just my brain goes there. So Wishaw. It just sounds weird. I don't know. Ben Wishaw, Naomi Harris.
Dude, it's been like 6 to 8 months since we recorded last, and you still mispronounce the exact same words. It's so funny.
Charlie.
Isn't that what M stands for? Moron.
And then Rory Kinnear. They all return as Bond's MI6 allies, Q, Moneypenny, New M, and Bill Tanner. Jesper Christensen returns as Mr. White. Had actually been killed in a scene that was cut from Quantum of Solace, but that's actually kind of a neat detail because he is the one thing in this movie, as far as the script and the plot goes, that I think works as far as tying everything together with Spectre. Another fun tidbit with this film is the addition of Oberhauser, which is a reference to Octopussy. Hans Oberhauser. In this film, he's Blofeld's dad, but in the book, he's just another guy. He's actually Bond's ski instructor and for young Bond, and becomes a second father figure.
Basically, all it is that remember in Octopussy, the backstory about her dad.
You remember Major Dexter Smythe? You were sent out to arrest him, weren't you?
Yes, Smythe, after a brilliant military career, was seconded to our Secret Service. His mission was to recover a cache of Chinese gold seized in North Korea. Both he and his native guide disappeared. The gold was never found.
And 20 years later, you were sent after him.
Well, the guide's body turned up with a bullet still in his skull from Smythe's service revolver. I traced Smythe to Sri Lanka, faced him with the facts, and gave him 24 hours to clear up his affairs before I took him back.
He committed suicide rather than face the disgrace of a court-martial.
What's the connection?
He was my father.
Octopussy is a short story that is literally just Bond showing up to the guy's house, sitting down with him and having this talk where Bond puts in not so uncertain terms, hey, I'm going to leave here, and in 24 hours, I'm going to show up with the authorities, which basically means you can come with us or you can kill yourself. And so when they adapted the film Octopussy, they just gave that backstory to a character they made up, Octopussy. Octopussy in the book is literally an octopus, but in the film that became Beautiful Maud Adams.
My father became a leading authority on octopi. His pet name for me was Octopussy.
She then has this backstory where she's like,
I'd hoped fate would bring us together one day.
To avenge him?
No, to thank you for giving him an honorable alternative.
no, I don't want vengeance for you forcing my dad to kill himself. I want to thank you by f***ing your brains out for giving my dad an honorable option. So therefore, my family was able to keep all this gold that he stole. But in the book, Bond shows up to this guy's house and is like, okay, look, we know how you got all this money. You got all this money that allows you to go diving with octopi all day because at the end of World War II, there was all this Nazi gold. There was this Austrian guy who knew where it was, and you guys climbed up a bunch of mountains, and he helped you find the gold, and then you killed him. Well, that guy was Hans Oberhauser, who Bond actually had a personal connection to because Hans taught him how to ski. And I think Bond puts it as like a very impressionable time in my life, which is, you know, interpreted as after his parents died.
You probably know that James here lost his parents when he was young. But did you know that it was my father who helped him through this difficult time? Over the course of 2 winters, he taught him to ski and climb and hunt.
But then in this movie, Bond's parents die, and Hans was his foster father.
Right.
And then the son of that foster father, Franz Oberhauser.
I'm Hans. And I'm Franz.
The original name of the man who would then become Blofeld after he takes his mother's maiden name, just like what movie?
I don't remember. What was it?
The World Is Not Enough.
Your father
My
wasn't?
father was nothing. His kingdom he stole from my mother.
Oh, yeah.
And she's like, my mother's bloodline.
Right. My mother's bloodline.
Another one is the Hildebrand sign. One title that they have never used as its own movie was the Hildebrand Rarity, which again is a short story.
The Hildebrand Rarity largely influenced License to Kill. In the Hildebrand Rarity is Crest. Remember, Crest ends up being the guy in License to Kill
You're right.
who gets his head exploded.
I got the guy who set me up.
Well done, Franz. I'm Hans. And I'm Franz.
But again, it is a reference. When you watch him go to the safe house, there's a sign that says Hildebrand. That's a reference to the short story Hildebrand Rarity.
It says Hildebrand something and rarities. Clear reference to the Hildebrand Rarity.
Yes, which is nice. I like that they add those little, like, if you know, you
Me
know,
too.
kind of things in the movies.
Never even heard of Hildebrand.
That is the general idea with safe houses.
I find this fascinating. The Day of the Dead parade was never actually a thing in Mexico. There's not really a parade that was the equivalent of that, but because people saw the film, they were like, we should do this. We should have this.
Oh.
So Mexico ended up putting some money up, and they actually brought a bunch of people to do this big parade in Mexico Square. So I think that's kind of cool.
I am obviously a strong proponent, based off my opening rant, of Spectre just being the most insufferable. Like I said, it's the only Bond movie I actively hate.
Right.
Almost every episode, it's like, you just hate this, you just hate that. No, I'm being critical of it.
I enjoy, like, as much as you and I have had arguments over The Man with the Golden Gun, which I still to this day don't think it deserves where it's at. Till this day.
Because you're a f***ing blasphemer. You're a heretic when it comes to the sacred list.
Right, sure. Yes, anyway. I will say, though, I still enjoy watching that movie. I don't hate watching it, because it's a James Bond movie. If it's on, I'll watch it. It's fun. I'll watch
That's
it.
such a big boy thing for you to say.
Shut the f*** up.
Because even...
You're such a... Did I ever tell you? You know what? You're such a... Okay?
Call me C. Call me C. And
You are
because
a C.
C works for me, because that happens to be the first letter of my name. So when you call me C, you're like...
What
you're
is
like,
the C in
we all know
Chucky
what C
Rant stand
means.
for? Well, you know.
So
that's what that means.
I noticed something about the top 10 after we threw Skyfall in there, which is that if you take the top 10 and you pair them off, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We've had all these arguments about each of these where they pair off nicely, where the more Bond quote, the more Bond movie ends up being the superior film. So GoldenEye versus Casino Royale. GoldenEye wins. The more Bond movie. Goldfinger versus From Russia with Love. Goldfinger is the more Bond movie. Not just the spy elements, but it's the super spy elements. The Bond super spy elements that made Goldfinger above From Russia with Love. License to Kill versus Skyfall. We gave it to Skyfall. It's just more of a Bond-esque movie in a classy sense. The Spy Who Loved Me versus Man with the Golden Gun. We gave it to The Spy Who Loved Me. Dr. No versus The World Is Not Enough. We gave it to Dr. No. Just a coincidence, but just a pattern that I noticed.
Real talk. Going into this conversation, going into the octagon that I knew this conversation was going to go, initially, I am in agreement with the general prospect of this movie being a very low tier list movie for many reasons. But my personal thoughts on the movie as rewatching it for the first time in a long time, because it's not one of my favorites. I don't go back and be like, oh, I really want to watch Spectre because. And something I had said about Casino and Quantum, again, this movie kind of does do a lot of fuckery where you kind of, it's like you think the movie's going to do this thing that I think fans would enjoy, that you're like, oh yeah, that's cool. They're tying everything together. They're keeping the Craig universe kind of its own thing. I kind of like that aspect of this movie. I think it's a good movie for the first half. It's a good movie the first half. Not a great movie.
The first two courses of a meal.
First half of the movie, the first half of this movie, and it's if you go back and watch, like the first half of the movie up until about around the time, I'm not going to say it's just a specific like timestamp moment, but around the time that they go to the clinic, that's when the movie starts to nosedive.
Yep.
And there's one scene in particular for me that nosedives the whole movie, but we can talk about that in a bit. But my initial like high-low for the ranking, though, or initially my thinking was The Living Daylights. I think it's somewhere at the Living Daylights is at the highest, The Living Daylights, and only because The Living Daylights for me is a movie that
above Living Daylights,
maybe below. Say below okay. Living Daylights, and only because I think The Living Daylights is a movie that, at its worst, or the things that I think we complained about the most, is that it just doesn't make you care enough for the outcome of the film. It's like the stakes are not high enough for you to give a shit. So why should I give a shit? And then you just kind of left there like, what did I watch? Like, why did I care? Like, that Timothy Dalton guy was great, but like, I don't know about the movie. We've
said repeatedly that The Living Daylights suffers from both a lack of logic and emotion. It's got that convoluted Mikey G. Wiz script coupled with why should I care? So the only reason you should care is Timmy D.
Yeah, they don't give you a reason to care. Okay, now going down the list, because I know you're very adamant about it being at the very bottom of the list.
Yes, I am.
I think Live and Let Die, even for its goofiness, I still think it's a better movie. I enjoy Live and Let. I think the music, again, like that just elevates the movie instantly as the music for that movie. But I do like the uniqueness of that movie. I like all the henchmen of that movie. I like the Bond girl a lot more in that movie. There's a lot more I think I like about Live and Let Die. So that's where I'll go. Yeah, I think Spectre is below Live and Let Die. Then we get to Moonraker. And that's where I could see like Moonraker, Diamonds, Die Another Day, You Only Live Twice. That's like more in the realm where I think it should live. Somewhere in that realm. Okay. I guess the things that are keeping me from saying this movie's absolute shit and it should go to the bottom, and it's bullshit reasons that you're gonna go, F you, McCurdy. I think, at least at the very end of the day, I think the execution of this...
You know what M stands for, McCurdy? Moronic.
It should just be moron, but whatever.
Yeah, but I want to bring back into it because it's such a great word.
I like saying that word. It's fun. I think there is a part of me that's like, yeah, the execution of this movie does excel. And I know you were saying the movie's not enjoyable, and I did find myself enjoying a good amount of this movie after rewatch, and I'm like, actually, I kind of do enjoy it a little bit, but I think we may come to an agreement, because I think if we talk about it more, you could persuade me to just say, I think this is the bottom, because that's
why is that?
Okay, so I was doing my own soul searching on this movie. I was walking through the fields of grass, and contemplating and really inheriting my inner Chucky rants and just questioning everything about life. And I came to some conclusions about this movie that kind of pissed me off. Kind of made me mad.
Good.
That turned me into a Chucky rants.
Excellent. Just to clarify your position real quick, though, you're saying below Live and Let Die.
Like, I could see it being above Die Another Day.
My proposition, yes, the very fucking bottom. You Only Live Twice may be underwhelming despite having ninjas and helicopter battles, you know, all this ridiculously awesome stuff.
Right.
But still underwhelming at the end of the day and something that nobody really cared about. But it's at least a complete Bond adventure. Old school Bond adventure, but still a complete Bond adventure.
Sure.
I find myself laughing at the pitifully adorable You Only Live Twice, but frothing at the mouth over the inexcusably bad Spectre. You know, a movie made 40, 50 years later. This movie feels like they got the rights to Thunderball and pumped out a first draft in a weekend and went straight into production. The movie spends most of its time trying to justify its own existence rather than telling a worthwhile story with a comprehensive plot. To that end, it doesn't matter how long it's good before it goes to complete shit. Every Bond movie has some good moments. That's why we always say, you know, we don't hate Bond, we love Bond.
Yeah.
Die Another Day is stupid and ridiculous, but fun, and has a really entertaining bad guy. I mean, the whole thing about that was that the movie begins one way and ends another, so it's kind of inconsistent.
It does, and I agree. I would agree with you on that, because I do think about this movie, and even when I first saw the movie, I think this movie kind of has like just a dark and dreary feel, and there's not a lot of levity. There's just that's the best word I would say, is like not just humor or goofiness. It's just there is small moments of levity.
It does start to show
it goes
that
a
it's
little
getting goofy.
too dark.
No, it's starting to get goofy.
It's getting goofy.
Like, this is the first Craig movie that is starting to get goofy. So anyway, Diamonds Are Forever is, and I'm working my way up the list, Diamonds Are Forever is a hilarious comedy that knows exactly what it is and plays to that. Moonraker is Moonraker. Need I say more? So on and so forth. The flip side of that is Skyfall and Golden Gun. Full of faults. Both movies full of faults. But the story and its themes and bad guy are awesome enough to elevate them above the simple perfection of Dr. No or whatever else, right? The stuff that makes Skyfall great overwhelms the stuff that makes it bad. So Spectre has little to care about, and a crap bad guy, and a forced romance, and a loose plot with vague stakes, and is the only movie worthy of actual hatred because the core of its supposed story is just too dumb, you know, the whole they're brothers thing, and not set up whatsoever. I don't like watching this movie. It's like watching the end of Game of Thrones, or watching Game of Thrones in general. If the ending is the worst part, it ruins everything that came before it, so there's no point in ever watching it again. It's like if Splash Mountain ended not with a splash through water, but straight into the Disneyland sewer system. It doesn't matter if you were having a good time before being covered in shit, and you'd certainly never want to ride it again. That's the analogy. It's like, oh my God, we're having fun. And then it's so bad in the end that it doesn't matter if you had fun for the first hour, hour and a half, even the first 2 hours. It doesn't matter. It's such a bad ending that everything that came before it is suddenly wiped out.
What was it in the movie? What was it, the movie adaptation, when he's talking to Robert McKee? And Robert McKee's like, well, what advice can you give me? And he's like, dude, just make a good ending. Just like, no one's going to give a shit about if this didn't work or this. If the ending works, people will like your movie regardless. And I will say you're not wrong in that, because when I'm assessing the other films in my head, even the ones I don't like as much as you do, they do have fun endings. There's just a funness about them that I kind of enjoy. And this one doesn't have that.
As much as I talked so much shit about Skyfall last episode, but I did say it ends on a high note.
It's bringing it back. We're bringing it back to the old school.
That's why sometimes certain movies are difficult to contend with, and Skyfall's one of them. That train sequence is so bad, but at least it doesn't end that way. At least the final sequence isn't the train sequence. You can just get up and go take a piss during the train sequence if you're like me and you hate it.
Going somewhere?
I'm gonna take a piss. I think what you're saying is that the movie does a really great job of supporting its themes, regardless of how out of left field going to Skyfall may seem to some people. Forget the plot for a second. The movie's trying to build this story
Yeah.
And that story is compelling because we care about those characters. We care about M. We think Silva's a really good villain. We care about Bond. So you're building all this up, and it's all about...
Sometimes the old ways are the best.
Old ways are best. That's the theme of the whole movie. And you're building up to that. So then when you get to the end of the movie, M dying, like that's all, it's a great payoff. The whole thing pays off really great, right?
You've at least forgotten about the train sequence by then.
Right. That stuff still works.
If they'd never made Spectre, if they never would have made this movie, Craig would have had this trilogy of movies that ended in such a way that one could argue it to be a complete prequel trilogy. Even though it takes place in the 2000s, you could still argue that it was a prequel trilogy, ending in M's office.
I look forward to our time together, Miss Moneypenny.
Becoming just like that which it was in Dr. No. Remember our argument about the usage of the gun barrel at the end as opposed to the beginning? You know, we argued about that in the Skyfall episode where I was like, why didn't they just start with the gun barrel? And you were like, no, they end with the gun barrel after we've reassembled classic M, classic Moneypenny, classic Q. And so one could argue that if Spectre and No Time to Die didn't exist, you would have this 3-film series of Casino, Quantum, and Skyfall that would create this weird kind of loop within the films where it's like you have those 3 movies and then you have Dr. No, which is like a sequel to Skyfall in a sense, right? Sure. It's like everything's been set up. Now we go right into Dr. No. Then all the way through Die Another Day. Die Another Day has Judi Dench M, straight into Casino Royale, Judi Dench M, into Bond becoming Bond, into Skyfall that then leads into Dr. No. Like this weird loop of Bond movies, even though it takes place in the future. It would have been this prequel trilogy. That all gets thrown out the window the moment you bring Spectre in. Now Spectre kind of interrupts that and ruins that. So it basically, for me, it's like, if Spectre and No Time to Die didn't exist, I think that Daniel Craig's legacy would have been better. Unfortunately, you know, maybe his wallet wouldn't be as expansive.
I will say, I think with Bond, though, it really lands on how many movies have you done? And I think that kind of I think that has some weight. If you do 2 movies, you're kind of like, oh yeah, that guy. You do, but there's a bunch of reasons why that happened. I think the biggest reason is movies got more expensive. They don't chug them out like they did in the 60s and the 70s. Back in the day, they were doing almost a movie a year in the 60s.
Yeah.
For most of Connery's filmography, it was like within less than 10 years. But the later movies, the more the movies have come out, and then there was all the studio interference and all the studio issues that they've had over the years. You get 3, 4, 5 years in between the movies coming out, and then it's like, it would have been nice I think it still would have been nice to have more Craig movies. I think this is a conversation we should save for when we talk about No Time to Die.
What we start to see now are what I call the non-existent Bond girls, the really hot women that they put on the poster and they pretend are going to be a Bond girl, but really they just amount to a cameo. That very attractive Latina chick in the opening, she like did press junkets and stuff. Like, you're a Bond girl, you're a Bond girl. She's not a Bond girl. She's a non-existent Bond girl. She's just there to look hot in the beginning, and then she disappears.
She can now go to car shows and they can be like, we have Bond girls. I swear.
Exactly. It's bull.
I swear there are car shows out there. There's so many car shows. They're like, oh yeah, we'll have Bond girls there, and they're just women who were like in the background, or they had one small minor appearance. They weren't like the main Bond girl in the movie.
The super hot redhead from Moonraker is more of a Bond girl than this chick. Like, it's ridiculous. But they keep doing this because we live in this socio-political environment, again, as history has shown with Bond movies. Periodically, like clockwork, every generation gets offended by Bond having sex with women.
Yeah.
So they just go, well, let's have it both ways. Let's just have Bond with a really hot chick, but he never has sex with her, but she's there long enough to be put on the poster so we can pretend that she's the new Bond girl, but in the story, she's irrelevant.
I would have thought she would have been an agent. Like, she could have been another MI6 agent that was with Bond. Like, you know, kind of like, oh, we're jumping into another story, and like, this is him on a mission.
She didn't need to be there. There was no need for her to be in the scene other than they wanted to put her on the poster. I'm so cynical about this, and we'll see it more in the future because it's like, it's politically incorrect for Bond to have sex with women now. So we're going to have it both ways. We'll put her in, but then he won't have sex with her. And we'll just hope that You know, we please the old fans and we please the PC, woke crowd. It's ridiculous. So anyway, moving on. What you said about Mr. Green back in Quantum was that the movie would have been more streamlined if he had been combined with Vesper's boyfriend. I disagreed back then, but now what you said back then applies here, where C kind of has this overall feeling of he should be the main bad guy, but he's not. And so he ends up just being secondary. It should have just been the one bad guy. I'll take it a step further, though, and say that if you were going to do this thing where it's like, okay, Blofeld can't be somebody who's in the British government. I said last episode that the woman who was like the mistress of something.
Yeah. The person that's like in the front and
who's grilling M.
You'll forgive me for not putting up the bunting.
She should have been C, or Andrew Scott should have been that character. Either way, it should have been the same person, because the whole time watching Skyfall, I'm like, why is this chick so bloodthirsty for M's head and for the 00 section? Well, wouldn't it have just made sense that she would have been Spectre and or Quantum, and that she would then, her character would have continued on as C in this movie? Then it would have been like, oh my God, back in Skyfall, she was representing Blofeld trying to destroy them.
It's as if you insist on pretending we still live in a golden age of espionage.
You must know by now that the 00 program is officially dead.
I disagree with that idea only because I think her character was more supposed to be a politician, where I think C is meant to be more inside the like. It would be like saying.
Because you watch Skyfall, you watch Skyfall and you just go, this is just a politician trying to get political points. But then in Spectre, it's like, oh, she was working for Blofeld. No wonder she's trying to kill the 00 section.
Then you can connect all those things.
Because C comes out of nowhere. Whereas if C was that person who was the person grilling M, it at least would have been like, oh, that's why they were so ruthless. Okay. Sure. Then on top of that, you could put Blofeld, because Blofeld informed Skyfall. Again, breadcrumbs. Instead, you don't have anything. C comes out of nowhere and Blofeld comes out of nowhere.
Right. Let me lay out my Blofeld crap real quick.
Okay.
Specifically, the Blofeld reveal. Just his reveal. Just him saying, my name is Ernest. My name is Ernest. Ernst Stravos Blofeld. It's the most meta the film ever
three
gets.
Names you just can't pronounce.
I can't pronounce any of them. It is the equivalent to Star Trek Into Darkness, where Cumberbatch reveals he's actually been Khan this whole time. Like, it's a huge revelation, but no one in universe cares. They're like, who? If you were in that universe, you wouldn't care. But the movie plays it off like it's, oh my gosh, this guy's Blofeld.
Consul Bowser died 20 years ago, James. In an avalanche alongside his father. The man you're talking to now is Ernst Stavro Blofeld.
Catchy name.
The audience is like, ooh, but in canon, in situ,
in the story,
within the
universe,
story, nobody cares or knows.
Either my fix or like what I would have said is like if Blofeld was name dropped in a previous film, or they were actually looking for Blofeld in this movie leading up to the end of the movie. They didn't know who Blofeld was. And then maybe they did some sort of bait and switch and Opperhauser was actually not Blofeld. It was really C. Or they weren't so advert about, Christoph Waltz being Blofeld in the movie with the cat and all that stuff. If they weren't so advert with it for the fans, then reveal it to be Blofeld, it might have worked. Yet, to hide the character's name just for the fans, because this is exactly what they did for Star Trek Into Darkness. They told people, oh no, Cumberbatch isn't playing Khan, he's playing some character named John, whatever. I don't remember what it was. And then the movie's like, my name is Khan. And you're like, I know who that is, but why is that a big deal for everybody in the movie?
Am I supposed to be impressed?
I think we're meant to be impressed.
You're pandering to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Why didn't
exactly.
He could have just been John and he would have been a better character, but now you're treating me like I'm an idiot by being like, Khan.
My name is Khan.
Ernst Stavro Blofeld, and all the stupid people freak out. You can't just reference. You have to earn. You have to develop. You have to characterize. It's insulting.
There's a part of me as I watch this movie, it feels like C was intentionally going to be the main villain in somebody's script.
Yes.
And then they were like, they just shoved in this plot. They're like, let's shove in Spectre. Do I have a book? Do I have Thunderball? Let's shove in Thunderball.
They literally doubled everything.
The script.
They doubled everything. It was like, okay, we have C and we have Blofeld. We have CNS, the building, and we have the Moroccan Desert Information Center, right? 2 bad guys, 2 information centers, which screams that it was one script that they were just like, double everything and throw in Blofeld.
In my head, would have made this movie way better is if they had mentioned Blofeld, like he learned who's the head of Spectre, but not revealing that it's Franz.
Yeah.
And maybe even keeping that brother plot, but leading the audience into a direction thinking, oh, Franz is actually Blofeld or something along those lines. Or it's like he really thinks Franz is Blofeld and he's about to kill him. And then you find out that C has been actually Blofeld this whole time. Like, I think that would have been a better reveal. Again, that actor, Andrew Scott, could have been a good Blofeld as well because he had already played Moriarty in Sherlock, which was also just an equally menacing.
It's obviously why they cast him, because they chased trends and they're like, this worked, so let's bring him over here.
Yeah.
My fix would have been, give us flashbacks. Bond has never had flashbacks, but if you're going to do this whole thing of Bond's childhood, give us some flashbacks so we have some context. If we had flashbacks, that would have made returning to Skyfall all the more meaningful rather than contrived. Talked about that last episode. It also would have established why Bond chose the path of good and Blofeld the path of bad or evil. But instead, all we get is this one very quick, very lazy explanation.
This cuckoo made me realize my father's life had to end. In a way, he's responsible for the path I took. So thank you, cuckoo.
We know why Silva went bad. Silva used to be like Bond and then he went bad. We know why, because of his whole Cain and Abel relationship with M.
It was you who betrayed me.
But why not Bond? Why didn't Bond choose evil?
Why become criminal?
If we don't see him hanging out with Blofeld's dad, basically that would give us some context as to why Bond chose good. Think of James Bond. He's an orphan. His parents died. He's bitter at the world. He's probably bitter at existence, God, call it what you want, that his parents were robbed from him. He's very likely to turn into a criminal. So then what does he have? He has this father figure in Hans Oberhauser who would then teach Bond how to be a man and why he should be a good man. But then you also have the other brother, Blofeld, who chooses evil ultimately. But we don't have any context as to why one chose one path and the other chose the other path. You would think that Franz would turn out to be the good guy and Bond, the orphan whose parents were killed, who's bitter at the world, would turn to evil. Give us some flashbacks to solidify that so that we as an audience can follow that. Instead, you just get old Blofeld bitching for 2 hours about his dead dad, who we have no context.
Uh-oh. Someone had some daddy issues.
So it just ends up being so flat where it could have been great. Remember in Batman Begins specifically, he almost took revenge against the guy who killed his parents. That would have been him choosing the path of evil because he felt like he'd been f***ed over by existence itself. This would have helped Skyfall even. This would have helped all of the Daniel Craig movies to give us a context as to why Bond became a good person. Again, why become criminal? Without that, Bond arbitrarily chooses good. Well, why? When you had the opportunity, you literally go back to his childhood home. You literally then have this father figure who mentored him. You had all this fruit you could harvest as to why James Bond is good and not evil, and you don't capitalize on it. Instead, you just have Blofeld bitching about his dad, who we never meet. We talk a lot about wasted opportunities. This is like the #1 wasted opportunity ever.
The way that they position Blofeld's source of his evil or his wrongdoing or his carelessness against the law or whatever you call it just boils down to my father cared more about this other boy than he cared about me. Therefore, I become evil.
For me, this is a dad issue. Dad issue! Dad! Deadbeat dad! Daddy didn't love me!
That's what it seems like it boils down to.
I don't just become evil. I create the most sinister global cabal of criminals to ever exist.
It's the plot of Austin.
So
what was it in
ridiculous.
Austin Powers? Like,
Yes.
didn't they literally do this in the last Austin Powers movie?
Dr. Evil's not your son. I am.
You both are.
What?
John Logan just got really drunk and watched Austin Powers and forgot that he watched Austin Powers and just started typing this whole silly brother plot.
I've seen bigger. That's just a little prick. It's a flu shot.
Now, you may feel a small
Christ.
prick.
Last time, Bond and Silva were metaphorical brothers, and that is the reason why we ranked it so high. Because of
It
all the
works.
meaning
All
there.
that
That
stuff
all works.
worked.
They weren't actual brothers. Like I said in my opener, it's like Star Wars. It's like you're literally going to say that they're related to the point where if Bond had never existed, then Spectre wouldn't exist. That's so dumb. That is so unforgivably dumb. I cannot possibly get over that. Like you're saying that Spectre wouldn't be a thing if James Bond had never been born, let alone his parents had died. That is too. I mean, I mocked you a little bit last time because you were basically giving Bond the Phoenix metaphor, everything reborn, and I'm like, yeah, what the f does that have to do with Bond? Bond is just a guy who defeats bad guys. He's just a spy. He's just a normal spy who's just really good at his job. To suddenly say that the very existence of Spectre and literally everything that's ever happened in all of these movies, none of it would have happened. Le Chiffre wouldn't exist. Green, Silva, none of them would exist if James Bond had never been born. It's just too much. It's way too self-aggrandizing. It's way too self-important to be taken seriously. When it comes to Spectre, though, committing acts of terrorism worldwide so that different world governments will submit their freedom for security.
More data, more analysis, less likelihood of terrorist attack.
That's classic Spectre stuff. It's everything I talked about in Quantum of Solace, and I love it.
The Terra Project is just one small part of a global network of eco-parks that Green Planet has created to rejuvenate the world on the verge of collapse.
He wants the water.
This is the world's most precious resource. We need to control as much of it as we can.
I do love what's going on with Spectre in this movie, how the powers that be weaponize the innate fears of the dumb masses to centralize power. We see it throughout the movie. They're committing acts of terrorism in order to get those countries to vote for giving up their freedom.
Alone, we are weak. Together, we're a global power.
An unelected one.
They go to the vote, and then they don't.
Yeah.
South America's the only one who doesn't vote. And then, of course, we don't see it, but we hear it that they say there was a bombing in South America. Oh, guess who?
South Africa.
Now
South
voted and
Africa
changed their
just
mind.
got bombed, and now they vote for Nine Eyes.
South Africans on board, I take it?
Yeah, well, who can blame them?
Where's your tinfoil hat? That's some tinfoil hat stuff. That's called a false flag, so on and so forth. Spectre's global control in this is a theme that I love. Obviously, I've talked about it before. I love the theme of freedom versus security. Give us your freedom. That's what C is saying. He's like, we need more surveillance and not less. Give us your freedom, and we'll give you security, but in the long term, we'll control both. That is classic Spectre. That stuff's brilliant, but that's not what the movie is about. The movie is more so about Bond and Blofeld.
The story, that's why I say it's like the plot versus the story. And it's
Yeah.
like, yes, there's that theme that you just said, but like the story stuff, the same that to the equivalent of the Silva M. Bond story in the previous film, is supposed to be this brother story that really, like you're just saying, it really screws up with a lot of stuff, and it's frustrating.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? My biggest problem with this is I think this film, I feel like the stakes, one, aren't as great because it's such a blanket thing. It's just such a like, they want surveillance, but there's nothing tangible. There's not a very, very specific reason why if they don't get this, if this happens, yada, yada. But this film doesn't mention any of what Spectre could do or gain from this when we already see they're spying on MI6 earlier in the film.
Looks like you've had dealings with him before. Quantum.
Of course. Mr. White.
Maybe it's the fate of spies to just disappear.
So then you're like, well, why do they need this if they can already spy on MI6?
Yeah.
Like that's like the movie does it's like, okay, well, we have the scene where
The
they spy on it,
system's
like,
gonna go online with a ticking clock, and you're
who
like,
cares? You already saw
the
MI6.
system's already online.
Skyfall already makes mention of like Silva. Like if Silva is connected to Spectre, Doesn't he already have the capability to hack?
If Silva actually was under the control of Blofeld, because they retroactively said that Silva is part of Spectre, which is bullshit. When you watch Skyfall, you're like, this guy's like Goldfinger. He's on his own.
It goes completely. You're right.
He's on his own.
Completely against him.
If he was under Blofeld, Blofeld would say, hey, dude, hold your horses. I'll let you get your revenge once the global intelligence system goes online. And again, behind the scenes, it was because they didn't have the rights to Spectre and all that BS that you and I and everybody else is aware of.
Yeah.
So, like I said, Spectre retroactively fucks with a better movie, which is Skyfall.
If you wanted, you could pick your own secret missions, as I do.
James Bond and Silva, they're opposites, right? James Bond is about tradition, but he's also he's for His Majesty's government. He works for somebody. He believes in being a part of a cause greater than his own. Silva's all about himself. He wants nothing to do with working for other people. He wants to be top brass. He wants to do his own thing. So then the suggestion that he's a part of Spectre, it's like, he would never join Spectre. You'd be like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
I want to do my own missions.
I want to be like Goldfinger. I want to be on my... Goldfinger was not a part of Spectre. He just was, I do my own thing. And so if Thunderball retroactively was like, Goldfinger had this ring, it's like, no, that defeats the character of Goldfinger. Goldfinger would not join your organization. He would just do his own thing. Do you find it odd that it seems like M knew about Spectre? She at least knew about Scarpia or whatever his name is.
Sciara.
The breadcrumb that she leaves, as much as I like it in a vacuum, I like the idea. Because I can easily see them being sitting around and be like, how do we start the next movie? What do we do? What if there was a tape that Bond got after she died? And it was like some piece of information, and that led him to something. I like that. I think that's a cool idea.
When he says...
She wasn't going to let death get in the way of her job.
I think is such a great final detail for her. Like Daniel Craig just being like, this is how awesome she was. Like I said with Skyfall, there's things I love and hate. There are things in this movie that I do love, and that's one of them. I mean, probably one of my favorite Bond moments ever is the sound that guy makes when Bond... Was she looking into this stuff? Did she feel so bad about what happened back in Quantum that she was like by herself looking into what Spectre was?
What the hell is this organization, Bond? How can they be everywhere and we know nothing about them?
Clearly she knew about Spectre.
Find a man called Marco Sciara. Kill him and don't miss the funeral.
On face value, as just being the writer in the room, you're like, yeah, this is a cool idea. But then it's like, okay, but the implications of it, is it that she knew about it? But then why does she want this guy killed? Was there anything specific?
She knew that Blofeld would show up. The implication is that she knew so much about Bond's past.
You know the whole story.
That maybe she knew about Oberhauser. That's as far as I can take it logically. And it's just like, oh, it's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Well, yeah,
you know?
because then it's like, well, what does she know about Oberhauser? Like, what did he do?
Yeah.
Like, how does she, and then that begs the question, and then it's just like, oh, well, then she knew about Spectre. And you're like,
it's hard.
That's dumb.
It's dumb. Yeah.
That's dumb.
On that note, moving on to the Spectre rings, just setting it up. Bond sees Scarpia. I may need to ADR that name.
Sciara.
Men's asses!
In the beginning, he shows that guy that he's got the ring, so Bond is like, oh, that ring is significant. And then in the helicopter, he rips it off of him, and then he uses that to get into the Spectre meeting in Italy. And then fast forward to the clinic. Out of nowhere, Q shows up just to deliver a warning.
Either you come back in and do this through proper channels, or I go directly to M.
Q would know where Bond is because of the smart blood.
Smart blood allows us to track your movements in the field.
But at the same time, he's obviously only there, like the writers wrote him being there physically because he needed to physically retrieve the ring. But I think that's just sloppy. If the script didn't require Q to physically retrieve the ring, Q just would have called him.
Well, maybe it's because if he goes there, they can't call him. They can't be like, well, where's Q at? They're like, I don't know. He went to some clinic. Oh, he's just got his day off.
I think it's
sloppy.
It's literally just because he needed to physically
give him the ring. It's just so that they can
ring.
get that ring. And the ring is my least, like, again, when I watched this movie, the very first time I saw this movie in theaters, it was the moment I realized this was not going to be a good movie. Because leading up to that, I think the movie's actually really fun. And then that moment is just like, no.
Yeah. He puts it on a thing on his laptop and he's analyzing it. The first thing I'll say is that they at least, by way of the ring and then later with Blofeld, they at least acknowledged Green once or twice in the movie. I think you see his photo early on, and Q has got some things going on his laptop, and you see some stuff. But if you freeze frame it and figure out what's going on, they have two things, okay? So there's a mineral that is being detected called rhyodite. This is what I think is clever, but they never expand upon it, you know, kind of like the sea thing. They never make it known. Rhyodite is a mineral associated with meteorite impact events. Which is, of course, a significant part of the movie where later in Morocco, we're at a point where a meteor impacted the Earth. That whole scene takes place in a meteor impact crater.
It's a meteorite.
The very meteorite which made this crater.
So that's clever, but never made clear, so it doesn't matter. The whole idea is essentially that all of the baddies from the previous films were exposed to the rhyodite. So what you're seeing on those toxicology reports that, you know, Q is seeing, because he's like connected to the MI6 servers clearly, and it's detecting this rhyodite. Does that mean that it was in their lungs because they were at the crater, and or it was on their body, and or maybe in them or in their bodies? But then later when he's like, all these people are connected and they're all linked by one man.
Oberhauser is still alive. The ring proves it. And it seems they were all part of one organization. Le Chiffre, Quantum, Sciarra, your friend Mr. Silver. And do you know who links them all?
And then the arrow points at Blofeld and it's like, DNA match. Okay, so wait, where'd you get the DNA? Is the DNA off the ring? Is the DNA from the MI6 servers? The fingerprints on the ring were from the Italian Scorpio guy and Mr. White, because they had both handled the ring. So, of course, their prints would be on it. But to then say that the DNA is on it...
Franz Oberhauser is dead. Dead and buried.
Did Q get a sample of his DNA off the ring? If so, how did he have a sample of Han's DNA to compare it to if they never found his body after the avalanche? So basically what they're telling us is that they don't have Blofeld's fingerprints, but they do have his DNA? Not only does that not make any sense at all, but Blofeld's not the type of guy to just let his DNA be on a server somewhere. He would have had Silva scrub that a long time ago.
But easy.
But it's like rhyodite, DNA, fingerprints, all these things at once, and it's all stupid because eventually Q's just like, it's all connected, and you're like, my intelligence is being insulted. This is stupid.
So let me go into this, because this is the part of the movie that I hate the most. Like it just, every time I see it, I was just like, oh God. The Spectre graphic, regardless of how stupid it is, right? I can buy Le Chiffre, I could buy Mr. White, I could buy Quantum, but as we've already said, Silva? That doesn't make sense. But even worse, Patrice? What? So this goes down a whole other rabbit hole for me with Spectre specifically, because it feels like the art department was like, oh, we have this squid graphic that we're going to use, the Spectre graphic for the new movie. Cool. Mendez is like, hey, I want to put like the photo. So I want to put like Oberhauser up here. And then I want to put all the villains on the tentacles because they're part of Spectre, right? And they go, okay. And then they're like, wait a minute, we don't have enough. Oh, okay. Well, I directed the last movie. You can put Patrice in there. And they're like,
no,
sure.
sir, Patrice was just like a mercenary.
He's like a henchman.
He's just a hired gun.
Right.
No,
so,
he was number 15. Even Le Chiffre was not a member of Spectre. Le Chiffre was just a guy contracted.
He's accountant
to make
He's
them
a contracted
money.
Guy.
Mr. White was Quantum.
Right.
Tell them I'll get the money.
Money isn't as valuable to our organization as knowing who to trust.
I think it shows that at least they're like trying to show the hierarchy, but like it screws the hierarchy system completely from Spectre, because from Russia with Love, Thunderball, You Only Live Twice, it makes total sense. Blofeld's number one, and then he has these agents who are in charge of these operations.
Number 5.
Our consultation fee for the British train robbery, £250,000.
Number 11.
The Spectre number people are essentially the evil counterpart to MI6's double O's, 1 through 9. However, the double O's don't have a hierarchy, whereas in Spectre, the lower your number is, the higher your ranking is in the organization.
We do see this in the movie. Like, we see this whole table scene, and there's different people, and they're different heads, and they have their own, like, ranking. But, like, it's the understanding that, like, if you're Largo, who's number 2, Largo is essentially like a big Bond bad, but he's like under Blofeld, who's like, you're going to do this operation and screw with Miami. You're going to do this operation and screw with Russia and the United States. You're going to do this. And they have all of their henchmen. So then to suggest that Patrice is on the same level of that hierarchy, if that is the case, it's stupid. It's ludicrous.
It's just
and
pandering.
Then it makes me mad.
It's just, oh, you like
It is
Skyfall?
pandering. But the DNA thing is so coincidental. Like, it's just like, it would be like just to suggest that, like, oh, hey, we shook hands one time and my DNA got on your ring. And so, oh, he must be a part of the organization.
DNA doesn't stick around that long. So that's what I mean. It's like, and it actually is up to debate. It's like, is the DNA, is that because it was physically on the ring itself, or is that DNA from MI6 files? Either way, they should not have any inclination as to who Blofeld is. Like, Blofeld being at the top, it shouldn't have had a picture with the DNA match.
That's so stupid.
Of Oberhauser. It should have just been a question mark of who's at the top, and Bond would be like, I think I know who's at the top because I saw him and I have a personal connection to him that goes back to my childhood, to the point where Q would be confused what he's talking about. Instead, we need to make it clear for the idiots in the audience, hey, Bond, it turns out every adventure you've ever had is connected by this one guy.
Right. Part of the problem is that scene is such a, like, fast-paced thing where he's like trying to figure it out and he's typing all this stuff, but we don't sit to pause long enough because they want to get just to the graphic really quick. So had Q just explained it and been like, what's interesting is I also looked up, there's a bunch of people from your past that also, for some reason, have this in their toxicology reports, and then all boom, it's Green, it's Mr. White, it's like all these other players that he's run into, and it wouldn't suggest, and then not do it as a stupid graphic, but then it would make it suggest like these are all weirdly connected, like there might be something connected, but being like a little more vague and not putting a stupid Spectre graphic would have cleaned it up.
Speaking of Q, let's talk about the Q scenes. So
okay.
We're back in Q's lab for real. The way Q's lab should have been in Skyfall. That was one of my gripes with Q in Skyfall. Was like, why are we in a museum?
In this movie, he's back to being the old Q.
He's back to being normal Q. Suddenly gadgets are cool again.
Like they had never gone out of style. Like they'd always been there.
Like everything Q said in Skyfall about like, yeah, gadgets are stupid.
Were you expecting an exploding pen? We don't really go in for that anymore.
That's all gone. They immediately are just like, oh no, Q's all about gadgets again. It's like, okay, don't you understand that you just contradicted that one movie ago? So after all that talking shit about exploding pens, Q makes an exploding watch.
The alarm is rather loud.
It just feels like they flipped the character because somebody commented, some Chucky Rants out there was like, why does Q hate gadgets? That was his whole thing. And then the producer's like, oh yeah, you're right. Q did like gadgets. Okay, well, the next movie we'll make sure that we rectify that. And they're like, yeah, okay.
I'd rather they have just stuck with what they did previously. Last episode, you had some thoughts about the DB5. I want to hear those. You didn't exactly complete your thought. I want to hear your thought. But first, I want to say that they referenced the exploded DB5, the DB5 that Silva killed. And he says,
I believe I said bring it back in one piece, not bring back one piece.
You know, a classic Q line, you know, bring the equipment back in one piece.
Do please try and return some of this equipment in pristine order.
And I'm like, when would that have been said? I thought this was Bond's personal car. I thought Bond won this DB5 in a poker game. And yeah, it got souped up with gadgets at some point, but when? I thought that he was the new quartermaster.
I'm your new quartermaster.
When would he have taken the DB5 and put gadgets in it? So again, I feel like my intelligence is as a fan, as a viewer, is being assaulted again. So Q hooked Bond up with that DB5 apparently, and yet it's not equipped with an MI6 tracker. I thought that was the whole thing about switching cars in the last movie.
Trouble with company cars is they have trackers.
And also Bond won it in a card game. Like, there's all these contradictions where it's like there's no through line between Skyfall and Spectre. It's all confused bullshit. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So this is my thought process on this whole thing, and it's frustrated me. The first time the DB5 shows up, it's a reference. It's like, oh, that's cute. DB5 from Goldfinger that everyone remembers.
You'll be using this Aston Martin DB5 with modifications.
It's just a car, though. And even that movie plays the idea of gadgets and stuff very low-key, and it's like even on the same realm as like On Her Majesty's Secret Service. We're like, yeah, gadgets are kind of very minor. We're not going to do super spy stuff. It's going to be spy stuff, right? But then when you get to Skyfall, I have a feeling that the writers or producers were like, you know what, screw it. We're going to bring back the DB5. It's not going to be a reference. It's almost going to be like in-universe. Again, this is like an in-universe issue. It's like, in-universe, we're going to bring back the DB5 from Goldfinger. Okay, well, what does that mean for this universe? Because you've already said, you've come out and said we're rebooting James Bond, and that this Daniel Craig James Bond is not the previous ones, which the previous ones are technically connected as being like, yeah, it's supposed to be the same guy even though the years pass, but like no one bats an eye.
Yeah.
So there's some weird universe thing going on there. But then this, it's like, okay, well, now we're saying that this DB5 has these gadgets that are low-tech gadgets in a world with computers and stuff. What's the answer here? Is it that Q Branch has this DB5 from an agent from the 60s that had it? Is this the DB5 from Casino Royale that he got and then he got weapons on it?
Are you going to complain the whole way?
Oh, go on then, eject me.
Eject a seat, you're joking.
It's just such a weird, muddy, messy thing where I'm like, it's not a reference. It feels more like between Quantum and Skyfall, you could suggest that other James Bond adventures where he did get these items to take place, but it isn't clean. It's just kind of a headcanon story idea that you're like, oh yeah, that maybe Goldfinger happened in the Goldfinger story. Maybe not exactly how it's told in the movie, but it happened between those two movies.
If they would have name dropped Goldfinger, I would have welcomed
You're like,
that.
oh yeah, this was from the Goldfinger mission or Operation Grand Slam, Bond, but they don't do it.
The silent henchman.
Mr. Hanks is just an animal let off his chain, but doesn't really give that much of a personality. The only time we get to see a little bit who this guy is just the first time we see him, and he walks out, he kills that dude really quickly and violently, and it's aggressive, and I think it's a good opener for a character, but we don't get like a scene where maybe we see him at like the funeral or something, like the after party at the funeral.
Anything.
We see him at the after party of the funeral, anything like that. If we saw that.
Anything.
And he's eating like, yeah, like the scene I want to write for this movie is they're at the funeral. It's the after party of the funeral because Bond's like, well, I got to stick around and see who else shows up. And so they're at the after party where they have little snacks for the people grieving and stuff. And then we actually like cut to Mr. Hinks and he's got his like the first shot we see is like his hands and we see his thumbnail. And then he grabs like a little escargot and then he picks it up and like it's just tight close up and he like puts it in his mouth and he eats it and the camera pans back. That's the scene I want to add.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but that's so much better than anything we get from Mr. Hinks out of this. I mean, it's so flat and empty. Him, Blofeld, C. It's like the opposite of GoldenEye, where all of the bad guys, you understand all of them, and they're all really fun and really distinct and enjoyable. With this, none of the bad guys have enough to be like, I love any single one of them. They're all flat. The first thing that Hanks does is have the car chase with Bond. For some reason, he's the only one who manages to catch up with Bond. Whatever.
Wouldn't have not been better had the chase been this. Like, they get in their cars, but there's more henchmen because it's Spectre, and they're all like, go get him. And they all get into these nice, like it's Fast and the Furious basically in Rome, right?
Yeah.
And they're all in these cars, and Bond gets in the DB10, and he's driving, and it's not just a one-on-one, it's like and there's all these cars, and they're all racing after him. And then, lo and behold, Bond has all the cool gadgets. The first time in a Craig movie, we see that, and he's taking out one by one all these cars.
Dude, what if Hanks was taking out other Spectre guys because he wants to be the one to kill Bond?
Even better.
That would have been cool.
That would have been awesome. And then, and then it would have been like just down to the last two cars. How cool would that have been? But we didn't get that.
But instead, the car chase is the first goofiness in the Craig era that we see. Yes, the Craig era has seen some humor. You can have humor
levity,
in the darkest
as they
of
like to
times.
call it.
Levity, yes.
Right.
Are you going to take this or make me wait?
Certainly, sir.
But this is the first time that it's like, there's goofy stuff going on in that chase scene, and there's goofy stuff then throughout the movie that we'll get to. As far back as Diamonds Are Forever, we talked about this, where it's like inevitably franchises become self-aware and they get goofy. And so you get that several times, and that starts in the car chase.
No.
So that gets goofy, but it does lead to one of the coolest Bond moments ever. I love when Bond lands with the parachute. It's so smooth and badass.
It's very Brosnan.
Right?
It's very this.
Yes.
It's very Brosnan. I don't hate that car chase, but it does leave me more to be desired, because you do question it after the fact. You're like, well, wouldn't more people be chasing after him? Would it not just be a single guy?
The entirety of Spectre is in one place, and only
it's
one
like,
guy.
Why can't they just? Why can't they send more henchmen? Like there's tons of them. We already met the doofuses out front. Like, why not there be more? And then why not? Like again, like could there have been more cars? You had that whole parking lot with all these dope cars. I know it's probably expensive to buy like 50 Lamborghinis, but you know, with this movie's budget, who gives a shit? You know, like why not?
Let's talk about Mr. White and his daughter, Miss Swan. The Mr. White scene might be the best scene in the film. I don't know if you got something better than that, but I do love that scene.
The one good puzzle piece that they had in their back pocket was the fact that they didn't kill him off in Quantum, and they had him, and they were like, "Oh, we'll bring him back."
Yeah.
It's the one piece that they were like, had they just waited another year and just maybe cleaned up the draft a little bit, they definitely could have capitalized on that a lot more than they did, because it is the best scene in the movie. And I remember it in the trailer where he's like,
"You're a kite dancing in a hurricane, Mr. Bond."
Dancing in a hurricane. It's such a poignant line that you're like, this is great.
If only the movie by the end would have brought to life that beautiful metaphor of a kite in a hurricane, which, I mean, speaking of which, Sam Mendes with the plastic bag floating around like
you gotta edit that in.
Exactly.
You gotta edit that in.
There's so much beauty.
Your guy dancing in a
you're just
hurricane.
like any standing
guy's
guy, like cut to the
beautiful plastic bag.
You're a kite dancing in a hurricane, Mr. Bond. So long.
You want to see the most beautiful thing I've ever filmed? And this bag was just
Turn this off.
dancing with me. Like a little
Turn
kid
this off.
begging me to play with it.
This is important.
I said, turn it off!
I want you to understand something.
But it helps me remember. I need to remember. Sometimes there's so much beauty in the world.
Natalie.
I feel like I can't take it.
Look at me.
And my heart is just going to cave in.
Look at me.
The things that bring people together. Out of horror, beauty.
Perfect. Love it. American Beauty.
To that point, though, that's one of my biggest gripes is, and we'll get to this, we'll get to where I think the movie should have gone in the end. But all we need to know for now is that, wow, what a great visual metaphor for where Bond is. He's never been in such a dire situation, but then later he gets out of it extremely easily. So it's ridiculous. But what we'll say for now, until we get there, in their conversation, basically what it becomes is, okay, Mr. White, you're in a bad position. You're no longer in a state of friendship, I guess, with Blofeld.
I found thallium in my cell phone. It's done its job.
I have a few weeks.
You're protecting someone.
Who is he protecting? He determines that it's a daughter. He says, though, he's like, my daughter's already safe.
You won't find her. She's clever.
If she was in trouble, then logically Mr. White would have made a deal with Bond. But that's not what we get. Instead, it's Bond's like, I can protect her. And Mr. White's like, she's fine. She knows how to hide. So what bargaining chip does Bond have? He just says, I'll find her and I'll protect her.
It sounds like a rewrite situation. It sounds like you and I writing a script and I wrote something and you're like, no, it should be this. And then somebody else came back. It's like, no, I changed it to this. There's 4 people on this movie.
Understand this. Because Bond goes to find Madeline, the bad guys find her.
Did it cross your mind that you led them to me?
So Mr. White should have been like, no, dude, she's fine. I mean, she would have been fine. But where would she not have been fine? Bond would say, hey, if this global surveillance thing comes online, they will find Madeline. Look, dude, I know she knows how to hide, but nobody can hide from this global surveillance system. That would have been enough motivation for White to say, okay, she's at this clinic.
That whole plot is like on the periphery.
But if you need to convince this man who's not going to help you because he used to be your enemy,
right?
and
But
his
he has,
only
at this
interest
point
is his
in the
daughter,
movie, he has no idea that these things are connected. Like at that point, he doesn't know. At that point for him.
Let's say you and I are rewriting it. What I'm saying is you have that. You have like, how do I convince my old enemy to help me out? And then you also have like this global surveillance thing. I'm saying move those scenes earlier and then boom, Bond could be like, hey, you and I need to team up because your daughter is f***ed, bro. Like, Mr. White, your daughter's f***ed. That then gives Mr. White that push to be like, I have no choice but to put my trust in James Bond.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. Regardless of where the scenes shook out in the end, that would have been a natural way of putting them on the same page.
But back to the Spectre hierarchy stuff, it is frustrating that they didn't just go, oh yeah, Mr. White was number 2.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He was number 2, and now he's off the board, and then he's hiding because he knows he was going to get killed. And there's a new number 2 or a 3 or whatever. Bond fans would be like, oh
yeah, that would have been like
he was number 2 this whole time.
That would have been great.
That would have worked.
So as it goes, Mr. White is like, here's how you can find my daughter. You're going to protect her. It vaguely rings of like the whole Skyfall and Man with the Golden Gun thing of somebody being like, if I put my trust in you, you will kill the bad guy, right? Like, it's clear that Mr. White wants Blofeld dead, but involving his daughter whatsoever is stupid. It's stupid because for some reason, even though every major player in Spectre has been to the crater layer, as proven by the Reodite toxicology reports, Mr. White is the only one who has never received an invitation, which makes no sense. You're telling me that Le Chiffre has been to the crater, but not White? But then later we find out that he did know where the crater layer is. When they find White's secret room, he already had the coordinates for the crater layer tacked to the wall, so he already knew where Blofeld was.
He was looking for him. And he sent me here to finish the job.
So he could have just told Bond the location and completely left his daughter out of the plot to ensure her safety.
You save her.
But that's not what's laid out. Instead, Bond's just like, I'll protect her. And he's like, well, what do I need your help for? And Bond's like, I don't know. I won't kill you. You can kill yourself, though. It's so sloppy. And that's this whole movie in a nutshell, is it's sloppy. Right. It's like, again, it's like they went with the first draft.
She can lead you to l'Americain. She knows l'Americain. Try the Hoffler Clinic.
The clue he gives Bond is go to this clinic. Well, what is that mountaintop clinic a clear reference to, McCurds?
On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Yeah, it is a clinic on the top of a mountain with a runway, kind of reminiscent, therefore, of GoldenEye as well. So it's kind of both in one. And then also a bit of For Your Eyes Only with the skiers in line that then interrupt the bad guys from messing with the good guy. Remember with Q?
Not only that, but like, think about it also that in On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Tracy is supposed to be the daughter of a criminal. Well, Swan is the daughter of also another criminal. So it's like, okay, I see where you're going. And they really lean more into what was in the books with her being like, with On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Tracy is like, they're leaning into the idea that Madeline's like yeah, my dad is a Spectre bad guy, and he taught me how to do all these things, so I'm like cold to everybody else because I had a bad childhood thing, and I know that was in the books, and they don't really clarify that in Honor Majesty's Secret Service, the movie, but like it's clear reference. It's just like, okay, I see where they're going with that.
Falling in love with the daughter of a criminal who isn't such a bad guy.
Right.
You grew a conscience.
Our game is our game. But this, women, children.
So then after that, Madeline is kidnapped and Bond has to save her. It's a tad bit reckless. Bond's trying to rescue Madeline, but he could just have easily have killed her. You know, it's like a tad bit reckless, but whatever. What are you going to do?
But even that scene doesn't make sense because it's like, all right, well, the logic here is that Mr. Hinks knows, right? Because he's seen the surveillance, which is part of the themes of the movie. He's seen the surveillance footage. He's already seen the conversation. He knows what Bond's after. Bond's after the L'Americon. He doesn't know what it is. He's after that. And the only person who knows what it is Madeline Swan. Great. And the only reason Mr. Hinks needs to find this, not to catch Bond, but to stop Bond from ruining their plans. So would it not make more sense to just shoot her right then and there instead of kidnap her? I don't know.
Yeah, what was he going to do with her?
But this movie wants Blofeld to shoot these scenes. So it's like, well, we got to bring her to Blofeld.
You'd think that there would have been a whole sequence of Hinks trying to kill her, and she runs away, and she puts on some skis, and she starts skiing down that mountain, and Bond chases after it. They're trying to kill her, but Bond's after them on skis instead of the plane.
Man, we could have wrote a better movie.
That actually would have been pretty great because at that point, you're right. Why didn't they just shoot her on the spot?
Because that's their motivation at that point. It's like they just have to stop Bond. But no, the movie doesn't want that to happen because the movie's like, well, we have to have the scene with Blofeld and Madeline Swan. And it's like, unless Blofeld is like, no, I need you to bring Madeline Swan in as well.
I'm in love with her.
You were just a girl when I saw you first. I came to your home once to see your father.
I don't remember that.
But I do.
He rescues Madeline. They end up at L'Americain, which is a place and not a person.
I still think, and again, here's the thing. I know I said the midpoint is where it starts to go down here at Hill.
Yeah.
I do like this, the calmness and like them because again, one of my critiques I've always said about GoldenEye, even though it's it's our top list, we all agree on that, is that it just seems really strange that Natasha is just really quick to jump his bones. Natasha, what a Romana. Natasha,
Fyodorowna Semyonova.
So she's really quick to jump Bond's bones right at that moment when they're right off the train.
Hell yeah.
And I always find that scene to be a little odd. Like it's like,
I
guess I can kind of buy it.
They kiss. They don't.
Sure.
Right there on the train
But this movie does kind of like, yeah, they're not going to fall in love right away because she's already sees through his tricks and she's like tearing down all his advances.
But then she does.
Slowly,
we'll get to that. We'll get to why you're wrong. We'll get to why you're right.
We'll get to why
you're right for
I'm
now.
wrong.
You'll be wrong in a few minutes. Anyway, so I do love, it is goofy. It's definitively goofy and self-aware. Like I already mentioned, as franchises go on, they get goofy and self-aware.
You just killed James Bond.
I do love Who Sent You?
Who sent you? Who are you working for?
A genre joke.
That's so funny.
That's a really, really good joke, but it is goofy and self-aware. It's what I've been saying, like, you just killed James Bond. Like, it's just as goofy and self-aware, but I do think it's really funny. I do like it. Suddenly Madeline, she has a moment where she's like, oh my God, Daddy did love me. Dad had all these photos of me in his office.
Seen that in other movies too. That's
me.
what's funny is like I've seen recently it was like Ghostbusters Afterlife. They have that exact same cliche.
Did care. He did care for me.
Egon cared. He actually did. He had all these pictures of me in his basement.
But here's what's stupid. Is that right after that, Bond's like, okay, your job in this script is done. He's like, you don't need to come with me. She's like, I know.
But I want to understand what happened to my father.
That's the only justification for why she comes with. And it's like, what do you not understand? Your dad was part of this thing, and then he grew a conscience, and now he's dead. That is a terrible justification and a sloppy, singular line to justify why she's coming along with. I want to understand what happened to my father. What happened to your dad?
Now I understand why my father lost his mind.
Everybody already knows. The audience already knows. She should be
So
able to assume what happened.
Right.
Why does she go with? And like if you couple that with the end of the movie where she suddenly shows up at the soon to be exploded MI6, you can kind of see the seams of the original script where like maybe originally she didn't go with Bond to Blofeld's compound. Maybe Bond went by himself, and then later she showed up at the soon-to-be exploded MI6. You know what I'm saying? It's like they had all these horrible drafts, and they combined them, and everything got messy, and then they were like, just need to go in production before we're done with the script. Like, that's this whole movie. So she should never have gone with him to Blofeld's compound and should have just shown up at the end. She should have just, been tied up, ready to die at the end of the film. But instead, they decided to have her go with him. So the train sequence begins.
Because they have to go to Morocco. They have to go. They're like, they look at the map and they're like, okay, we know it's here and it's in the middle of nowhere. How do we get there? We have to take this train. It's the only major transportation we could take. There's no plane. There's nothing else.
No plane, no train.
Which doesn't also make sense. Why didn't they take a plane? But whatever.
They took a train because pastiche of other Bond movies that are better than this movie, right?
Why, given every other possible option, does a man choose the life of a paid assassin?
Why be an assassin? Why be a spy? And he says,
I'm not sure I ever had a choice.
Which conflicts, as many things do, conflicts with the last movie.
This is what you made us.
I made my own choices.
You think you did.
Silva's like, you think you made your own choices, but really M manipulated you. And Bond says, I made my own choices. Now, suddenly he says, I don't think I ever had a choice but to become a spy and all that. So, like, those conflict. I don't think Bond learned from Silva that he never had a choice in the first place or whatever.
What would happen if you did?
Stop.
Yes.
I don't know.
But this dinner scene that they randomly have on the train, I think it is meant to echo his dinner with Vesper.
Just because you've done something doesn't mean you have to keep doing it.
Where she questions his career. It's the same thing. She's like, why be a killer? And Madeline here is like, why keep doing this? Why be a spy? But the difference is Vesper was always pushing Bond off, whereas Madeline, up until now, has been pushing Bond off. But suddenly, for no reason, she shows up and she's looking really hot. Her resting bitch face goes away. Like, all of a sudden, she's leaning in and she's like this. She's all about Bond.
That's what you're saying that I was wrong about, right? Because you were saying earlier I was wrong. Because, I mean, like, the L'Americain stuff, it's like there's maybe a hint of her being a little flirtatious.
Come anywhere near me, and I'll kill you.
But it's not, like, again, because of her style, she's very stonewally.
Yeah.
Bitch face, as you like to put it. And,
resting bitch face.
Resting
extreme.
bitch face.
Yeah.
And it's like, and you got a definite actress who could be a little more playful, but still be standoffish.
Yeah.
You could play those, like, do that back and forth. Maybe you could have pulled that off. Maybe you can pull the train scene.
She
off
is
more.
pushing Bond away, and then comes up with a BS reason to follow him. This vague thing about I need to figure out what happened to my father, even though there's no mystery there. And then she just suddenly decides, like, she brought a dress with her, I guess, and a bunch of makeup to look hot for Bond. Whereas, remember when Vesper did it, it was because the two of them were undercover together. They were stuck together. So Bond says to her,
I need you looking fabulous, so that when you walk up behind me and kiss me on the neck, the players across from me will be thinking about your neckline and not about their cards. Do you think you can do that for me?
I'll do my best.
So she's like, well, f*** you, Bond. And she gets real hot. And she walks out and she's so hot that instead she distracts Bond. That's what's so great about that moment, is that she got so hot that even Bond was like, wait, whose turn is it? Whereas with this, she just walks out looking hot out of nowhere. And there's like this beautiful music playing and Bond's like, oh my God, you shouldn't look this cute. It's so forced. It's so forced and ridiculous.
Right. And I think something like that may have worked better in the 60s, and only because it was like, of the time, if you were going traveling, you would always look your best.
It would have worked in From Russia with Love, because she wanted Bond to fall in love with her, because she was in love with Bond. But she went from hating Bond to suddenly she's like, look at me.
Sure. My point about it, though, is I'm saying that's like, even within universe, if they're trying to look nice, it just seemed odd, because it's like you're going to Morocco and you just left the L'Americain and like you're on the run. I just don't. But then again, I could make that about Bond, saying like, well, why does he always have nice clothes? But whatever. But I mean, you do have a point.
My point being that in Casino Royale, he was challenging her to put on some makeup and put on a dress and look hot, and she was like, "F you, dude, I'm gonna do just that, and I'm gonna do it so hard that even you are going to fall for me.
Why is she looking this way, and why is she making all these subtly advancing towards him when prior she had no interest in him? I get what you're saying.
So then, of course, Mr. Hinks attacks. Whatever, they have their fight. It's fine. But the moment for me where I'm just like, what? Is that they do the goofy, self-aware-esque thing of they have the whole fight scene and Bond wraps the rope around his neck and then he manages to hook the keg and then all the kegs fall off and then the last keg gets pulled off and that drags off Mr. Hinks as well. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But he looks up at Bond and just says, he gets pulled off. And the rope is wrapped around his neck in a way that in the time it took for him to look up and say goofily, and then get pulled off, in that same amount of time, he could have just pulled the rope off. It's many things at once. It's goofy. It's out of place. It shows that he's not mute. He just chooses not to speak, which is kind of dumb. I mean, yes, it's Jaws-esque.
Well, here's to us.
With Jaws, he didn't need to because he was basically like Frankenstein's monster. A guy like that, it's like, why does he choose not to speak?
Continue to speak!
Is he just too cool for school? Or is he just trying to emulate better characters that pre-existed him by decades? Blah, blah,
But that's
blah.
that's what most of this movie is. It's like taking the prior stuff, not understanding how that stuff worked, and then just making a reference to it.
It's just another goofy, stupid moment to have him say where if you, and I'll do it right now, if you edit out that moment, it's just a better, classier moment. And then it leads into what we said before about how adrenaline makes you horny. It increases the affections between them. Okay, cool. I'm okay with the way the train sequence ends. But then we get to the crater sequence. So, what was their plan after getting off the train? They're just going to sit there and wait for somebody to pick them up. I guess coincidentally, somebody picks them up. The arrival to the crater is very Bond-esque, and I like that. It's very classy and polite.
It's Dr.
Right?
It is 100% Dr. No.
Your host invites you both to rest, relax, and join him for drinks at 4.
Tell our host we won't be late.
He'll be delighted if you'll join him for dinner. Shall I say you'll be there?
Tell him I also will be delighted.
Exactly. It's just like Dr. No or any other good bad guy where they treat Bond as an honored guest. Again, Bond movies are always classy like that. That's what makes them Bond movies. Then when they go in for the meteor,
I think we're meant to be impressed.
Bond says, I think we're meant to be impressed. Yeah, exactly. It's bullshit. We, the audience, are meant to be impressed, but the whole meteor scene is BS, and it's only the beginning of the bullshit. Again, trying to justify why this is happening in the first place the whole time.
So many years up there, alone, silent, building momentum until it chose to make its mark on Earth. A huge, unstoppable force.
Admittedly, it's a very good metaphor, but that doesn't mean that I believe it. And again, not giving us a good story, but giving us justification for why they made the movie in the first place, which is not a recipe for anything good.
The Kartenhof, the oldest in human possession.
And speaking of the meteorite, the first time I saw the rhyodite on the toxicology reports, I thought it meant that the Spectre rings were made out of material from the meteorite itself, which obviously would have made the rings really special and unique, but whatever. Blofeld goes on to take credit for every movie that came before, which hardly makes any sense and undermines all those movies, unfortunately.
You came across me so many times, and yet you never saw me. Le Chiffre, Green, Silva.
All dead.
That's right. A nice pattern developed. You interfered in my world. I destroyed yours.
Again, for example, Silva was cooler when he was just a single guy doing his thing. Instead, retroactively, they're taking ownership for him, which cheapens Skyfall, right? It retroactively f***s with better movies, specifically because it all boils down to them being stepbrothers, which, again, is stupid. Blofeld started an international terrorism syndicate in order to get back at his foster brother? F*** you. Fast forward to the whole turn this off moment. Turn it off! That moment is way too over the top. And again, this kind of shows the sloppiness and unclearness of the script. This whole moment doesn't reveal anything, right? Follow me on this. If Bond had killed Mr. White in cold blood, then Bond wouldn't want Madeline to see that. He'd be like, no, turn this off. Like if Blofeld showing that clip to Madeline was revealing a truth or revealing something that Bond had said earlier to be a lie, then Bond would turn it off. Instead, it's like, why are you freaking out, Bond?
The only thing I could see is that he knows what's going to happen, and I don't know.
Her father's going to commit suicide.
To be human for 5 minutes. It's like, I wouldn't want to see a loved one shoot themselves that I loved.
Yeah,
I get that. But to your point, I do agree. I do feel like it doesn't make, it's just like, or if he had killed him, like, yeah, you would been like, he would really be like,
you would freak out.
You would freak out. Yeah, that would really sever their connection.
That'd be a very Blofeld thing to do, is to sever their connection.
And I do wonder, maybe they reshot that, where that was like originally one thing, and then they went back and reshot it and just kept that scene in as is.
Yes. Then the drill scene. So we just keep upping the ante of dumb. I'm going to drill into your brain, and it's going to mess up all these mental faculties. Oh, never mind. None of them do anything. It's so dumb. It's infinitely worse than the shoulder injury stuff from Skyfall, The World's Not Enough, because like at least those, they stick around for a while and then they evaporate. With this, nothing happens.
He gets this happen, nothing happens. He doesn't.
Nothing happens.
Okay. Our rewrite of the movie, if we keep this scene in, right?
Yeah.
Instead of the whole thing exploding, if it was that, and then as they're trying to escape and they're, like he's having trouble focusing, shooting a gun, or like something physically is like really hard for him to do certain things, like great, that's a great wound for him to have. Again, especially if it was like a 2-parter movie, and this isn't the first part of the 2-parter that happens or whatever, or 3-parter. But like, it's just kind of like, yeah, right. Nothing happens.
And remember, they had just established that Madeline knows how to operate firearms. So there was an opportunity here for her to do something with that during the escape. But instead, Bond kills everybody as if nothing had just happened.
You know what happens when a cuckoo hatches inside another bird's nest.
Yes. It forces the other eggs out.
Yes. Well, this cuckoo made me realize my father's life had to end.
We don't really ever hear exactly why he's so pissed at James. Again, flashbacks would have helped. Flashbacks would have shown some moment
as he was getting drilled.
As kids,
we see flashbacks.
Oh yeah, sure, that would have been cool.
We see these little moments, almost like a video game thing. You see all these little moments, and you're like, Bond with Hans Oppenheiser showing him like, all right, kid, you know how to do this.
Yeah,
you
and
see him at Skyfall
Franz
shooting
is pissed off and bitter and all that.
We see him at Skyfall. We see him we see all these moments from the movies. We see Vesper Lent. Like they could have done something like that.
Yeah. Again, seeing exactly why Bond chose the path of good and Blofeld the path of evil. Instead, we're just sitting there and Blofeld's like, he used to ski with my dad. And you're like, dude, no, this is not enough justification for becoming like the most evil guy on the planet. Instead, literally every piece of dialogue from the infamous Blofeld is designed to not tell us an interesting story by developing a character and possibly showing us something where we would sympathize with him, like what we had with Silva.
Look upon your work, Mala.
But to justify him being in this film in the first place, which is stupid.
Right.
He says
the daughter of an assassin.
Madeline is the daughter of an assassin, which since when is Mr. White an assassin? He's never killed anybody.
Well, I don't know.
He killed the sheep.
He does kill the sheep.
He's not an assassin. He's like number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5.
I think it's the equivalent. Okay, just defending the movie very weakly here. I think it's the equivalent of people calling Bond an assassin, but you could also call Bond a spy. But
Bond is an assassin, though. Got a license to kill. Like, yeah, definitively.
But like, anytime you refer to James Bond, it's like he's supposed to be referred to as a spy, but within universe, and as we've added the license to kill mantra, it's like, yeah, he's an assassin. In the same context, I could see why he's saying he's an assassin. That's all I'm saying.
Anyway, so then she runs up to Bond and she's like, I love you. I would say that's a little too soon to say I love you. Instead, her being affectionate, trying to help him,
Yeah.
But, we're at this point, we're nitpicking. But then, why didn't, again, this is the 4th movie where apparently you have like Mr. Super Smart Blofeld, who even had, allegedly had Silva as an underling, Why wouldn't the incredible genius Blofeld take James Bond's watch, knowing where he comes from, knowing about Q Branch?
Little gadgets from those fools in Q Branch.
Instead, Blofeld does this thing where he like stupidly looks at the watch like, why are you throwing the watch at me? And then it blows up in his face. So it's like, okay, how is this guy the head of the organization? Silva should have killed him a long time ago.
Well, I mean, he should have known. He's got the surveillance. You would think he would have the surveillance of seeing Q Branch, so he would know.
You would think
the watch was the thing.
Yeah. So then we have the worst escape scene in any Bond movie ever, where even though Bond has had his balance and his vision and everything drilled out of his brain, apparently it like helped him. Apparently it turned him into a super soldier where he's able to kill 24 guys, even shooting a guy from like 500 yards away with no problem, at all.
The first probe will play with your sight, your hearing, your balance.
Even though you just had all of that drilled out of your brain. Fuck you. Fuck you, movie. So then to top off this ridiculously contrived and sloppy sequence, Bond shoots a fuel line which in perfect video game fashion proceeds to blow up the entire facility about 1 minute after the watch detonated.
That was easy.
It's not over yet.
This moves us stupidly to the big, dumb, sloppy ending. We cut to the safe house, and I do, again, this movie, there are sporadic moments that I like when it's, hey, the safe house, how safe is it? And then M opens the door, there's Bond, he's like,
it's safe.
I like stuff like that, but that doesn't make me like the overall movie anymore.
No. I'm not arguing with you.
Here's what's stupid, though. They have their quick moment where Bond catches everybody up to what he's been doing, and then out of nowhere, Madeline's like, bye.
I can't go back to this life, and I'm not going to ask you to change. This is who you are.
You're saying goodbye.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Madeline's just
They're like, you know what? I don't need to be with you anymore. I'm going to leave for the plot. I got to leave. The writers want me to be in this building for some reason.
They could have done it where Bond went to Morocco on his own, and in the meantime, Blofeld managed to have her kidnapped. That would have been more believable than all of a sudden she's like, I think I want to leave now. And the moment she leaves, she gets kidnapped. As opposed to what happened like 30 seconds later. Bond gets kidnapped and he gets taken to where he was basically headed anyway. They were headed to CNS, but CNS and MI6 are literally a bridge away from each other. So they take Bond to where he was headed to anyway. They might as well have just set it up so that Bond and Madeline were in the same car with Mallory and both of them were taken. And when they got to MI6, Bond went this way to go see Blofeld and Madeline went this way to go get tied into a chair. That would have been fine. Anything, literally anything would have been better than her being like,
then just like, I gotta go.
I gotta leave.
I gotta leave.
Why?
I can't be a part of this anymore. Bye.
Yeah. Ugh. That is one of the most sloppiest things. I think in Bond history, that is the sloppiest moment ever.
It is an example of like, we want this thing to happen. Yeah. But then they're like, well, how do we get there? I don't know. We'll figure it out later. And then they never figured it out. So they're like, whatever they had left, they're like, okay, cool.
Yeah. So then, Mallory goes to see C with Q. Obviously, C didn't watch Casino Royale. Never assume that your desk gun has bullets in it if someone ambushes you from the shadows.
And now we know what C stands for.
Cunt.
Blofeld should have had a fucking bandage on his face. Him just having that scar out, that not a scar, just having this gash in his face is so dumb. Bond's like, ow, that must hurt. It's like, yeah, that must hurt. You would have a bandage on your face. It's so laughable.
Nah, it's cooler that way, man. So cooler that way. No, you're right. Charlie, if this movie was a two-parter.
Yeah, I already know what you're going to say, because it's exactly the way it should have been. He should have had a bandage on here, and then in part 2, then he's got the massive scar that we all know about from Yolt. I'm working my way up to that rant, that this movie should have been a two-parter, where Blofeld got away.
Or a trilogy, or whatever,
Yeah,
you know?
Blofeld should have gotten away. Definitively, he should have gotten away. Even if this was the last Daniel Craig movie ever made, Blofeld should still have gotten away, because that's what's
I'll drink
next.
to that.
Shooting down Blofeld, cheers to that. Shooting down Blofeld is dumb. It is dumb. I mean, if you're in a helicopter, the moment you're being shot at, they would have just veered off. But they don't. They just stay the course so that Bond can easily wrap up these 4 movies in a tight bow. There's nothing about that tying it up in a nice bow that completes the story.
Finish it.
It just takes Blofeld, who's supposed to be the biggest baddie ever, and makes him look completely inept. He looks more inept than Silva ever did, than Green ever did, or Le Chiffre ever did.
Or any of the other Blofelds that we've seen in the movies.
He's made to look even dumber than Largo. Him just having his stupid helicopter shot down and not getting away makes him the worst bad guy of all time. He's supposed to be the biggest, right? The expectation is he's like the biggest baddie of all time, but he is lower than dirt the moment he allows this to happen. The biggest baddie of all just gets shot down by not Bond's other gun, but by his Walther PPK, because it's super special. Do you know what I'm talking about? He's shooting, he puts away that gun, he pulls out a Walther PPK, and that's what takes down Blofeld's helicopter. Which again, for the millionth time, I feel like my intelligence is being assaulted and insulted. And it's because, Bond fans are supposed to just go, oh, he pulled out a Walther BBK. Oh my God. But instead, I'm just like, no, that's stupid. What you did with it is stupid. I hate you now. I hate you. Blofeld being taken down by that is like, okay, he's not the biggest baddie. Silva's better than him. Green is better than him. Le Chiffre is better than literally Mr. White. Everybody is better than him. He's like this stupid asshole who's so caught up in getting revenge against his brother, I guess.
Well, that's brothers for you. They always know which buttons to press.
Yeah, better movie. He would have escaped, because then they could do the next movie. And if he had gotten away with some evil plan and gotten away, then I'm like, oh, it's like talking about the Ant-Man Quantumania movie that we did.
No, dude, Infinity War. If only Infinity War had come out sooner, then the Bond producers would have chased that trend and said, oh, let's let the bad guy win and then come back for a big finale. Honestly, CNS should have come online. C is killed, but CNS comes online and Blofeld heads it up. So now Blofeld, the biggest baddie, now has the greatest intelligence apparatus ever conceived. And now, come movie 5, Daniel Craig Bond is on the run. He can never show his face on any camera ever. He is hunted globally. Imagine James Bond defeating that. That is a near impossible task.
Great. You set it up for now I feel like Blofeld has earned his spot, at least, if you take out the brother stuff, as being this amazing, great bad guy that you wanted to set up.
It would have been a bad guy plot worthy of Blofeld and Spectre. Instead, Bond just shoots him down with one bullet, and Blofeld is a big dumbass.
The end of the movie sucks, right? I think,
sucks.
But I do like, here's the thing, the only thing I like about the ending, I don't like the ending, but that's the only thing I like. Okay, I see what you're doing, Mendez, and I somewhat give you a tiny applause for it, is that they do slowly try to build up some themes that they've had in the past with Honor Majesty's Secret Service and in this movie, and they mention it early on. She's like having this conversation of like, why don't you just leave all this behind and not be a spy instead and just live your life, right? And that's always been a theme in all these other movies, and I do like that contradiction of like, oh, I want to do this, but there's living versus this is only going to bring me death, or this, life, whatever. But I do like that at least they play with the idea with the London bridges. She's on one side of the bridge, M's on the other side of the bridge, and he has to choose which side he's going to go, and then he goes to... I don't like the ending because, again, it's like, well, I don't think you earned that, like, Madeline. Like, I don't think you're not Bond's, like, there's just, you're not the best. written character. I don't believe you. I can't buy you. So that whole thing just feels like meh, meh, meh. And then on top of that, Blofeld, I would rather him escape and Bond have failed.
Honestly, I would have a different feeling about the movie overall if they allowed Blofeld to get away. But taking the biggest baddie of all time and turning him into a fucking retard is a ticket straight to the bottom of the list. It's embarrassing.
I agree. I agree. But I do think, like, again, going back to my issues with the movie, one is being, and this is all about the end of the movie. One, I don't think the stakes are high enough, or it's not specific and tangible enough to be like, why do I care? Why do I care? You've given me no reason to give a shit about.
Oh no, they have access to intelligence.
Okay, yes, I get what you're saying as far as like in the real world, yes, that is a problem. If any governments had all of the eyes, in which I guess our government does anyway, they're probably watching this right now, and they just saving it on a hard drive someplace,
putting us on a list.
But even then, it's like, okay, but there's no malice there other than like, what are you going to do with that? Like, we're not, if the movie gives that example, much like the thing that I said with the Living Daylights back then, where it was like, the movie doesn't have the time to stop for us to care about the Afghanis that are being murdered by the Russians. Like, why do I care? I don't care. There's no scene to tell me I should care, so why should I care? And I'm like, okay, back to the stakes of this movie. It's not like, oh no, they get the surveillance thing. Okay, what's going to happen next? Are they going to access the nuclear codes? Is there going to be an outbreak of a chemical weapon? Is the world economy going to crash because now they have controlled all these computers? No.
If anything, you're like, maybe C's right.
Take a look at the world. Chaos. Because people like you, paper pushers and politicians, are too spineless to do what needs to be done. So I made an alliance to put the power where it should be, and now you want to throw it away for the sake of democracy. Whatever the hell that is.
Maybe we should give up our freedom for security.
There's nothing there for me
to be like,
There's no counter
argument to see, to the point where I'm just like...
It's just more on a moral stand. It's literally, let's place the movie down onto a moral standpoint of like privacy and security. And you're like, okay. But like, I just don't feel the urgency. There's no urgency in that. Just on the C and C stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, just that aspect of the movie. The twist that C has been a part of this the whole time is just so like, oh yeah, he was one of my guys. You're like, okay.
I'm guessing our little friend C, he's one of your disciples.
You could say that.
What does he get out of it?
Nothing. He's a visionary like me.
But then again, like, we already see that they can watch MI6, so it's like, do we need 9 Eyes? It's a countdown for what? The countdown just seems arbitrary because the writers were like, oh, we need a countdown to make the stakes seem higher than they really are. That's what it felt like.
Meanwhile, Skyfall and Spectre are exploring similar themes. Once again, it's like...
Read a dossier last year on how the 00 program was obsolete, how drones could do all our dirty work abroad.
Bond is irrelevant, and drones will do it, and you're a dinosaur, and information, and you don't need boots on the ground. Same shit we just did in Skyfall. Again, it would have been better if C would have been that woman I pointed out earlier. But Skyfall was contrived at parts that are easily forgiven for the sake of its themes, but this crap is unforgivable as it lends to no themes at all and the dumbest, most useless Blofeld we've ever met. This is the worst one. At least every beat of Skyfall serves an end goal for Silva, where this movie just feels so weak and random and scattered and pointless. Skyfall and Spectre feel like someone cut them in half. Like, take the idealized form of Skyfall and the idealized form of Spectre, cut them in half, and like transplant them over on top of each other. Spectre's story should have been first, with themes of the digital world taking over, losing the list and defunding the 00 program, and Skyfall second, regarding Bond's backstory in relation to Blofeld. Instead, it's like they're the same movie, but messy. Like, I keep hesitating on including it now, or like when we talk about No Time to Die, about how ideally they would have been laid out, but they're like the same movie, again, repeated, but without the Silva stuff.
The 9 Eyes program, all that stuff, I don't think is inherently bad, but it is what exactly, like, that's a more specific, very direct, what they're talking about in Skyfall shows up in this movie. So it's like at this thing had showed up in Skyfall, and then Silva got a hold of it. You know, I don't know. There's definitely like, I see what you're talking about as far as there's like a weird connection. Practically speaking, I think it was like let's continue that idea that we were talking about in the last movie, and like, because this is going to be a continuation of Spectre. This isn't going to be a later story. We're continuing that story from Skyfall. Sorry, but it reads more like, let's rewrite Skyfall. Like, let's do Skyfall again, and it almost feels that way, because it's like, okay, we're gonna do tradition, boots on the ground versus computers and drones and all that stuff, and we're going to do the brothers plot, where we have one guy who's good guy, which is James Bond, and we have the bad guy who's the anti-James Bond.
Yep. But
now they're brothers to make it even more, but then it's stupid. Then it gets stupid. But it feels like they're rewriting Skyfall.
The Circustit, a.k.a. The Entertainer, the worst one, primarily because of poor writing. While Blofeld has his moments, it does not feel justified to tie him to the previous films, nor does it feel justified that he is Bond's stepbrother. Does anyone actually buy that he is the author of all of Bond's pain?
Me. It was all me, James. It's always been me, the author of all your pain.
No, of course not. The film also tries to address mass surveillance, but only in a superficial way. It's a shame, since it's definitely relevant and would have been a smart focus for the story, since Spectre is all about control, of course. Instead, it's even more dumbed down than fake news and Tomorrow Never Dies. It primarily suffers due to the focus on making the story personal for Bond. Yes, the same with Bond and Madeline. They barely have time to meet before apparently falling in love. During the torture scene, it's hard to believe that Madeline is supposed to care so much for Bond, so why should we? Yes. Dude, The Entertainer's always on point. Due to Bond's personal stakes being so unengaging, the climax feels completely off. Craig's rogues gallery appearing on the walls at the MI6 demolition site is supposed to make you feel like it's all been leading up to this, but it really hasn't. It makes no sense. On this note, it annoys me that they toned down Green and Quantum of Solace because people generally dislike the film. Exactly. It's like they're like, let's react in the short term. Nobody liked that movie.
When you look at the films, it's like it would make way more sense, regardless of like anything I've said, because I do think that movie is kind of forgettable. But regardless, it would make the most sense to be him connected to Spectre than anybody else. He would have been an agent of Spectre. That would have made more sense.
Yeah, like, be confident in your franchise enough to be like, I know you guys don't like Quantum now, because in the future, I think people will like Quantum more in the future. I really think they will. So, like, treat it like it wasn't this weird up that nobody likes. Treat it like someday people are going to come around to it. Same with Bond saving Madeline. Compared to when Bond was trying to save Vesper, it's embarrassing that this is supposed to have the same impact. Yeah, romantically, who cares? But that net stunt is definitely one of the best moments of this movie. Of course, there are also good moments. It's still a Bond film, and I enjoy it. I don't relate. I hate this movie. The Bellucci sequence is probably a top 10 for me. Also great cinematography throughout and a classic feel to the film and the score. Number 25 feels harsh. There sure are less competent Bond films, such as Die Another Day and Diamonds Are Forever, but this is the only film where I lose all interest in the story. QWERTY Manor. Spectre is the worst Bond movie ever and is also the most boring movie ever. Spectre meeting boring. It's not suspenseful at all. It's just boring. Bond boring. Madeline Swan boring. Car chase boring. Plot boring. People like to say that this movie is like Die Another Day. The first two acts are good and the third is a train wreck, but I disagree. Nothing about the first two acts is good. What about it is good? The cold open was cool the first time, but now I think it's way too ridiculous. All that for a ring. Bringing back Judi Dench in some stupid video. Why is there smart blood? The Monica Bellucci scene is way too creepy for Craig Bond. Bond in this movie comes off like a complete psychopath. The rat scene is ridiculous. Finding tapes of Vesper's torture is kind of dumb. Madeline Swan trying way too hard to get. She's playing hard to get. They just let Bond into the meeting, and he doesn't find it odd. The rings were stupid in 1965, and even more stupider in 2015. Yeah.
Yeah, because we always made that joke about like the fact that he's got the Spectre ring and Thunderball, and it's like ginormous.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I'm a part of a secret organization? Oh, really?
Not so secret. Yeah, quantum pins are dumber, but yes. The meeting wasn't even suspenseful. The whole time I was like, someone talk. It leads into a boring-ass car chase with the most annoying Bond comedy when he turns on the radio. Exactly, it gets goofy. The scene with Mr. White is a good scene, but I don't get why he's in exile. Bond ignoring them. Well, isn't it because he's like being hunted? Like he's essentially being hunted.
Well, a thallium would suggest that he doesn't like you very much anymore. And clearly the feeling is mutual.
Here's the thing. I like the Spectre scene. I like the moodiness of it. It does kind of give me the vibes of Eyes Wide Shut. The feel of that, where it's kind of the same kind of sequence, right? Because he's like, Tom Cruise is going into this meeting. He's like breaking into this weird sex cult meeting. The things that it's missing really for me as a Bond fan, really, is like it's missing the classic Spectre kill that we've talked about, where you think it's going to be this guy gets killed. Never mind, it's this guy. It's actually his partner.
They just gave that over to Mr. Hijinks, and that's supposed to replace it, but it's not the same. It doesn't show that ruthlessness of Blofeld himself.
I don't need the comic book stuff of like the burning chairs or the buttons under it, but like it would have been nice if like you thought I was going to kill somebody else, and then
showing somebody be like, but Mr. Blofeld, and he's like,
we didn't get that.
You failed me.
That's
that
the
would
one
have been
thing
nice.
that we're missing. I would have thought it would have been a cool element if Bond came in and then like they all like eventually when they all knew that he was there, everybody turned and saw him, and like they already knew he was coming. I thought it would have been cool.
Because it is creepy, but yeah. So anyway, Bond ignoring the camera is either dumb or makes him look like a psycho. Is he talking about when he's meeting
Mr. White?
Mr. White? Bond ignoring the camera?
Remember when he goes to Mr. White, and then later Batista comes in and he walks in and he's like, oh, I missed him. And then he looks up and there's a camera there. And you're like, you would think that Bond would have been smart and got rid of the camera or something, but he doesn't.
Yeah, but saying Bond ignoring the camera makes him look like a psycho. So like, Cordy, you're saying Bond should have covered his tracks better? Either way, it's sloppy. I mean, just like, again, sloppy piece of shit. The Hinks fight on the train is not even that good. I thought he was going to survive that like it was a Bugs Bunny cartoon and come back at the end. Yeah, I wrote that in my notes. I failed to mention it. It's like, did he die? I guess he did because he never comes back, but like he probably could have survived that.
He could have, like, because there's been other times when like a character like Jaws has gone through something similar and then he just ends up coming back.
Yeah, the fact that Bond is barely bloody or sweating is too neat. It leads to Swan and Bond having forced sex. Well, I don't know. Again, adrenaline makes people horny.
What do we do now?
However, I will say that her line is really dumb if you think about it for more than 2 seconds. What could Bond have possibly responded to that otherwise?
What do we do now?
We're gonna or what?
So it's just a poor setup. It's just more sloppy screenwriting. Why is Hinks even trying to kill them if Blofeld is going to meet them later anyways? I thought about that. I think he's trying to impress Blofeld. Anybody would have done that.
I know you said his character's flat, but it does seem like he is like this. He's a ladder climber. Like that's what I get out of it. Is just like, oh yeah, he's trying to prove himself in the organization. And like, yeah, again, that would have been cooler if we got a better car chase where maybe there was multiple cars and like you suggest, like he's ramming the other cars to get to Bond because he wants the credit and everything. Again, because it's sloppy, it goes. And what I suggested earlier is like, why don't you just kill Swan?
Yeah.
Right? Like, why wouldn't he just do that? Like, wouldn't that be
It's all
more
sloppy
efficient?
and stupid and not thought out. So
It's dumb.
I have a hot take with Blofeld. I never thought Blofeld was a good villain for Bond. He was never good in the series at all. The smartest thing Broccoli did was kill him off and For Your Eyes Only. So the fact he was brought back was a dumb decision. Yeah, and rushed. If you're going to do it, wait a few years. Hinks should actually be Blofeld. Blofeld in the books was supposed to be a big wrestler, not some skinny white dude with a scar on his face. Perfect for Dave Bautista. Now we come to the third act of the movie. The third act of this movie is the worst third act in the history of movies. Yes, really. I was about to say yes, really. Yes, parentheses. Yes, really. I mean, this act is so bad, it makes the third act of Die Another Day look like the best movie ever. I was going to go into the third act but it makes me angry to think about, and I'm sure Charlie will break it down. In short, this movie tries to be a 60s Bond movie and a modern Bond and fails at both, and I hate it. Bottom of the list. Justice for You Only Live Twice. Well, at least we know what C stands for. Crap. Yes. QWERTY. Yes. Yes. Oh, and then Prox TD, who is Lemmy as God, says, this is fucking hilarious. CMJM1221, aka TOF, Toph says, here are my primary thoughts on Spectre. This one is quite low on the list for me. I'm sure the plot, story, and character issues have already been discussed, Bond nauseum. The retconning, the erratic tone, the complete shelving of the universal surveillance threat, the sisterhood of the traveling Spectre ring, and the sisterhood of the traveling Spectre ring, and the brilliant idea to make our megalomaniacal arch nemesis motivated by the Cinderella effect. After some thought, this is what this movie feels like to me. Sludge. That feeling of being force-fed, factory-produced baby food on a full stomach that watching Marvel and Star Wars content feels like now. If Barbara Broccoli ever sold the Bond movies to Disney, I imagine that Spectre would be the kind of movie they would produce after 5 years. What rescues this movie from the bottom is the scene in the secret room at L'Americaine. Bond happening upon Vesper's interrogation tape and discarding it swiftly is an effective and subtle character moment because we can interpret it in several ways. Has he moved on from Vesper, or has he merely compartmentalized her? Still 23 out of 25 for me. I'm curious what you would put below. What the goes below this? A note on Blofeld. I place myself in the old Patterson camp. Oh, Patterson camp, where he is at his best when he is hidden. However, this doesn't mean we can't learn anything about him. I recall the scene in From Russia with Love where he compares the world powers to the Siamese fighting fish who exhaust themselves before being beaten by a third, which effectively encapsulates our villain's worldview. The global powers are fools who deserve to be subverted and devoured. I've always enjoyed the more philosophical Bond villains, one who has given thought to their actions. Of course. My hot take is I don't think a character like Blofeld should ever leave the shadows. Not every villain needs to be made flesh and blood. And as this movie proves, giving a Bond villain more personal motivation doesn't always make them more interesting and dimensional. Sometimes it serves only to expose them of being motivated by base human jealousy rather than heavier concepts like power, chaos, or domination. 100%. Even if you insisted on having them be brothers, okay, just do that and then move straight to dialogue scenes about, like, everything that Blofeld should have been saying. They gave it to C, where C's like, look, the world is chaos, and I'm trying to bring order to the chaos. That's at least something that everybody can understand, because the world is chaotic, and you have all these men trying to usher in a certain amount of control and therefore order around this chaos.
Like he would be like very Machiavellian and just be like, it doesn't matter. I'm going to kill billions of people because I need to do this if that'll bring order. And Bond's like, you're killing people.
There have been men throughout history who have tried to do that. And it is a classic story of freedom versus security. I love any story about freedom versus security. The question always becomes, once you introduce that system of control, who's in charge? Who gets to make those decisions?
We're a global power.
An unelected one.
And human nature proves time and again that inevitably that leads to tyranny. Now, Blofeld may have good intentions, but it will lead to global tyranny. And there are some people who want that. Cut to Loki, where Loki's like, you human beings, you just want to be ruled.
Is this not your natural state? It's the unspoken truth of humanity that you crave subjugation.
That is true. There are a lot of Americans who probably shouldn't live in America because they really just want to live somewhere where somebody tells them what to do all day. They just want Big Brother to look after them because they can't look after themselves. They want to be sheep because freedom can be scary because it's uncertain. But America is specifically chaotic because we decided a long time ago that we'd rather have the chaos that comes with freedom rather than the tyranny that comes with security.
You've turned every cell phone in Gotham into a microphone. This is wrong.
I've got to find this man, Lucius.
At what cost?
For example, we'd rather have the chaos of the occasional mass shooting than the inevitable tyranny of a government that subjugates an unarmed populace. We would rather deal with the discomfort of an individual's right to say offensive things rather than allow hate speech laws to silence those who speak truth to power. Because again, it always leads to Spectre-esque total control.
United States of America! I have freedom of speech! If people don't like it, then go f*** their f***ing self!
Now those freedoms have been infringed upon for, the last 150 years as our Constitution has slowly been ripped to shreds. But the point I'm making is that it's an eternally interesting concept of freedom versus security, specifically because there's an inverse relationship between the two. As freedom goes up, security goes down, and vice versa.
I know surveillance is a fact of life. It's how you use the information that concerns me and who is using it.
This is what we need to do to keep the people safe.
So there is no easy and perfect answer, which makes for great thematic storytelling. And so this movie could have been about that. And all the interesting stuff that Blofeld should have said was given over to C to deliver in like a minute and a half, rather than make the whole movie about that. Because as we've talked about with all these different Bond movies, the most interesting bad guys are the ones where you're like, I can see their point. A certain part of me says, yes, C is right. Democracy is bullshit. It is bullshit most of the time.
The people shall have the right to vote. Even the stupid ones? Yes. Stupid people vote? Yes.
So that would have made the movie better, but instead Blofeld's sitting around griping about his dad, and we have no context for that. It's just shit.
On the surface, and again, the quality of the type of movie it's making, we're talking about the script, just like general quality of stuff, like if we're basing it on just other qualities besides just the script, it's not that bad. And I do think like it's easily enough, there's enough there that I can okay, I can follow this. I know where they're going. I know what's at stake, yada, yada. But then when you really deep dive into it, you're like, yikes, this is a mess.
On all fronts. I already laid out on all fronts.
Yeah. No, it just doesn't punch, like, story script-wise, it doesn't punch hard enough where it needs to punch. The stuff that it does have is weird and doesn't quite make sense. And then it's like, okay, well, if I'm going to compare it to movies that I think are some of the worst Bond films, what do we have on the bottom? We've got...
It's You Only Live Twice, Die Another Day, Diamonds Are Forever, Moonraker, Live and Let Die, The Living Daylights.
Okay, so even those bottom three, right? And then Moonraker. But even in those, okay, so like Moonraker's a fan favorite just because it's so silly. There are YouTubers who really like that movie and want to put it in their number one list. and I question all of this.
Because they watched it as a child.
They watched it as a child. I question all their life choices. Not to say that you can't enjoy the movie. It's more of like you're putting that as the number one, really.
We love it.
That is the one you're going to say is number one. We love it. But it's a silly, over-the-top movie, but it's still fun. People enjoy it. It's got some life to it. And then we got Diamonds Are Forever is the movie that just did not care. But again, that one's also fun. As much as it's yellow and brown and slightly obnoxious, but it's still fun, and I like the Las Vegas stuff, and that's kind of fun.
It's so funny.
It's Bond goes to Las Vegas. Cool.
Yeah.
Even in that movie, they do fun things with Blofeld where he's got doubles. That's a fun thing to screw with. It's like he's got multiple Blofelds.
It's the most entertaining scene in that movie. Blofeld just casually is like, you can kill me or you can kill him. Who are you going to kill?
After all, I wouldn't know which one of you to kill.
We appreciate your predicament, Mr. Bond. We deeply sympathize.
And it's so ridiculous. Like, Blofeld puts his life on the line.
He just shoots one of them. And he's like, we never know if he's the real Blofeld or not. He just kills him. So it's still fun. And then, okay, so Die Another Day is one of the worst Bond films just for being, I think, very shoddy and just whatever. It's stupid.
Our whole thing was it starts one way and ends another way, but it's still relentlessly entertaining.
Yeah, it's like going to be this really serious movie, and then it gets to comic book goofiness, and you're like, what? Still entertaining.
I got two words for you. Gustav Graves.
He's
a great bad guy compared to this Blofeld.
Silly.
He's great.
What a wonderful day to become a knight.
Then we get to You Only Live Twice, and it's a classic Bond movie. And that's where I'm like, why did this movie end up here? Because it is like a classic Bond where we're like, it's Connery. They handle Spectre in the same way they handled it with Thunderball, and they handled it with From Russia with Love. And like Spectre is still kind of handled in a way that you're like, that's what I expect out of Spectre, right? And then but then the whole movie's built up to the reveal of Blofeld, and you're like, oh, this is cool.
Close the shutters.
It has more shutters. That's another advantage that this movie didn't have. This movie had no shutters.
This movie doesn't have any shutters.
It has no shutters. There's no ninjas. Little Nelly, that was cool. Okay, another thing this movie did not have that I wish it did. Remember how we had like all these allies? Remember the guy from Japan where they're like,
Tiger.
In Japan,
men always come first. Women come second.
I might just retire to here.
He's a hero. Tiger
but
Tanaka
that guy
is
in
a
himself
hero.
is fun. Like, he's just kind of fun. So you're like, oh, this is great. With all of that, then I'm like, okay. It's at the bottom. It has to be at the bottom.
It has to be. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because you just ran through each movie descending. Each one, I'm like, not great, but I love it. Not great, but I love it. Not great, but I love it. I get down to You Only Live Twice. The reason it's down there is because a lot of it is kind of pathetic and laughable. But as I'm watching You Only Live Twice, I'm like, you're so cute. I just want to pat it on the head. Like, oh, you only live twice. You're so adorable. You're so bad and embarrassing at times, but you're adorable. I never once hate it. I never hate Yolt, DAD, DAF, Moonraker. I never hate any of those. The only Bond movie that brings out the emotion of hate is Spectre, because literally every facet of it is half-assed and inexcusably so. They made You Only Live Twice decades ago. So much of it could be improved, but none of those things are insulting. Like, I don't watch the movie and I'm just like, my intelligence is being assaulted.
Well, yeah, and then
insulted.
there's an element of like that movie's of its time too, because we even talked about how like that movie's about like America and Russia at war as far as in going into space.
Even the stakes are bigger. Even the stakes are pitiful. You only live twice.
At least have some kind of weird implication. I'm like, oh it could cause World War III, I guess, because of space, but it's like vague, but it's not as vague as this.
Dude, it absolutely is World War III. They're about to call upon the American military powers.
Oh, that's
already.
right. That's right.
They're ready.
And we see that
the
scene.
code word is imminent. You know, like that's what's happening.
We see that scene. We see the scenes that make it a big deal, but like you don't see that scene. You don't see the equivalent of that in Spectre.
It's lazy. And it's such a waste of potential, and it's retroactively f***ing with better movies that came before it, and it's got the forced romance, and it's got no Bond allies. It's got Q, who's done a complete 180. It's just one thing after another that's just like, who was in charge of this? How did you f*** this up this badly? And to put it succinctly, it's the only movie that I actively hate. I don't hate any other Bond movie. That says something. Let me just sum it up with yet another visual metaphor. This movie is like taking home a really hot chick from a bar. At first base, she's a good kisser. Best you've ever had. Rounding second base, you've got her top off and it's primo, dude. Tiggle bitties to die for. At third base, she's down south and, she's got you stiff as a Brausch silencer on a Walther PPK. But as the dirty vodka martinis start to wear off, you notice she's got an oddly chiseled jawline. She goes for the home run and you've guessed it, she pulls out a dick that's bigger than your own. Instant catastrophic meltdown. It doesn't matter how hot she was at the beginning of the night or how good it was at the beginning when by the end of the movie, it shoves a giant dick up your ass. It doesn't matter how good the movie is leading up to when it goes south, because it goes so far south that there's no recovery. There's nothing that you can say about this movie that's like, well, like again, Skyfall, it's like, God, it's got all these faults. Well, at least it has Bond, Silva, and M. It's got some meaning there. This movie has nothing to redeem it. Nothing.
It's a structure, but it doesn't have a foundation that's secure. And so they're just like hastily built this structure like, we got the Spectre pieces back. Great, we'll put that in the thing. And then everything that is on top of that structure is almost like relics or just like mementos, but it's elegantly built. Like all these like, oh yeah, we remember this thing, we built this in memory of this crap, whatever. But there's a hurricane's coming, and that hurricane just decimates the living crap out of this, and then a tornado comes.
And then a meteor hits, and then a nuke goes off. It's just like, it didn't sustain any of these attacks. Like, one by one, it all falls down.
A movie like Skyfall is built on a sturdy foundation with a really sturdy villain plot, with a villain story that connects all these major characters together.
And then the train sequence, it gets hit by a hurricane, and a bit of it falls down. To follow the metaphor, a bit of the hurricane, it's like, oh God, the roof blew off. And everybody's like, the roof! It didn't hold up. And it's like, yeah, but by the end of the movie, they rebuild the roof. Like, by the end of the movie, it's like, the structure still held. With Spectre, it gets hit by all of those forces and it's decimated. It doesn't matter if in the beginning it's like, oh, that's a really beautiful structure. It all got decimated after this scene, this scene, this scene, this scene, especially the last 10 minutes. It all gets decimated to the point where it doesn't matter what it looked like in the beginning. It's destroyed. It shoved a dick up your ass.
Yeah.
So it's at the bottom. I mean, it is at the bottom, and I could hardly be convinced to put it anywhere but the bottom. It is such an inexcusably horrid piece of shit with no redeeming qualities. Unlike Skyfall, had redeeming qualities. Somehow it ended up at number 5, which I came around to. I agree with. I firmly believe it belongs there. Spectre, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. This is for anybody who's like, you just like the modern movies better. No, you grew up with GoldenEye. That's why you put it at the top of the list. Yeah, no. I grew up with Tomorrow Never Dies. That's what I grew up with. Tomorrow Never Dies, number 16. Doesn't matter how new or old the movie is. This is 2015, and we're putting Spectre at the bottom. That's for anybody who thinks that Skyfall's at the top because of, like, cinematography. Those things don't matter. When you completely f*** up a movie this bad, it goes straight to the bottom. You can't just rewrite the entire history of something without there having been some framework previously laid. So we'll see about No Time to Die. We'll see where we put that. But f***ing Spectre is the worst. Now, here we are at the end of the line as of 2024 with No Time to Die. No Time to Die is the perfect title for a movie that is essentially all over the place, operating as one of those classic Bond titles that is a romantic toss-up to death because they couldn't come up with a central location, MacGuffin, or bad guy to name it after. However, the most accurate title would have been No Time to Comprehend Anything, because this movie is exactly what Bond would be like if Disney purchased Eon Productions and pumped out a Disney-fied sequel that nobody wanted nor cared for, like the recent Star Wars or Indiana Jones late-in-the-game sequels. It's bright, colorful, and flashy. It showcases James Bond not as he once was, but mostly as an old man who has grown soft with age. It's pumped full of references to other films, some subtle, some not so subtle. It overloads the movie with characters both new and old in order to fill out its obligatory epic movie poster. And just to be clear, none of these things are bad on their face. In fact, they are welcomed so long as the movie stands on its own and allows all of these elements to properly congeal into a satisfying whole. However, this late-in-the-game sequel has no direction, no gusto, no oomph that makes it feel like it should exist in the first place, but rather relies on the past to do most of the heavy lifting. And just as Disney would make it, it flies from scene to scene with little to no development as to what is going on and why. Hey look, it's Vesper, moving on. Hey look, it's Felix Leiter, now he's dead, moving on. Blofeld, now he's dead, moving on. Anna de Armas is really hot, is Bond gonna... Oh wait, no, moving on. Holy LGBT, Q is gay? Since when? Shouldn't Q as a character be the opposite of Bond, as in completely sexless or outright asexual or involuntarily celibate? I mean, as far as I was ever concerned with Q's home life, he was always more likely to f one of his gadgets than another human being, so it just seems like the producers only did this to... Oh, never mind, I guess we're moving on. Wait a tick, he has a Mr. Bigglesworth cat? Is that a reference to... Oh, f it, we're moving on. The agent that took over the 007 number when Bond retired after the last movie is really insecure about following in his footsteps. Maybe we should develop this relationship in an interesting way. Oh, wait, no, we're moving on. All of Spectre is dead? What is Safin trying to do and why? Why did Blofeld kill his whole family? The only henchman in this movie was for Spectre and now he's for Safin, even though his DNA would have been part of the Cuba attack on Spectre, so how did he survive? F it, moving on, moving on, moving on, moving on. on. The entire script feels like a game of telephone where each scene was written by a new screenwriter desperately plastering things on top of each other to get us to the end by any means necessary. This isn't a movie so much as it's an attempt to tie a neat bow atop this whole Craig era thing when we all know it probably should have ended already. Speaking of which, there's a remarkable similarity between the Connery and Craig films. They are two men that exploded into stardom with two powerhouse introductions, Dr. No and Casino Royale, followed by great direct sequels so far as Spectre as an organization pulls an Empire Strikes Back type of thing, a third installment with a top-tier bad guy that most people like that has nothing to do with Spectre and is more or less self-contained, a fourth film that goes back to Spectre, but that film's reach exceeds its grasp by focusing more on action than telling a good story, and an embarrassingly awful bad guy, and a fifth film that borrows heavily from Fleming's You Only Live Twice novel, while each actor that started off with such youthful gusto seems completely apathetic to the whole thing and just wants it all to come to an end. As for myself, I am officially taking a stance right here and now. I am forever done with Bond sequels. Unless they finally decide to adapt every book exactly as written and in order of publication, Bond sequels should be forever banned, and all Bonds should be made to follow the example set forth by George Lazenby. One movie per actor from here on. We bicker and argue about who should be Bond, and yet we're all wasting our breath. How about all of them? Then at least the filmmakers wouldn't feel obligated to continue stories they never planned to continue anyway. The leap from Casino Royale to No Time to Die is so ridiculous that it's like they're two different universes. Instead, one-offs, 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 one-offs. Bond is assigned to a mission and he executes it. Then maybe the writers might come up with something clever rather than desperately trying to tie up loose ends by shoving as much shit as they can into a single franchise-ending film, such as this one right here, No Time to Comprehend what's happening and why. Welcome back, fellas. It's an honor to have all of you back.
No, thank you.
I hope nothing horrible happens to you tonight. I hope we all survive the Nans. But anyway, we're going to change things up for this episode. We always end with a toast, but we all know we're going to toast to Daniel Craig. It's his last movie because he dies. We've said a million times he's definitively the badass Bond. That's like the attribute that he champions.
When you go back and you look at all the other Bonds, especially Connery and Roger Moore, they played the character all the way up until their 50s, I believe. 50s, almost pushing 60. He's at that age level, right? But if you look at him, you would never know twice. And I do appreciate an actor putting themselves to the limit and actually it's like, I'm going to be playing James Bond. He should be physically imposing. I should take care of my body enough to make my character look like I can do all these things. And I do appreciate that because going back to Roger Moore or even better is like Connery, by the end of there, they were just overweight, didn't give a shit. Just coming in, I'm old, don't care. Even Pierce Brosnan, same. I mean, I love Pierce Brosnan, but same thing, you know, he's walking into that hotel and he looks like shit. So I appreciate his commitment to the role, even if he had once said that he wanted to slash his wrist if he had to play Bond again. But I think it kind of does show that he still really appreciated the character. He really wanted to do it.
Yeah, I'll give him that. I would say he had dedication to his craft.
If you had to put him against anybody else, he's definitely up there.
I would agree with that.
You look back at how many years, like Craig started in 2006. He ended in 2021. How many years? That's like 15 years, right? I don't know how. I think that's the longest tenure, not movies, but the longest amount of time any Bond has been Bond. It's a long time, but he only did 5 movies.
Pierce Brosnan's at the top. And then Craig has 2 and Connery has 2 in our top 5. It is a testament to the quality of movies he put out, even though the Craig era is cursed. And we'll talk in a bit about hindsight being what it is, how it could have been greatly improved had they designed it ahead of time. But Craig himself, the grand slam that was Martin Campbell's Casino Royale, set a standard that was impossible to follow for the rest of the series, especially as they were kind of making it up as they went along. But the story of how everybody gave him shit when he was cast, and that drove him to maniacally work out and just be the best he could be to make Casino Royale excellent.
You've taken good care of you, buddy.
And then to try to do that again with Quantum, but just, again, writer strike, whatever it is, it kind of ruined his stride. Skyfall brought it back a little bit, and then Spectre took a giant, that was like bukkake all over his face.
He can rest now. Pray can rest.
Yeah.
I love that.
Obviously, the first James Bond to ever die, which is kind of cool, in my opinion. Daniel Craig, the badass Bond, Mr. Blue Eyes. His series isn't perfect, but goddamn, if he didn't do an excellent Bond to break out of all the other Bonds, he brought the badassness like nobody else could. To Daniel Craig.
Here. Cheers to that.
To James Blonde. To James Blonde.
To James Blonde.
To James Blonde. The badass Bond.
The badass Bond. Cheers.
No Time to Die. Let's talk about No Time to Die. Purvis and Wade wrote an initial draft for the script going back to March 2017, laying out the general story. Also in 2017, several directors were in the running, including Denis Villeneuve, but he decided not to pursue because he was already committed to Dune. And then in 2018, Broccoli and Mikey G. Wiz then landed on director Danny Boyle, who along with writer John Hodges, would scrap the Purvis and Wade script. However, the same year, Boyle left the project before filming even began over creative differences with the script. I'm not clear if it was because of Hodges or if it was because of Broccoli and Mikey G. Wiz. But Boyle's take was going to have present-day Russia, more of Bond's origin, and the villain was going to be a Russian, of course. And Bond having a child was also an idea that formed in that initial script. But Eon quickly shifted gears to director Kari Fuji Fukunaga, which I'm going to butcher.
Kari Joji Fukunaga.
I think it's Fuji Fukunaga.
Kari.
Fukunaga.
Joji.
I think it's Fuji Fukunaga.
Fukunaga.
Eon quickly shifted to director Kari Fuji Fukunaga. Fukunaga directed films such as Cenobre, Jane Eyre, and Beast of No Nations, and you probably best know him for directing the first season of The True Detective, which he won an Emmy for. This also marks the first time in Eon that Eon had hired an American director for Bond, which is funny because considering how British Mendes is about the last film.
Mendes.
Yeah, because, you know, the last movie, Mendes was very much like, I got to make Bond very, very British. And then the next director they direct is an American director, which I think's kind of funny. Japanese descent American, too.
True Detective Season 1 is just one of the greatest things ever. Ever. There's a long single take sequence in True Detective, and then they did the same thing here where it involves a shootout. Even though it's in a confined space, I think it's even more impressive than Mendes's single take from Spectre.
Right.
Joji uses his single takes for a purpose, specifically to heighten the tension of the scene at hand, whereas Mendes is show-offy and therefore pointless and therefore flat.
I remember when the Boyle thing was announced, both hired and then he quitting, because I would have liked to have seen his, because it would have been a really interesting take. Like, at least he would have had a more unique style to it.
It's Danny Boyle. He's a natural to make a Bond movie. And remember, he made that video, was it for the Olympics? Are you going to get to this, McCurdy?
Oh, yeah. I remember what you're talking about.
Where Daniel Craig Bond and the Queen parachute into the 2012 Olympics. Danny Boyle directed that.
Yeah.
And so, obviously he directed that because it was like a kind of like a appetizer into this movie.
Yeah.
And so it's one of those things where it's like, oh, wow, they're bringing in a well-known Oscar-winning director, just like Sam Mendes, to make this.
And what's he going to do instead of Bond? Yesterday.
Oh.
A very mid-movie.
So Purvis and Wade wrote the script alongside Fukunaga. So he's the first to actually have like screenwriting credit as the director and the writer. Before this, it's only been a writer and then directors done separate. There were a couple of uncredited rewrites by Paul Haggis and Scott Z. Burns. Paul Haggis, if you forgot, I believe he did rewrites on
Casino and Quantum.
Yet by Daniel Craig's request, Phoebe Waller-Bridge was asked to do a script rewrite, which she is credited for. People will say, oh, she's the first woman writer. She's not the first woman writer to write a Bond film. That goes to Joanna Hardwood, who co-wrote Dr. No and From Russia with Love. Waller-Bridge is an actor-writer. You may have seen her more recently in the Indiana Jones film, which is kind of weird based off of Chucky Rant's description of this film. But writing-wise, she's probably best known for her show Fleabag and Killing Eve. Mm-hmm. And I will go on and say, I personally think you can see there's things that she does in this movie like that I can see. I'm like, she wrote that. Like that has to be her. Specifically,
the handshake.
Yes.
It was so nice to work with you. Yes, it was. I respect women.
Yeah.
You were excellent.
You too. Next time, stay longer.
I will.
Hey, a cigar for Felix.
Thank you. Come on.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Okay, bye.
One that I would say that's not like feminine based, it's more like the jokey stuff when our evil scientist guy is in the lab and they're doing pranks on him. I'm like, that seems like something that she wrote. She wrote a lot of stuff to add a lot of comedy to it. She was the one who was adding a lot of the levity to the Cuba scene. So you can kind of blame her for that. But a lot of it was because they wanted her to pump up Ava Armadillo. They wanted to pump her character up. And again, I do think this is something where kind of could blame Craig because he's like wanting to put his fingers in everything now and be like, well, I want all this stuff in the movie. And you're like, Craig, like, I know you're the actor, but like, calm down, you know, like that's my take on that whole thing.
We talked about Pierce. Pierce was so passive, and he's like, yeah, just whatever, just tell me the lines to say. And it's like, come on, Pierce, like, you can stand up for yourself and make demands. But then the moment the next actor does, it's like, shut up and just say the lines we give you. Stop having opinions. Yeah, get out of here.
I think when it comes to some of the tone shift in this movie, there's almost a part of me that thinks he did Knives Out and then got to this movie and it was like, I want to bring some of that Knives Out energy to this movie.
The donut hole has a hole in its center. It is not a donut hole, but a smaller donut with its own hole. And our donut is not a hole at all.
And no one said no. Like, no one was like, they couldn't say no because he was a producer. So you're like, what are you supposed to do?
We saw it with Sean Connery. Sean Connery eventually was like, F James Bond. Like, F these movies. I'm tired of this. I don't want to be attached to this anymore. I'm going to go do something that is completely anti-Bond. Connery, though, him as a person, he is James Bond. Daniel Craig has done everything he can to subvert James Bond. He's done let me go do a weird advertisement where I'm dancing around like I'm at a gay club or something. You know, like it's just, let me do whatever I can to subvert Bondness, to escape the character. That's why his performance in this, he never once feels like James Bond. He does, you could argue that he feels like retired James Bond. You could argue that, but he doesn't, this movie doesn't feel like Bond.
So Fukunaga had originally had an idea that the movie would take place all in Bond's head while he was in the chair being tortured by Blofeld until the third act, which is kind of a cool idea. And I think that would have been that would have changed the dynamic of like how Spectre is perceived by a lot of people.
Yeah, it would have justified why that ending was like a video game on easy mode.
But obviously that idea never came to be. Safin and his henchmen were originally going to wear Siberian bear hunting armor, which you should look it up right now. It is the most metal fucking looking thing I've ever seen. It's basically just like all face armor and there's like spikes everywhere on the body, but they decided to go against it. They were originally going to have a henchman that was going to have that, and they changed their mind. They ended up going with the Kabuki mask with Safin.
They still snuck it into the movie, though. You see a spiked helmet in the corner of Safin's inner sanctum.
While there are other movies that pull plots from books that weren't used, this movie does the same thing and pulls a lot. The later half of the film is pulled directly from You Only Live Twice. The actual plot line where there's a
suicide
castle,
the poison
suicide castle, poison gardens, all that stuff. And I think that's where Fujiyama was thinking of this whole idea of like having them have this Siberian bear armor, because there was a point where Blofeld was head to toe in samurai armor. So I can see where like there's definitely all these correlations where they were just pulling a plot point from something else and putting it in here. And I thought that was a cool choice. Bond being killed at the end actually goes all the way back to when Craig started in 2006. He had stated that it was the only way he could see his tenure being closed. Like, that's what he wanted. He wanted to die eventually. Mikey G. Wiz, as we like to call him, had said the fitting way to deal with a situation where a person is risking their life all the time, eventually the odds catch up with you. And I'll say the way that he dies in this movie kind of feels that way. Like, you feel like in another movie, he would have gotten away, but this one, it's like, there's nothing we can do.
You've been poisoned.
Yes. When this movie was announced, when it was like they're doing one final Craig movie, and because we all know that the Craig era is self-contained, right? Reboot with Casino. You have a new first movie, so you can have a new final movie. The moment that was announced, I was like, kill Bond. And then when the movie came out and people had a problem with that, and people were like, that's bullshit. You can't kill James Bond. I was like, no,
Makes sense.
You don't understand. This is your one and only chance to do that. You won't be able to kill Bond again. You have to do it now, and you have to make it as meaningful as possible.
He's never going to die of old age.
I like that he sacrifices himself for his family. It maybe would have been more, one could argue would be more appropriate if he would have died for his country specifically. Like, I need to die for England. Dying for his let's say wife and his lover and child is pretty great, and and all that. But my point being that this was your only chance to do it. And so I'm very glad they did. I think it was I have zero problem. In fact, I cheered on. I actively anticipated it happening. Was very happy to see that it did happen.
So filming location included Italy, Jamaica, Norway, the Faroe Islands, and London. I would have loved to see Venice again, honestly, but I do appreciate that the movie's like, hey, we're going to go to Jamaica, because if you know anything about Fleming, he loved Jamaica. So, and even the first movie, Dr. No, is in Jamaica, which is cool.
Remember, where he lives is Goldeneye.
Yeah.
Oh, that is Goldeneye.
That is Goldeneye. That is Ian Fleming's Goldeneye, where every Bond novel was written in Jamaica. The whole thing was always that James Bond will never retire. Every 00 basically ends up dying.
I knew it was too early to promote you.
Well, I understand 00s have a very short life expectancy. So your mistake will be short-lived.
In this series, in the Craig series, Bond does retire once he meets Madeline. That doesn't work out, of course, but then he ends up retiring in Jamaica, living in Goldeneye, the Goldeneye, where every novel was written. And then, of course, they named Goldeneye the movie after that.
So, of course, Craig and the gang all return from the previous film, including Léa Seydoux. However, she isn't actually the first Bond girl to be in 2 films. She is the first lead Bond girl to be in 2 films. Let's just make that distinction, because if you guys do remember, because you guys were there, Sylvia Trench was like, when we watched Dr. No, she was Bond's girlfriend in the beginning of that movie, and then she shows up again in From Russia with Love. So she's technically the first Bond girl to be in 2 movies, by character, I should say. But Léa Seydoux is the first to continue her character on. So let's talk about our villain real quick. We got Rami Malek, who plays Lucifer Safin.
Yeah, it's Lucifer. It's like,
yeah, Lucifer.
Okay. I'm Mr. Kill.
AKA the bringer of light, AKA the devil.
Yeah, the devil. So Malik, by the way, Malik went to Scoot Magoot's school, by the way. He went to Scotty's alma mater.
He went to Evansville?
I don't know. So he went to University of Evansville in Indiana, because that's actually a really good acting school, but that's where he went to. He has Egyptian parents. He's Egyptian, essentially. Probably most recognized for the show Mr. Robot, before he kind of blew up and won his Oscar for Freddie Mercury in a movie that I don't think is very good, but, whatever. His acting, he's a great actor.
Problems.
Yep.
We've stated this many times in the more recent Craig movies. It seems like whoever wins the Oscar, whoever's the next big name, that's who's going to get cast as the next big bad or the next big character. And that was same with Christoph Waltz as Blofeld. And he's returned again in this film. We got Lashana Lynch, who plays Nomi, and that's her name, is Nomi. I thought she had more to her name. She's just Nomi. She's the other 007.
Thank you, 007.
I think it's M. It's M Nomi. So we don't know what her
M Nomi.
We don't know what her first name
is.
So
we don't know her whole name, but everything I've looked up, it's just Nomi. That's how they spell. That's what they list her as. She's Mariah Rambeau. She was in Captain Marvel. I actually think she does a pretty good job in this movie.
Yeah.
She's also of Jamaican descent, so I think that's kind of cool. And I actually like the fact that it's kind of a perfect that who takes up the spot is a Jamaican in the thing that Fleming really loved.
My only complaint with the women of this movie is that there isn't enough of the women in this movie. I mean, that's like all these cucks that are just like, Ana de Armas is the best Bond girl ever. I'm like, if you like her so much, don't you think there should be more of her?
Yeah. So Ana de Armas plays Paloma. Blah blah.
Paloma.
Thank you. My tongue's not working.
You forget things when you get nervous.
I'm very nervous.
It's
right
a
now.
line from the movie. Go ahead.
I'm nervous because the
Nan's
Nanzas, man.
Dude.
So
wait,
for
wait,
American
wait,
audiences.
Wait.
Are we good?
Yeah. Okay. Keep going.
I swear to God, I keep hearing knocks on the back of this door, dude. He's in our house.
For American audiences, she was probably first seen in Eli Roth's Knock Knock. where she had to learn her lines phonetically because she didn't know English. Since then, she's been in several big films such as War Dogs, Blade Runner 2049, and Knives Out, which also stars Craig. So it's like the second time they've worked together. Billy Magnuson? I think that's how you say his name. Billy Magnuson.
Whatever.
Magnuson plays Logan Ash. He's creepy. I could see him in other great roles.
Yeah, he's
just
got
with
a
that smile
creepy
and that
smile,
look.
man.
He's like the American version of Bill Skarsgård.
Yes. Or what's that new show that's out right now with like the monsters?
I know,
that
Scott,
just
why are
smile?
you holding a gun?
I'm waiting for Nans.
Oh.
The Nans.
You understand that he's not physical, he's digital, right?
I don't care. I'll shoot the laptop. Tell me that won't work.
Scott, I miss you. I miss you so much. David Dinnick plays Dr. Valdo Obershoff. He's a Swedish-Danish actor. He plays our creepy scientist, which I really do feel like was a callback to Boris from GoldenEye. Like, that character kind of reminds me of a... I think it's a Boris, because, like, think about it this way. Boris is introduced at a lab. It has the weapon.
I am invincible!
I will put Ebola in your tea.
And everybody hates him because he's a prick. When the bad guys come, they snatch the weapon and they snatch him. But then at the end of the movie, he's at Safin's poison factory making the deadly weapon. It's the same thing that Boris is doing. He's helping make sure that the GoldenEye weapon goes online and does its thing.
I'll give you that. I never once thought of Boris,
True.
which is kind of shocking, but I'll give you that. Boris, just with random out of the blue racism.
A little bit, yeah.
I do not need a laboratory to exterminate your entire race from the face of the earth.
I felt like he was trying to plead for his life, like almost saying like, hey, we won't kill all the black people.
Dude, you can't.
You know,
you
I
can't-
know how to do
You can't
that.
explain that moment.
Yeah.
That moment is
Like, that's
definitively
so
stupid.
weird.
Let me stand up on this catwalk where if you push me off of it, I'll melt in the acid, and let me threaten to not just kill you, but to kill all black people on the planet. It's definitively the
little
dumbest
weird.
part of the movie, and all it needed was for him. You know, in Cuba, he should have been like, these Hispanics, they are inferior to us Russians. I will kill everybody on the planet except Russians.
Yeah.
I love, you know, like anything to show that this guy's racist, but out of nowhere, he's like, by the way, I'll kill you and everybody who looks like you. And every time I just crack up, I'm like, what? And then she's like,
what?
Come on, sugar.
Do you know what time it is? What? Time to die.
Suddenly we're in a blaxploitation. We're back in Live and Let Die all of a sudden. Like it makes no sense. It's ridiculous.
Jeff, what did you think of this movie?
Well, I saw it was going to be a 2 hour, 45-minute movie. I was like, oh man, this is going to feel forever. And I'm like, the pacing was actually impressive. Like, actually flew by really quick for me.
As I said, this whole movie is like, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. They pack so much into it.
Constantly goes. And it looks gorgeous. It sounds gorgeous. But most of the time, I'm like, I like a lot of random Bond movies. Like what the f*** happened in this movie again? What's the point? What's the motivation of this villain? I don't know.
Yeah, what's
Keep
happening?
going. I'm glad Craig got like a real ending. Not many Bonds get that.
It's the only send-off.
It's always like, well, that was their last one. Connery, he was just gone, done, and then like came back for that random not official Bond movie like once, and it felt weird.
Yeah.
I always felt bad for Brosnan. He had to end on Die Another Day, and like even that didn't feel like a real ending to his Bond. So I was glad for this one to go that route of like him really having an ending.
Yeah, it was a good send off.
We'll talk about like nitpicks with it, but overall, I've seen the movie 3 times, and I'm gonna sit here in my big boy suit and say 3 out of 3 times I've gotten very emotional watching James Bond die.
I cried.
Very effective.
I found myself in tears.
Yeah,
I
very
found myself
effective.
emotionally in tears.
Oh, dude.
I love you.
I love you too.
She does have your eyes.
I know.
When it comes to the whole movie, though, and this is what I was trying to get to about the tone, it does feel like someone's in the driver's seat, and then they switch drivers, and then someone comes back. The original driver comes back to the driver's seat, and then finishes it, and you're satisfied. But that's I think kind of part of the problem with the movie is that it wants to have its cake and eat it too. Like it wants to have these humor moments and like specifically, the Cuba sequence is the moment when the movie goes. You can literally see Phoebe grabbing the keyboard from Neil and Purvis and going, okay, this is mine now. I just want to be clear. I don't think her style of writing is bad. I don't think like what she's doing is necessarily bad, but I do think when you're thinking about a Bond movie, it doesn't feel like a Bond movie. Not because in and itself is terrible, but it does remind me of a Roger Moore movie. Like it does remind me of like, oh yeah, I could see this being like, if they were going to do Roger Moore today, this is what that would be. It just feels inappropriate at this time. Like it had, because we had already established what the Craig era was going to be. So it's almost like they were like, let's put on the Roger Moore and then like turn the switch. And then that was that sequence. And then like, okay, let's go back to Skyfall and casino seriousness and turn it off when we go to Norway.
And I called this all the way back in the Man with the Golden Gun episode. I was like, you guys watch. When Daniel Craig movies decide to get goofy, they're going to bring back a J.W. Pepper character immediately. And what do? Bring in a goofy scientist with a thick Russian accent. You know, where he's like, you poison my soup and I'll kill you.
And I don't think it helps that Daniel Craig's like buying into it and be like, yeah, I like these ways these lines are saying. I'm going to say my lines like this.
I want to do everything I can to subvert Bond because I hate Bond because I've had to do press tours for the last 20 years.
Going into it, I really do like the opening. When it comes to the story, we're going to go back to that story and plot argument that I made with OHMSS and some of these other movies. But when it comes to the story about Bond moving on, and trying to have his own life. And they bring me back, you know, Al Pacino, they bring me back in.
Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in.
I love that story. I love that whole thing. And I think that's appropriate for the last Bond story. And then and it's funny because watching this movie and knowing how we've argued OHS-MSS, it does feel like it's answering to those issues with that movie with this film. But I will say that the problem is, and going back to Spectre, is their relationship's kind of like, I kind of don't 100% buy it. And I don't know if it's her performance.
Yes.
I don't know what it is.
That was one of my big nitpicks was their relationship. It just doesn't feel natural at all. Like, and also she looks like a child next to Daniel Craig.
We all know Bond is going to be with younger chicks. He keeps getting older, but those Bond girls stay the same age. and it's like, you know, that's how it is.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's just weird for me. It's like, that's the one he is having the child with and everything always felt like the weirdest to me.
Jeff, I'm just meeting you for the first time in my life, even though I've known you my whole life. Scott, you've been tied up in my closet for a long time.
I've been in this closet for a long time.
So what I'm getting at is you fellas down there, comment as you will, but McCurdy, what is your initial rank overall?
Okay, so I'm actually trying to be somewhat objective about this. Because again, like I'm trying. But the emotions get to me. And the highest, because I was looking at it, I'm like, you know what? The highest for me could probably be like just above Octopussy or below The Living Daylights. That's the highest I think this movie could go. And I think that only because I remember going back and thinking about Octopussy and how that plot is so convoluted and so messy and doesn't make a lick of sense. And again, the Bond villains in that movie are kind of so-so. They're not great. There's nothing extraordinary about the Bond villains. I think that movie's so weirdly low-key, and there are some good moments in it, but it doesn't like hit very hard. And then you got a movie like The Living Daylights that is a little more serious. But the one thing I think that pulls that one down is it just ends on such a, okay, whatever. This movie's not the opposite.
I have the same range. My lowest would be above Spectre. My highest would be below Tomorrow Never Dies, which is above Octopussy. So you and I have the same high. And I think the same, kind of the same low.
Yeah, I would not put it as low as next to Spectre. I think it gives more of a than, like, I think I would say it's next to Die Another Day. Like, I would put it, like, at the lowest. I really think it's either above or below Die Another Day. And I only say that because in the same sense that we talked about Spy Who Loved Me, this movie really feels like the best of Bond. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. It's a Bond. No doubt. And they want to do that because it's like, oh, this is like the last Bond movie. So he's dying. we're going to do everything we can to kind of shove these little bits and pieces in there. Even the Roger Moore silliness, like we're going to put that in this movie as well. And I think that's where I'm like, it does a little bit better job in that department than Die Another Day did. And I do think that even though Die Another Day is got probably a better villain or a little more clear stakes villain, I still think that it's just such an obtrusive, just silliness movie. And it's so like trying to be this big action film, where this movie, I think, is a little bit more classy than Die Another Day. So that's where I would say it's like above and below Die Another Day. But I think at the highest, I would put it above Octopussy.
That's where I was looking at, somewhere around like the Thunderball, Tomorrow Never Dies area, under Quantum, or maybe under Thunderball.
I am just above Octopussy.
The biggest thing for me with this rank is that, McCurdy, back in Casino Royale, you were saying this movie doesn't really give me Bond vibes in the way that specifically something like Goldfinger and From Russia with Love do.
Right.
That was alien language to me. I'm going, what are you talking about? Just Casino Royale. I feel that watching this. I'm like, I don't really have Bond vibes watching it. I have Disney-fied Bond vibes. I have like a Star Wars Episode 7 vibes, where it's like, maybe it looks like Bond, maybe it sounds like Bond, but is it Bond? Make a list of all Bond things and throw that all into the pot and just sell it. And that's where, for me, that's where the struggle is, because I agree with you. We have the same range, below Tomorrow Never Dies, above Spectre, but I do hone in on Die Another Day specifically. I hone in on above or below Die Another Day, but the element that trips me up specifically is Octopussy, Bond movie, Living Daylights, Bond movie, Live and Let Die, Bond movie, so on and so forth.
But you couldn't. You wouldn't. Not after what we just done.
I certainly wouldn't have killed you before.
That Bond feeling isn't there for this. There's stuff I like. There's stuff that doesn't feel like Bond.
I do remember making that argument on another movie we talked about, which was License to Kill. But License to Kill is a revenge plot. And I kind of is in the same realm of that argument, was that part of the problem with License to Kill, and I think we have viewers that dislike that movie, that hate it for, various reasons.
I don't understand it.
I actually like that one. I remember like that, because that's the Felix one, right? That's the revenge.
Where he avenges Felix's wife. That's number 6 on our list.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
That movie's
I think
awesome.
That one, but I think what makes it so not Bond for me is it does seem to be like written, like if this movie is written by like today's writers or whatever that do a different style, like are more comedic writers, right? In the same realm, I feel like License to Kill is written by 80s action writers of the time who are just like pounding out all these crazy action sequences, and it's really like riff and cruff and like less classy, which is what Bond is. That's what kind of separated the Arnold Schwarzenegger Stallone era versus the 60s Bond classiness of like being a gentleman, being a spy. Specifically, just the Cuba sequence in this movie is the only part of the movie that I feel exactly what you're talking about. That section of the movie feels like Roger Moore Bond to me. And it feels like kind of contrived and silly and all this stuff. And then the rest of the movie feels a little more close to like even Bond's acting and everybody else, the tone of what's going on. That feels more like on track. Like this is what I came to go see. This is kind of the tone that was set in Spectre and Skyfall and the other previous films.
Yeah, not for me. I do not get James Bond out of this. And if I had to put my finger on it, it's that Craig plays a lot of moments a little too emotionally, even for a retired Bond.
Get me into Belmarsh.
No, Blofeld's the only member of Spectre still breathing. I can't risk that.
Oh, but you will risk developing a DNA targeting weapon with a corrupt scientist for 10 years?
It does. It's Spectre.
Mallory.
What have you done?
Yes, I know how to interrogate an asset.
This interrogation is over.
Tanner, don't lecture me!
So not only does he not feel like James Bond, he doesn't even feel like Craig's James Bond. He just feels like Daniel Craig in a nice suit.
Do you know the worst thing about you?
Beyond Craig's performance, there are deeper issues with the character. Your problem with License to Kill beyond the unclassiness was always a subject matter thing. You said James Bond shouldn't be outside his jurisdiction fighting a drug cartel. He should be spying on Russia or something. But for me, it's always been about the James Bond character. And Bond's character is all over that movie, so that's one of the reasons I love it. If I have been consistent about one thing, it's that whenever Bond breaks character, I throw the movie in the James Bond could star in a zombie movie and I wouldn't care so long as he brought his character with. Yeah, Roger Moore may have looked old in his later films, but he still behaved like James Bond, a man treating himself to pussy galore in exchange for continuously living on the edge of death. I agree with you that the choice between self-sacrifice for the big picture and a comfortable home life with Moneypenny or anyone else has always been a great theme for Bond.
Her Majesty's Secret Service is still my job.
But we saw him go through that already. That's his entire arc throughout Casino Royale and Quantum and even Skyfall, where losing Vesper hardens him and solidifies his character as Her Majesty's loyal terrier 007. As I said before, one could argue that this feels like a retired Bond, but retired Bond is already something of a contradiction to Fleming's original character, unless it were to continue the arc established at the end of the previous film. But instead, they just repeat the Vesper thing, where once again he thinks his potential wife boo betrayed him to Spectre. This movie doesn't embrace his arc from the last film and expand upon it in an interesting and one-of-a-kind way that makes use of how this Craig series has all been interconnected, leading all the way up to where he would retire. It just pointlessly resets it again. The fallout from that is nothing, really. Bond doesn't go back to work, he just stays retired.
But it's so obvious you're a man who only has time to kill. Nothing to live for.
Thank you, Nomi. That's exactly the problem. Last time Bond lost his reason to live a life outside of Her Majesty's Secret Service, he went on a murder spree. This time he buys a cottage and a boat? Yeah, he's old, but he's not that old. Bond being retired only makes sense if it's for a reason. He lost Tracy and went back to work. He lost Vesper and went back to work.
Why not stay dead? You have the perfect way out. Go and live quietly somewhere. Not many field agents get to leave this cleanly.
He could have retired after the opening of Skyfall, but he didn't because
we're under attack. And you know we need you.
So I'm sorry, I just can't get behind the premise that Bond stays retired after losing the reason for why he retired in the first place, unless he looks like this. And even then, it'd be more of a believable storyline that he took over for M or something rather than just retiring to GoldenEye. He should be one of two things. Either back to his old ways, or happily married with a kid. He should be living the way Lazenby would have had Tracy not been killed. Bond should not have lost Madeline at the beginning of this film. He should be living in GoldenEye with his wife and daughter when Felix Leiter shows up needing his help. The famous James Bond who pulled off the impossible and managed to actually retire from being a 00 without buying the farm. That way, whenever Felix shows up, there's actually something to lose. There's actually a choice that needs to be made. There actually is a sense of,
just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Bond would of course initially say no, but think about what elements this story already has that could possibly motivate him. We have a bad guy whose mission is to kill Spectre with a stolen weapon that targets their DNA. Bond might say, what's so bad about that? Whatever is left of Spectre post-Blofeld should be wiped out anyway. At which point Felix would respond that the weapon also kills anyone related to those agents. And hey, both your wife and baby girl share DNA with your old friend Mr. White. So if you don't come out of retirement and help us with this thing, your family is going to die. My overall point being that if you're going to do retired old man James Bond instead of classic James Bond because you're continuing your 5-part series, put just a little thought into where he's come from, how he's already changed, and what that means for this story going forward. As it is, Bond has no reason to come out of retirement, but motivate him with his family and suddenly everything is much more meaningful. For example, nobody would blink an eye when Poonhound James Bond, who would traditionally f*** the shit out of Ana de Armas, respectfully shakes the hand of the hot young female agent he's been paired up with. Maybe in a completely different Cuba sequence, she comes on to him, but he respectfully declines the invitation with a handshake because the whole reason he's teamed up with her in the first place is to save his wife and daughter, further emphasizing he's a changed man and not just behaving differently because a narcissist teamed up with a pussy to virtue signal that Bond is progressive by writing him to not behave like the character whatsoever. You're having him be Mr. Badass, who also performs the role like he's still in Knives Out, while also not being sexist at all because we don't want to offend anybody, but by trying to do all of these things at once, it all comes across as flat and uninteresting. So I rank it very low. Initially, my brain goes to above or below You Only Live Twice. I think on emotionality alone, I think on end of movie alone, I think the fact that a James Bond movie could move me to tears is enough to push it above that you only live twice threshold of just general apathy, kind of going through the motions. Spectre drives me to the emotion of hate, whereas You Only Live Twice is just like, you're so cute. You tried so hard. You go get yourself a cookie. Whereas with Spectre, I'm like, you go f***ing die. It gives me the same feeling as Die Another Day, where it's serious stakes, but everything it does is cartoonish while not being particularly enjoyable. I mean, yes, at times, but it is a mess. I mean, this is a mess. We've established that it was written by 17 different people, all pulling it in different directions. Yeah. It's very much like the Rise of Skywalker, where it's like just plot, trying to just get us to the end of the movie. Just get us to the end so we can just tie a bow on this whole thing. But when you get to the end, it's so deeply emotional that I'm like willing to bump it above You Only Live Twice on that alone. But then I hit Die Another Day and I'm like, there's kind of a struggle between Die Another Day and this film.
Right. But here, for me, the ending like bumps it up way more because I'm looking at all these movies and it's like, even one of my favorites, Honor Mensch Secret Service, it's like, it does a better job of like landing that than any of the other movies. Like there's no Bond movie that I cry to at the end of it. Like there's none, like, yeah, Honor Mensch Secret Service is sad, but like this is like takes it to a whole other level and you're like, God damn it.
But if the rest of the movie was awesome, that would skyrocket it. But just having an emotional ending it's like this movie has an advantage of just being the final installment, which means that they could make an ultimate sacrifice type scenario, which gives it an advantage. If only the rest of the movie was as good, then this is one of those, again, a situation where it's like, this might be a contender for number one. But if all it has is a great ending, but it takes you 3 hours of bullshit to get there, that might put it above You Only Live Twice, but it doesn't automatically mean it's better than anything at that bottom tier.
I like the analogy of this versus Rise of Skywalker for another reason, though. It's not just let's go from beat to beat to beat to beat to get there. Rise of Skywalker was a movie that came out to answer to fans' complaints about The Last Jedi, because there were a lot of fans who just didn't like The Last Jedi. Whether you liked it or not, I'm not arguing that point. My initial thought on that movie particularly is that I feel like Rian Johnson is a really competent and respected director and writer, and I think he does a great job. I think that what he wrote was like a misunderstanding of what the assignment was. You were supposed to write about frogs, my man, and you wrote about sidewalks. And everyone's like, this is a really well-written piece about sidewalks, but that's not what we were supposed to write about frogs.
Yeah, you get an F.
That's what it feels like to me. That's what it feels like to me.
An F, I worked my ass off on this thing about sidewalks. Yeah, but you didn't do what was assigned.
Exactly.
You get an F.
And that's how I feel. You were supposed to continue a story that people like and feel within the confines of what that world is and not try to bear too far off the mark. When they got to Rise of Skywalker, it's like, okay, we got a lot of angry fans. Throw all the nostalgia that we can at the fans.
Bring back everybody. Bring back the Emperor. Bring back Felix Leiter. Bring back this. Bring back Blofeld.
And we'll kill them off in the process.
And then kill them.
Let's rewrite the beginning of the movie so that we can like kind of apologize for what the last movie was that wasn't well received. So like, that's kind of what this movie does. The problem with it is just the motivations are very unclear.
That's how I felt.
Like the villains, like it's because of this whole, like, we got to apologize for the Spectre movie, so we're going to kill Blofeld off. Great. Okay. But how do we shift gears to I'm going to kill millions? The only thing I would have done to change that little bit, though, and Charlie, you might agree, is just be clear as to who they're killing, because they already set this thing up where they said, hey, this thing was supposed to be intended to use to just kill a single individual and be very efficient and be like, oh, we got to kill the president of whatever. Okay, we got the DNA. Boom, he's dead. That was what it was intended for. It wasn't intended to be a mass weapon. But when Q is getting the data for all the DNA sequences and all the text files, he's like, yeah, they're all, I have to go through this. They're all like, but they're all categorized. I got to go through this. I got to figure it out. And they're never specific. The only fix that I would have done is have Safin say something about like, look, Spectre tried to ruin your relationship with your wife and has ruined your life and was the author of all of your pain or whatever the bullshit was. Spectre killed my entire family, and I think we should get rid of all the bad people in the world. We should get rid of anybody who could potentially create an organization to kill people. And then that turns into millions and millions of people that could or could not be innocent. And then at least that leaves the end choice being a little more dynamic where you're like, oh, like that's why he's doing this. That makes sense. That's smart. It kills all the little baby Hitlers out there. Like that would be great, but that's not in the movie. So we never hear that. Like if that line of dialogue was there, we'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Something else, they never said anything about EMP resistant nanos. So by the end of the movie, we just repeatedly hear Q saying, there is no cure for Heracles.
Once Heracles is in your system, it's there forever.
Once you have it for life, even though it's common knowledge and also several Bond movies have laid out the nature of EMP.
All microchips were susceptible to damage from the intense magnetic pulse of a nuclear explosion.
Set off a nuclear device in the upper atmosphere. Creates a pulse, a radiation surge that destroys everything with an electronic circuit.
They kind of needed to cover off on that. Bond even has an EMP wristwatch.
Yeah.
Electromagnetic pulse. It'll short any circuit in a hardwired network if you get close enough.
By the end of the movie, it's like, can't we get a second opinion before you kill yourself, Bond?
Abort missile.
Abort missile. Couldn't you just remote det the missiles and then go to the other side of the island and coordinate some kind of thing where eventually Q would be like, now Bond, you're in quarantine and stay in quarantine for a while. Hey, look, we've developed the EMP whatever. And the EMP thing has cleared Heracles from your blood, and now you're good. But in lieu of that, on the one hand, the sacrifice moves me to tears. On the other hand, you have to cover off on alternatives.
And if only touch, we are their curse. Madeline, Mathilde, a kiss would kill them instantly. And life is all about leaving something behind, isn't it?
This has to be 100% locked in that you have to die, and then I'm there with you. But as Bond's dying and I'm actively crying, I'm like, shouldn't he have gotten a second opinion?
If you get it on you, how do you get it off?
You know as well as I do that you can't. It's permanent. It's eternal.
Are you sure about that? This
It's
is kind
only
of an
Q.
experimental thing.
Q's the only one who says that. It's like, Q, let's get a second opinion. Oh, Bond, let's set the GoldenEye off on your position first.
We just needed the one line of dialogue.
They're EMP resistant nanos.
That's all you needed.
That's all I needed.
All we needed. We didn't need anything else.
I kept thinking of Metal Gear Solid. It was all about nanotech.
It looks like the DIA recently developed a new type of assassination weapon. An assassination weapon? It's some kind of virus that targets specific people. What are you trying to say? It's too similar.
You know, those last couple of lines back and forth, it's never been discussed. He knows that's his daughter. She won't admit it to him.
She's not yours.
But, the blue eyes, just...
She's not yours.
Okay.
But he dies for it.
She does have your eyes.
I know.
Holding that little bunny in his belt.
Do you notice in the beginning, though, how he puts her on the train? And what does she do? Do you remember the action she does?
She holds it. She grabs her hand. She goes like that. Yeah.
She grabs her uterus.
Oh, we all knew at that
she grabs
point,
her baby belly. And right away, you're like, she's pregnant. Because that's where her brain goes, I'm going to be a single mom. It's a tragic moment, which McCurdy, at this point, that is the longest prologue in Bond history, right?
Yeah.
It's like 23, 24 minutes. And then later, he meets...
Mathilde.
Hello.
Mathilde. So it's funny. It's Madeline and Matilda, which are like two childhood properties for us, for our generation. Madeline, that property, and then Matilda, another property.
A positive point to this movie. One of the best death scenes. I had a brother.
Yeah.
Nice moves, Bond. You won't be able to stop him. So why don't you help me out, brother?
I had a brother. His name was Felix Leiter.
The garage scene, he lifts the door up. You see the bulldog, which you guys covered heavily in Skyfall, perfectly describes Bond.
The big picture.
So,
that is a
when
symbol
does
of the
he
big
see
picture.
the bulldog the last time? He loses his mother. This time, his brother has just died. The car he reveals is the old Aston V8 Vantage that was in Dalton's movie.
That's cool.
So I just wanted to mention, Scott, because it's been a long time since we've seen you on the show.
Yeah.
And you and we used to talk about the music on the show. And Billie Eilish does the song. We could talk about that, but I just thought it was so random watching this movie for the first time since it came out in theaters, and didn't realize Hans Zimmer does the score for this film. I thought that was I was like, wait, Hans?
Yeah.
Booby.
Honestly, like I didn't guess that was Hans Zimmer when I heard, like from the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this sounds like very classical Bond kind of style, orchestral, because Hans stuck in that percussionistic style music.
Honestly, I am no fan of Billie Eilish personally, but I do not hate the song. I enjoyed it.
The first time I heard it, I remember it ended, and I was like, did I just hear was that a song? Or wait, I couldn't even recall the melody. Was that just somebody whispering over what happened?
Yeah.
It's hard to nail down the tone of this movie, but at least in that beginning, I do like the song. I came around to the song. I do like the song. It does kind of fit the way the movie opened.
I liked it more than the Spectre song.
You Know My Name, as I've said a million times, for me, it's the Bond song. The lyrics perfectly describe the man. That's why I like it. And the energy behind it. Every time you're going into Casino Royale, it pumps you the fuck up. Now, the opposite of that is No Time to Die, where it is very subtle. She's literally whisper singing the whole time. But there's a certain beauty in that. It does match the opening of this film.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it, but I'll never turn away from... I mean, it's literally the difference between No Time to Die, the movie, and Casino Royale. One is youthful, one will punch you in the face, the other one is retired and slow and old. So it's, you know, there's an apples and oranges type of thing there to it.
Maybe a lot of it's Hans, but this whole movie is so beautifully orchestrated on the back end. Like so many scenes when Leiter dies and he's swimming out of the ship, when he's getting ready to die and the big violins and the orchestra comes up and he's crying, he's looking at the sky watching the missiles come in. It's Final Ascent is what it's called. It was written and composed by Hans Zimmer, as McCurdy pointed out. While it's not obviously the best Bond movie, somebody who finds passion in a movie through music and scenes to tie yourself to them, this movie stands up a little further just because of that.
Yes, the classic Bond shots of him driving up the roads, the swooping strings.
They use a lot of On Her Majesty's Secret Service's music. I also like how they use the original version of the Bond theme, because a lot of times it's been redone several different times, whether it's orchestral or whatever the popular music of is at the time. Even our favorite GoldenEye, you know, utilizes that low-pitched xylophone sound that we hear that we're like, oh, we love that. But like this movie, it was like, oh, it's like the last one, so let's use the old guitar and stuff. And I think stuff's really cool.
I'm here to pick up some delictados.
Delictados? We haven't made delictados in 30 years.
There are a lot of references throughout the whole movie, especially in the title sequence. It's like you get your Thunderbolt thing, you get your Dr. No thing. They make a reference to the gun barrel turn and shoot, which is kind of cool, but also kind of odd, you know, to pay homage to oneself, especially in a movie that already has a turn and shoot. Like, what if Casino had a gun barrel opener, but then also had the bathroom turn and shoot? Just kind of seems redundant, or something that some other franchise would do as a shout out. And then at the very end, Madeline drives down a tunnel that narrows the frame into a tiny white circle, just like the ones that every movie typically opens up with, but this time we're closing with that. It's mostly OHMSS within the story itself, and there's stuff here and there, but like it's not like it was with Die Another Day. Something that I find kind of odd is that in the book, the OHMSS book is pretty great, and I recommend it. But something that happens at the outset is Bond goes back to Casino Royale annually. He goes back every year to relive his victory and to remember Vesper, but he goes back every year to relive the thrill of that first big win. I don't understand why that wasn't a part of this. Why don't we do that here? Damn it. Instead, the movie opens up in Matera, Italy. Why is Vesper buried in Italy? Why wasn't she sent home?
Why isn't she buried in England?
In England. Why wouldn't they send her body home to England? Why is she buried in this random acropolis? Like, it's kind of an awkward thing.
It is a nitpick, but I 100% get what you're saying.
It's odd. It's like kind of a convenience thing. But I still think that, again, reading OHMSS, you have an opportunity where you have this reboot series that started with Casino Royale. You could have ended it with showing how Bond goes back to Casino Royale, and you can fan service, you can refer to your really good movie, but instead they don't. Instead, it's this weird bomb situation where later Blofeld's like, oh yeah, I put a bomb there and I just let it sit there for years.
I knew you'd come visit it. I just needed to wait for the bon moment.
And that's very clever. That's very Blofeld-esque.
I was questioning as far as like, well, why would he just be like, no, be gone with you. I this is it. Like, I'm done with you. We can't be together kind of thing. And I thought about it more and I was like, it seems like he'd be like, oh no, this was Spectre. I knew this wasn't you.
What happened?
How did they know I was here?
What are you talking
Madeline,
about?
how did they know I was here?
But then I forgot, oh wait, how did him and Vesper end? Vesper is like his true love, right?
Mm-hmm.
Vesper betrayed him. So then I'm like, oh wait, that's right. Oh, that's why he acts the way he does towards Madeline. I can't trust you. I can't even think about it. I'm like gonna over second guess myself to the point where I'm like, I can't be with you anymore. We gotta part ways. And it's heartbreaking.
I mean, it honestly is a really bad look for Madeline.
I'll tell you if you tell me about Vesper.
Is that why we're here?
She's buried at the Acropolis.
I know where she's buried.
The fact that she took Bond there specifically to visit the Acropolis is a bad look for her, but that's only if you're just looking at this movie. Otherwise, the whole thing is too much of a stretch considering what she and Bond have already been through. Vesper was probably in love with Bond, but she was definitely still in love with her boyfriend that Spectre was holding hostage in order to control her. But here with Madeline, what possible motivation could she have for betraying Bond at this point?
Your father would be so proud of you.
Her father's approval? That's just plain stupid and is a complete misunderstanding of Madeline's character. Yeah, she and Bond have trust issues stemming from their separate backstories, but something isn't quite adding up here, especially because they keep hinting at her having some kind of dark secret she has yet to reveal.
And when her secret finds its way out, and it'll be the death of you.
You have to let her go, even if it's hard.
So I do this, and then...
I'll tell you all my secrets.
But that just ends up being the fact that Safin once tried to kill her, which is irrelevant in this context, and her pregnancy, which she fails to tell him about purely out of convenience.
Why would I betray you?
We all have our secrets. We just didn't get to yours yet.
What if she would have told Bond right then and there at the train station? No doubt he would have come to his senses and realized this whole thing was just Blofeld being Blofeld.
Vesper's grave. Madeleine didn't do a thing. It was all me.
It's so empty that I almost wish her betrayal had been real to showcase that her childhood really, really messed her up.
Madeleine, she's a daughter of Spectre. She's a daughter of Spectre.
Or maybe Blofeld had threatened her unborn child if she didn't betray Bond or something, but instead there's nothing. There's no dark secret whatsoever. Once again revealing just how stupidly contrived most of this script is, which is why they keep the whole movie moving as quickly as possible before anybody notices. This whole ordeal really just underscores my previous comments about how this movie shouldn't have broken them up in the beginning, because it completely wipes out whatever character arc we saw from Bond and Madeline in the last movie, regardless of that movie's rock bottom status on the list, and exposes the opening for what it is, a pathetic excuse to jumpstart the movie with action for the sake of action rather than continuing Bond's story from the previous film. Showcasing a really boring home life would have been the most appropriate way of opening a movie about James Bond in retirement. But no, we have to go back to Vesper again. The idea that Bond is still hung up on Vesper over a decade later, even after retiring specifically to be with Madeline, is really just lame at this point.
Can you forgive her?
I left her behind a long time ago.
Yes, several movies ago. I thought we were past this by now.
Forgive her.
Don't get me wrong, Vesper is a great character, but are we really gonna drag this out for another? It's the fifth movie?
I miss you.
Things probably wouldn't have worked out in the long run anyway, dude. Just get the over it. A better movie's prologue would have been about new 007 failing to stop the theft of Heracles or something, while Bond enjoys retirement with his wife and daughter before being called back into action. This would set up why new 007 is so insecure, coupled with the drama of Bond choosing to risk all he's built for his
Pathetic love of country.
Instead, they repeat the ending of Casino because reference, even if it hardly makes any sense. Again, the bomb is a clever play by Blofeld, but that cleverness is undermined by also having a group of assassins on standby 24/7 waiting for Bond to visit the grave. It's literally no different from The World Is Not Enough, where Elektra very cleverly arranges to have her father's kingpin detonate Renard's money bomb. But then for no reason, there's also an assassin shooting at Bond from a boat just so we can have an exciting action scene. The bomb and the phone call would have been enough, but that's assuming Blofeld didn't want to kill Bond.
I didn't need to kill you. I'd already broken you. I wanted to give you an empty world.
But just wanted to frame Madeline.
It's Blofeld, my love. Your sacrifice will be our glory.
If that's the case, exploding a bomb 2 feet in front of Bond's face makes both Blofeld and Bond look stupid. Blofeld's stupid because if his intention was to frame Madeline, then he should have designed a scenario wherein somebody called Bond away from the grave just before it exploded to create the illusion of a failed assassination attempt. Something would have pulled him away. He walks away and then it blows up and maybe it kills somebody else. This failed assassination coupled with the phone call would really look like Madeline had tried to kill him. But Blofeld did both the bomb in the face and the phone call, which makes no sense because it's like he planned to make sure the explosion didn't kill Bond, which is even stupider and makes Bond look the stupidest because the very fact that he survived the explosion at all, one could argue, is evidence enough that it wasn't a real bomb, but was more of a special effect to manipulate him. Having the bomb go off in his face, you're like
right there. I was like, I tried to figure like, how the did he survive
should be dead.
that? Stone blowing up to his face.
Yeah, he should be dead. But regardless, what did Blofeld want? He says later he wanted to frame Madeline in order to split them up, but if that's the case, why send the assassins after him too? Giving it the benefit of the doubt for 2 seconds that maybe it was all for show, shouldn't they have at least waited until he confronted Madeline? Like, was Primo pulling his punches? Were these guys missing Bond on purpose? It's all very much like For Your Eyes Only, where Christados' men attack Bond to make it look like Columbo wants Bond dead, but it doesn't look like a charade. It doesn't look like a setup. It looks like they're actually trying to kill him because the filmmakers aren't putting any thought into the intrigue. But what about me? Am I thinking too hard about this? Maybe, but only because it's details like this that lead me to believe that nobody gave a shit about the story here and only wanted to pump this movie full of action and references to better films. OHMSS references, McCurdy, you referred to a few. It's mostly through the music, and then obviously we have all the time in the world.
Now we have all the time in the world.
We have all the time in the world.
We have all the time in the world.
You have all the time in the world.
All the time in the world, which I swear, I really wish that was the title. I swear to God, that would have been a more fitting title for the movie, because you have Bond going off and having a life outside of the agency and then being pulled back in. Like I mentioned it earlier, but that to me is very specific OHMSS stuff that I think is the part that I think gets a lot of people, because I like that story. I think that's a great story, because he has an internal conflict. He has to choose from his personal life, like a normal life, versus having this life of this fantastical life of being essentially a superhero. So there's that reference, but also there's more, because when you look at the plot of the movie and what is this thing that is going to kill all these people, is essentially the same thing that was in OHMSS.
Our great breakthrough since last summer has been the confection of a certain Vitus Omega.
Infertility.
Total infertility.
We're sending out all of these women who have this perfume that has this deadly virus that's going to kill everybody.
Yeah.
But this is like an updated version of that.
They're nanobots. Microscopic biorobots that can enter your system by the slightest contact with your skin.
It's a deadly virus that's going to kill everybody.
Hell, you even see her do the perfume on her wrist and everything before she sees Blofeld.
Exactly.
I mean, the only thing they're missing in this movie, I think, is there's no skiing in it. But still, like, like pieces of it are there. And some of it's pulled from Spectre, of course, because even in Spectre, Mr. White who's a bad guy. Madeline's the daughter of this villain, so it's kind of connected with Drago being Draco from On Her Majesty's Secret Service is not a bad guy, but sort of a bad guy. Or is a criminal at least, and so he's the daughter of a criminal. Also, in the book, at least, this was something that you and I harped on a lot on that episode with On Her Majesty's Secret Service, is that Tracy is supposed to be a little more world-weary and stuff because of her dad being a criminal and stuff. They don't do a great job of showing that kind of stuff. You actually see how Swan had to deal with all the super spy, evil society, assassin stuff in her life. You also see that she knows how to use a gun. Those are things that I think that we nitpick the shit out of on Her Majesty's Secret Service, specifically with Tracy, is like she just comes out of nowhere and starts fighting people and it's never established. This movie at least does a great job of like, hey, it kind of makes sense why she knows how to use a gun. It kind of makes sense why she knows how to do all these things. She doesn't like doing them, but it makes sense.
There are two things that I absolutely love in this movie, and that's one of them.
What are they?
The first one is when young Madeline shoots Safin. I love that. That was actually set up in Spectre.
A man once came to our house to kill my father. He didn't know I was upstairs playing in my bedroom, or that Papa kept a Beretta 9mm under the sink with the bleach.
Every time I watch that moment, I'm like, good girl, good girl. The other thing that I love is Safin killing Blofeld's entire family, his Spectre family, in front of him.
But I see you from my little eye, and my little eye says hi.
Just like what Blofeld did to him.
Blofeld ordered my father to assassinate this family. Spectre's poisoners. My father held a banquet for them, used their own recipe in the dessert, dioxin. They would have suffered horribly. Scarred him for life.
Blofeld killed Safin's entire family in front of him. Safin turns around and does the same thing. Speaking of which, as far as Goofy Scientist guy goes, Spectre's having a party. We're walking around the room. I don't know if you guys noticed, but Mikey G. Wiz is a Spectre agent.
Why wouldn't
His
he be?
cameo is during that sequence. But then we get to Blofeld's plan. Gather up Spectre to have them witness the genius death of Bond, because Bond has been subverting everything they've been doing for years. Great. So here's James Bond's DNA. You got to program Heracles to kill Bond. That'll be the climax of our party.
James Bond. Goodbye, James.
He subverts it. He changes the DNA.
Oops. Sorry.
But he hides it from Eyeball Guy, our only henchman in this movie.
Cyclops.
Bond refers to as Cyclops, but his actual character name is Primo.
That's 2 movies in a row where I didn't know the henchman's name. Mr. Hanks and Primo. I didn't even know their fucking names, which just goes to show how little characterization they're putting into these guys. But then Eyeball Guy doesn't die. You have Eyeball Guy who tries to kill Bond in the beginning.
Blofeld sends his regards.
And then he shows up in Jamaica to snag Bond's toothbrush.
Will this sample be enough for you?
If he has used it, yes.
Scientist Guy hides what he's doing from Eyeball Guy, even though later Eyeball Guy ends up being a
Safin supporter.
A Safin supporter.
A Safinite. He's a Safinite.
So then also, Scientist Guy looks at Anna de Armpit and says, "Are you my escort?" And she's like, "What are you talking about?" It begs the question, who was his escort supposed to be, right? Instead, something that would have been intriguing and spy-esque while also painting a better portrait of Cyclops would have started at the USB scene. Scientist, unaware that Primo is in on the Safin scheme, drops the USB and tries to do his switcheroo without Primo seeing, but Primo catches him in the act, suddenly grabbing the scientist's hand holding the USB. The audience thinks, oh no, he got caught. What's gonna happen next? But then Primo says something like, is everything to Mr. Safin's exact specifications? Scientist would nod with a terrified look on his face, and then Primo would tell him to finish his work because the party is getting started. A simple moment like that would have communicated to first-time viewers that something fishy is going on and that a betrayal is near, but because we don't yet know who Safin Safin is, it would maintain that unexpected turn that the attempt on Bond's life would backfire on Spectre, and establish that it was all orchestrated by Primo, Logan Ash, and Safin. And then after the nanos are released, he'd grab Scientist Guy and escape with them. But then it's all thwarted by both 007s. A false victory that is soon after thwarted by Primo's other ally, Logan Ash. Instead, Primo is 100% Spectre, and yet out of pure convenience, they were never able to get a sample of his DNA, even though he's been Spectre for years. And then Safin sends Logan Ash to recruit him for no reason other than to keep him in the plot in one of the dumbest scenes in the movie.
Logan Ash, pleasure meeting. I am sorry for your loss. I believe you know who I represent and work for. We have an opportunity for you.
Because remember, like when he first shows up, when they steal the stuff, he's one of the guys that Safin's like,
They're coming.
Who?
Spectre.
They're going to grab this thing from you, and you're going to go along with it. Okay, so Cyclops is Spectre, right?
Yeah.
And then he just shows up with Safin at the end, and you're like, what?
Shouldn't you have died? Shouldn't you be dead?
Right.
You were a part of Spectre at the time. You should be dead. And then later, Madeline's like, he let you join. I'm like, yeah, but before you would have joined Safin, you would have already been killed.
Do you trust him? He made me kill your last master. Why do you think he let you join him?
But then at the same time, why did they bring on Primo? What did they need him for? He's more of a liability than an asset, having killed all of his people. Recruiting him for no reason only led to Q finding Logan Ash because Primo was dumb enough to live stream his recruitment meeting to his then boss, Blofeld, whose eye had been confiscated by MI6.
A bionic eye, which we've now retrieved.
The line alone is enough to kind of indicate that we've come full circle into Goofy land. The line of
Blofeld's eyeball unlocked.
It's like, okay, we're officially in Goofy world. Did Safin and Ash not anticipate that the eye might be confiscated after the party? Didn't they know Blofeld had linked eyeballs with Primo, considering that's how they killed Spectre in front of Blofeld? Wasn't that the point? He was only a loose end at that point. They should have let Primo die with everyone else.
Cheesiest line in the movie.
Cyclops. We ran into each other in Italy. That was an eye-opening experience.
Had that guy died before, that would have been a Bond joke.
His line for the death of him, when he killed him with the EMP, I thought that was a cheesy one.
Yeah, that was
cheesy.
Like, that was that cringe.
That delivery was
That, in fact, is a Bond joke. Our one Bond joke.
Sounds like you're in a rugby scrum.
I just showed someone your watch. Really blew their mind.
But then at the same time, you're sitting there being like, hang on, the nanobots is one thing. Like, why didn't it kill the nanobots? That's one thing. But also, why wouldn't the EMP then mess with Bond's comms? Like, wouldn't it blow out his earpiece? Like, right after that, Q is talking to him. It's inconsistencies like that where you're just like, okay, this is made for just like general audiences and not anybody with a brain. And that was kind of the theory on Spectre and also Skyfall.
And how strong is it?
It's fairly strong.
Fairly strong? What's that mean?
You haven't had the chance to test it properly, just be careful.
So they get Bond to go to the party, to get a scientist guy that is also on Safin's team.
Valdo Obruchev. You're gonna say you never heard of him?
Never heard of him.
You never heard of him? Didn't he defect during your tenure at MI6?
But the whole thing about getting Bond to the Spectre party is very loosey-goosey. What did the CIA need from Bond specifically?
You're really the only guy for the job. You're the guy.
You have Logan Ash being like, you're the guy, you got to go to the party. If it was, hey, Bond, this scientist guy that defected during your tenure, he'll only let you scoop him up. Like, he insists that the famous James Bond 007 pick him up in Cuba after this party. Like, he'll be at this party and he insists that it be you. Like the living daylights.
He expressly asked for you to protect him.
Why me?
He's under the impression you're the best.
They insist that the famous 007 be there to scoop him up. There literally is no reason for Bond to come out of retirement to go do this thing at all. There's nothing pulling him there. What if Bond just said no? Then Spectre's plan would have failed, and then also Safin's plan would have failed. It's like all these things relied on each other for it to happen, and it just happened because the script needed it to happen.
The only thing that came to my mind, because the way that Leiter talks about it, he's like,
our elected leaders aren't playing nice in the sandbox.
And it was almost like, we need to get this weapon. Like that seemed like the motivation. In the same light as when Bond would be in other missions where his superiors are telling him, no, you're not going to go do X, Y, and Z. You're going to stay in your lane and let whatever else happens, but that's not your mission. You can't go on it. My thought was that Leiter is doing the same thing where his superiors are telling him, no, we're not getting X, Y, and Z. And he's like, no, we got to get the thing. Meanwhile, Logan Ash is like, we can't do it, but you know who would be great to do it? Is that James Bond fella. And we can like entice him because it's supposed to be a Spectre thing.
He's leaving out the best part. Spectre.
I have a contact there. Says they're gathering.
Coincidence?
What makes Bond the only guy for the job? What element is here that would motivate happily retired James Bond to get back in the game? So it's good that he tells Felix no, but then because the new 007 tells him not to interfere, which he already didn't want to do, he then feels compelled to call M and talk shit. And then comes to the conclusion that he wants to steal back the stolen weapon that he knows came from a secret MI6 lab because the famous James Bond, typically motivated by duty to king and country, suddenly wants to join up with Felix and the Yanks to not help them with some random drug smuggling problem like in Live and Let Die, but to actively work against MI6 and Her Majesty's government? By all appearances, Nomi had everything handled, so what compelled Bond to go to that party? He has a slight suspicion that M did something wicked.
What have you done? M helped me build it.
But at the end of the day, that thing is still in England's best interests, and working against that doesn't make any goddamn sense.
I've dedicated my life to defending this country. I believe in defending the principles of this. Stay out of it. This has nothing to do with you.
It does. It's Spectre.
Well, if that's true, then why are you retired, Bond? If you still care about Spectre, why aren't you roaming the Earth hunting down the remaining members, George Lazenby style, instead of living in GoldenEye? Or did you already forget that they blew up your old girlfriend's grave and split you up from your baby mama at the beginning of the movie? By all accounts, Bond didn't give a shit about Spectre after he captured Blofeld. So all in all, this movie is just screaming for some personal stakes.
Who's the birthday boy?
Ernst Stavro Blofeld.
Is he here?
No, he's in London in prison.
This is all classic Mikey G. Wiz writing where they don't care about the logic of anything so long as there's some surface level compelling turn, i.e. when the nanobots kill Spectre instead of Bond.
You walked me into a trap, didn't you?
What trap?
Spectre's dead. Sit.
Who's dead?
All of them.
And then again, 5 minutes later when Logan Ash does his thing. At this point, literally everything is just dumb. As soon as he had the scientist and the weapon, why didn't Logan Ash just pull his piece and put down Bond and Felix while he's not under suspicion? Oh, right, because we gotta keep up the manufactured intrigue.
You were never the intended target.
He was a target? Why?
I changed the DNA like we decided. Now the plan is complete and
Whoa.
confused.
Who is we?
He is not allowed to do
M
this.
make you build this?
He is out of line here, Felix.
Did M
Ash.
order you to kill Spectre?
Don't answer that.
Is M behind this?
He is out of line.
Felix!
Ash, shut your mouth!
So what was Blofeld's plan to get Bond there? Again, Blofeld, not Safin. Was he aware of what Ash was doing? Safin sent Logan Ash to recruit Bond to go to this party. Blofeld is trying to attract Bond so he can kill him, but then also Logan Ash and company are trying to get Bond to do the thing so that then Bond will be there so they can do the switcheroo and kill Spectre instead of Bond. And it's just like, what was Spectre / Blofeld's plan if Bond was just like, no, I'm not going to show up. I just want to be in retirement.
The biggest part of the problem is that they never establish, is Logan Ash a double agent? Like, could he have been playing 3 different sides all at once? And we don't know that. We're never told that.
It's heavily implied that Logan Ash told Blofeld because of this odd glance between scientist and Ash.
Blofeld? How did he know I was going to be there?
As if he recognizes him or something. But seconds later, scientist introduces himself to Logan Ash, so clearly he had no idea who he was.
I'm with Safin. You understand?
Yes. I am Dr. Obruchev.
I know who you are.
So here's another one of those very simple and obvious little changes that would have clarified things. If the eyeball recording scene between Logan Ash and Primo had been recorded before the death of Spectre, it could have specifically included Ash telling Primo, and therefore Blofeld, that Bond was going to show up to the party. Maybe at that same moment he gives Primo Bond's toothbrush as proof of this. What would have been even cooler would have been if Ash and a traitor traitorous Primo had planned the whole interaction out ahead of time to specifically manipulate Blofeld, getting him to let his guard down and open himself up to the Heracles attack on Spectre. But the weakest part of all is that for some reason the existence of Heracles really, really pisses off Bond.
Why didn't you shut it down? Why didn't you shut Heracles down?
I answer to the interest of my country, not you.
And to Felix Leiter?
I certainly don't answer to Felix Leiter.
Perhaps because he's dead.
Oh my God, Bond, who are you? Don't you remember coming to terms with the big picture several movies ago? You really think M gives a f that your best friend is dead?
Hardly the big picture, wouldn't you say?
And speaking of which, don't get me wrong, I like the Craig vs. Felix Leiter just fine, but if I'm being completely honest, I don't feel anything when he dies because his overall significance in these movies is extremely limited and their connection is drastically less realized than in the original series. The most dire thing that we as an audience have ever been through with this Felix Leiter is a poker tournament, and yet they say things like,
Come on, Felix. We've been worse than this.
But regardless, Leiter wanted to steal Heracles from your country, Bond. Technically, that makes you a traitor, dude. M totally has grounds to let Nomi flex her license to kill on your ass. Had he said he wanted to destroy it so nobody could misuse it, I would at least understand where you're coming from. But all Felix ever said was,
help us get this into the right hands.
Oh, what? And you're the right hands?
Which, for all intents and purposes, they are the exact same hands that you seem to be so disapproving of.
What was I working on?
Something he should have shut down years ago.
We could double the runtime of this review talking about the morality of Heracles in general, but as far as the British government is concerned, it's a fantastic idea up until the damn thing gets stolen. It's like the atom bomb. If we don't make it, somebody else will, and they'll use it against us.
Obrachev is working for someone who managed to kill all of Spectre.
It took out the most evil cabal of sociopaths the planet has ever seen, all in about 2 minutes. And this bitch-ass Bond is whining about it.
Whoever stole your weapon used it to wipe out Spectre instead. Now your weapon is on the run, and nobody seems to know who has it. So you can imagine why I've come back to play.
And then Bond claims that this is why he's come out of retirement, even though his stated reason for coming out of retirement happened after he'd already come out of retirement. So again, I say that this movie is just gagging for some goddamn personal stakes. It's messy. It's fucking messy.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's your guys' take with Saffron himself, like, just being Dr. No? Like the way he looks, like the dress, he's on his island.
Visually, yes. But when it comes to villain motivation, Dr. No just wanting to showcase Spectre's power far exceeds Safran's complete absence in that department.
I'm sure the West would welcome a scientist of your caliber.
The Americans are fools. I offered my services, they refused. So did the East. Now they can both pay.
One element of his character really works, and the other element, I wanted another scene to just kind of clarify something for me. His plan is he's going to get rid of Spectre. He's going to get rid of this evil organization.
Revenge on them for his family. Yeah.
Then he shifts gears. He takes the weapon, essentially, and then is like, hey, I'm going to kill everybody. But it's not specific. It's like, I'm going to give people oblivion. But I really wish that they would clarify, who is he killing? Like, is he killing everybody? Because they made this weapon that and I do wonder if because Captain America Civil War did something very similar where they were like, they had, or not Civil War,
Winter
Soldier. They had this whole thing where it's like, oh no, we're going to kill all the people that could be a threat to us or whatever. Yeah. And you're like, no, that's still millions of people.
They're in categories. I'm going to need more time to organize.
There have been breaches around the world of databases holding DNA information.
Ours?
I can't imagine they're leaving us out.
We are probably on that list. That's all you get. You need to specify these are troublemakers. Yeah. These are independent thinkers. These are people who are going to trouble our New World Order.
They're not just attacking individuals.
They're going to kill millions.
And if you're killing that many people, who are you not killing? Who are you saving? Who are the people who aren't going to die? At least with the Russian guy could be like, I am going to kill everybody who is not Russian. And then it's like, okay, he's going to kill off everybody except for this ethnicity. But you don't have that. Instead, it's like, what is the limitation here? We need a limitation.
You just needed a line of dialogue. Like that, it could have been in that scene, and they just decided to cut it. And I just want to know, was it we're gonna get rid of everybody that could potentially become another type of Spectre? Like, I do like that back and forth between him and talking about
James Bond, history of violence, license to kill. Vendetta with Ernst Blofeld in love with Madeleine Swan. I could be speaking to my own reflection.
We've made slightly different choices.
No. We've just developed different methods for the same goal.
You guys have heard me say repeatedly that I'm all about the we're not so different, you and I stuff.
We both eradicate people to make the world a better place.
When that fine line between good guy and bad guy is highlighted.
You work for peanuts. A hearty well done from Her Majesty the Queen and a pittance of a pension. Apart from that, we are the same.
When I kill, it's on the specific orders of my government. And those I kill are themselves killers.
Oh, come, Mr. Bond, you disappoint me. You get as much fulfillment out of killing as I do, so why didn't you admit it?
But after this moment, Safin just spirals off into gibberish.
The thing that no one wants to admit is that most people want things to happen to them. We tell each other lies about the fight for free will and independence, but we don't really want that. We want to be told how to live and then die when we are not looking.
This is the moment where it's as if someone left some dialogue originally written for Blofeld in the script. Safin should be talking about how he's going to kill the type of people that destroyed his life in the past, but instead he's suddenly waxing poetic about free will and how most people are sheep, which was much better suited for our other Blofeld clone, C, in the last movie.
So I made an alliance to put the power where it should be, and now you want to throw it away for the sake of democracy. Whatever the hell that is.
People want oblivion, and a few of us are born to build it for them. So here I am, their invisible god, sneaking under their skin.
Okay, so, he's crazy, I guess? He just wants to kill everybody, right?
We both eradicate people to make the world a better place. I just want to be a little tidier, without collateral.
Oh, no, okay, I guess he wants to just kill bad people, it looks like, without collateral damage, that being good people and children? So it sounds like he's using the weapon exactly how M originally intended it, just on a larger scale, I guess?
That weapon was designed to save lives and to eradicate collateral damage for our agents. A clean, accurate shot every time.
But without knowing the specifics, it's hard to know if Bond is helping or if he's just standing in the way.
What do they want?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, I would imagine world leaders, innocent civilians, freedom, that sort of thing.
No good, but just the usual.
Just the usual.
Oh, great. So we're just blatantly rolling with assumptions now, even though we have an actual hard list of targeted individuals. Where's our follow-up scene where Q informs everyone that Safin and company are specifically targeting big-breasted redheads? That'd certainly motivate me to storm his island. But Safin only said he wants to kill bad people just like Bond. After all, Safin literally just eliminated all of Bond's enemies. So for all we know, we're all on the same team here. So far, this is sounding pretty good.
I want the world to evolve, yet you want it to stay the same.
Okay, wait, so now he wants the human race to evolve? Into what? Are we killing bad people or weak people or who are we killing? We need to know who is dying and who is not dying and why so the audience can know who to root for. Remember, MI6 came up with this weapon, so now it comes down to a question of who gets to use the weapon, and I still don't know what Safin plans to do with it that's any different than what MI6 wanted to do with it, other than the same thing on a larger scale. But then all of this gets thrown out the window when a short time later, Safin says,
our first buyers are arriving.
Several high-speed transports are headed towards the island. Origin unknown.
All right, hang on. Safin isn't going to unleash Heracles and kill whoever it is he wants to kill based on his traumatic past, but instead he's going to sell it to unnamed buyers for cash?
In the end, you're just a bank robber. Nothing more than a common thief.
It's nearly impossible to keep up with how messy this bad guy motivation is.
I do wish we just had that little clarification, because I'm like, I just need that. The second part about his character, that I feel like just need a clarification or something to wrap my mind around, because it even makes them a little dirtier and disgusting to me if they had done this. Is Safran a groomer pedophile? And why I say that is because he has this whole bit. So what's this point with Madeline? Why does he want Madeline so bad? And the only conclusion I can come to that feels maybe subtle or like off, but they never say it, is that he fell in love with her as she was growing up. I am in love with this girl that I saved, because he's infatuated with the idea that like I saved a life.
And she's like 10. She's 11. She's 12 years old, something like that.
He has the line too about it.
Saving someone's life connects you to them forever. The same as taking it. They belong to you.
And so then later he's holding on to her daughter and he's just like, I have you now. I own you.
Mr. Safin, welcome to your family.
And to reiterate from the last point, that perspective would have made more sense echoed in his scene with Bond if he would have explained that, Bond, all you see is me killing millions, but I am in fact saving millions of other lives.
This plant makes you obey.
This one makes you do as you're told. So you never misbehave.
It makes you do whatever I say you'll do.
Yeah.
The whole time he's very keen on graping this young
creepy.
girl.
The biggest pedophile statement he had while he's grasping her.
Look at your father, Matilda. This is power.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
You guys saying like, yeah, I think that's the case. I think that makes me feel better in like how the villainous the character is, because I do think that might get overlooked by a lot of people as far as like who this character is.
It's overlooked because it's not particularly emphasized. And
Yeah,
that's something that we
and
see
that's what I'm
coming
saying.
back
You
to.
emphasize it a little bit more, and just at some kind of like scene where he's not like, I'm still in love with you, or some kind of weird obsession with her. Then I'd be like, oh my God, this guy's weird.
But it's all the more odd when Matilda gets away, when she's just like, where's Doo-Doo? And she bites him.
If you don't want my protection, then off you go.
It's just as bad as in Spectre when all of a sudden Madeline's just like, hey, by the way, I'm out.
You're saying goodbye.
Wait, why? Where are you going?
Right.
For comedic value. That is funny, though. Go away.
Yeah,
And
he's
she's
like,
like,
fuck off.
yep. All right. She just takes off.
I agree with you. I do feel like that scene does feel like, what? It's either at one point they were going along with the idea he was a groomer and he's a pedophile. They do teeter with it. Like I wish there was just one more scene to be like, okay, I get it now. So what I'm getting at with that biting scene though, regardless of it being weird and silly that he just lets her go, I get emotional when kids are involved because I have kids,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
But like I got even more, there's a part of me that got a little emotional in a weird sense where I was like, letting a child go out into the world that is that young and just being like, it's almost like saying like, I'm going to drop you off in the middle of the woods and I'm going to leave and I'm just going to leave you there. And you're 3 years old. You're 3 goddamn years old. And what are you going to do? That to me is kind of scary. That idea scares the shit out of me. I hate that.
See, that's the problem though, is that, yeah, in real life, that's awful, but this isn't real life. This is a movie. So it's just a stupid, contrived moment. Oh no, how do we get Madeline back in the hands of Blofeld? I don't know, screw it. Let's just have her leave all of a sudden. Oh man, how do we get Matilda back with Bond and Madeline? I don't know, screw it. How about he just lets her go? Let's talk about the new 007, okay? So from the get-go, she acts extremely insecure about the whole thing, right? Like, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, oh, let's have a black woman. Let's have the opposite of James Bond take over the mantle of 007. Let's have it be a black woman.
Yep.
Okay, it works perfectly well because the first time that we meet her is in Jamaica, where she just looks like your average Jamaican citizen.
Need I ride?
And then it turns out that she's the new 007.
I'm not just any old 00. I'm 007. You probably thought they'd retire it.
It's just a number.
I like her. I think she's fine. I think it's funny that she's all insecure the whole time.
007? That must bother you.
She is projecting the whole movie. She's like, "Oh, Bond, I bet you don't like that. Oh, you're insecure, aren't you?" But
Yeah.
Clearly, she's the one that's insecure. And I think that a better movie would have developed that, and maybe a better movie would have started with her. Like the prologue would have been about her.
Oh, yeah.
And then,
I agree. I do think that would have been cool intro to start with her. So you would have seen Q and M, and they're like, basically what we saw in Tomorrow Never Dies is where they're watching on the screen of them doing the mission.
they keep saying
Or even
007. They keep
Skyfall.
saying 007.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, this
007, and then all of a
black
sudden-
woman shows up. It's like,
And you're like, wait, that's not 007.
She's 007. Sure, that would have been fine.
I think a part of that was because they needed to establish Safin, which was something that I've complained about in a lot of movies lately, is that when they're in a long franchises like that, and you want to create connection with the hero and the villain, and it's been a long franchise, so you have all this gap in history and time. Oh, well, we got to shove in a new character we never talked about prior that was there the whole time or had some previous history. So we just are like delving into a piece of history that we never saw. I just find it kind of sloppy that they do it that way. Whatever. But back to 007.
She's very insecure about following in the footsteps of the great 007. And that's something that I think is like a movie unto itself. Like that would have been some good stuff. Every time she brings it up, Bond's like, dude, it's just a number.
It's
Like
just a
I
number.
don't care, but she clearly cares a lot.
He's been reinstated as a 00.
00 what? 00 what?
M says, "Where's 007?" And then we cut to Bond. So as an audience, we're still like, is he talking about the 007 we know? But then the new 007 is there and meets Bond.
Tell M hello, but I don't work for him anymore.
Tell him yourself.
But then M is confused when he speaks to Bond.
007?
M, darling, couple of things.
Bond.
I met your new 007.
He's like 007, and it's Daniel Craig, old 007. As if she wasn't sent there to make contact with him. So it's like, why is she there? Bond had already turned Felix down, but suddenly he changes his mind specifically because new 007 gives him a cell phone to call his old boss, who may or may not have sent Nomi there in the first place. Whether M did so or not, it really doesn't make any sense. Hey Nomi, I need you to go tell your predecessor not to help the Americans find Heracles. If M was that worried about it, he would have just told her to kill him. Or better yet, sleep with him so he'd forget all about it. I understand that assassinating Bond may sound harsh, but Heracles is in fact that important that
If the world knows what this can do,
They'd kill for it.
so it would have shown just how far M was willing to go to keep his mess under wraps, especially if M had indeed found out that Bond was working for a foreign government. And as far as new 007's arc goes, how cool would it have been if she was ordered to kill her predecessor, but Bond gets the better of her and has to convince her to help him out and team up to find and destroy Heracles, combining the tropes of Bond's ally and Bond girl into one character that is also his replacement. She's the hothead young 007 that he once was, and now he's the Obi-Wan to her Anakin, trying to teach her how to live long and prosper in the game. That character dynamic practically writes itself and would have been wholly appropriate for an old man Bond story. Instead, we just get more sloppy and contrived screenwriting. Either M ordered her to make contact with Bond even though he didn't know where he was, nor that he had been contacted by the CIA because that hadn't happened yet, or Nomi went of her own accord to stop Bond from doing the thing he already didn't want to do simply because she's that insecure, even though she wouldn't have known where he was either.
How did she know Bond was there when Mallory later told him?
You fell so far off the grid that we thought you must be dead.
So he reappointed you. Did they find him in that time?
Now learning that you were in fact alive and well and working for the CIA. Well, that really was a blow.
Well, they just asked so nicely.
So we have a weird chicken and the egg situation here where we don't know what came first regarding how Nomi found Bond. But what if she was following the CIA boys and that led her to Bond? That actually would have been a fantastic way to bring Bond into the plot, almost by accident. We follow a new 007 around as she spies on Felix Leiter after M informs her that the CIA is interested in this whole Heracles thing. She would watch as they broke into GoldenEye looking for Bond and then soon after, she'd watch as Bond himself disembarked his boat and met up with Felix. But instead, she's only there to tell him not to do something he already didn't want to do. They could have easily met for the first time in Cuba and then later reveal that she's the new 007. It's definitely nitpicking, but it's just showing how all of this is so horribly contrived.
She threw him the phone.
Yeah, but why is she there? Why is she in Jamaica? She's there to tell him, don't go after scientist guy.
So Valdo Operachev is off limits. You get in my way, I will put a bullet in your knee.
She's not in Cuba to go get scientist guy. She's in Jamaica specifically to tell Bond not to pursue scientist guy because I guess the CIA is there. But then M tells him to stay out of it. Right? So it's like M sent her to Jamaica, but then M's confused that he's talking to Bond at all. So they just don't want him to help the CIA. But also, why does the CIA need Bond? Right? Why does the CIA need Bond? Like I said before, maybe if the scientist guy insisted that only the great James Bond 007 pick him up, that would make sense. Yeah. But why is new 007 in Jamaica where she should be in Cuba worrying about scientist guy? It seems like a waste of time. Like, this is one of those things that, like, the script is very messy.
I'm here as a professional courtesy.
Why is she there in the first place? And it's like, oh, maybe it's to make contact, and then she gives him the cell phone so he can call M. But then when M talks to Bond, he's confused. He's like, wait, Bond, why am I talking to you and not 007? Like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense.
I think it makes sense.
How does it make sense?
Here's the reason why I think it makes sense. And it's the dumbest thing, honestly. It's just you call someone on a cell phone and it says, oh, I'm getting a call from Charlie. Hey, Charlie. And then it's my grandma. And you're like, Grandma, what the f? That's literally what I think it is. That's
M should have been expecting
it's
it.
So
M should have been expecting of, like, M should have said, hey, new 007, I want you to go make contact. And I want you to give him the cell phone, and I want you to make Bond call me.
I literally think that's literally all it was just, it was a phone call thing.
But why? Why does MI6 want to talk to Bond?
Yeah.
Because they just want to tell him, hey, get on, don't do the thing with the CIA. But again, how do they know that too?
They should have tried to assassinate Bond. They should have just killed Bond or something then. Like,
right.
It's weird.
I'm arguing to you. I'm arguing to you that it's just weird, you know?
I have to finish this. For us.
I know.
At the end, why didn't new 007 finish the mission? Let me paint the picture for you. You have both 007s and Mathilde and Madeline making their way to the sub pen, and they get in a boat. And you would think that in that moment, that new 007 would say, I'm going to go finish the mission. I'm going to open up the doors and everything so that the bombs can come and blow everything up. And that would be when Daniel Craig 007 says, no, I'll do it. And she says, no, your family's right here.
I've got them. This might come in handy.
Thank you.
But instead, it's just understood that James Bond is going to do it. How noble would it have been? It would have been great if she would have at least offered. She's like, Bond, you and your family should get in this boat and go to safety, right? But she doesn't even offer. It's just understood that James Bond is going to complete the mission. And I'm like, okay, he's old and he's the father of this child and the lover of this woman. She should have at least offered to sacrifice herself because she's the young 007, but instead it's just understood that she's gonna usher his baby girl and his wife, boo, to the rocks. And I'm like, what? Come on.
We're coming back to the same insecurity she's had this entire time.
If Bond does anything weird in there, you'll be doing me a huge favor, so don't make it too easy for him.
She's following in his footsteps the whole time. She knows it.
To be fair, Commander Bond gave me the lead.
Well, I'm glad to see you two getting along.
She starts to realize that she can't do it.
I'm saying, though, that a better movie would have at least had her offer. And Bond's like, I have to do it.
I'm giving you a counter argument.
It never even came up. Because, if new 007 has any kind of clout, she's like, I will sacrifice myself for you. And then Bond's like, no.
But she gave up her clout. She said, permission to reinstate Bond at 007 status.
Permission for Commander Bond to be redesignated as 007. It's just a number.
Very well.
I felt like that was one of the weird, silly, things that didn't make any sense to the movie. Was just like, hey, let's pause the movie real quick. I want to read. But I can see where the writers made.
I
could see where the writers made.
It was appropriate for her to do that.
Right. But it just felt like a weird time, and I do feel like it felt like the movie was trying to just be like, hey, let's settle our differences. Like the smarter movie would have developed that a little bit more, right?
Yes. The smarter movie would have been just the two of them the whole time dealing with it, and then eventually she relents. So yes, I agree with that. This whole movie is rushed. The whole movie is move on.
There's the other thing I wanted to talk about her though was, and this was something early on in another reference to another film, was The Spy Who Loved Me. Because the one thing I liked about The Spy Who Loved Me, and I think that makes it a good film, is it's not just James Bond doing James Bond things. It's James Bond having to compete with Agent XXX from Russia to have to like save the world essentially. And I love the idea of Bond teaming up with somebody else who's kind of maybe a different nation or whatever, and having to do the same things or have to be on the same team. So when we get to the end of the movie and they're like killing all these bad guys together, I'm like, I'm on board with this. But I love them competing early on where like they're trying to both get the MacGuffin.
May I cut in? And then there's no sexual intercourse.
There is a moment when they go back to Goldeneye.
Is that the bedroom?
And they get into the bedroom. I really am buying the fact that like Bond's like, okay, we're going to go sleep together. All right, I'm going to take a drink. Like I'm buying all of this. So I'm like, okay, I could totally see them getting it on. And then all of a sudden she pulls the rug out from under him.
Well, that's not the first thing I thought you'd take off, but...
Yeah. You seem like a man who's gagging for some action, Mr. Bond.
I actually liked that moment, and it at least had some kind of like, there was something there. There's also another little like weird moment, the boat moment that you're talking about, Charlie, when Bond is embracing Swan, when they're like kissing and hugging. She kind of like gives a look, and the way I read that look was almost like, is she giving that look like I'm jealous, like, oh, that was the thing I could have had? That's just my head. I guess that's just more my headcanon. But I did read that, and I'm like, was that in a script? Was that her intention when she played the scene that way? I don't know, but it did leave an impression on me as I was watching the edit. I'm like, that's such a kind of
I still
specific
think it's
weird
more
thing.
Envy for the
I mean,
position.
and you could be right there too.
If you're gonna build up a character that is insecure, you know the scene where they're walking through MI6 and everybody's saying 007, 007? And she's like, that must bother you, right? You know what would have helped that would have been a previous scene that would have showed the new 007, and everybody's like, oh, you're not as cool as the old 007. Oh, I remember the old 007. He f***ed me real good one night. He was such a good lover. Oh, remember how many times he saved the world? Oh, you're the new 007, and you're not as cool. Oh, you ate my sandwich out of the fridge. Like, oh, you're a butthole 007.
Yes.
Like that would have added to it. Like again, if the opening mission would have been new 007 failing to protect Heracles or something, that would have been great. But this movie doesn't have the time to develop that character. This movie is move on.
There are two individual scenes you're missing here. She sits down with Moneypenny and says,
I get why you shot him.
Because, well, everybody shoots
That's
at
a
him
cute
once.
moment. That's a cute moment.
Yeah, I like
Two, she's
what's your point? What's your point with that scene? What's your point with that scene?
Hold on, shut up. She's standing in the interrogation room.
I hope Nance comes and murders you soon.
Yeah, dude.
Good. She's standing in the interrogation room. Does he have this effect on all women?
That's a weird moment.
Does he have that effect on all women?
50-50. It's unpredictable.
Yeah.
That's a weird moment.
I'm sorry.
It's 50-50. No, it's not 50-50 with Bond. The whole point that the reason you employ James Bond is that he doesn't have a 50-50 effect with women.
But
he has a 100%. He has a 100% 10 out of 10 rate with women. Bond is paid by the government to sleep with women for information. So to say that it works 50% of the time is stupid. You wouldn't hire the guy if his effective rate was 50%. That is definitively stupid. And the weird thing about that scene too,
ignoring for a moment the fact that she didn't want to infect Bond with the Heracles she just sprayed herself with.
Do they not understand that he used to have a relationship with Madeline Swan that didn't go well? If Madeline Swan had never met Bond, she would have been like, hey. And then that would have been like, oh, that's Bond being Bond. He's seductive to women.
I'm
like to say it's 50-50
with
makes no fucking sense.
McCurdy, I feel for you, man, talking to this guy. No, coming back to it
this is a
again.
weird situation where I'm on Charlie's side. I'm like, yeah.
So let me ask you, Charlie, in an actual world scenario, would you stand up and take that rifle?
Me?
Yeah, for somebody else's hidden daughter.
Yes, what you're laying out is, should the person with the least amount to lose, should they sacrifice the most? Yeah, of course. Me,
Yeah, hopefully.
I don't have a Madeline, nor do I have a Matilde. So
Yeah,
yes, yes. Like if it was between McCurdy and I, I'd be like, McCurdy, you take your wife and
Perfect.
kids,
That's
get
all I
on the
wanna do.
boat and go save them, and I'll open the doors so that the whole island is destroyed. But if that's the movie, McCurdy's the one going in and sacrificing himself, and I'm like,
I guess I'll like go on this island with your wife and kids, and I'll be daddy now.
and it's just like, no, that's not how this works. Like, I
Yeah.
should go do that.
Yeah.
And McCurdy should leave.
I get it. Okay.
She didn't even offer. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what I mean. Because the movie is move on, move on, move on.
Yeah, the only thing I could add to that is just saying that, like, I think it goes at least back to, we've talked about James Bond has always been about king and country, and he's like, he's doing the right thing for the rest of the world. So I think that's where that motivation would comes from, at least that character. But what
her
you're talking
too,
about with double, but
new
yeah, she
007 should have the same philosophy.
Exactly, but she's
But
not.
they don't.
She's not James Bond. So
she
I'm
didn't even
agreeing with
offer
Charlie.
it.
I'm agreeing with you.
The Titanic was sinking, and the women
she
and
never
children
said
got in the
anything.
lifeboat, and James Bond was like, I guess I'll go down with the ship. On that note, let's talk about Anna de Armpit again. So her whole thing is we're subverting expectations. Expectations are subverted when it comes to Anna de Armpit, because the whole thing is she's like, look, I'm like ditzy, and like, oh my god, I guess when I'm nervous I forget things, and like, oh, I don't,
and then she's one-handing a 9mm fully automatic rifle.
She has an entire movie's worth of character arc in a short sequence.
Mhm.
And that's the bad screenwriting. That's where the cucks and all the idiots come out of the woodwork to be like, well, she's hot and I love her so much. And I'm like, yes, but if you love her so much, don't you think there should be more of her? Don't you think that she should be spread throughout the whole movie as opposed to just having an entire character's character arc in
She should
5
be.
minutes?
She should be what? She should be spread.
Yeah,
She should be spread eagle across this whole movie. So because remember, the first thing that we see, the very first thing we see is that she forgets the code word exchange.
Something about a hat, Paris.
What happened? Ay, código. Sí, sí. I forget things when I get nervous. This is the biggest job I've ever had.
Yeah, Paris and something. Yeah, whatever.
But also, so does Bond, right? Bond walks in and Bond addresses her by name.
Paloma?
And she turns and she's like, hey, let's go. And Bond's like, weren't you, like my point being that the proper old school thing would have been that Bond approaches and Bond says, hey, springtime in Cuba is rainy, and then she says, that's why I wear a hat. That's what it would have been. But instead Bond walks up and just says, Paloma, like literally addresses her by name. And then he gives her shit for not remembering the code word or the code phrase. And I'm like, yeah, but you did too, Bond. Like, this whole
Can I add more to that sandwich that you've just displayed to me? That I'm like, but wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more.
I think if there's one big negative thing about this movie, again, it's the Cuba sequence. Is the part of the movie that I think it just goes completely off the rails.
Just
but
like
it does
Die
come
Another
back.
Day.
Die Another Day and No Time to Die nosedive into Cuba.
Cuba. You love it there.
Oh, I love it.
If you're making a Bond movie, don't go to Cuba.
Yeah, don't go to Cuba. For some reason, there's something in the water there.
Little kids peeing in it.
That's why I eat the peppers.
It would have been great if they kind of played where she's being the prim and proper agent because she's only been doing it for 3 weeks or whatever it is.
In London, April's a spring month.
Oh, yeah? What are you, the weatherman?
And she's the one who's like, saying all this. And then he's like, okay, come on, let's just go. Or you flip it where she forgets. And then he's like, hold on. Ed said something to her about like giving her a little more shit about it and been like, yo, you need to like tighten your shit up. That would have been better. I think that would have worked better. It would have been cleaner, a little more on book as to what Bond is.
Can I borrow a match?
I use a lighter
It's better still.
until they go wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, a moment like that where he kind of schools her would have made their lame handshake a little easier to swallow, showing that Bond is the older, wiser agent taking her under his wing instead of under his sheets. But overall, Paloma's whole presence in the movie is nothing more than an over-the-top joke that you see coming a mile away and that really isn't that funny or interesting in a movie you're supposed to take seriously. At first, she's like, oh my God, I'm so nervous and I'm gonna mess this up. And then it's
And
like,
why-
what? It's just like, oh my God, you're actually
why
really
does
badass.
she start
and it's like,
undressing him?
Come here.
Don't you think we ought to get to know each other just a little bit before we,
Oh, no. No, I'm sorry. You do it.
I'm nervous. Let me take your shirt off.
I'm extremely cynical about the whole thing because we talked about this in the last episode where you had a really sexy woman come in as a Bond girl, but she's not a Bond girl because she's only in the movie for like 5 seconds. And then you have the same thing here. You have a woman who's like, let's take the sexiest woman on the planet and let's pretend she's a Bond girl, but Bond's not going to have sex with her. I'm not in the camp where Bond has to have sex with her. I'm not going to be that guy that's like, he should have banged her. Why didn't he bang her? But at the same time, there should at least be enough time with her to make her a Bond girl. I went on and on about the redhead from Moonraker. She might be one of the most attractive women in the Bondverse, but she's not a Bond girl. She doesn't count as a Bond girl. She's a sexy woman in a Bond movie, but like to be a Bond girl, you need to at least have some kind of position in that story. And the last 2 movies have done the same thing where they try to have it both ways. It's like, let's bring a woman in to be to be a sexy woman in a Bond movie, but they don't have them do anything. And she has an entire character arc in 5 minutes. I'm the new agent and I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, psych. I know exactly what I'm doing and I actually kick ass and then cut. You never see me again. The requirements for a Bond girl should at least span more than a simple sequence.
But
otherwise,
she
it's
does
just
make
cheap.
mention of that at the end. Here's a cigar.
Very convenient.
Felix. Remind me to get him a cigar.
Hey, a cigar for Felix.
Thank you.
Again, move on. Just patch everything and keep moving.
Charlie, I agree with you in that I still would categorize her as a Bond girl just for the sake of being like, because she's a name actress and you're like, oh yeah, she's in this movie, yada yada. But as far as like, if we're just saying like Bond girl as like the similar exact tropes of what a Bond girl would do, it's like she's there and then she's gone. And it's a very awkward handshake thing that I felt like you take that out or you kill her. You do something else with that character other than the way that they end things with that. It's just weird. It does feel like a backdoor pilot for another movie. Like that's what that sequence feels like.
It was such an honor working with you. Wow. It's so clinical.
It's
and
so
again,
weird.
It's like it goes back to every Bond movie where we talk specifically about how Bond ceases to act like Bond. And we've already said that. We've said like Daniel Craig he's not behaving like James Bond in this. He's behaving like somebody else entirely. And that's why I don't get James Bond vibes from it. And at least he hits on her for a bit. But then when they part ways, it's like, some people might say, well, he should have just paused the movie to have sex with her right there. And I'm like, no. That would have been inappropriate because they were on a deadline. What would have been more appropriate is to keep her in the movie for a while. Bring her back, and then even if they never had sex, at least have her there so that she's a significant part. But her whole part in the movie ends up being nothing more than basically a cameo. So imagine this. Paloma flies to the boat with Bond, and when we get there, it's revealed that Paloma wasn't interested in Bond because it turns out that she's Felix's wife, boo.
I want to get back to my family, tell them I saved the world again.
Just imagine the look on Bond's face when this perfect 10 runs into the open arms of his best buddy. Maybe she's the reason that Felix is so damn happy in this movie after being so dour in the previous films.
It's a good lie.
But then Logan Ash betrays and kills him, so Paloma joins up with Bond to get some revenge on both Logan Ash and Safin. But instead, she leaves just as she's getting started. That's where I say they're trying to have it both ways. We're going to have a really, like the hottest woman on the planet today. We're going to bring her in so we can put her on the poster to promote the movie. But Bond's never going to get anywhere near her titties or her butthole because that will upset the feminists. So we're going to please everybody. But by trying to please everybody, you please nobody. You end up just having an empty storyline.
Yeah, and if she had been more into the story and like followed him and went with the boat and everything else, I mean, you could have had her end there, you know, like when they get to the boat.
Hey, we could have had a callback to like, what was it, the first 3 or 4 movies where he has sex on a boat or a life raft?
Yeah, the two of them on the life raft, and it's like how are we gonna fill our time on this life raft? And then they get rescued by that big boat, and then they don't get to have sex. And Bond's like, damn it. And then they move on. All right, members' comments. We got Toph. Toph says, pros for No Time to Die. The action, especially in the pre-title sequence. The attack on the MI6 research lab, Cuba, and Sweden. Eon Productions having the good sense to read the room and tone down Naomi's character and her relationship to Bond and the title of 007. The humor, while it occasionally strays into Fleabag awkwardness, several lines of the dialogue made me audibly laugh.
I have something to show you.
Another child?
You can go in.
Thank you.
Alone, I'm afraid.
Oh, does that bother you?
The locations, from Matera to Bond's sweet bachelor pad and Safin's lair. I like the Mad-Eye Moody henchman, reminded me of GoldenEye Rogue Agent. Yeah, GoldenEye Rogue Agent, of course.
There we go.
Felix's death. When I saw this for the first time, it felt like a canary in the coal mine for what was to come.
I'll be over here. You know, Felix, we really need to stop meeting.
And the build-up in the ship was well executed. Cons for No Time to Die. Bond's death is contrived. It requires too many leaps in logic to work, such as Mr. One-Man Army being blindsided by Safin with a gun after plot armoring through the entire third act action scene, the need for the island to be destroyed immediately.
Several high-speed transports are headed towards the island.
I've got the Navy, the Japanese, the Russians, all breathing down my neck, demanding to know why we've got a C-17 circling a disputed island.
Yeah, they just kind of vaguely hint at the idea that other countries and these unknown buyer ships are going to get their hands on Heracles if they don't blow it up 5 minutes from now.
We are going to need an immediate strike on this location. This whole island is a manufacturing plant for Heracles.
Our uninvited guests are 15 minutes away.
The situation is diplomatically complex.
We don't have a choice. Fire on my mark.
If we launch, the Russians, the Japanese, and even the Americans will want answers.
Well, don't give them any.
I'm trying to save this from escalating to all-out war.
Mallory, if we don't do this, there will be nothing left to save.
But once Bond preps the base for destruction and kills Safin, it appears as though anyone on the island that was a threat is already dead anyway. So how could Heracles be released? How is it going to be released anyway? By these anonymous buyers? Let's do something about them then. If Safin was planning to launch some Heracles dispersal rocket, I could understand the rush, but otherwise you're on a secluded island. Heracles isn't going anywhere. All of this ticking clock business would make way more sense if Japan, Russia, and the Americans were all sending troops to investigate the island, and MI6 was concerned that once they find Heracles, they'll want to keep it, further fleshing out the theme that nobody could or should be in charge of something this powerful. But that's not the concern here. M is trying to avoid war because they have Q flying around in a plane that they could just as well call off because clearly Bond doesn't need his help.
So it's going to be an overly complicated and intricate switching system.
Now, the order in which you engage it will need to be
Extremely precise.
You're looking for a control panel. There should be a counterweight clutch. So listen very carefully, 007. First thing you need to do...
And Q is concerned about these random buyer ships showing up.
Several unidentified ships are headed your way.
They're coming after Heracles.
Which would obviously take a while to load up with Heracles anyway.
It will not fit in a suitcase this time.
But either way, it seems like we have a little bit of time here. Let's all just catch our breath and think before we rush into an obvious look out! This entire ending perfectly embodies what I've been saying all along, that this movie very purposely moves as fast as possible to prevent the viewer from asking any questions about what's going on.
If we only had more time.
And the idea that Heracles is immortal and cannot be removed, destroyed, or contained despite him having an EMP watch. Exactly. Blofeld dies off screen. He might as well have offered Bond a delicatessen in stainless steel.
I buy you a delicatessen!
Ana de Armas's character must have trained at the same dojo that Lieutenant Hip's nieces did. The stupid Borat scientist.
Wow.
Safin,
Yeah.
I don't know what they were going for with his character, which is a shame because I think he had excellent potential. It seems the writers were stuck between making him a maniac on par with Stromberg, who just wants to reduce the population of the Earth to fertilizer, which would have been stupid for a final boss for Craig's Bond, and making him a sympathetic villain who is pursuing justice by any means necessary. I seriously wish it was the latter, considering the weapon is basically the Bond equivalent of a Death Note.
It's an anime show. Characters can write their names, and then that person, there's a mysterious monster thing that kills them.
Okay.
Makes
a
sense.
lower tier film for me, below Quantum, in fact, but above Octopussy. Wow. Okay.
That's where I had it.
Spectre Chair Engineer says, just wanted to say thanks for making this series. You made some real insightful analysis, and I've enjoyed watching every episode. Thank you, sir. Happy to do it.
Toast to him. Toast to
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Spectre Chair Engineer.
Spectre Chair.
Spectre Chair Engineer. Toast to you, sir.
Cheers.
And toast to everybody who's died this episode.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully we all make it. Anyway, he says, anyway, I really hate this movie. I'm sure your discussion will focus on the ending, but I feel compelled to point out how much M sucks in this movie. They made him a moody dumbass who acts like an asshole to everyone, not to mention his Heracles project is infinitely more evil than Blofeld's plot in the previous film and most other villains in the series. Sanchez and Green look like choir boys in comparison to what M did here. I'm going to go ahead and assume that by Sanchez he meant Silva, and I don't think that was intentional. This ranks dead last for me.
Damn.
Bond having a pitiful memorial service with only Moneypenny and a few others in attendance is a taunt from 006, not a fitting ending for the character. Now, that I will contend with, because when he says 006, he means Alec Trevelyan. When Alec Trevelyan says...
Mr. Bond here will have a small memorial service, with only Moneypenny and a few tearful restaurateurs in attendance.
He is simply pointing out a fact, which is that when a 00 dies, they don't get recognition in the media, or, you know, they don't have this like extravagant funeral. They just have a small service, basically an MI6, and then an anonymous star is put on the wall.
No longer just an anonymous star on the memorial wall at MI6.
Which is a reference to the way the CIA honor their fallen, but they changed that canon, of course, with the Craig movies. They made it that your name is on a wall in MI6. But he's pointing out a fact. So then to see that fact in reality, it doesn't mean the bad guys win. It's just that's what happens when a 00 dies, is that a few people say a prayer and take a drink.
I shall not waste my days trying to prolong them. I shall use my time.
Which, by the way, everyone immediately drinks, but M pulls a think and drink. It's one of my all-time favorite movie tropes, or rather acting tropes. You see it all the time. A character goes to take a drink, but they pause, think for a beat, and then drink. I just love it. But anyway, having a parade where Bond's body is being, you know, carted through London would counteract everything I've always said. Bond shouldn't be a public figure. He should live in the shadows, you know, so.
James Bond?
Yeah.
That goes back to that
killed
Tracy.
James
Killed James Bond?
K1 says, it would seem there is an overabundance of time to die. Intro scene was okay, probably best part of the movie, but sets the tone for mopey, weepy Bond. Everything else sucked hard. Intro song sucked. Worst song in the series, and the visuals of Bond's history and legacy in ruins was appropriate. That's funny. If you're familiar with the first Metal Gear Solid game, there are more than a few similarities, mostly with the nanomachine. Didn't you guys say this? The nanomachine
we did
virus.
mention this.
Killing Blofeld and all of Spectre felt like a waste after 40 years of trying to get the rights back. That's funny. Cuba scene is very
accurate.
overrated. The gunfights of this movie are just henchmen running in front of Bond to fall over. Yeah, that's true. Bond's daughter is lame as f***. He should have made a milk run the second he saw her. Don't f***ing kill Bond. The f***ing bad guy's name is Lucifer Satan. Yes. God, this movie f***ing sucks. Okay, K1
Bond's daughter is lame.
Yeah.
That's
He should have made a milk run the second he saw her. That means like, does that mean like, go for milk and never come home?
Why is his daughter a little bitch? She's a child. Why is she? Yes, she is a little bitch.
She's obsessed with a thing called doo-doo.
Yes,
She
it's a
sucks
rabbit.
balls.
She's a child.
So K1 didn't like
whatever.
She should have picked up a gun and shot somebody like her mom did.
Kill everything.
The movie is at least better than You Only Live Twice for how emotionally, like the emotional punch it has, right? You Only Live Twice. It's a decent Bond movie, but it's so lackluster. This at least, even if you're just looking at that ending, this movie deserves some credit in that arena, right? But you can punch holes in it throughout. I mean, it's like, I can't put it any better than I did in my opener, where it's like, move on, move on, move on, move on. But then when we get to the ending, we really milk the death of Bond. That's enough for me to go, okay, it's better than You Only Live Twice.
Right.
But everything else is in question.
Here's why I'm like still in that above Octopussy bandwagon right now. Because I think Octopussy, even like looking at some of the movies in that realm, right? Octopussy, Living Daylights, I just felt the villains were very kind of forgettable. And as much as Safin's plans are not quite clear, he's memorable enough that leaves me with an impression that I'm like, yeah, I can, and his plan or whatever he's doing is probably more dastardly than a lot of other Bond villains. With Octopussy, the villains are kind of like, who? Like, I'm like, who are these? Kamala Khan and some Russian general.
Kamala Khan, he's a classy Bond bad guy, though. You could poke a million holes in his scheme, but he actually is intelligent, and he actually knows what he's trying to accomplish. And same with the Russian general. This movie, once you get to that moment where it's like, oh, we're going to sit down with Safin, and we're going to find out what his worldview is. His worldview is literally like, people want to be dead. You're like, what? What are you talking about? Yeah, people want to be dead, and I'm going to help them be dead. Okay. Why? Who are you trying to kill, Safin? I get that you wanted to kill Spectre. Everything was good up until then. But then after that, for some reason, you don't provide any insight into why you're killing millions of people, potentially billions of people worldwide. Who's going to die and who's not going to die? As I said before, every scene feels like it's written by someone new. Like a game of screenwriting telephone. As an example, Madeline has that scene where it's like, have her go drink some tea.
Perhaps we should have some tea. Make her see the light.
No, you can't separate us! Mama!
And then she's like, you know, this tea that I've never seen before, but you just put in front of me, it'll blind you.
Do you know what this flower does? It makes you blind.
If I threw this tea in your face, it would blind you.
Yeah.
And so he leans in and she throws it in his face.
Yeah.
But then also he comes back later and he's fine. He's not blind. He's fighting Bond just fine with his one eye or like his two eyes.
My general thing with this script, between the action sequences in this movie, the at least Spectre and all the other movies for whatever, but with the Madeline daughter, all that, like those core things in the story, I actually really think rise above everything else in the movie, outside of the convoluted plot and stuff. And I will more be on board with like a story of emotionality than I'm gonna be on with something with a little more like, oh, it's just action movie for sake of action movie. And that's what I feel about Die Another Day. Is I feel like Die Another Day is a lot of just action movie shit. And I can already read you ahead here where you're like, well, but remember that villain's motivations are pretty clear and he is fun. I see that. But at the end of the day, I'm also like, I will gravitate more towards Bond's heartbreak, Bond finding out he has a daughter, and the complications of that. Because I even love just that little tiny scene we get of him carving the apple and handing it to her. It's just like, I love that stuff.
At that point, would you put it above Diamonds Are Forever based on the same logic?
I might. Because I could see, like, I'm in the realm of, like, because Diamonds Are Forever is the movie that doesn't give a shit, that does do some wacky bullshit. Just wacky, like
the movie
things that we were
knows what
talking
it
about.
is from beginning to end.
It does wacky
This
bullshit.
movie doesn't really know what it is from beginning to end.
True.
Again, the big problem with Die Another Day is that it starts one way and it ends another. That's the problem with it. Diamonds Are Forever knows what it is from beginning to end. That's why they are what they are.
Right. In that realm, it's like, yeah, I think there's some matchup to be had. But again, I'm going to go towards beautiful story over general plotty action stuff. And even the plotty action stuff, as much as it's convoluted and like has some really weird flaws in it. Why is Cyclops a Safin supporter, but he was part of Spectre? The action still is just generally better than most of the Bond films. And then again, I know you just said it was the ending, but I'm also going to say it's not just the ending. Like a lot of people even pointed out in our comments, is like that beginning is very strong too. And I think with a strong beginning and a strong end, at least it's like, maybe it has a really bad, it's a little saggy, but and that's probably part of the reason why it's at the bottom. But I would put it maybe above Diamonds Are Forever because of that. But I don't think it goes above Moonraker, because even though Moonraker is the point where they pretty much lost their way in what was James Bond because they were chasing trends too much. It's kind of what this movie does, honestly.
Yeah.
All the pandering things that you complain about with this movie, in a way, it's like the updated version where like...
Put in the femme-powered character that Bond doesn't bang, take a main character and make him gay out of nowhere and never address it so we can put out PR statements saying,
whatever,
Bond is progressive. As usual, this is where I get in trouble because as we've learned from this whole experiment, the moment you criticize something, people go right to the extreme that you hate that thing. For example, if I as a man criticize a woman, most people don't see beyond the optics of a man expressing something negative about a woman. Therefore, that guy, me, must hate women. And I'm not as big as Gunther.
I think you're a little more emotional about the fact that a woman and a man are fighting and she beats him.
But that's...
No, that is what it is. That is what it is. And you think that is stupid.
Yeah, but
that is what it is. You are too emotional about a man and a woman fighting and a woman beating a man. She's not only
smart. She's not a bodybuilder. She's fucking smart.
She's a capable
She didn't
driver.
run Gunther over with a car. She brutalized him in a fight, which is stupid. That's insulting to her character. Her character isn't a fucking brute. Her character is being really fucking street smart. She could have done something smart. Use her brain to kill him.
You just don't think
literally
that women
throw
could
him
kick
into a
guy's
wall.
ass.
She literally throws him.
Think that a woman could kick a guy's ass.
This is the progressive mindset that anybody can do anything, but for that to work within a story, it has to be believable. It has to be set up. Otherwise, it's using the mask of progress to cover blatantly lazy writing. I don't blink an eye when Nomi does some awesome spy stuff because she's a 00. You don't get to 00 status without being awesome. And it's not like she doesn't earn her stripes. But so is Bond, and even he has his physical limitations. Every single time James Bond has fought someone bigger than him, he's had to do something creative in order to compensate. Something that actually takes some effort to dream up and execute on a filmmaking level. But if I'm being completely honest, I don't really even blink an eye when Paloma does awesome stuff either, because I understand that it's all tongue-in-cheek.
This is gonna go brilliantly.
I know. I've done 3 weeks training.
3 weeks training? Really?
More or less.
If Paloma was in Die Another Day, I would have loved her. But in a movie that I'm supposed to take seriously, she's just there for the brain-dead pandas. The irony is that these same kind of people claim to champion equality, and yet they are programmed to think women are beyond reproach, which is the opposite of equality. Such people are easily panda'd. You put a hot chick on screen and she flips around while being hot and acting tough with zero substance to her otherwise in a movie you're supposed to take seriously, and I see it for what it is. People abiding obvious laziness and uncreativity because they're too scared to be labeled a bigot in today's retarded-ass social climate while also kind of being a simp. It's very easy to pull off this big dumb action stuff, especially in a single sequence. It's much more difficult to craft a character with some actual strength strength over the course of a whole film. Vesper never threw a single punch in her entire movie, and yet the turmoil she went through makes her a significantly stronger character than this cartoonish Paloma will ever be. And the filmmakers pulled this off with setup and payoff, the very essence of what makes storytelling effective. But when it comes to Tracy Bond, they didn't just fail to set her up as a fighter, they actively set her up as a physically weak person who doesn't deserve a fight scene. It's as lazy as giving someone like Boris a fight scene, or Lashif. It just doesn't work and undermines their pre-established character. Can you imagine Boris dying by way of some stupid, predictable fight scene versus the classic and wholly original?
Yes! I am invincible!
And just like not every character is worthy of a fight scene, not every character can be made gay. My problem with it isn't that Q is gay per se, but that without there being anything more than simply removing a single letter from the original script,
He'll be here in 20 minutes.
it was obviously done solely for clout without actually doing anything at all, really, and that's what bugs me. And I'm not the only one that feels that way. The Q actor, Ben Whishaw, who is gay in real life, admitted that it was a bad move. And I feel bad for the guy, because in all honesty, he probably felt taken advantage of, which he was. They flaunted his sexuality for 0.5 seconds simply for PR purposes because they think it'll sell more tickets to a modern progressive audience. But while it may get that audience to woo for a brief moment, as a Bond fan, it's just insulting and cheap. But before you accuse me of hate again, let's explore why. We've had gay characters before and none of us ever bat an eye. I mean, hell, for all we knew, Desmond Llewellyn's Q was gay the entire time and nobody knew it because that's his private life and his sexuality wasn't ever relevant, you know, other than that time he was gang f***ed by a bunch of octopuses.
Oh, cut it out. We haven't time for that. Later, perhaps.
As opposed to Bond, whose sexuality is exclusively relevant. Sex is just as, if not more important than any gadget Bond has ever utilized. I've even stated previously that if Bond had to bang a guy to save the world, he'd probably snore to Cialis and do it.
On a mission, I am expected to sacrifice myself.
The only ancillary character whose sexuality ever mattered in Bond's world was Moneypenny, and for obvious reasons, because she was always yearning for Bond's wedding bed. Remember though, she isn't just another Bond girl for 007 to conquer, but rather represents that eternally present backup plan for trading in his extravagantly short-lived life as a spy for a comfortably boring normal home life. A dynamic that elevated Moneypenny beyond the simple role of just being the secretary to Basil Exposition. MQ, their home life never came into it, mostly because, like Bond, these guys are married to the job. M gave the orders and Q mastered the quarter that facilitated executing those orders. I understand why between these two possible options of regulars, they went with Q for the gay status, because he's the more eccentric of the two, but what I know for sure and what I'm certain the writers figured out as soon as they made that decision was that there's literally nothing you can do with it other than have Q be attracted to Bond for the obvious reason that 99% of the time Q shares the screen with Bond and Bond happens to be a very attractive man, so if you're going to inject sexuality into the mix, 2 + 2 equals Q being attracted to Bond. Think about it, what else is there? It's not like gender flipping or race swapping, which is all optics. If Q was black or a woman, we would see it right away. Boom, that's all the work that needs to be done. But you make a character gay, okay, now how are you going to express that without seeing it in action or representing it visually in a stereotypical way that would offend the pandas? Our interpretation of the Moneypenny VR scene in Die Another Day, where Moneypenny is engaged in a simulation programmed by R, in which James Bond comes into the room and bangs you, as if R secretly programmed that for himself because he's secretly gay, makes way more use of someone's homosexuality than this movie ever does. But the filmmakers would want to avoid that because it would only ever be played for laughs, which would easily offend the pandas, trapping them in a stupid and forced scene where Q has to cancel a date because Bond shows up. I can already anticipate a comment saying something like, gay characters can't be taken seriously, they're just there for laughs, like a clown or something. The answer is neither yes nor no, because that's a very broad question. What simplifies it in this instance is that we're talking about a very specific character with a very simple role of being Gadget Man, whose sexuality was never relevant in the first place. So there's no way of showcasing it seriously without it being obtrusive.
Having problems keeping it up, Q?
And no way of presenting it comedically without being offensive.
Balls, Q?
Hence why most of the time, before the age of pandas, it was used comedically.
This case seems quite attractive. For a lady.
If you're going to make Q gay, make him gay. Give him a Daniel Craig man crush as big as mine. Have him make Bond unnecessarily take his shirt off whenever he needs to inject smart blood or something. But whatever you do, do something with it or I'll call you out for what you're actually doing. Bending.
The Me Too movement and stuff, they were trying to answer to all these things because they didn't want to upset people because they're like, well, we're still making this franchise.
They should be shameless. Like, if they thought in the long term, they would be shameless. They'd be like, hey, look, this is James Bond. This is male fantasy. We sell male fantasy. Instead, they try to cater to everybody, and that's where they fail. You try to cater to everybody, and you're not going to please anybody. And
that's
you make
where
a bad
I would put
movie.
it under the Moonraker threshold right there. Is just because, like, that's where the similarity really, really lies. Is like, oh, we're chasing trends.
The only thing I'll fight back with you on is that I agree with you. It's like, we've moved up to below Moonraker, which I agree.
Yeah.
But then I look at Diamonds Are Forever, and I just go, Diamonds Are Forever confidently knows what it is and is enjoyable and has a really enjoyable bad guy and is a lot of fun. Like, if you have fun factor, it's going to be Diamonds Are Forever. It's low on the list because it is shamelessly ridiculous and a comedy movie. And then I look at Die Another Day, which has a foot in serious and a foot in goofy. And this movie kind of does too. I could almost see putting it right in between them.
Right. The only thing I'd fight, again, I'm going to fight back below Moonraker. And I think the reason for me for Moonraker is just, even though Moonraker is the movie that just jumps the shark, where it's like, we're going to go to space, we're going to do all this stuff. We've laid out about how Drago's plan in that movie is pretty solid. Like, it is like, okay, I get why you're doing what you're doing. It makes sense. I like all of that stuff leading up to it. I like Jaws's babyface turn, essentially, when he becomes a good guy and all that stuff. And that one's just fun overall, right? But it still plays really heavy into the comedy stuff.
I'm not going to argue about it being above Moonraker.
Right. But then when you're talking about Diamonds Are Forever, I go back to kind of the argument I would make with Skyfall and License to Kill, where it's like, one's a little bit of a classier movie than the other. It's mostly a movie that's a little bit classier than Diamonds Are Forever, and that's why I would go it over Diamonds Are Forever. Daniel Craig having a little too much say in this movie, and I think him handing the reins to someone who's more of a comedy writer to try to write this and do a punch-up of it for the comedy, you're just adding a spice to the mixture that maybe you didn't need to add. And another director or writer would have been like, yeah, I can add some levity, but I'm not gonna break character. And that's the thing, is like, there are times when he stays true to what I think is Bond, and then he goes back to something else. But I also don't know if that's like, they had takes where he was true to what he was in the script or the original script without the rewrites on there. So I'm that's what I'm always confused about looking into this movie, because it does just feel like someone got their hands on the keyboard. I agree with it on that 100%. But I do think when it comes down to the story, emotional stuff, for me, that's where I'm like, I'm comparing a very emotional movie that like really compromises me every time you watch it to a movie that ends with two weirdos trying to kill people on a boat. You know, like, I'm like, come on.
They never would have done it, but how brilliant would have been if it was just old man Bond on Jamaica in his retirement, and just like maybe remake Dr. No in a way, and just like literally everything. Better. Imagine like what's the famous Clint Eastwood movie? Get Off My Lawn. What's the
Gran Turismo?
Gran Torino.
Torino.
And
Sorry,
it's
not
just,
Turismo.
And it's just Gran Torino on Jamaica, and it's just like old man Bond, and like maybe he dies in the end, like a straight up remake of Dr. No, but in this universe as the final installment of this series, as opposed to the first of the original series. Gran Torino and what's the Wolverine movie? Logan. And just like something that's just kind of small and intimate. You got Bond retired in Jamaica with his girl Madeline. You know, they're doing the simple life thing. He likes to fish. She likes to dive for shells like Honey Rider. Madeline goes off to some weird island one day and never comes back, setting Bond on one final mission to investigate this island. And it's just Dr. No the book verbatim from there on out. Guano, a torture obstacle course, and a fight with a giant squid, you know? Small and intimate. That would have been cool, but instead it's like, no, it can't be that. It has to be a globe-trotting, world-ending stakes, like everything big type of thing. This movie is like kind of all over the place. Die Another Day is kind of all over the place. You Only Live Twice is a letdown, and Spectre is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
So where are you at? Are you still like Diamonds Are Forever versus?
I still think it's slightly better than Diamonds Are Forever.
Based on the emotionality, based on the seriousness?
Emotionality, and I mean, I'll throw in like weak arguments, but I think emotionality, I think the even the cinematography, even the action sequences, there's just a lot more going on that I'm like, it pulls me in a little bit more as far as an enjoyable watch than Diamonds Are Forever. I like Diamonds Are Forever. It's a fine film.
But even something like, let me give you something like Blofeld. Remember Blofeld in Diamonds Are Forever, though.
No, I know. I like the Blofeld, but let me say this also. You're looking at a Sean Connery who's just paid $1 million and looks like shit playing Bond versus a James Bond who still looks good, looks better than me at my age. And I think he's even older than Sean Connery at that point. And I'm just like, damn, like that to me is like a little bit better than like big fat Connery being like, hey, what's going on? I'm going to like pick up all these chicks. And then you got Daniel Craig who probably actually would, if you would swap those two, like swap Craig and Connery.
I find this kind of interesting. Let me tell you why I find this interesting, because I came into this ready to compare You Only Live Twice and No Time to Die for obvious reasons, because they come from the same source material. They're both the final movie of their respective Bonds. Exactly, sort of, because Diamonds Are Forever is the actual final Connery movie because of his return. So to say, no, it's not between Yolt and No Time to Die. It's between Diamonds Are Forever and No Time to Die. That's an interesting comparison as comparing two final send-offs.
Think about that for a second. Think about that. Because we go back to Diamonds Are Forever, and they knew that he wasn't coming back after Diamonds Are Forever. They were just like, here's $1 million. We just want you back because we want to make money off this franchise. That's all it was.
Yep.
That's literally all it was. And he's like, sure, I'll come back. Give me a picture deal and $1 million and I'll do it. That's it. I'm not going back after that. That's it. And then that's his last movie. Like, that's Connery's last movie, is a goofy, almost a parody of the Bond franchise. On the other hand, you've got Craig, whose last movie is a legitimate send-off. Like, I know we have people who hate the fact that he dies. F you. It's well earned in this film, at least, and I think it works really well. Brings me to tears. I'm just like, God damn it. Like, why does that work so well? I don't know, but it's great. Just judging on that, it's like, oh, this is the best send-off for any of the Bonds. So I'm like, in that respects, I'm like, I kind of see where the edge is on this movie over Diamonds.
Judging this based on a send-off doesn't really work for me, though, because the reality of send-offs is that you can't do them if you're like Eon and you just want the show to go on forever. That's why the end of every movie is Bond getting laid, because it's a celebration of his victory. Champagne and pussy galore, and then on to the next installment of the franchise. The only reason Craig got a unique send-off here was obviously because he has his own universe, so there could be an end. If you know that it's somebody's final turn at something, you have the opportunity to give them a proper send-off, but not if that thing is expected to continue forever, as this franchise did for 20 films. That's why I said in the Die Another Day episode that while Eon is trying to figure out how to reboot the series with Bond 26, they should go back and cap off the original series with a send-off for James Bond as played by everyone from Connery to Brosnan, with Old Man Pierce. But otherwise, I don't think sex on a boat or in a pool or a shower or a beach house is such a bad send-off, except maybe Lazenby seeing his wife murdered in front of him, of course. Putting it above the James Bond comedy. Again, this movie fails to give me Bond vibes. It gives me conclusion to the Craig era vibes, of course.
Yeah.
But it doesn't give me James Bond movie vibes. But one could also make that argument about Diamonds Are Forever, where it's like, wait a second, this is a comedy? James Bond shouldn't be a comedy. So you could at least make the argument that, like, you could elevate it above the oddball of the Bond series, which is Diamonds Are Forever. You could at least put it above that for having the ability to move you to tears. Now, where I challenge you is, do we then take that seriousness and we elevate it above Moonraker, and then we elevate it above Live and Let Die for their poor execution, and maybe put it just below Living Daylights?
My problem with that, though, is that I think the things that you and I are addressing, though, what we have, like, you and I are completely agreeing. This movie is a mess when it comes to the script. I think those are the things that make it less than Moonraker. Because if you put it up next to Living Daylights, my first go-to is going to be like, it's a better ending than Living Daylights, because Living Daylights kind of ends on a like, just like, who gives a shit?
But Living Daylights is busy being a Bond movie. All the shortcomings we always throw at it, it's still busy being a Bond movie. And just to cover off on that for the millionth time, Bond can be goofy or serious, and I don't care so long as it's consistent. Goofy doesn't always mean bad, and serious doesn't always mean good. GoldenEye is at the top because its tone is pitch perfect throughout. It's to be taken seriously, but also its goofier elements are fun without being stupid. Meanwhile, Spectre is super dark and serious most of the time, and that movie's at the very bottom. So while we tend to give a higher rank to the more meaningful films that are to be taken seriously, this movie is just too much of a Disney-fied mess to the point that its story may push it above the James Bond self-parody movie, but keep it below motherfucking Moonraker, which is well known to be one of the goofier Bond movies, but is still definitively Bond. You know, Bond is put on an assignment and he does his thing.
It's another silly comedy, but it works a little bit better.
Moonraker is still my all-time favorite Bond ending.
James,
I think it may be time to go home.
take me around the world one more time.
Why not?
Just flying off into the ether while getting laid. And even though it's goofy, Roger Moore's James Bond behaves like James Bond. Like he has his little moment of sexism with Goodhead.
I'm looking for Dr. Goodhead.
You just found her.
A woman.
And then in one of the most subtle but super James Bond moments, he bangs the chick in Rio de Janeiro.
How do you kill 5 hours in Rio if you don't samba?
That subtle little moment of just, hey, how are we going to fill our time? Let's fill it with banging. That is pure James Bond. Just, hey, I might die tonight, so let's just bang for the next couple hours, because it.
Moonraker's villain is a little more clear, and you're like, I get who this guy is. He's maybe one note, but you can get him.
Safin is just like, I'm going to kill millions, if not billions of people, and you don't know why. At least with Moonraker, Hugo Drax has one of the best bad guy motivations ever because he's a eugenicist. Eugenics is wrong. It is wrong. But you can understand the logic behind eugenics. And so I think on that, for me at least, on that note alone, I'm just like, if only Safin had been like,
here, in the untainted cradle of the heavens, will be created a new super race, a race of perfect physical specimens.
Like he says at some point, he's like, I think the human race needs to evolve, but he didn't take that far enough. Whereas with Drax, his whole thing is like, yeah, we need to kill off the weak so that the strong can inherit the earth.
Sure. If Safin just said something like, we need to get rid of the people that cause all the problems in this world.
Yeah.
That's clear
Done.
because that's his motivation. Like that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's all you needed. It's literally like, and that's what's frustrating with this movie is the more we talk about it, this movie just needed pieces of dialogue to clarify things. It didn't need more humor to fill in the holes.
Yes, I like animals. Bye.
Okay, so the emotionality of the story puts it above Diamonds Are Forever. Bad guy motivation keeps it below Moonraker. That works for me.
Yeah.
That I think is where we...
And I think that's generally fair.
Let me read the list. We're at GoldenEye, Casino Royale, Goldfinger, From Rust with Love, Skyfall, License to Kill, Despite Love Me, A Man with Golden Gun, Dr. No, The World Is Not Enough, A View to a Kill, Your Eyes Only, Under Majesty's Secret Service, Quantum of Solace, Thunderball, Tomorrow Never Dies, Octopussy, Living Daylights, Live and Let Die, Moonraker, No Time to Die, Diamonds Are Forever, Die Another Day, You Only Live Twice, Spectre.